God Level Farm Chapter 307 to Chapter 363. Liang Weihua said shamelessly, "That's not the same. Mine doesn't have so many burls, and I even asked an expert to verify it. But the risk of this material is obviously much higher." Liang Qichao sneered, "How can there be no risk in buying wood? If the quality isn't good, then don't buy it. Let Ruofei bear all the risks." How can there be such a logic? When Liang Weihua heard this, he immediately grasped the problem in Liang Qichao's words and quickly said, "Qichao, what you said is wrong. The person who wants to buy the wood is your uncle. Whose position are you standing on? Ruofei is my friend. He spent so much effort to find the golden silk cedar and has already helped me a lot. Why should he bear the risk?" Liang Qichao said, unwilling to be outdone. Liang Weimin couldn't help but secretly frown and quickly said, "Little Chao, don't say any more." In his opinion, Liang Qichao was still a little inexperienced. Liang Weihua had obviously set a trap, but he had jumped into it. Now that this topic had been raised, the more Liang Qichao spoke for Xiao Ruofei, the easier it would be to cause Grandfather Tang to misunderstand. Liang Xiaojun couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile and secretly rejoice in his heart. Only Grandfather Tang still looked indifferent and didn't express his opinion. He just let these juniors fight with their words. Xiao Ruofei had been watching from the sidelines for a while. He could clearly see that Liang Weihua was unwilling to be defeated by Liang Weimin. That was why he made such a shameless request. Liang Qichao standing up for justice gave Liang Weihua an unexpected surprise. Of course, Xiao Ruofei still felt very warm in his heart. It seemed that his vision was good. Liang Qichao was indeed a worthy friend. He saw Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun's proud smiles and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Xiao Ruofei was 100% sure about this material, so Liang Weihua's little scheme was doomed to fail. Moreover, Liang Weihua had repeatedly obstructed his path of wealth. Even if he was a clay bodhisattva, he would still be somewhat angry. Naturally, he would not let it go so easily. Now that Liang Weihua had made this request, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Therefore, he decided to help Liang Weimin and Liang Qichao again and completely trample Liang Weihua into the pit. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Elder Tang, what do you think about opening the window?" Grandfather Tang chuckled and said, "Mr. Xia, the decision is yours. Of course, even if you don't want to open the window, I'll still buy this material for 10 million. Based on its current appearance, it's worth that price." Xiao Ruofei also had a much better impression of Old Master Tang. Of course, he also knew that this little bit of money was really nothing in the eyes of this old man. Even if it was an eyesore, it was no big deal. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "I've always done business with integrity. Since someone has proposed to open the window, it's not a big deal to open one, but..." Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and continued, "If the quality isn't good, I won't say anything if you just leave. But if the quality is far beyond our expectations, then the current price of 10 million won't be too appropriate." Grandfather Tang laughed and said, "Mr. Xia is straightforward. But it just so happens that I don't like to take advantage of others. Even if the quality of this material is poor, as long as it's a gold-threaded cedar, I'll still buy it for 10 million. If the quality is very good, then I'll give you as much as you deserve." When Liang Weihua heard this, he quickly said, "Uncle, this..." According to Grandfather Tang, Xiao Ruofei was in an invincible position. No matter the results were good or bad, as long as this gold-threaded cedar was real, then he could earn at least 10 million. "Weihua, this is my final decision," Grandfather Tang said lightly. "Yes, Uncle," Liang Weihua said quickly. His expression was a little ugly, but on second thought, if the quality of this material was poor, then it meant that Liang Weimin and his son had screwed up the matter, and Grandfather Tang had wasted his money. His goal of suppressing Liang Weimin and his son would have been achieved. Thinking of this, Liang Weihua's mood improved a lot. His eyes rolled a few times, and he immediately said, "Uncle, since this suggestion was made by me, then I'll also make a statement. If the quality of this material is really very good, then I'll pay for the difference." Grandfather Tang only smiled slightly when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Then it's settled." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Liang Weimin and said, "Uncle Liang, Then I'll have to trouble you to arrange for a master to bring the equipment and come over to open a window for this material. Liang Weimin nodded and said, okay, no problem. Liang Weimin took the phone to the door and called the carpenter, while Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Grandfather Tang, please take a seat. The warehouse is a little simple, so I hope you don't mind. There were only 4 plastic stools in the warehouse, and Grandfather Tang didn't care about this. He nodded and thanked Xia Ruofei with a smile, and took the plastic stools that Xia Ruofei handed over. Then, Xia Ruofei gave Yuan Shan and Liang Qichao a plastic stool each. As for the last stool, Xia Ruofei naturally kept it for himself. As for Liang Weihua and the others, Xia Ruofei couldn't be bothered with them. Just let them stand. Liang Weihua's cold eyes swept over Xia Ruofei, and he didn't say anything. He quietly stood behind Grandfather Tang with a sneer on his face. I can't let this kid get lucky. Humph. It'll definitely be trash. Liang Weihua secretly said in his heart. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the carpenter that Liang Weimin contacted had already brought the tools to the warehouse. Soon, everyone gathered around the piece of cloth. After the carpenter asked for the opinions of Xia Ruofei and Grandfather Tang, he quickly took out an electric plane, plugged it in, and prepared to operate it. If Grandfather Tang bought this material, he would have to transport it back to make it into a birthday material. This required him to ensure the integrity of the whole material as much as possible. Therefore, the carpenter only removed a part of the bark, and then used the plane to peel off the sapwood bit by bit. Soon, he was close to the core material that accounted for 95% of the whole material. With the sound of the electric plane, the thin outer layer of the sapwood was quickly removed, revealing the core material of the golden silk nanmu. This was where the real money was. After revealing the core material, the carpenter was even more careful with his operation. After all, this was a precious piece of gold-threaded material. Soon, the carpenter also peeled off a small part of the outermost core material, revealing a flat section that was about 25 centimeters wide and 1.5 meters long. The carpenter put down the electric plane and picked up a wet cloth that he had already prepared to wipe the wood shavings off the window. After repeatedly wiping it clean, he took out a small can of varnish from his bag and used a brush to evenly coat the window with a thin layer of varnish. Because he was only testing the quality of the wood, he did not pay too much attention to it. After applying the colorless varnish, the carpenter directly took out a hairdryer to dry the paint. Then, he signaled to Liang Weimin to pack up his tools and leave. As soon as the carpenter left, Elder Tang and the others immediately surrounded him. In particular, Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua, who were following closely behind Elder Tang, were very nervous. Of course, the results that the two of them expected were naturally diametrically opposite. Xia Ruofei was very calm from beginning to end. He did not even follow them. Instead, he sat steadily on the plastic stool with a faint smile on his face. Elder Tang took the lead and was the first to arrive in front of the gold-rimmed Shinnon wood. When his gaze fell on the window made of cloth, the knowledgeable old man could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and let out a hiss. Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua, who were following closely behind, stood there in a daze and unconsciously opened their mouths. The expressions of the Liang family's relatives were similar. All of them stood there in a daze with an incredulous expression on their faces. For a moment, no one in the warehouse spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. What caught everyone's eyes were the dense patterns on the window. These patterns emitted a little golden light under the illumination of the lights. The golden halo also had the effect of shifting shapes and shadows as the angle of view changed. The patches of golden lines gave people a dreamy feeling. Top quality. This is definitely top-quality gold-rimmed Shinnon. Everyone was screaming in their hearts, and the way they looked at the piece of wood had changed. The one with the most interesting expression on his face was undoubtedly Liang Weihua. He was also stunned by the quality of the wood at first. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and realized what the good quality of the wood meant to him. His face suddenly turned pale. Liang Shaojuan's eyes were also filled with unwillingness as he stared at the golden silk nanmu. He wished that a fire would suddenly descend from the sky and burn this wood to ashes. There was no doubt that this gold-threaded nanmu was definitely not a fake. Moreover, the golden pattern inside was in pieces, indicating that the quality of this material was extremely high. It was probably impossible to buy it at the price of 10 million yuan. The relatives of the Liang family had been searching for gold-threaded cedar for Old Master Tang for the past 2 years, so they knew a little about the appraisal of wood. Therefore, they looked at Liang Weihua with a gloating gaze. Just now, Liang Weihua had said that once the windows were opened and the quality was good, he would pay for the extra money. In the past few days, because Liang Weihua had found the gold nylon material and had been fawning on the old man, these relatives had long been secretly jealous. Now, although Liang Weimin was in the limelight and had nothing to do with them, they still felt very relieved. Old Master Tang stared blankly for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he moved a lot closer. He didn't even care that the varnish had not completely dried and directly held the material with his hand. His whole body was almost lying on top of it. Old Master Tang carefully looked at it for a long time before he straightened up with a happy expression. "Uncle, this material's performance is not bad, right?" Liang Weimin asked with a smile. He had already made up his mind. Old Master Tang smiled and nodded. Liang Weimin lowered his voice again and sighed. "Originally, we could have bought it for 10 million yuan. Now that we opened the window, I'm afraid the price will be much higher." After Liang Weihua heard this, his face turned red and white. He said angrily, "Liang Weimin, opening the window has always been like this. Anything can happen. Moreover, I've already said that no matter how much higher the price is, I will pay for it all." Old Master Tang laughed and said, "Weihua, you don't have to pay for it. I don't lack money. It's rare to find such good gold-threaded cedar material. Spending a little more money is nothing. You don't have to take it to heart." "Uncle, how can this be?" Liang Weihua said anxiously. "It's all because of me that you..." Old Master Tang smiled and waved his hand. It was obvious that he had made up his mind and didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. Old Master Tang walked directly in front of Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, you really can keep your composure." Old Master Tang's address for Xiao Ruofei had changed to Brother Xia. This made the relatives of the Liang family couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even Liang Weimin couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times. Liang Weihua and his son's expressions naturally became even uglier. Everyone could see that Old Master Tang seemed to have a very good impression of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei only smiled faintly and said, "That's because I have confidence in my own things. If I didn't even dare to open a window, I wouldn't have taken out that kind of material to sell. Brother Liang is my good friend. I can cheat anyone, but I can't cheat my own friend. This is my bottom line." Ha ha ha. Old Master Tang laughed heartily and said, "Little Chow is really lucky to have a friend like you." "You flatter me, Old Master Tang," Xiao Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He wasn't flattered by this world-class tycoon's high evaluation of him. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had seen too many big shots since he retired from the army. Whether it was Master Song or Ma Xiong, their wealth and status were not inferior to Old Master Tang's. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's temperament was tranquil and he wasn't keen on climbing up the social ladder. He didn't have any desires in his heart, so naturally, he was able to maintain his status. On the other hand, Liang Weimin and Yuan Shan were surprised and happy. It was obvious that today's matter was mostly attributed to Liang Qichao. They looked at Xiao Ruofei with eyes full of gratitude. Old Master Tang sat down next to Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, I'm determined to get this material. We can talk about the price again." "Haha, Old Master Tang, it's still the same old rules. You name your own price." Xiao Ruofei said, "As long as the price is about right, this material is yours." Old Master Tang laughed and looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and asked, "What if I still offer 10 million? Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "As long as Old Master Tang thinks the price is right, then it's fine." "Who asked you to be Brother Liang's grandfather?" Old Master Tang was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Then he said seriously, "Brother Xia, I can only offer 10 million for this material of yours." Liang Weimin couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. This wasn't his uncle's style. He knew that his uncle had always been very generous when it came to money. When he encountered something he liked, he would be even more generous. He wouldn't care about the price at all. The value of this material was obviously more than 10 million. How could old Master Tang push the boat with the current and really only offer 10 million? After Liang Weihua was stunned for a moment, he quickly showed a trace of joy that was hidden very well. He thought to himself, could it be that there's something wrong with this material? Or does uncle not want to pay more money at all? He didn't think about it. Old Master Tang flew thousands of miles from the United States for this material. Why would he care about a little money that was not even a drop in the ocean for him? Liang Weihua prayed in his heart that Xiao Ruofei would refuse. It would be best if the two of them directly fell out and parted on bad terms. However, no one expected that old Master Tang's words were actually only half said. Grandfather Tang paused for a moment and chuckled as he looked at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei's expression was the same as usual and even had a faint smile on her face, he secretly nodded in his heart. She didn't change her expression because of the price he offered. As soon as Grandfather Tang said this, all the Liang family members present were shocked. Even Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. Previously, Grandfather Tang had offered a price of 10 million Huaxia dollars. Now, he had suddenly changed it to 10 million US dollars. This was a difference of more than 6 times. Although this gold-threaded cedar looked to be of extremely high quality, was it really worth that much money? 10 million US dollars. Many people wouldn't be able to earn that much money in a few lifetimes. Even Liang Weimin couldn't help but say, "Uncle, the price you offered, do you all think that my price is too high?" Grandfather Tang smiled and interrupted Liang Weimin's words. He looked around and asked everyone. The Liang family members didn't say anything, but from their expressions, it was obvious that they felt that the price was a little too high. Grandfather Tang looked at Liang Weimin with a smile and asked, "Weimin, this material was found for me by your family's little Chow. Tell me, how much do you think I should offer?" Liang Weimin looked at the gold-threaded cedar, then looked at Xiao Ruofei. Finally, he said, "Uncle, Ruofei's gold-threaded cedar is indeed of high quality. It can be said to be the best old material. What's rare is that it's a whole piece. But even so, I think 20 million Huaxia dollars should be more appropriate." "Hee, 20 million? Grandfather Tang smiled and said, "Weimin, I'll offer 30 million. As long as it's a material of this quality, I'll take it all." Xiao Ruofei also stood up at this time. He smiled and said, "Grandfather Tang, it seems that this material of mine isn't simple." Liang Weimin also came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Uncle, is there any secret to this material? Can you give me some pointers?" The other relatives of the Liang family also looked at Grandfather Tang and asked him to give them some pointers. Grandfather Tang smiled and walked in front of the gold-threaded cedar. He pointed at the window and asked, "You should all be able to see that the texture of this material is very beautiful, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Then tell me, what kind of pattern is this?" Elder Tang was not in a hurry to answer everyone's questions. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Liang Weimin said uncertainly, "Uncle, it should be water ripples." At this moment, another relative of the Liang family frowned and said, "I think it looks like a gull." In fact, whether it was the water ripples mentioned by Liang Weimin or the gull mentioned by the other person, it was already very precious for it to appear on the golden-threaded cedar. This showed that the golden-threaded cedar wood was distributed in patches to form such a pattern. Otherwise, there would only be sparse golden-threaded cedar wood. However, neither the ripples nor the gall were enough to increase the value of this material by more than 6 times. Elder Tang faintly smiled and said, "What you two said is quite close, but neither of you is correct." "Uncle, this is?" Liang Weimin asked. Elder Tang pointed at the pattern on the material and said, "First of all, this is definitely not a gall. A gall is formed by a lesion. However, this cedar wood was very healthy when it was growing. There was no lesion at all. As long as you look at it carefully, you will know that these are naturally formed patterns." Then, Elder Tang said, "In fact, this is already a cloud pattern. Although it looks a bit like water ripples, its texture is smaller than water ripples. It is like a cloud and is very irregular. Look at this position. Doesn't it look like the scene of lightning and thunder?" Liang Weimin and the others looked at the position Elder Tang was pointing at. After looking carefully, they all nodded. Elder Tang smiled and said, the value of the cloud pattern material is much higher than the water ripples. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. Then, Elder Tang pointed to the other positions of the wood and said, there are more than 30 lumps on it. The few lumps that have been opened up now are only relatively small ones. I have reason to believe that if the whole piece of wood is opened up, it will give me a lot of surprises. There might even be a high-quality big wave. Liang Weiman and the others couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. If there was really a high-quality big wave pattern, then the price of 10 million USD was really not expensive. In fact, it was too cheap. This was because the big wave pattern could be said to be the best among the gold-rimmed cedarwood patterns. It was like a stormy sea, and the golden silk was fine like Jiangnan silk. It had the majestic momentum of the waves, and it also had a charming visual impact. The people present had never seen such a high-quality material because it was too rare. They had only seen it in pictures. However, even if they looked at the pictures, they could feel the strong visual impact. In fact, for such a large piece of material with such fine cloud patterns, it was basically worth 10 million US dollars. Of course, this price would only be reached at an auction. However, if the core material that was hidden within the bark and sapwood could have even more beautiful textures, then the price that Elder Tang offered really wasn't considered expensive. After listening to Elder Tang's explanation, everyone looked at Xia Ruofei with envious eyes. Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun were so jealous that they were about to go crazy. Not only did Xia Ruofei ruin their good fortune, but now he was going to make 10 million USD. How could the father and son calm down? At the same time, Liang Weihua was also a little scared. If Elder Tang had really pushed the boat with the current and made him pay the extra money, then he would have had to bleed a lot. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Elder Tang is really open and aboveboard. In fact, if you didn't say it, we wouldn't have been able to see the mystery of these patterns. You didn't have to offer such a high price, Elder Tang said, doing business is based on integrity. Brother Xia, I'm sure you know that I bought this gold silk nanmu to make my own longevity material. If I took it by deceit, how could I lie in it peacefully after 100 years? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This Elder Tang was really a wonderful person. How is it? Is Brother Xia satisfied with this price? Elder Tang asked with a smile. Of course, you can also choose to open a few more windows. If there really are higher quality rare patterns, then we can discuss the price. Xia Ruofei waved his hand without hesitation and said, no need. If it weren't for the episode just now, I would have sold it for 10 million Huaxia dollars. It's already very good to get 6 times the money now. People still have to be content. Grandpa Tang laughed and said, be content with what you have. Brother Xia, you have a good attitude. Elder Tang, then it's settled. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, from now on, this material is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Elder Tang was overjoyed. After that, Elder Tang motioned for his assistant to bring the checkbook over. Liang Weiman said, Uncle, this gold silk nanmu is a small gift from our family to you, so you can't pay for it. I've already prepared it. Although $10 million was not a small amount, it was equivalent to more than $60 million in Huaxia dollars. Liang Weiman was a little tight on taking out so much money at once, but the profits in the real estate industry had been very high in recent years, so taking out this much money would not hurt him. The main thing was that Liang Weihua had done the same before. Now that Liang Weiman had the advantage, he naturally would not let Liang Weihua have the upper hand in this matter. Elder Tang smiled and waved his hand. No need. I still understand the situation of your company. If you take out so much money at once, the liquidity will definitely be affected. Uncle, that's it. $10 million is not a lot of money to me. Elder Tang said decisively, not giving Liang Weiman a chance to continue to fight. He directly took the checkbook, wrote the amount on it, signed his name, and tore off the check. However, Elder Tang did not give the check to Xia Ruofei. Instead, he handed it to Liang Weihua, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said, Weihua, here's 8 million Huaxia dollars. I'll take your gold silk nanmu back to make some furniture. It's also very good. Liang Weihua was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he quickly said, "Uncle, that gold silk nanmu is my filial piety to you. I can't take this money." "Take it," Elder Tang said lightly. "I didn't ask Wayman to pay for it." "Of course, I can't let you pay for it. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Elder Tang's words were unquestionable. Liang Weihua could only helplessly take the check. He felt that this check was a little hot. After all, he had misstated the price before. He actually spent less than 7 million on the gold silk nanmu. Now, Elder Tang gave him 8 million according to the price he said. If the old man knew about this, the situation would be completely different. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was cheating money. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't helped Liang Weiman find this gold-threaded nanmu, the old man would have definitely used Liang Weihua's nanmu. Now, not only did he fail to please the old man, but he also left a bad impression on him. Thinking that this was all caused by Xiao Ruofei, Liang Weihua looked at Xiao Ruofei with even more hatred. Xiao Ruofei sensed something and glanced at Liang Weihua. Liang Weihua subconsciously avoided Xiao Ruofei's gaze, because just a glance from Xiao Ruofei had made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Why is this kid's gaze so terrifying? Liang Weihua felt a lingering fear. The corners of Xiao Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly as he retracted his gaze. At this time, Elder Tang had already signed another check for $10 million and handed it to Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Xiao Ruofei took the check and thanked him with a smile. At this time, Liang Weiman came over and said, "Uncle, it's almost time. Let's go eat. I've already booked the place." At this time, Liang Weiman had already taken over the task of receiving Old Man Tang. When he went to inform the carpenter earlier, he had also conveniently booked a place to eat. Elder Tang nodded and said, "Weiman, rent a warehouse near the Chongping Pier and transport this nanmu there first. In a few days, the cargo ship I've arranged will dock at the port. You don't have to worry about the procedures. My people will take care of it. You just have to make sure this nanmu is safe for the next few days. Don't worry. Uncle, I'll definitely send more capable people. There won't be any problems," Liang Weiman said. Then he added, "I'll have Lil Chao guard there 24 hours a day." Liang Weiman naturally wanted to add more points to his precious son, but Liang Qichao's face immediately turned bitter when he heard this. He didn't want to show off in front of Elder Tang. Wouldn't guarding the warehouse for a few days be asking for his old life? However, he didn't dare to refute his father's words. He could only put on a pitiful look. Elder Tang smiled and nodded. Liang Weiman said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, leave the key to Lil Chao. I'll arrange for a car to come and take the nanmu away in a while. Come and have lunch with Uncle at noon." Elder Tang heard this and immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Xia, I still have to thank you properly. Let's have lunch together." Then, Elder Tang said, "Weiman, arrange a better place. I'll have a few drinks with Brother Xia." Liang Weiman said with a smile, "Uncle, don't worry. I booked a private room at the Shijiang Moon Clubhouse. Although this clubhouse isn't considered too high-end in the country, it's very unique. They have a kind of peach garden vegetable. Not only does it look good, but its taste is also far better than ordinary vegetables. Uncle, it's not easy for you to come back to the Three Mountains. You must go and try it." Shijiang Moon's peach garden vegetables had always been sold in the form of auctions. Chief Xing understood the principle of rare goods. However, with Xiao Ruofei's vegetable greenhouse operating, the supply had also increased. With Liang Weiman's status in the Three Mountains, although it was a temporary reservation, it wasn't difficult for him to eat the peach garden vegetables. Elder Tang seemed to be very enthusiastic about delicious food. Hearing this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Weiman, after hearing what you said, I really want to try this peach garden vegetables." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Elder Tang, if you want to try the peach garden vegetables, I have a better place to go." "Oh?" Elder Tang asked with interest, "Brother Xia, what better recommendation do you have?" Liang Weiman also asked curiously, "Ruofei, could it be that you're from Ling's restaurant?" As far as I know, although Ling's restaurant also provides peach garden vegetables, they take the path of public catering. The degree of delicacy of the dishes is far less than that of the Shijiang Moon Clubhouse. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Elder Tang, Uncle Liang, the place I'm talking about is neither Shijiang Moon Clubhouse nor Ling's restaurant. Liang Weimin was even more curious. He said, I'm a little ignorant. Is there a third place in the Three Mountains where we can eat peach garden vegetables? The peach garden vegetables had been on the market for some time and were very famous in the Three Mountains. Almost everyone knew that only the Shijiang Moon Clubhouse and Ling's restaurant could eat such expensive but delicious vegetables. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I won't keep you guessing. The place I'm talking about is my home. Your home? Liang Weimin was even more surprised. The Taoyuan vegetables are actually supplied by your farm. Liang Weimin exclaimed. Liang Qichao also exclaimed, Ruofei, you're really good at keeping secrets. We've known each other for so long, and I've even been to your farm several times. You never told me that you were actually growing Taoyuan vegetables in your greenhouse. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's not a big deal. It's just that they look better and taste better than ordinary vegetables, but they're also a little more expensive. It's more than just a little more expensive. Liang Qichao exclaimed. It's not that bad recently, but a while ago, the price was simply sky-high, okay? If I had known that you were growing Taoyuan vegetables on your farm, I would have taken some home last time to show filial piety to my parents. It's not too late to know now. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In the future, if uncle and auntie want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, just go to my farm and get them. Ruofei, then I won't be polite. Liang Weimin laughed and said, the Taoyuan vegetables are expensive, but the key is that the quantity is too small. Even if you have money, you can't eat them. After Elder Tang heard this, his interest grew even stronger. He was an old glutton and had never had much resistance to delicious food. Moreover, he was also a world-class rich man and had basically tasted all the top delicacies. Now that he heard Liang Weimin and the others praise the Taoyuan vegetables so much, even Liang Weihua showed a shocked expression when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was the supplier of the Taoyuan vegetables. The greedy worm in the old man's heart was also aroused. Brother Xia, then it's a deal. We'll go to your farm at noon and have a chat. Elder Tang said. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The group of people walked to the door. Liang Weihua's mood was a little gloomy. He said directly, Uncle, I'm not feeling well, so I won't accompany you for lunch. Elder Tang nodded with a smile. He didn't see that he was unhappy with Liang Weihua's performance today. However, Liang Weihua knew that the old man had already cultivated to the realm of not showing his emotions. Today's matter would more or less leave a bad impression on the old man. Thinking of this, Liang Weihua's resentment towards Xiao Ruofei grew even stronger. Liang Weihua and his family left directly, and the other relatives of the Liang family also left sensibly. If they were in the Shijiang Moon Club, they would not miss the opportunity to get close to the old master and would definitely go with him. But now it was Xiao Ruofei who invited old master Liang. Even if these people were thick-skinned, they were too embarrassed to join in the fun. Liang Qichao was also bitterly asked to stay behind to arrange the transportation of the gold fiber, so only Liang Weihua and Yuan Shan accompanied Elder Tang. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck in front to lead the way. Liang Weimin personally drove the Mercedes-Benz sedan with Elder Tang and Yuan Shan in it. Elder Tang's assistant and 2 bodyguards followed behind in another car. Soon, the 3 cars arrived at Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei drove the car to the greenhouse and stopped. Elder Tang and the others also got out of the car one after another. When Elder Tang saw the beautifully planned farm, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He took a deep breath of fresh air and said, Brother Xia, your farm lives up to its name. It's like a paradise. You flatter me, Elder Tang. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, these greenhouses are planted with pure natural and pollution-free Taoyuan vegetables. After that, Xiao Ruofei invited Elder Tang to go in and take a look. Elder Tang naturally agreed happily. Liang Weimin and his wife were very curious about the plantation of the Taoyuan vegetables and followed closely. Xiao Ruofei led everyone into the vegetable greenhouse. Chao Taishu and the workers were not in this greenhouse. There were several such long greenhouses in the Taoyuan farm. Now, Chao Taishu was busy with the workers in another greenhouse. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei personally explained to Elder Tang. In fact, as soon as Elder Tang entered the greenhouse, he was attracted by the rows of green vegetables. All of the vegetables in the greenhouse were cabbages. The greenhouse had just been automatically watered. The green leaves of the cabbages had small drops of water hanging on them, like a jade plate holding a translucent pearl. It was pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. "Brother Xia, I'm getting more and more interested in your Taoyuan vegetables," Elder Tang said. "These cabbages are like works of art. It's hard to imagine how they'll look when they're served on the table." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Today, I'll cook a table of dishes for Elder Tang, uncle, and auntie. All of them will be made with ingredients produced by our Taoyuan farm. How about it? Then I'm really looking forward to it." Elder Tang laughed. "Elder Tang, this way please." Xia Ruofei took Elder Tang around the farm and then went straight to the holiday villa. Yi Lingyun had already finished her lunch and took Xiao Hei out to patrol. Xia Ruofei took the few of them into the empty villa. As soon as they entered the living room, Elder Tang and the others were immediately attracted by the pair of high-quality blood-red dragons. "This red arowana is too perfect." Liang Weimin couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, where did you find such high-quality blood-red dragons? And they're actually a pair. That's incredible." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I was lucky. I just happened to have a friend who wanted to emigrate abroad, so he transferred this pair of red arowana to me." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei made tea for the three of them and then asked them to help themselves. He went into the kitchen to prepare today's lunch. Xiao Ruofei also stored some vegetables and fruits in the space. Moreover, these were all produced in the space. The quality was better than the vegetables outside the greenhouse. After Xiao Ruofei entered the kitchen, he directly contacted the space and took out a lot of ingredients. In addition to the vegetables and fruits, Xiao Ruofei also directly used the space's invisible force to take out 2 big fish. Then, he started to get busy in the kitchen. Today, there were a total of 7 people, including Elder Tang's assistant and bodyguards. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei prepared 7 to 8 dishes, mainly Taoyuan vegetables. In addition, he also made fish head tofu soup and braised carp. After busying himself for a while, Xiao Ruofei began to bring out the dishes one by one. Stir-fried cabbage that looked like jade, coleslaw tomatoes that exuded the fragrance of fruits, fish head tofu soup that had been boiled into a milky white color. Just the sight of each dish was enough to arouse one's appetite, not to mention the tempting aroma. Soon, Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but walk into the dining room. Xiao Ruofei went back to the kitchen and brought out the main dishes. In addition to the rice, he also prepared a large plate of pork and cabbage dumplings. The cabbage was naturally produced in the space. Xiao Ruofei saw that there were noodles in the fridge that Yi Lingyun had made, so he made the dumplings on the spot. While in the kitchen, he also took out a few bottles of wine from the space. These were also the ones that he had made in the space last time and stored in porcelain bottles in case of an emergency. However, these bottles of wine were ordinary drunken 8 immortals without the addition of strange flower petals. Of course, after being stored in the space for so long, these bottles of wine were much more mellow than the ones he gave Ling Xiaotian last time. They could definitely be regarded as the best wine. Xiao Ruofei used a tray to carry the dumplings and drunken 8 immortals out of the kitchen and went straight to the dining room. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xia." Elder Tang sat down with a smile. Xiao Ruofei gestured for Liang Weimin and Yuan Shan to take their seats, and then he sat down beside Elder Tang. He unscrewed the cork of the porcelain bottle and said with a smile, "Elder, let's drink some wine at noon." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Drink some. I'm happy today. Let's drink some wine to celebrate." Liang Weimin looked at the porcelain bottle in Xiao Ruofei's hand and asked curiously, "Ruofei, this wine of yours? I've never seen it before." Liang Weimin was also a wine lover, and he had a net worth of hundreds of millions. He had basically seen all kinds of good wine, but he had never seen the wine in Xiao Ruofei's hand, so he was a little curious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is a white wine that I brewed myself. Elder, uncle, and auntie, please have a taste." At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already opened the cork of the bottle, and suddenly, a rich wine fragrance filled the dining room. "This wine smells so good." Even Yuan Shan, who didn't drink much, couldn't help but sniff and say in surprise. Elder Tang's and Liang Weimin's eyes lit up. these two were wine experts. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, they knew that the wine in Xia Ruofei's hand was not simple. Xia Ruofei personally poured wine for Elder Tang, Liang Weiman, and his wife, then raised his glass and said, "Elder, uncle, and auntie, welcome to the farm. Come, let's drink first. Cheers. Cheers." Other than Yuan Shan, who only took a small sip, the three men all raised their heads and drank it in one gulp. After Elder Tang and Liang Weiman drank the wine, they were startled at first, then they shouted in unison, "Good wine. Ruofei, this wine is sweet and mellow, and it has a long aftertaste. It's really good wine." Liang Weiman said, "Even those years of Maotai I've drunk can't compare to it. Brother Xia, you've really made me look at you in a new light." Elder Tang also exclaimed in admiration, "To be able to grow such delicious vegetables and brew such mellow wine, it's truly admirable." "You flatter me, old master." Xia Ruofei chuckled as he refilled everyone's cups and said, "Come on, don't just drink. Try my cooking." Elder Tang looked at the beautiful Taoyuan vegetables and his appetite was already aroused. He immediately picked up his chopsticks and put a few pieces of cabbage into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "No wonder Taoyuan vegetables are so famous. The taste of this cabbage is really good. It's crisp and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. Furthermore, the fragrance of the vegetables themselves is so rich." Liang Weiman and Yuan Shan had both eaten Taoyuan vegetables before, but after tasting Xia Ruofei's dishes, they still showed a very enjoyable expression. Yuan Shan said, "Ruofei, the dishes you cook seem to be more delicious than the Taoyuan vegetables I ate at the Shijiang Moon Club. It seems that Brother Xia's cooking skills are good." Elder Tang laughed and said, "Even the club's chef can't compare with him." Xia Ruofei just smiled slightly and didn't answer. In fact, he knew very well that the reason why Yuan Shan had such a feeling was mainly because of the difference in ingredients. The ingredients that Xia Ruofei took out this time were all watered by him with the flower petal solution and planted in the space. They were originally reserved for his own consumption, and the quality was much higher than the vegetables that were supplied to the two catering companies in batches. Moreover, because of the absorption of the strange flower's petals, if ordinary people used it all year round, it would definitely be very good for their bodies. Of course, the benefits that such a small amount of the strange flower's petals brought to Xia Ruofei were almost negligible. He didn't know how much of the entire strange flower's petals he had absorbed. Following that, Elder Tang and the other two tasted a few other dishes. Naturally, they were full of praises for them. This was especially true for Elder Tang, who was eating Taoyuan vegetables for the first time. He ate heartily and didn't even bother to drink the fine wine placed in front of him. After eating a few mouthfuls of vegetables and a few dumplings, Elder Tang sighed and said, "Brother Xia, your Taoyuan vegetables really gave me a big surprise. I'm very envious of you now. Elder Tang is rich and has hundreds of millions of assets. What do I have for you to be envious of?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "You have such a small farm of your own, facing the sea every day, leisurely, and can eat such delicious delicacies and drink top-notch wine at any time. This kind of life is simply not something that can be exchanged for by the gods," Elder Tang said with emotion. "Elder Tang, you are always welcome to be a guest." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The door of the Taoyuan farm will always be open for you. I'm going back to America in a few days," Elder Tang said with a wry smile. "People in the business world have no choice. I'm already so old. If I want to go home to take a look, I have to make arrangements a long time in advance and calculate my schedule. After I go back, I still have to deal with a lot of things. Every day, other than making money, it's just making money. This kind of life is actually quite boring." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Elder Tang, you should train a successor as soon as possible. Then, you can live the leisurely life you want." Liang Weiman and Yuan Shan's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. Their eyes showed a trace of anticipation and nervousness. Elder Tang didn't pay attention to the expressions of the two. He just smiled and nodded to Xia Ruofei and said, "Yes. I'm old, and I feel powerless in many things. This time, I came back to see if there are any outstanding juniors in the family. I'm going to bring them back to America to train more. When Liang Weimin heard this, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Uncle, you see, our family's little Chow." Elder Tang looked at Liang Weimin with a faint smile and said, "For the sake of the people. Little Chow's filial piety is commendable. This time, it can be said that he did his best for my matter." Just when Liang Weimin's eyes showed a trace of joy, Elder Tang changed the topic and said, "But I see that little Chow doesn't seem to have the heart to develop in the business world. Uncle, little Chow is still young. His temperament hasn't settled down yet." Liang Weimin hurriedly said, "If you can bring him along and teach him more, I believe that he will gradually change." Elder Tang smiled noncommittally and didn't answer Liang Weimin directly. This made Liang Weimin slightly disappointed. He and Yuan Shan looked at each other and saw a trace of frustration in each other's eyes. If Liang Qichao's performance was a little more positive, based on his performance in the process of searching for the golden Sinan, the possibility of him being favored by Elder Tang was still very high. Unfortunately, Liang Qichao didn't want to go to America at all. Elder Tang thought about it and suddenly said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, I have a suggestion that you can consider." "Elder Tang, please speak." "Farm?" When Xia Ruofei heard this, he was also a little stunned by Old Man Tang's jumpy thoughts. Liang Weimin, who was 22, reacted first. He said in surprise, "Uncle, are you talking about the big farm in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales?" Old Man Tang smiled and nodded. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "How about it? Brother Xia, would you like to consider it?" When Xia Ruofei saw Liang Weimin's reaction, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Liang, is Old Man Tang's farm very famous?" Liang Weimin was still in shock. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a complicated expression, "Ruofei, the Paddington farm that I bought is located in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales, Australia. It has an area of more than 6,000 hectares. At that time, I spent 45 million Australian dollars to buy it. After that, I invested a lot of money to renovate the farm's facilities, improve the pasture, and so on. The total cost is more than 50 million Australian dollars." Xia Ruofei was also shocked after hearing this. Old Man Tang had just played it down, as if it was a business deal that was only a few $100s. Xia Ruofei thought that the farm that Old Man Tang was talking about would be a small or medium-sized one. He didn't expect it to be such a huge monster. Xia Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart. 50 million Australian dollars was almost equivalent to 38 million US dollars. Since Old Man Tang had directly proposed to give him 40% of the shares, it wasn't 10 million US dollars, but 15 million US dollars. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said to Old Man Tang, "Old man, you're really generous. But according to your investment, giving me 40% of the shares is a big loss for you." Old Man Tang smiled and said, "No, no, no, I'm not losing out at all. Brother Xia, 40% of the shares is about 15 million US dollars. Apart from this 10 million US dollars, the remaining 5 million is your technology. To be able to cultivate such vegetables and brew such high-quality wine, your skills are definitely worth 5 million US dollars." Elder Tang paused for a moment, then said in a seductive tone, "Brother Xia, my farm in Australia is a comprehensive high-quality farm, and it's all fertile land near water sources. Not only can it develop crops, but it can also be used for animal husbandry. The return on investing in my farm will definitely be very high, especially if I introduce your advanced technology. The development will definitely be very good." Liang Weimin also looked at Xia Ruofei with some envy and said, "Ruofei, as far as I know, the farm that uncle bought now has more than 30,000 sheep and close to 3,000 Angus cattle. The profitability is also very good." Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Old man, thank you for your kindness, but this is a big matter, and I can't make a decision in a short time. Let me think about it." In fact, other than the relatively large investment, which made Xia Ruofei hesitate, he was more concerned about the issue of controlling the shares. If he only had 40% of the shares, it meant that he had no absolute say in the management of the farm, and Xia Ruofei subconsciously rejected this. Elder Tang nodded and said straightforwardly, "No problem. Brother Xia, you can take a trip to Australia. I'll arrange for someone to take you on an on-site inspection, and you'll know how suitable this investment is." "Okay." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll think about it carefully." After that, everyone didn't talk about this topic again. They chatted about everything under the sun, and the delicious dishes on the table were almost all eaten up. Moreover, the three men drank nearly 3 caddies of white wine together. It could be said that the host and guest enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After the meal, Elder Tang and the others left. Before leaving, Elder Tang once again mentioned the matter of investing in the farm, and told Xiao Ruofei to consider his suggestion carefully. Xiao Ruofei naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. After sending Elder Tang and the others off, Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the dishes and went straight upstairs to his room. Elder Tang's proposal did make Xiao Ruofei slightly moved. He didn't know anything about the farms in Australia, so after returning to his room, he simply turned on the computer to check the information. After looking at it, Xiao Ruofei was even more amazed by Elder Tang's generosity. Australia was vast and sparsely populated, and the land resources were very rich. There were also many large and small farms for sale, with prices ranging from tens of thousands of Australian dollars to tens of millions of Australian dollars. Elder Tang spent 45 million Australian dollars to buy a farm of more than 6,000 hectares. This unit price was quite expensive. This also showed that the geographical location of the farm, the carrying capacity per unit area, and the hardware facilities should all be first class. In Australia, there were many factors that affected the price of a farm. Among them, the distance to Sydney, Melbourne, and other major cities was also a very important factor. For example, a farm 250 kilometers away from Melbourne cost 3 million Australian dollars. Then a farm 500 kilometers away with similar conditions might only cost 4 to 500,000 Australian dollars. Furthermore, the government had also strictly regulated the number of livestock per unit area for different grades of farms. From south to north, from east to west, depending on the amount of rainfall and the availability of water and grass, it was decided that the number of livestock per unit area could range from 2 cows per acre to 1 cow per 200 acres. If it exceeded the limit, it would be suspected of animal abuse and would immediately be fined by the government. According to Liang Weiman, Elder Tang's farm had 30,000 sheep and 3,000 Angus cattle. This showed that the land of the ranch was very fertile, and the conditions of pasture, water, and other conditions were very good. The more Xiao Ruofei looked at the information, the more tempted he was. That was a large farm of more than 6,000 hectares. It must be known that the land in Australia was permanent property rights, and could be inherited by future generations. There was a saying, wind and rain can enter, but not the king. The ownership of the land was sacred and inviolable. Xiao Ruofei believed that with his Ring 2 space, if he owned such a large farm in Australia, he could create a paradise overseas. Of course, the only problem was the equity ratio. Now that Elder Tang proposed this plan, Xiao Ruofei could not accept it. His bottom line was that he must have a controlling stake, which was at least 51% of the shares. In fact, as long as it was a farm-related industry, Xiao Ruofei's idea was to solely operate it himself. He absolutely would not accept shares or investments. However, the matter of the Australian farm was a bit special. It was originally bought by Elder Tang, but now he invited Xiao Ruofei to invest. On one hand, there was the temptation of a high-quality overseas farm, and on the other hand, there was the problem of the equity ratio. Xiao Ruofei hesitated for 2 days, but still could not think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Elder Tang probably would not stay in Xianxia for more than a few days, so Xiao Ruofei knew that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Ruofei was having a headache over Elder Tang's olive branch, he suddenly received a call from someone else. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Divided by Xiao? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The caller ID showed that it was a local landline number. Xiao Ruofei picked it up and said, "Hello, who is this?" Director Lu's voice came from the phone receiver. "Xiaoxia, the chief wants to talk to you." "Wait a minute. Love go Xiao say W, Chu oh, okay." Xiao Ruofei said quickly. His heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, if Master Song had something to say, he would definitely pass it on through Director Lu. Today, he suddenly wanted to talk to him in person. Could it be that something big had happened? Just as Xiao Ruofei was thinking quickly, Master Song's voice came from the phone. "Xiaoxia." Xiao Ruofei said quickly, "Hello, Chief." "Xiaoxia, do you have any good ways to treat colon cancer?" Master Song's voice was a little anxious. The results of Ah Fu's examination at the provincial hospital are out. It's advanced colon cancer, ah? Xiao Ruofei was shocked. How could this be? Didn't they say it was kidney stones? Could it be that the hospital in Wui Mountain misdiagnosed? Mr. Song sighed and said, it's not a misdiagnosis. He did have kidney stones. Kidney stones can also cause abdominal pain, so it misled the doctor. If it weren't for the rich experience of the specialists in the provincial hospital, it might not have been discovered. Xiao Ruofei said, Chief, what did the specialist say? Ah Fu is old. Whether it's surgery or chemotherapy, his body may not be able to withstand it, Master Song said in a low voice. So, the specialist said that the prognosis is not very good, then Master Song said, Xiaoxia, that's why I want to ask you. Is there any good treatment for advanced colon cancer in traditional Chinese medicine? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Chief, how about this? I'll go and check on Mr. Li. By the way, is he in the hospital or in Guling? Brother Fu is already in Guling Courtyard. He doesn't know about his condition yet. Love go little Seiko Master Song said, thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxia. Xiao Ruofei did not immediately give an answer, and Master Song was not surprised. Although Xiao Ruofei had successfully cured his liver cancer, this time, Li Jifu had found out that it was colon cancer. Although it was the same cancer, the treatment was completely different. If Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate at all, then that would be abnormal. You're too polite, Chief. I'll be right there, Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to get up. Instead, he sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space. After making some preparations, Xiao Ruofei went downstairs and drove away from Taoyuan Farm. More than half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei arrived at Guling Courtyard. As usual, Director Lu personally went downstairs to welcome Xiao Ruofei. Xiaoxia, the chief is with old Mr. Li. Let's go directly. Director Lu said. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded. Director Lu led Xiao Ruofei into the building and said, Xiaoxia, be careful when you speak later. Old Mr. Li doesn't know about his condition yet. The chief means to hide it from him as much as possible. I understand. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Many relatives of cancer patients would hide their condition from the patients because once the patients knew that they were terminally ill, under great psychological pressure and fear, most of their conditions would deteriorate rapidly and they would soon pass away. Xiao Ruofei himself had suffered from Lou Gehrig's disease, so he was naturally very clear about the mentality of terminally ill patients. The two of them walked all the way and soon arrived at the door of Master Song's room. After Director Lu gently knocked on the door, he directly opened the door and led Xiao Ruofei in. Master Song and Li Jifu were sitting in the reception room. There was a chessboard in front of them and they were playing chess. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, Li Jifu laughed and said, Xiaoxia, you're here. Hello, old Mr. Li, hello, Chief. Xiao Ruofei walked over and said with a smile. Master Song smiled and nodded at Xiao Ruofei. Then he put down the chess piece in his hand and said, Brother Fu, since Xiaoxia is here, let's call this a draw. No, no. Your car has been eaten by me. You will definitely lose this game. Li Jifu said. That's not necessarily true. Master Song said with a smile. Your 2 horses are dead. I have all the officials here. You won't be able to kill me in a short time. Impossible. You don't have the strength to fight back. Li Jifu shouted. Master Song helplessly smiled bitterly and said, Okay. Then we'll call this game your win. Brother Fu, let's go make some tea. Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu both smiled. It was obvious that Master Song enjoyed this kind of life. With his status, even Song Jingping's children were respectful in front of him. Only an old friend like Li Jifu could freely communicate with him. The group of people sat around the coffee table. Li Jifu skillfully took out the tea leaves and prepared to make tea. Master Song stopped him and said, Brother Fu, let Xiao Lu make the tea. Li Jifu looked at Master Song in confusion. Old Song chuckled and said, Since Xiaoxia is here today, let him give you a checkup. Although Xiaoxiao is young, his attainments in Chinese medicine are very high. Some of my old illnesses were cured by Xiaoxiao's Chinese medicine. Xiao Ruofei said at the right time, Mr. Li, why don't I take your pulse? The elderly will have some small problems in the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular areas. It's best to recuperate in time. Li Jifu looked at Master Song quietly for a while, then looked into his eyes and asked, Xiao Song, tell me honestly. Did I find something wrong with my checkup? Although kidney stones are a little troublesome, it's not a big problem. Now that medicine is advanced, it can be removed outside the body. Master Song said with a normal expression. I'm not talking about kidney stones. Li Jifu said. Xiao Song, I didn't hear you say anything 2 days ago. Why did Xiaoxia come to check my body when the report came out today? Brother Fu, don't think too much. Master Song said with a smile, Xiaoxia just happened to come to see me today. Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile, Mr. Li, he's just taking your pulse. Don't think too much. Li Jifu was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, okay. The old man had lived for more than 90 years, and his rich life experience made him keenly feel that his condition seemed to be very troublesome. However, since Master Song chose to hide it in good faith, he simply pretended to be confused. Xiao Ruofei walked to Li Jifu's side and sat down. He carefully took his pulse, then looked at his tongue coating and asked some questions. He did a whole set of Chinese medicine treatment procedures methodically. How is it? Li Jifu asked calmly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's not a big problem. I'll give you a few doses of Chinese medicine to recuperate later. Master Song quickly said, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Come, Brother Fu, let's drink tea. Li Jifu smiled and didn't speak. Everyone tacitly stopped talking about this matter and sat around the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. After a while, Xiao Ruofei excused himself by saying that he had something to do with Song Rui, then got up and left Master Song's room. He went to the window in the corridor, took out a cigarette, and lit it. After 3 or 4 puffs, he saw Director Lu also walk out of Master Song's room. Xiao Ruofei didn't answer Director Lu directly. Instead, he stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. Then, he asked, Director Lu, do you have Mr. Li's examination report? I want to take a look. It's all with the comrades in the medical team. Director Lu said quickly. I'll ask them to send it over right away. Director Lu first found an empty room for Xiao Ruofei. Then, he called the medical team to send Li Jifu's examination report over. Soon, a doctor from the medical team came into the room with a file and said, Director Lu, you asked for the information. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Director Lu said with a smile as he took the file. The doctor politely said goodbye and left. Director Lu handed the file to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took out the examination report and read it carefully. Director Lu sat quietly. He was a little nervous. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would suddenly say that he couldn't do anything. Li Jifu's treatment was coordinated by Director Lu. He was present during the expert consultation. Therefore, he knew very well that if Xiao Ruofei couldn't do anything, Li Jifu would have to undergo surgery. However, according to the expert's judgment, the success rate of surgery was quite low. Xiao Ruofei read very slowly, especially the expert consultation opinions and the biopsy report in the medical records. He read almost word by word. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't just want to pretend to be better. He wanted to know how serious Li Jifu's condition was through the Western medicine examination report so that he could control the pace of the treatment. He wasn't worried that he couldn't cure Li Jifu. Instead, he was worried that if he didn't control the pace well and let Li Jifu recover too quickly, it would easily arouse suspicion. From Director Lu's point of view, Xiao Ruofei was naturally racking his brains to come up with a cure, so he had been very quiet. Even his breathing was very low, for fear of disturbing Xiao Ruofei. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei gently put down the report and looked up that Director Lu anxiously asked, Xiaoxia, how is it? Is there any way? Director Lu, if Western medicine doesn't have any good treatment plans, I can give it a try. Xiao Ruofei said, but, my personal suggestion is that if Western medicine is more competent, it's best to use Western medicine. After all, I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee anything. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei was not very willing to frequently treat people with terminal illnesses. However, this time, it was Master Song who had personally asked him for help. Naturally, it was not good for him to refuse. However, he still hoped to stay out of it as much as possible. If Western medicine could be effective, he would not have to do anything at all. I understand that. The current situation is that the medical experts in the province are also somewhat helpless. Director Liu said, it's precisely because they are not confident that the chief will ask you for help. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. Director Liu, I will think about the prescription carefully. Director Liu was overjoyed and said, thank you very much, Xiaoxia. Then Director Liu quickly said, Xiaoxia, you can rest in this room for a while and think about the treatment plan. I won't disturb you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Director Liu left, Xiao Ruofei simply took out his mobile phone and searched for Chinese medicine treatment and recuperation prescriptions related to colon cancer. Now that the internet was very developed, Xiao Ruofei quickly found a lot of prescriptions. Ever since he had absorbed many strange flower petals, not only had his physical fitness improved rapidly, but his memory had also been greatly enhanced. In addition, these prescriptions were not too complicated, so he could basically memorize them after looking at them twice. Xiao Ruofei compared the information he had found through different internet channels, hoping to determine 2 or 3 relatively mature and reliable prescriptions. Although Xiao Ruofei mainly relied on the effect of the strange flower petals to treat diseases, the best prescription also had to be right for the disease. At least, it could not have the opposite effect. Just as Xiao Ruofei had basically decided on the prescription, he heard a knock on the door. Please come in. Xiao Ruofei said loudly. The door was pushed open. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw Master Song walking in accompanied by Director Liu. He quickly put away his mobile phone and stood up to greet them. Chief, why did you come here in person? If there's anything, just ask Director Liu to call me, Xiao Ruofei said. Master Song waved his hand and said, don't worry about these empty formalities. Xiaoxia, I heard from Xiao Liu. Thank you. Chief, you're welcome. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'll do my best. Master Song nodded and said, you don't have to feel pressured. No matter whether the treatment is effective or not, no one will blame you. Then Master Song asked, Xiaoxia, have you thought about the treatment plan? Currently, the prescription is basically decided, but whether it will be effective or not depends on the situation after taking the medicine, Xiao Ruofei said cautiously. Okay. Master Song nodded and said, if you need anything, just tell Xiao Liu. We will do our best to cooperate. For now, I just need to prepare the herbs I need. I will write a list for Director Liu. Xiao Ruofei said, in addition, this treatment will take a long time. I hope that Mr. Li can live on my farm. That way, it will be convenient for me to observe his condition and adjust the treatment plan in time. Secondly, Mr. Li can change his environment. There was another reason, which was that Xiao Ruofei was afraid of trouble. In the early stage, he had to prepare the herbs every day. There were many things on his farm, so it was not realistic for him to come to Guling Courtyard every day. Of course, Xiao Ruofei would not say this reason. Master Song thought for a moment and said, okay, I will find a way to persuade Fu to live on your farm for a while. Xiao Ruofei said, that's great. Director, I will prepare some herbs today. You'd better persuade Mr. Li to live on my farm in 1 or 2 days. Let's continue the treatment for a month first. If the effect is good, we will continue the treatment according to my plan. If the intervention of traditional Chinese medicine can't achieve the desired effect, then I suggest surgery and chemotherapy. Okay. Master Song said, it's settled. Then, Xiao Ruofei wrote a list for Director Liu. There was a Chinese medicine pharmacy in Guling Courtyard, and the herbs stored there were quite complete. Soon, Director Liu prepared the herbs according to the requirements. Xiao Ruofei locked the doors and windows and boiled the herbs himself. He also took the diluted flower petal solution from the ring 2 space and mixed it into the medicinal soup. Then, he kept the first dose and divided the rest into 3 parts. He put them in a sealed medicine bag and asked Director Liu to keep them in the refrigerator. Xiao Ruofei had just returned to the villa and parked his car when he received a call from Liang Qichao. He didn't get out of the car and directly picked up the phone. "Brother Liang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "you must have been busy these past few days." It's okay, Liang Qichao said with a dry laugh. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why, is it inconvenient to talk?" With his understanding of Liang Qichao, if it weren't for the people next to him, he would have complained a long time ago. He must have been in the warehouse for the past 2 days and couldn't go anywhere. For Liang Qichao, who was lively by nature, this was definitely a kind of torture. Sure enough, Liang Qichao said, "Ruofei, wait a minute. Grandpa wants to talk to you." Xiao Ruofei suddenly laughed. It turned out that Liang Qichao was with Grandpa Tang. No wonder Liang Qichao didn't dare to complain. "Brother Xia, I left in a hurry that day and didn't have time to exchange contact information with you." Grandpa Tang said with a smile, "I happened to be with Xiao Chao, so I asked him to call you." "Will I disturb you?" No. Xiao Ruofei said and asked tentatively, "Grandpa, why are you looking for me?" Grandpa Tang said, "It's about the last time. I'm going back to the United States in a day or 2. Have you thought about the Australian farm?" Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa, I've thought about it carefully these past 2 days. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." "Oh? Is it convenient to tell me the reason?" Grandpa Tang asked calmly. "Actually, I've learned about your farm. It's indeed a very high-quality asset." Xiao Ruofei explained, "But, because of my personal reasons, if I invest in the agricultural industry, I hope to at least have an absolute controlling stake. So, I'm afraid we can't cooperate this time." Xiao Ruofei felt that if he said that, Grandfather Tang would probably give up on the cooperation. After all, it was a project worth tens of millions of dollars. He must have done a lot of work in the early stages. It wasn't easy to acquire it, so how could he let someone else have the controlling stake? Unexpectedly, Elder Tang only laughed and said, "Brother Xia, if you want to control my Australian farm, $10 million is not enough." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Could it be that there was still room for negotiation if he wanted the controlling stake? He hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I know, and I can't take out such a large sum of money for the time being. If you are willing to give up the controlling shares, name a price, and I can find a way to raise the money. In addition, the technology investment that you mentioned is worth $5 million. Grandpa Tang said faintly, "Money isn't urgent, but, can I know the reason why you insist on the controlling stake?" Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, "Grandpa, I'm very confident in my Taoyuan brand of agricultural products, and I cherish this brand very much. So if I invest in the agricultural industry, I hope to have an absolute controlling stake. This way, the development of the farm and strategy can be carried out according to my own wishes. I don't want to cause the development of the brand to go astray and affect the brand image because of reasons that I can't control. Of course, it's not that I don't trust you. You don't have to explain this, I understand." Grandpa Tang said with a smile. He didn't seem angry at all. If you want to control the farm, it's not impossible. In fact, Grandpa Tang didn't attach as much importance to the farm in Australia as Xiao Ruofei imagined. Tens of millions of US dollars might be a large number for the current Xiao Ruofei, but in Grandpa Tang's eyes, it wasn't a drop in the ocean, but at least it could be said that it was just a small amount of money. In fact, the reason why Grandpa Tang bought the farm in Australia was more or less for fun. He bought a lot of properties all over the world, and he didn't even pay attention to them once in a year or 2. The same was true for the farm in Australia. After Grandpa Tang bought the farm, he entrusted it to a professional team to manage. In Grandpa Tang's eyes, the existence of this farm was just a good place for him to go on vacation every year. In addition, because Grandpa Tang loved horse racing, the farm happened to have an 1,800-meter fully irrigated grassy track, an all-weather track, a swimming pool for horses, and a horse training ground that could accommodate 80 horses at the same time. These facilities could be used to cultivate high-quality racing horses. As for the planting and breeding functions of the vast land on the farm, Grandpa Tang didn't pay much attention to them. It wasn't until 2 days ago when he visited Xiao Ruofei's farm and personally tasted the Taoyuan vegetables that he suddenly had the idea of cooperating with Xiao Ruofei to operate the farm. Therefore, When Grandpa Tang heard Xia Ruofei say that the prerequisite for cooperation was to have absolute control of the farm, he didn't hesitate to refuse. Xia Ruofei also understood the meaning of Grandpa Tang's words, so he quickly said, "Grandpa, if you can let me control more than 50% of the farm, I can invest according to the current valuation of the farm. I don't have enough money on hand for the time being, but I should be able to think of a way." Xia Ruofei was thinking about borrowing some money from Ma Xiong. With his face, borrowing $10 million from Ma Xiong was definitely not a problem. In addition to the $10 million he got from selling the golden silk Nanma 2 days ago, a total of $20 million. Controlling more than 50% of the farm was not a problem at all. Grandpa Tang said seriously, "Little Xia, I already said that money isn't important. As long as you agree to 2 of my conditions, I can agree to let you control 51% of the farm. You don't need to spend a single cent more. You only need to invest $10 million, and the difference in investment can be offset from future dividends." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. There was actually such a good thing? This wasn't a few hundred yuan business, but tens of millions of USD. He calmed himself down and said rationally, "Old man, tell me your conditions first." Grandpa Tang said with a smile, "Actually, these 2 conditions shouldn't be difficult for you. The first condition is that I can guarantee that I won't interfere in the management of the farm, but you also have to guarantee that your Taoyuan vegetables will be introduced to the farm in Australia and that the cultivation will be successful. In terms of vegetable cultivation, the farm in Australia must be synchronized with the farm in China. That is, once the farm in China launches a new variety, it must also be introduced to the farm in Australia as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "That's not a problem. If I become a major shareholder of the farm, I naturally have to consider the interests of the farm. This is something that is beneficial to both sides." The second condition is, a part of the Australian farm is built into a thoroughbred breeding base, Old Man Tang said. "I hope that the management of this part of the farm will be relatively independent, and I will be in charge. Also, in the future, if you want to change the use of this part of the farm, you will have to get my permission." The part that Old Man Tang valued the most was the thoroughbred breeding base in the farm. As for the other planting and breeding, he didn't care at all. Being able to cooperate with Xia Ruofei and bring in some economic benefits was naturally a good thing, but even if it was a loss, Old Man Tang wouldn't care at all. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "No problem. These 2 conditions can be written as hard terms in the equity transfer agreement. Old man, other than these 2 conditions, do you have any other requests?" "Nothing else." "Oh right." Old Man Tang thought of something and said, "There are more than a dozen racehorses on the farm that are privately owned by me. They are just under the farm's name, so I have to make it clear to you first. Before transferring the shares, I will transfer the ownership of them back to my own name." After Old Man Tang finished speaking, he said half-jokingly, "This is not transferring assets. These dozen racehorses were the old man's treasures, and each of these world-class racehorses was worth a lot. Added together, it was definitely far more than the value of the farm. Naturally, it was impossible to package them into the farm's assets." "Understood." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Old man, I want to control the shares mainly because I want to be able to independently decide the planting and breeding related operations. As for the racehorses, you can have full authority. Besides, those racehorses originally belonged to you, so you should transfer them away." "Then there's no problem." Old Man Tang said happily, "Brother Xia, I wish us a happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Xia Ruofei also showed a happy smile. He was still very interested in Old Man Tang's farm in Australia. In the past 2 days, he had searched the internet for news about Old Man Tang's purchase of this farm. At that time, all the major portals had reported it, and the title was basically "Chinese Tycoon Buys Farm in Australia" and so on. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had a basic understanding of this high-quality farm located in Hunter's Valley through the internet. Xia Ruofei was naturally very happy to be able to control such a large farm. Sooner or later, Peach Blossom Farm would break out of Huaxia and into the world. Let this farm in Australia be Peach Blossom Farm's first step into the world. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei got out of the car with his bag. "Brother Xia, you're back?" Yi Linyun greeted him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Ling Yun, make 2 more dishes for lunch. Let's drink some. All right. Yi Linyun agreed. Then, Yi Linyun said, Brother Xia, I contacted some of my former comrades about the recruitment you mentioned last time. About 5 or 6 people are interested. What do you think? Great. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Let them all come over. Aren't there too many people? Yi Linyun asked. What's too many about 5 or 6 people? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let them all come over. As long as they have the ability, our company will take them all. Oh. Thank you, Brother Xia. Yi Linyun said gratefully. The comrades he contacted all came from poor families. If they had a better future after retiring from the army, they naturally wouldn't choose to join Yi Linyun. After all, Xiao Ruofei was only recruiting security guards. These comrades naturally didn't know that the Taoyuan company had great potential for development. Even if they were just security guards now, their future wouldn't be worse than those white-collar workers in big companies. If Xiao Ruofei was willing to recruit all of his comrades into the company, their poor living conditions would soon be improved. Yi Linyun knew that Xiao Ruofei paid his employees a high salary. Yi Linyun was naturally very happy to be able to help his comrades who were in trouble. As for the issue of ability, Yi Linyun wasn't worried at all. These comrades were the backbone of the army. Their military qualities were first class. 2 of them had even won awards in group competitions. Yi Linyun didn't dare to recruit people with average qualities to Xiao Ruofei's company. Xiao Ruofei was very happy that the negotiations about the Australian farm were successful today. At noon, he drank a bottle of space-aged wine with Yi Linyun, and then went upstairs to rest with a slight tipsy feeling. He slept until 5 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Ruofei was awakened by the ringtone of his mobile phone. He reached out and saw that it was Director Liu. He immediately answered. Hello, Director Liu. Xiaoxia, are you on the farm now? Director Liu asked. Yes. It's like this. The chief has persuaded Mr. Li to go to your place to rest for a while. Director Liu said, we'll leave now. Please prepare a room and dinner. Xiao Ruofei sat up from the bed, glanced at the clock on the wall, and said, no problem. I'll be ready soon. You can come over at any time. Then Xiao Ruofei asked, by the way, Director Liu, will the chief be coming with us? The chief won't be coming this time. I'll be accompanying Mr. Li, Director Liu said. You know, if the chief comes out, it'll be too big of a commotion. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately got up and washed up. Then he went downstairs to find Yi Linyun and told him to prepare dinner for 2 or 3 more people. Then Xiao Ruofei began to prepare a room for Li Jifu. For the convenience of the old man's movement, it was naturally arranged to be on the first floor. The guest room next to Yi Linyun's room was empty. There were brand new bedsheets at home, so Xiao Ruofei quickly tidied up the room. Not long after tidying up the room, Director Liu and Li Jifu's car drove to the entrance of the farm. After receiving Director Liu's call, Xiao Ruofei went out to welcome them. Soon, he saw a blue Buick commercial car slowly driving over. Xiaoxia, I'll have to bother you during this time. Li Jifu said after getting out of the car. Mr. Li, you're welcome. I can't wait to welcome you. Xiao Ruofei said. Then he said to Director Liu, let's go in and have a meal together. Director Liu shook his head and said, no, the chief can't leave. I'll go back now. Xiaoxia, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mr. Li. When Xiao Ruofei left Guling Courtyard, he told him that if Li Jifu was willing to come to the farm for a while, he could take care of him. There was no need to arrange for doctors or nurses. The main thing was that Xiao Ruofei also thought it was troublesome. It was inconvenient to have too many people staying. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Li is with me. There won't be a problem. Director Liu nodded and said, then I'll go first. I'll leave Mr. Li's matter to you. After watching Director Liu leave in the car, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Li Jifu, Mr. Li, let's go eat first. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He forced a smile and said, Mr. Li, didn't the chief arrange for you to go to the big hospitals to check? Kidney stones. Xiaoxia, you don't have to hide it from me. Li Jifu stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, it must be a bad disease, right? The eyes of the old man in his 90s seemed to be able to see through everything. Under his gaze, Xiao Ruofei felt a little uncomfortable all over. Xiao Ruofei was silent for a while, then he looked up and said, it's colon cancer. Li Jifu nodded slightly and said calmly, thank you for telling me. Let's go and eat. Mr. Li. Xiao Ruofei wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Li Jifu smiled and asked, are you wondering why I'm so calm? Xiao Ruofei didn't speak, but Li Jifu continued, I've lived for more than 90 years, and my old friends who are about the same age as me are almost gone. I've lived enough. Xiao Ruofei looked at Li Jifu and asked, Mr. Li, are you not afraid of death at all? A faint smile appeared on Li Jifu's honest face as he said, who wouldn't be afraid of death? Who doesn't want to live a little longer? It's better to live than to die. Besides, my tea-making skills haven't been passed down yet. Master Song just arranged for me to give lectures, but now I can't go. But what can I do when I get this disease? Li Jifu had experienced too many ups and downs in his life. When Master Song was stationed in Shocking Village, Li Jifu was almost killed by the bandits hiding in the mountain several times. Once, he even fell off a cliff. After experiencing so much, he became indifferent to life and death. Xiao Ruofei was also slightly moved. He said seriously, Mr. Li, if you believe me, you can stay on my farm. I'll treat you with traditional Chinese medicine. Although I can't guarantee the effect, I can still relieve the disease. Li Jifu smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xiaoxia. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said, let's go in and eat. Xiao Ruofei led Li Jifu into the villa and introduced Ji Linyun to him. Then, the three of them sat down for dinner. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei showed Li Jifu the room he had prepared for him. Li Jifu was not particular about this and thanked Xiao Ruofei very politely. Xiao Ruofei was a little uneasy at first. After all, Master Song had told him to keep his condition a secret from Li Jifu. But just now, for some reason, he told the truth. However, Li Jifu didn't seem to be affected at all. He was still cheerful as he fiddled with Xiao Ruofei's not-so-professional tea set in the living room with great interest. Then, he stood in front of the huge fish tank and admired the pair of blood-red dragons. He even clicked his tongue in admiration. Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. It seemed that the old man's mentality was really good. When they were in Guling Courtyard, Xiao Ruofei had prepared 4 doses of Chinese medicine. Li Jifu only took 1 dose at noon. The remaining 3 doses of Chinese medicine had been brought over. So, Xiao Ruofei took out the sealed bag of Chinese medicine from the refrigerator, poured out the medicine, heated it, and fed it to Li Jifu. He chatted with him for a while before going upstairs to his room. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei went downstairs and saw Li Jifu strolling in the yard with his hands behind his back. He was also watching Ji Linyun exercise with interest. Old Mr. Li, you're up so early. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted him. Li Jifu also smiled and said, I'm old, so I don't sleep as much. I'm already awake before dawn. Then, Li Jifu asked, Xiaoxia, I walked around your farm this morning and saw that there was still a large area of empty land in the back of the mountain. Why don't you plant some tea trees? Xiao Ruofei said, Old Mr. Li, I have already reserved some saplings to plant cherry trees on the mountain. Besides, the climate of the 3 mountains is not suitable for planting tea trees. That's true. Li Jifu said with a little disappointment. Li Jifu's love for tea came from his bones. Especially after knowing that he was terminally ill, he was even more upset that he couldn't pass on his tea-making skills. Xiao Ruofei could see it, but he knew that since he was treating Li Jifu's life wouldn't be in danger. As for his tea-making skills, after he recovered, he could find a suitable disciple to pass it on. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't say any comforting words to Li Jifu. But when Xiao Ruofei thought about passing on his tea-making skills, he suddenly had an idea. Xiao Ruofei said to Li Jifu, Old Mr. Li, you must really want to pass on your tea-making skills. Yes. Unfortunately, time doesn't wait for people. Li Jifu said with a bitter smile. Old man, I have a suggestion. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a conspiracy. Li Jifu asked, what suggestion? Tell me. Xiao Ruofei turned sideways and said to Yi Linyun, who was doing push-ups on the ground, Linyun. Get up, get up. Yi Linyun immediately stood up with both hands and trotted to Xiao Ruofei. He asked, Brother Xia, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei said seriously, stand at attention. Raise your head, stick out your chest, and suck in your stomach. Don't tell me you've forgotten how to stand after retiring from the army. Yi Linyun quickly stood up straight, his hands clasped tightly to the outside of his thighs, but his face showed a puzzled expression. He didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was thinking about so early in the morning. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and said to Li Jifu with a smile, Old Mr. Li, what do you think about letting Linyun be your disciple? Yi Linyun was confused and hurriedly asked, Brother Xia, what disciple? Li Jifu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Little Xia, I don't accept disciples casually. It's no use telling him to stand up straight. Tea making still needs talent. How do you know he doesn't have talent if you haven't tried? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, anyway, you're living on my farm and have nothing to do. If you have nothing to do, you can teach Linyun. Yi Linyun couldn't help but ask, Brother Xia, what's going on? Don't talk first. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm begging old Mr. Li to accept me as a disciple. If you can learn old Mr. Li's unique skill, you won't starve anywhere in the future. I don't want to go out. Yi Linyun asked strangely, I'm doing well in the company. Why would I go out? I'm just giving an example. Xiao Ruofei stared and said, don't you know that it's good to have more skills? Don't talk. Oh, Xiao Ruofei thought of the tea trees he planted in the space. They would soon produce tea leaves. If Yi Linyun learned tea making from Li Jifu, then he wouldn't have to worry about tea making in the future. Yi Linyun was someone he could absolutely trust. Li Jifu smiled bitterly and said, Little Xia, accepting a disciple is a very serious matter. You can't joke about it. Old Mr. Li, I'm not joking. Xiao Ruofei said, if you don't think it's suitable to accept a disciple, then don't hold the ceremony. When you're bored, you can teach Linyun how to make tea. That's fine. Then, Xiao Ruofei said in a bewitching tone, maybe Linyun just happens to be very talented in tea making? Wouldn't you be able to find a successor for this unique skill of yours? When Li Jifu heard this, his face showed that he was slightly moved. To be continued. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei struck while the iron was hot and said, Mr. Li, my farm is in the middle of nowhere. It's boring for you to recuperate here. Let Linyun accompany you more. You can give him some pointers when you're in the mood to pass the time. Li Jifu was finally persuaded by Xiao Ruofei. He looked at Yi Linyun and asked, Xiao Yi, are you willing to learn how to make rock tea from me? Yi Linyun scratched his head, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, if Brother Xiao wants me to learn, I'll learn. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry and said, what are you talking about? You're the one who wants to learn tea-making skills from Mr. Li. Yi Linyun quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Mr. Li, I really want to learn tea-making skills from you. Li Jifu couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, okay, okay. You can't even act properly. Xiao Xia is right. Anyway, I have nothing to do and I don't have much time left. If anyone is willing to learn, I'll teach them. As Li Jifu spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of desolation. Xiao Ruofei saw it. Although he knew that Li Jifu wouldn't say don't have much time left, he naturally wouldn't expose him. Li Jifu then said seriously, Xiao Yi, since I've agreed, I'll definitely teach you well. But you must learn seriously. The making of Dahong Pao has been passed down for hundreds of years. It's still a national intangible cultural heritage. There's a lot to pay attention to. It's impossible to learn it by slacking off. Yi Linyun quickly said, yes. I'll definitely learn diligently. Li Jifu nodded and said, well, I'll talk about it in general today. If you really want to learn, every process will take a lot of effort. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Mr. Li, sit down and talk slowly. As he spoke, Xiao Ruofei led Li Jifu to the stone bench in the yard and sat down. Then, he said to Yi Linyun, Linyun, why don't you go and get some water for Mr. Li? Yi Linyan quickly ran back to the villa and poured a glass of water for Li Jifu. Li Jifu took the cup and placed it on the stone table beside him. Then, he gestured for Yi Linyan to sit down. He cleared his throat and said, "Da Hong Pao is a type of rock tea. The production process of rock tea is between black tea and green tea. The process is also the most complicated one. Our older generation summed it up with 5 lines. You can remember them first." Yi Linyan immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. 1 plucking, 2 inverted green, 3 shaking, 4 surrounding water, 5 stir-frying, 6 kneading, 7 roasting, 8 picking, 9 sifting. Li Jifu said slowly, "Every line of this rhyme includes a complicated process. Specifically, there are nearly 20 processes such as picking, inverting, drying, making, frying, kneading, first roasting, shaking, drying, picking, roasting, stewing, wrapping, supplementing the fire, boxing, refining, screening, and piling." Although Yi Linyan was confused by these complicated processes, she still listened attentively and tried her best to remember. Li Jifu was quite satisfied with Yi Linyan's learning attitude. After introducing the overall process of making tea, he said, "Xiao Yi, it doesn't matter if you can't remember it now. Later, I will teach you the processes one by one. When the time comes, you will naturally master it." Yi Linyan nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Li Jifu continued, "The plucking of Da Hong Pao is different from that of ordinary red and green tea. The standard for plucking fresh leaves is that the new buds and leaves have matured. There must be no water on the leaves, no damage, freshness, and evenness. The fresh leaves must not be too tender. If they are too tender, the fragrance of the tea will be low and the taste will be bitter. It also must not be too old. If it is too old, the taste will be weak and the fragrance will be coarse." Li Jifu spoke tirelessly, and Yi Linyan listened very carefully. When this honest-looking old farmer in his 90s talked about the process of making tea, his face had a very solemn expression. These processes were deeply engraved in his mind, and to him, they were like sacred ceremonies. Xiao Ruofei looked at the old man and the young man and did not disturb them. He quietly got up and quietly returned to the villa. He went directly to the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. In the past, this was Yi Linyan's job, but today, Xiao Ruofei did it himself because he did not want to disturb Yi Linyan's class. When Xiao Ruofei put the breakfast on the table, he saw that the old man and the young man were still sitting on the stone bench in the yard. It was mainly Li Jifu who was talking, and Yi Linyan would occasionally ask a question or two. Considering that Li Jifu still had to take medicine after the meal, Xiao Ruofei walked over and said, "Mr. Li, let's have breakfast first. You can continue after we finish eating." Li Jifu waved his hand without turning his head and said, "There's no hurry to eat. I'll tell Xiao Yi about the process of making green tea first." Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. This old man, he was a little unwilling to teach just now, but why couldn't he stop now that he started teaching? Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. Li, let's eat first. You still have to take medicine after the meal." After that, Xiao Ruofei winked at Yi Linyan again. Yi Linyan also quickly said, "Teacher, let's continue after the meal." Yi Linyan had already changed the way he addressed Li Jifu as teacher. Originally, he wanted to call him master, but Li Jifu said that apprenticeship was a very formal matter. He had not decided to accept Yi Linyan as his disciple yet. To put it bluntly, Li Jifu still wanted to test Yi Linyan. If Yi Linyan did not have talent in this area, or if his learning attitude was not correct, Li Jifu would rather take his unique skill to the grave than accept a disciple casually. Therefore, Yi Linyan adopted a compromise and changed the way he addressed Li Jifu as teacher. Li Jifu also knew that these two young people were doing it for his own good, so he could only shake his head helplessly. He stood up and muttered, "This kind of illness is the same whether I take medicine or not." However, he still returned to the dining room with Xiao Ruofei. After breakfast, Li Jifu drank the Chinese medicine that Xiao Ruofei had prepared for him in a few mouthfuls. Then, he pulled Yi Linyan to continue the lesson. Yi Linyan looked troubled and said, "Teacher, I should go patrol the farm." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Linyan, you just focus on teaching Mr. Li. During the day, old Chow and the rest are on the farm. You don't have to patrol." "Brother Xia, how can that be?" "Why not?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll release lightning. It's smart. If any bad guys break in, it will definitely be able to deal with them. Since Xiao Ruofei had said so, Yi Linyun had no choice but to agree. Therefore, Li Jifu treated the living room as a classroom and continued to teach Yi Linyun. Yi Linyun also took out a notebook from the house and wrote down some of the key points that Li Jifu taught. Xiao Ruofei quietly left the villa and prepared to patrol the greenhouse and the construction site. The call was from Elder Tang He. After contacting him yesterday, Elder Tang saved Xiao Ruofei's phone number. "Good morning, Elder Tang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother Xia, do you have time this morning?" Elder Tang asked. "Let's find a place to finalize some of the details of the cooperation." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said. "Which hotel are you staying at?" "I'll come over to find you now." "The Shangri-La Hotel in the city." "Call me when you arrive," Elder Tang said. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and did not go to patrol. Chow Taishu was very responsible anyway. The greenhouse was in good order, and he did not have to worry about the construction site. Liang Weiman was very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Yesterday, he personally called Manager Li and told him to use the most serious attitude to create a high-quality project. Therefore, Manager Li worked hard and stayed at the construction site all day. He did not even work so hard when building a house for his own family. More than half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to the Shangri-La Hotel. In the reception area of the presidential suite, Xiao Ruofei and Elder Tang discussed the details of the cooperation of the Australian farm. Elder Tang's assistant was in charge of taking notes. Because both sides had reached a consensus, there were almost no objections to some of the details. Very quickly, the cooperation was finalized. Both sides agreed that Elder Tang He's Paddington Farm in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales, Australia would be worth $40 million. Xiao Ruofei would invest $24 million to own 51% of the shares. $10 million would be cash investment, $5 million would be technology investment, and the remaining $4 million would be deducted from the farm's dividends. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had planned to give up the $5 million technology investment, but Elder Tang was very insistent. After Xiao Ruofei repeatedly refused, Elder Tang finally told him his reason. It turned out that after the gold-threaded cedar was transported to the warehouse that Liang Weiman temporarily rented near the Chongping Pier, Grandfather Tang had Liang Weiman find an experienced carpenter to remove the bark and sapwood of the cedar, revealing the true appearance of the piece of cedar. The result made Grandfather Tang extremely happy. In addition to the cloud pattern that was revealed when he opened the window that day, there was also an even more precious wavy pattern on the material. Although it wasn't as rare as the highest quality wavy pattern, it still greatly increased the value of the material. Furthermore, this was only the exterior part. If it was made into a plate, the internal patterns might be even more surprising. One had to know that Old Man Tang was buying this material to make his own longevity material. The more precious and rare this material was, the happier he would be. Especially this kind of rare material, which couldn't be bought with money. Therefore, Elder Tang also felt that it was a great bargain to buy it for $10 million. Therefore, he decided to compensate Xiao Ruofei for the farm cooperation. Since Elder Tang had already put it this way, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't refuse, so he agreed. In addition, the two sides also agreed to arrange for Xiao Ruofei to go to Australia to inspect the farm in the near future. Then, the first batch of Taoyuan vegetable seeds would be supplied, and later, the business would gradually expand to other agricultural products. Xiao Ruofei had invested in Paddington Farm in the name of the Taoyuan Company. In other words, the two major shareholders of Paddington Farm were the Taoyuan Company and Elder Tang He. Therefore, in a sense, Paddington Farm would become a subordinate farm of the Taoyuan Company, because the Taoyuan Company was the major shareholder. The two also agreed to change the name of Taoyuan Farm, but Westerners definitely wouldn't understand the origin of the word Taoyuan, so the two discussed changing the name of Paddington Farm to Wonderland Farm, which had a similar meaning to Taoyuan Farm. At the same time, they would register the Wonderland brand. In the future, the agricultural products sold in the West by the Taoyuan Company would be branded with this brand new name. Soon, the two of them finalized some of the details. Elder Tang's assistant quickly added the details discussed by the two of them into the contract and directly printed it out. It included Elder Tang's ownership of the horse racing on the farm and the right to decide the operation of the thoroughbred breeding base. The Taoyuan company had to ensure that Wonderland Farm could cultivate vegetables of the same quality as the Taoyuan vegetables sold in China, and so on. All of these were written into the contract. The two of them read it carefully and felt that there were no problems, so they signed it directly. Elder Tang bought the farm in his own name, so he only needed his signature and seal. Xiao Ruofei also came prepared. The company's seal was on him, so the two of them signed a formal contract directly. After signing the contract, Xiao Ruofei returned the $10 million check to Elder Tang. Elder Tang took the check and looked at it, then tore it up directly. The check was not cashed. In fact, the money was still in Elder Tang's account, so he only needed to tear up the check. Happy cooperation. Elder Tang happily extended his hand towards Xiao Ruofei. In the future, when I go to Australia for a holiday, I'll be able to eat those delicious Taoyuan vegetables whenever I want. Oh, that's not right. We should call them paradise vegetables. In fact, in Elder Tang's eyes, the biggest meaning of the cooperation between the two of them was this. As for how much money the farm could earn, he really didn't care. Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, after all the vegetables are planted on the farm in Australia, you can always send a plane to transport them over if you want to eat them. Anyway, you don't lack money. Elder Tang raised his head and laughed. The assistant poured a glass of red wine for the two of them. After the two of them gently clinked glasses, Xiao Ruofei took a small sip and then asked, Elder Tang, are you ready to go back to the United States? Elder Tang nodded and said, yes. I was going to leave this afternoon, but in order to finalize the cooperation with Brother Xia, I postponed it for another day. The asset evaluation of the farm in Australia and some related documents needed time, so Elder Tang could only postpone his trip. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, by the way, Elder Tang, who have you decided to bring back to the United States with you? It's basically settled. The two children, Xiao Jun and Xiao Chao, will go back with me. Elder Tang smiled and said, I will train them well. First, I will let them experience the basic positions in the company, and then, let's see their performance. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. He knew that Liang Qichao was not very willing to go to the United States, and he didn't know how Liang Weimin convinced him. As for Liang Xiaojun, Xiao Ruofei knew that he should have the ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be admitted to a famous school and get an MBA in the United States. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a good impression of this person. He felt that his character was ordinary. Elder Tang probably wanted to create a competitive atmosphere, so he brought both of them back to the United States. However, this was Elder Tang's private matter. Xiao Ruofei was just casually asking, so naturally, he wouldn't say much. However, Xiao Ruofei was very curious about why Liang Qichao suddenly changed his attitude and agreed to go to the United States. Ruofei, sure enough, as Xiao Ruofei expected, Liang Qichao's voice was listless. It seemed that he was conflicted about going to America. At this time, the elevator arrived. Xiao Ruofei walked into the elevator and said with a laugh, Liang Go, I heard that you were chosen by Elder Tang. Congratulations. Liang Qichao said gloomily, bro, if you didn't mention this, we could still be friends, Xiao Ruofei laughed. The elevator arrived at the underground parking lot. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the elevator and walked to his car. He asked, Liang Go, I'm curious how Uncle Liang convinced you. How did he convince me? How did he convince me? Liang Qichao shouted angrily. He completely forced me. It was the oppression of the feudal family. Then, Liang Qichao complained about his father, Liang Weimin, for a few minutes. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and listened with a smile. However, he also understood the ins and outs of the whole matter from Liang Qichao's words. It turned out that in order to make Liang Qichao agree to go to America, Liang Weimin not only used the best methods to deal with rich second generations, such as freezing credit cards, stopping pocket money, banning him from going out, etc., but he also used an even more ruthless method. Liang Weimin directly told Liang Qichao that if he didn't want to go to America, then he should immediately arrange for his marriage. It turned out that Liang Qichao had a nominal fiancée, who was actually the daughter of an old friend of Liang Weiman's. At the same time, this old friend was also Liang Weiman's business partner. This marriage was decided when the two of them were drinking. Liang Qichao naturally firmly disagreed. Moreover, the girl had been studying abroad, so Liang Weiman didn't force Liang Qichao. But 2 months ago, the girl returned to China. The two of them met. What Liang Qichao didn't expect was that this female master's degree who had returned from abroad liked him. She actually took the initiative to attack him, but Liang Qichao didn't have any feelings for that girl. The two families were family friends, and the elders of both sides had a verbal agreement. This made Liang Qichao's head hurt. Now, Liang Weiman took the opportunity to bring up the old matter again. He said that if Liang Qichao stayed in China, then he would just get married. Liang Qichao thought about it. His finances were under his father's control, and he had nowhere to run. In addition, that girl was still chasing after him. Liang Qichao felt a headache coming on. He felt that it would be better to hide in the United States. So, Liang Weiman happily got what he wanted. "Calm, Liang Qichao," said Liang Qian, "I don't know when we'll have a chance to see each other again. How about we have a drink at noon?" "Sure." Xiao Ruofei agreed readily. "Where are you now?" "Let me pick a place." No, it's boring to eat outside." Liang Qichao said, "You can come directly to my meat stall. I'm handing over my work here. I'll ask the cafeteria chef to cook a few dishes for us, and we'll drink in my office." "Oh yeah, after my dad came back, he praised the wine you brewed. Bring 2 bottles with you at noon." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said. "Wait for me, I'll come over now." Xiao Ruofei got in the car and took out a few bottles of drunken 8 immortals from the space. He then started the car and left the Shangri-La Hotel. He went straight to the Immortal Meat Food Stall in Anhua District. After parking the car in front of the Immortal Meat Food Stall's office building, Xiao Ruofei took the wine and went to Liang Qichao's office. Liang Qichao was lying on the desk in a daze. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come in, he raised his eyelids and said listlessly, "You're here. Have a seat." Xiao Ruofei giggled as she placed the wine on the coffee table. She then sat down and said, "Brother Liang, everyone is happy when they go abroad. Why is it that when it comes to you, it feels like you're going to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil?" Liang Qichao rolled his eyes and said, "What's so good about going abroad? I'm not familiar with the place, and I have to work in my grandfather's company. How can I be as free as I am in China? Drinking wine and having girls, sigh. The good days are gone." Liang Qichao said as he stood up and walked to the sofa. He handed Xiao Ruofei a cigarette and took out one for himself. He took a deep breath and sat down next to Xiao Ruofei. He said, "Ruofei, the wine and food will be here soon. Have a few drinks with me at noon. We won't have many chances to drink in the future." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "When you become successful and return home, we'll have plenty of time to drink." Sigh. It's easier said than done. Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, the cafeteria chef walked into the office with a tray and put the dishes on the coffee table. After 3 trips, the coffee table was almost full. Xiao Ruofei roughly counted that there were at least 10 dishes. "Brother Liang, it's just the 2 of us drinking. Why are there so many dishes?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I heard that it's difficult to eat Chinese food abroad." Liang Qichao said seriously, "I want to eat more before I go abroad." Xiao Ruofei laughed. "Who did you hear that from? There are Chinatowns everywhere in the United States. There's no difference between living in a Chinese community and living in China. I heard that some people can't speak a word of English and still live there for the rest of their lives." Xiao Ruofei found that Liang Qichao was still very resistant to going to the United States, so he said some comforting words while drinking, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Liang Qichao didn't seem to be interested. Even the mellow wine, drunken 8 immortals, was tasteless to him. Xiao Ruofei thought about it, then raised his glass and clinked it with Liang Qichao's. He first drank the wine in the glass, then said, "Brother Liang, I heard from Grandfather Tang that you're going to the United States with Liang Xiaojun this time. You can't be in this state. You've already lost to him before you even go. When you're in the United States, you can't compete with him in every aspect. Won't Uncle Liang lose face? Liang Qichao said with annoyance. Liang Xiaojun originally studied business administration, and he went to the United States to study. He even interned in his grandfather's company. His starting point is so high. How can I compete with him? You can't just throw away everything. Xiao Ruofei said. Liang Xiaojun's education is high, but his character is not good. And how long has he been in society? Most of the things in school are theories. He may be better than you in theory, but when it comes to actual combat, you've started your own business for so many years. You may not lose to him, right? Liang Qichao shook his head and said, Ruofei, Liang Xiaojun has been back in China for a year and has completed several big projects for his father's company. He's actually quite capable. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He laughed and said, Brother Liang, I have a suggestion, go ahead. Wonderland Farm? Liang Qichao didn't react for a while. It's the Paddington farm that I cooperated with Elder Tang in Australia's Hunter Valley. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After we cooperated, we decided to change the name to Wonderland Farm. Oh. That's a really big name. Liang Qichao said with a smile. Then, he asked in confusion, but what can I do on the farm? Brother Liang, listen to my analysis. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Compared to living under Elder Tang's nose in the United States and competing with Liang Xiaojun, wouldn't Australia be more carefree? Think about it. There's a vast farm in Australia, and there's no one to care about you. Xiao Ruofei's words were full of temptation, and Liang Qichao couldn't help but look fascinated. But he quickly came back to his senses and said, Ruofei, that's not right. If I go to Australia, and Liang Xiaojun stays in the United States, won't I lose? His foundation is better than mine. If he goes to Elder Tang's big company, and I go to the farm, my starting point is so much lower than his. How can I compete with him? And I heard that the return on investment of the farm in Australia is very low, so it'll be difficult for me to make any achievements there. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the low return on investment is a normal farm. Since I'm a shareholder, and I'll soon introduce the Taoyuan vegetables to Wonderland Farm in Australia, do you think it'll be difficult for me to make some achievements? Brother Liang, let me tell you, even if Liang Xiaojun stays in the United States, he'll have to start from a grassroots position. What kind of achievements can he make in a short time? Xiao Ruofei paused, then continued to tempt him. But you're different. Think about it, you've been running the Wonderland meat food stall for many years, so you must be good at running a farm. You have an innate advantage. You say you don't use your strengths, and you insist on doing something you're not good at. Do you think you can become a Wall Street elite if you go to the United States? Different professions are worlds apart. That's true, but Liang Qichao hesitated. The situation in Australia is not the same as in China. Some of my past experiences may not be useful there. You will have to rely on yourself. Xiao Ruofei said, I think the difference between Australia and China is mainly in terms of laws and regulations. I heard that they have clear regulations and restrictions on farm operations, but as long as you learn these things seriously, it shouldn't be difficult to grasp. And it's not like you're alone. Doesn't Grandfather Tang have a professional team managing the farm? If you can get there, you can point it in the general direction. Xiao Ruofei took a sip of wine and said, I can tell you clearly that Immortal Farm will soon enter a stage of development. When my Taoyuan vegetables are introduced to the farm, Immortal Farm's performance will soar. Maybe even Elder Tang will be alarmed. At that time, Liang Xiaojun might still be working at the bottom of the company. Isn't it obvious who's better and who's worse? Liang Qichao was finally moved by Xiao Ruofei's words. He seriously thought about what Xiao Ruofei said. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. If he really went to the United States to compete with Liang Xiaojun, who had an MBA from a famous school, he would lose without a doubt as a graduate from a diploma mill and someone whose English was barely passable. But if it was like what Xiao Ruofei said, and he went to Australia to run a farm, it might be very promising. At the thought of this, Liang Qichao's mentality, which had already given up, began to change. However, he soon began to worry about his gains and losses. He frowned and said, Ruofei, even if I want to go to Australia, Grandpa may not agree. His original intention was to let Liang Xiaojun and me follow him, so that we can learn, train, and observe him. If he sends me to Australia alone, wouldn't it go against his original intention? Liang Qichao paused and then said, and as far as I know, Inc. Well, Wonderland Farm is invested in by Grandpa Tang personally, not under his company's name. Will he agree to send me there? Xiao Ruofei said confidently, Brother Liang, you don't have to worry about this at all. I believe that as long as you mention it, Grandpa Tang will most likely agree. Really? Liang Qichao said in surprise, Ruofei, how can you be so sure? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, if you believe me, just mention it to Grandpa Tang. Then you will naturally know that I'm not lying to you today. And I promise that as long as you work hard and run the farm diligently, you will never regret going to Australia in the future. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was so confident was not that he was going to talk to Grandpa Tang about Liang Qichao's matter. His words were entirely based on his accurate judgment of the entire situation. Liang Qichao was confused by the situation, so he couldn't see the situation clearly. Xiao Ruofei was a bystander, so he had already analyzed the situation thoroughly. Xiao Ruofei and Grandpa Tang had signed the contract, so he was now the major shareholder of Wonderland Farm. The management team that Grandpa Tang had previously appointed was not necessarily suitable. After all, Xiao Ruofei was the major shareholder. If he still used the same people, Grandpa Tang would definitely consider Xiao Ruofei's feelings. He was worried that Xiao Ruofei would think that he still wanted to control the decision-making power of the farm. Therefore, he definitely needed to adjust the management team. At least, he had to appoint a new person in charge in Australia and let this new person lead the management team. And it was best for this person to be trusted by both sides, especially by Xiao Ruofei. Liang Qichao was undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. Although Grandpa Tang's original intention was to let Liang Qichao and Liang Xiaojun start from a grassroots position, the Australian farm only had a total of $40 to $50 million in assets. In Grandpa Tang's eyes, it was no different from some of the small companies he had casually invested in before. Appointing Liang Qichao as the person in charge of such a small company was already a very grassroots position in Grandpa Tang's view. Therefore, if Liang Qichao took the initiative to ask to go to the Australian farm, Grandpa Tang would most likely agree. Liang Qichao gritted his teeth and said, okay. I'll listen to you. Then he pondered for a moment and said, I'll go to the United States first and then mention this to Grandpa. Anyway, even if he doesn't agree, I'll have already escaped from my father's evil hands. At worst, I'll lose some face and lose to Liang Xiaojun. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it seems that your fear of your fiancé far surpasses your yearning for freedom. Don't mention the word fi. Liang Qichao said with an awkward expression. I have goosebumps all over my body when I hear it. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and laughed, then raised his wineglass and said, come, Brother Liang, I'll toast you a toast to send you off. I wish you a safe trip and a smooth journey to Australia. Ruofei, I'll count on your auspicious words. Liang Qichao said. Come, brother, cheers. Cheers. Xiao Ruofei drank with Liang Qichao until 2 in the afternoon. Liang Qichao then found a designated driver for Xiao Ruofei. When the driver arrived at the Immortal Meat food stall, he almost drooled when he saw the Night 15. When he heard that he was the designated driver for this limited edition monster off-road vehicle, the driver's eyes lit up. He repeatedly said that this was a free ride and that he could satisfy his craving. Xiao Ruofei got into the car and sat in the front passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he waved goodbye to Liang Qichao. Then, the driver excitedly started the engine of the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Looking at the driver's state, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but worry. He quickly reminded him to be careful while driving. Along the way, the driver kept talking about how he had been a designated driver for 2 to 3 years and had driven many luxury cars. However, this was the first time he had encountered the Night 15. He kept talking about how lucky he was. Xiao Ruofei was a little tipsy, so he only responded to him with a few words. Soon, the car arrived at Taoyuan Farm. The designated driver really insisted on not charging, so Xiao Ruofei could only smile and express his gratitude. The transportation in Taoyuan Farm wasn't very convenient. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to ask Yi Linyun to drive the pickup truck to the intersection. However, Li Jifu was teaching Yi Linyun a lesson, so Xiao Ruofei called Peng Hao over and asked him to drive the designated driver to the national highway outside the farm. There were many buses passing by there, so it wouldn't be a problem to go back to the city. Peng Hao just got his driver's license not long ago. He was still in the car addiction stage. Therefore, he excitedly grabbed the car key and drove the pickup truck away from the villa with the designated driver. Xiao Ruofei looked at the old man and the young girl sitting in the courtyard of the villa. The warm spring afternoon sun shone on them, and lightning was lazily lying at Yi Linyun's feet. Li Jifu was talking non-stop about the craft of making tea, and Yi Linyun was listening attentively. From time to time, she would take notes in her notebook. It was a very harmonious and warm scene. Xiao Ruofei did not disturb them and went straight into the villa. He had drunk a liter of white wine in the afternoon. At this time, he also felt a little dizzy and was about to go back to his room to take a nap. Just as Xiao Ruofei walked into the villa, he heard the roar of an engine behind him. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to turn around to know that it was the unique sound of the Porsche 911 engine. He turned around with a happy face. Sure enough, an orange car flashed by, and the Porsche 911 came to a stop next to the Night 15. It was like a small and delicate woman standing next to a muscular man. The car door opened, and the first thing that came into Xiao Ruofei's view was a pair of seductive long legs. Then, he saw Ling Xianxia coming out of the car. She held the door with both hands and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei happily took 2 steps forward and greeted her. Ling Xianxia's smile gradually spread. She turned around and closed the door. She walked gracefully towards Xiao Ruofei. After seeing Yi Linyun, Ling Xianxia first greeted Yi Linyun, then stepped in front of Xiao Ruofei and looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Come in, come in." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei reached out to grab Ling Xianxia's little hand. Ling Xianxia very cleverly avoided it. She mischievously smiled at Xiao Ruofei, then flashed past Xiao Ruofei and walked into the villa first. Xiao Ruofei felt a gust of fragrant wind blow past him. He couldn't help but recall the last time when they were in Ling Xianxia's boudoir in Linjiang Villa. He couldn't help but feel restless. He hurriedly followed after her. As soon as they entered the villa, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but hug Ling Xianxia's slender waist tightly from behind. He buried his head in Ling Xianxia's light fragrant hair and greedily took a deep breath. Xiao Ruofei's breath tickled Ling Xianxia's neck. She couldn't help but giggle and twist her body. She said coquettishly, "Stop fooling around, wife, I missed you so much." Xiao Ruofei chuckled. As he spoke, he pulled Ling Xianxia's hand and walked upstairs. Ling Xianxia smiled and wanted to pull her hand back. She said, "Why are we going upstairs? I have something to talk to you about. Let's talk in the room." Xiao Ruofei held Ling Xianxia's hand tightly and said, "Don't disturb Ling Yun's class." Ling Xianxia also noticed Yi Linyun and Li Jifu just now. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Class? What class? That old man is the teacher you found for Yi Linyun? What does he teach?" As Xiao Ruofei held Ling Xianxia's hand and walked upstairs, he smiled and said, "That old man is a tea master. He's very famous in Wui Mountain. The price of ordinary De Hong Pao tea leaves can double after being made by him." "That's amazing." Ling Xianxia said, "You're letting Yi Linyun learn how to make tea from this old man?" "That's right." Xiao Ruofei said, "After he learns it, I'll have a tea-making master for free. And he'll be a master from a famous sect, hee hee." Ling Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Profiteer." At this time, Ling Xianxia realized that the two of them had unknowingly arrived at the door of Xiao Ruofei's bedroom. She couldn't help but show a trace of nervousness and shyness on her face. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and walked into the bedroom with Ling Xianxia in his arms. Then he turned around and locked the door. When he turned around, he couldn't wait to hug Ling Xianxia's delicate body tightly. His hot lips pressed against Ling Xianxia's sexy red lips. Ling Xianxia moaned and struggled symbolically. She panted and said, "Ruofei, stop it. I have something to talk to you about." "My dad." my dad's acquisition of the winery is almost done. He asked me to bring the contract over for you to sign. As Ling Qingshuo spoke, she reached into her bag. Xiao Ruofei grabbed Ling Qingshuo's little hand domineeringly. He stared at Ling Qingshuo's beautiful face with a burning gaze and said, "There's no hurry to sign the contract. Let's get down to business first." Ling Qingshuo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Before she came, she had already vaguely realized what was going to happen, and she had been looking forward to it in her heart. However, when it came to it, Ling Qingshuo still felt very nervous under Xiao Ruofei's invasive gaze. She buried her head deeply in Xiao Ruofei's chest. She could smell Xiao Ruofei's strong masculine scent, which made her delicate body go limp. Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingshuo's face and stared deeply into her beautiful big eyes. Ling Qingshuo shyly avoided Xiao Ruofei's gaze at first, but soon bravely looked back at Xiao Ruofei. Sparks of love bloomed between their eyes. Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Qingshuo's body, which was getting hotter and hotter, and tasted the sweet nectar of her cherry lips. He felt that his self-control was infinitely close to zero. Ling Qingshuo was also gradually lost in this crazy kiss. Her small hands unconsciously rubbed Xiao Ruofei's broad back. Xiao Ruofei had drunk a lot in the afternoon. Under the influence of alcohol, he hugged Ling Qingshuo tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. The two of them stood at the entrance and kissed passionately for a while. Xiao Ruofei finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He reluctantly let go of Ling Qingshuo's red lips. Then he carried Ling Qingshuo by the waist and quickly walked to the large bed in the bedroom amidst Ling Qingshuo's delicate cries of surprise. Xiao Ruofei gently placed Ling Qingshuo on the bed. At this moment, Ling Qingshuo's beautiful eyes were tightly shut, but her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was nervous at this moment. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingshuo, who was lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Her curvaceous and alluring body, her flawless and beautiful face, and the bashful expression on Ling Qingshuo's face. How could he hold it in any longer? Xiao Ruofei kicked off his shoes and heavily pressed down on her. Ling Qingshuo moaned and opened her eyes. Her face was flushed, and her pearly white teeth gently bit her lower lip. Her watery eyes were filled with seduction as she looked at Xiao Ruofei. "You're not allowed to bully me in the future," Ling Qingshuo said softly. Xiao Ruofei nodded heavily. Ling Qingshuo's words were like a signal to charge forward. Xiao Ruofei, who was already restless, no longer hesitated. His slightly trembling hand reached out to Ling Qingshuo's slightly messy collar. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a voice from downstairs shouting, "Brother Xia." Ling Qingshuo also heard this shout. Her whole body trembled, and she quickly said, "Ruofei, I think Yi Linyun is calling you." "Ignore him," Xiao Ruofei said. "This guy is usually quite sensible. Why is he causing trouble at such a critical moment?" After that, Xiao Ruofei leaned over to kiss Ling Qingshuo again. At this moment, Yi Linyun shouted from downstairs, "Brother Xia, come down for a moment. Someone is looking for you." Ling said, "Yes, body, Ruofei, go down and take a look. Maybe it's something urgent." Xiao Ruofei was so angry that he suddenly sat up from the bed and said, "F***ck. I have to skin this guy alive." Looking at Xiao Ruofei's flustered and exasperated look, Ling Qingshuo couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. She also sat up from the bed with a red face. As she tidied up her messy clothes and hair, she said, "Ruofei, what does this have to do with Yi Linyun? He doesn't know that you're doing bad things." Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Why is it so difficult for me to kiss her?" Ling Qingshuo blushed and whispered shyly, "You go down first. Tonight. I'll stay tonight." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the gloominess on his face disappeared. With a smack, he kissed Ling Qingshuo's delicate cheek and said, "Honey, I'll go down first." Ling Qingshuo blushed slightly and gently nodded her head. Xiao Ruofei then laughed and quickly left the room, jogging all the way downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the villa, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but shout, "Ling Yun, are you itching for a beating? Are you calling a ghost?" "Boss Xia, you're quite impressive," a clear voice teased. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he see that there were two more beautiful girls in the courtyard. The one who had just spoken was Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu. Beside her was the shy girl, Jiang Yu, who Xiao Ruofei had saved when he was renting the slums. Lu Yu, Jiang Yu. Xiao Ruofei's expression was a little unnatural. Why are you here? Lu Yu raised her eyebrows and said crisply, you don't welcome us? Then, let's go. After that, Lu Yu pretended to turn and leave. Jiang Yu, who was beside her, took it seriously. She hurriedly grabbed Lu Yu's arm and said, you. Then, Jiang Yu hurriedly said to Xiao Ruofei, Brother Xia, I'm sorry. Did we disturb you? Xiao Ruofei said, No, how could we disturb you? We can't wait to welcome you. Last time, Lu Yu said that she wanted to visit the farm with you, but you didn't come. I was thinking that you might have forgotten about it. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth slightly curved into a beautiful arc. She muttered, that's more like it. Then, Lu Yu said, Xiao Ruofei, aren't you going to invite us into the house? Is this how you treat your guests? Enter the house? Xia. Ruofei's expression was a little awkward. Ling Qingxue was still in the villa. Although she was on the second floor, if she heard the sound and came down and saw him talking and laughing with two young and beautiful girls, it was inevitable that she would misunderstand. Although Xiao Ruofei had a clear conscience, there were many things that couldn't be explained clearly. Xiao Ruofei's mind turned quickly, and then he quickly said, There's nothing fun in the house. Aren't you here to visit the farm? Why don't I take you around to have a look? Okay. Jiang Yu immediately said happily, Thank you, Brother Xia. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of worship in her eyes, and at the same time a bit of shyness. Lu Yu saw this and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head secretly. This silly girl. Lu Yu muttered in her heart. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't speak, Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Let's go. I'll take you to the back of the mountain. The scenery there is good, and you can see the sea. Also, I just planted a lot of lychee trees. After that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and walked outside. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, there's a guest? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Qingxue still came downstairs. Ling Qingxue walked out of the house, and then naturally held Xiao Ruofei's arm. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, Why didn't you call me when a friend came? By the way, you haven't introduced them to me yet. Who are these two beauties? When Jiang Yu saw that Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei were so intimate, her face turned pale, and there were even some tears in her eyes. Lu Yu also gently bit her lower lip and frowned slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Xiao Ruofei could only bite the bullet and say, I'll introduce everyone. Qingxue, this is Lu Yu. You've seen her mother, Secretary Tian. This is Lu Yu's good friend, Jiang Yu. She's also my friend. In fact, Jiang Yu and Lu Yu had already guessed Ling Qingxue's identity when they saw her. However, when Xiao Ruofei introduced Ling Qingxue as his girlfriend, they were still stunned. Jiang Yu's beautiful face turned pale with a hint of resentment. Lu Yu also felt an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart. For a moment, neither of them took the initiative to greet Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue saw the expressions of the two beauties in her eyes. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a smile that was not a smile, and then took 2 steps forward. Ling Qingxue gracefully extended her hand to the two women. With a confident smile on her face, she said, Hello. Lu Yu was the first to come back to her senses. She gently tugged on Jiang Yu's arm. Only then did Jiang Yu reveal a hint of panic. She reached out to shake Ling Qingxue's hand and said in a very low voice, Hello. In contrast, Lu Yu's expression was more natural. She also shook Ling Qingxue's hand and greeted her. Although Lu Yu and Jiang Yu were definitely considered beautiful women, they were only college students. Compared to Ling Qingxue, who had been in the company for several years, the two of them were more or less inexperienced. It was just a simple greeting, but the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Jiang Yu lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Xiao Ruofei or Ling Qingxue. She was like a child who had been caught red-handed by her parents. Ling Qingxue's smile deepened. She turned around and said, Ruofei, I heard that you were taking 2 sisters to visit the farm. Let's go together. I've been here so many times, but I haven't seen the farm properly. Not seen my ass. Which part of the farm haven't you been to? Xiao Ruofei lamented in his heart. Jiang Yu looked embarrassed. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. After thinking about it, she said weakly, Brother Xia, Sister Qingxue, we'd better not disturb you. Yu, let's go back first. After that, Jiang Yu turned around to walk to the car. However, Lu Yu pulled Jiang Yu back. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile, then said to Jiang Yu, Yeah, haven't you always wanted to visit the farm? Why are you in a hurry to leave since you're already here? Besides, don't you have something that you need Xiao Ruofei's help to do? Jiang Yu showed a puzzled expression and said, I don't, what? Jiang uses? Lu Yu, are you embarrassed? Xiao Ruofei even saved your life before. He definitely won't refuse such a small favor. Jiang Yu clearly didn't know what Lu Yu was doing and said with a blank face, Yu, what are you talking about? What do I need? What do I need brother's help? You've saved Xiu's, you at anyone SSSSS? Of Yu. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? That was a long time ago. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Also, it wasn't as exaggerated as saving a life. It was just a few hooligans harassing Jiang Yu and I chased them away, Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly. A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Yu's eyes. She said softly, Sister Qingxue, that was last semester. Maybe Brother Xia didn't take it to heart. At this time, Lu Yu said, Yeah, I heard that in order to save you, Xiao Ruofei was cut by a hooligan. He must have bled a lot. Jiang Yu blushed slightly and didn't say anything. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei meaningfully. Then, she asked with a smile, By the way, Yu, you said that you have something to ask Xiao Ruofei for help? I wonder what it is. Shall we listen? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment. She first glanced at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, then gritted her teeth and revealed a cute smile. She said to Ling Qingxue, Sister Ling Qingxue, what's wrong with that? After that, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiao Ruofei, the medicine you gave me last time is really effective. Yaya's situation is similar to mine. Can you prescribe some medicine for her? When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he almost covered his face and burst into tears. Was this Lu Yu deliberately sent by the heavens to play with me? How could he dare to say anything? The medicine Lu Yu was talking about was what Xiao Ruofei gave her after they returned from Shin City last time. In fact, it was a diluted solution of flower petals. That day, on the plane back to Sanshan from Shin City, Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Yu was very painful because of menstrual cramps. At that time, the two of them experienced the clear sky turbulence together, and Xiao Ruofei was a little injured because of it. After returning to the farm, Xiao Ruofei thought of Lu Yu's painful appearance when she first got on the plane. He couldn't bear it, so he gave her a bottle of diluted flower petals solution. He had forgotten about it, but he didn't expect that Lu Yu would mention it in front of Ling Qingxue today. Wasn't this going to kill him? Jiang Yu obviously knew about it. When she heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and her face showed a shy expression, which made people feel pity for her. When Ling Qingxue saw this scene, she naturally became curious. She asked, Yu, I didn't expect that Ruofei would prescribe medicine for people. He couldn't have just randomly opened it, could he? Did you really dare to take it? Sister Qingxue, you don't know this. Lu Yu said with a smile, Xiao Ruofei's medical skills are amazing. My grandfather had an acute myocardial infarction last time, and thanks to him, he was able to save him in time. And he has cured many people, all of whom were very difficult to treat. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and said, Ruofei, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. Then Ling Qingxue asked again, Yu, what disease did Xiao Ruofei cure for? Lu Yu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, but she looked at Jiang Yu and then at Xiao Ruofei. She still suppressed her shyness and said, it's menstrual cramps. His medicine is very effective. After drinking it, it doesn't hurt anymore. And this month, I don't feel any pain at all. Yu. Jiang Yu's face was as red as a ripe apple. She pulled Lu Yu's sleeve repeatedly, trying to stop her from continuing, but Lu Yu finished speaking in one breath. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. She was stunned for a long time before she turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. Then she walked back to Xiao Ruofei's side and took his arm. She said sweetly, "Ruofei, I didn't expect that you could even cure this kind of disease. You're amazing." The muscles on Xiao Ruofei's face couldn't help but tremble. Because Ling Qingshua's sweet voice seemed to be filled with murderous intent, and it was true. Ling Qingshua's delicate hand grabbed a little bit of soft flesh on the inside of Xiao Ruofei's arm and then twisted it hard. The pain made Xiao Ruofei suck in a breath of cold air. This girl was too ruthless in her actions. Xiao Ruofei wailed in his heart. The flesh on his arm was probably bruised. Xiao Ruofei could only endure the pain and force out a smile. He said with an embarrassed smile, "Well, I just happen to have a folk prescription handed down by my ancestors. It's very effective for that disease, so I tried to make some medicine for Lu Yu." In fact, Lu Yu had seen Ling Qingshua's little movements. A smile flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Xiao Ruofei, Yaya is my best friend. She's in great pain every month, just like me. Please help her." Xiao Ruofei was a little stunned. 3 women made a play. This matter seemed to be completely out of control. Even though he was very capable, his mind was in a mess now. It wasn't until Ling Qingxue pinched him again that he came back to his senses. "Ah? What?" Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and said, "Great magic doctor. Lu Yu asked you to prescribe some medicine for Yaya. Why are you in a daze?" "Oh, then." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue hesitantly and said, "I'll prescribe some." Hiss, Ling Qingxue discreetly pinched him again. "Then I'd better not prescribe," Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. Hiss, another pinch. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cry and said, "Should I prescribe, or not?" Jiangyu looked at Xiao Ruofei with some pity and said softly, "Brother Xia, don't be embarrassed. I don't need to take any medicine." Then Jiangyu said to Lu Yu, "Yu, let's go back first." Lu Yu didn't want to leave at all, but when she saw the pleading look in Jiangyu's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh and nod silently. Just as the 2 of them were about to turn and leave, Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Don't go. My 2 sisters, you just arrived. Why are you leaving?" Then Ling Qingxue pushed Xiao Ruofei and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prescribe some medicine for Yaya." Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and nodded quickly. "Oh, okay. Do you have any herbs at home? Do you want to drive outside to buy some?" Ling Qingxue asked again. Yes, it'll be done soon," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, Xiao Ruofei turned and walked towards the villa. Jiangyu shouted behind him, "Brother Xia, there's really no need." Ling Qingxue smiled and walked over. She took Jiangyu's arm and said, "Yaya, why are you being so polite with your brother Xia? Don't worry about him, let him prescribe the medicine. Don't you want to visit the farm? I'll take you there. Let's go." Xiao Ruofei had already walked to the door of the villa, but when he heard Ling Qingshue's words, he couldn't help but stop. When he turned back, he saw that the 3 women had already walked intimately to the farm outside the villa, arm in arm. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reach out and pat his forehead, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. What the hell was this? Yi Linyun and Li Jifu, who were not far away, also stopped their classes. The old and the young looked at Xiao Ruofei with sympathetic eyes. Even Lightning, who was lying at Yi Linyun's feet, seemed to have a trace of a smile in her bright eyes. Of course, this was just Xiao Ruofei's illusion. He shook his head helplessly, smiled awkwardly at Li Jifu and Yi Linyun, and then stepped into the villa. Xiao Ruofei went to the kitchen and locked the door. He took out some Chinese herbs from the space and began to boil the medicine according to the menstrual cycle prescription. In fact, the main effect was the petal solution. Xiao Ruofei could have used herbal tea and other things to directly make a bottle of Chinese medicine for Jiangyu. However, Xiao Ruofei really didn't want to go out and face the situation that gave him a headache, so he simply hid in the kitchen and slowly boiled the medicine. He dawdled for more than half an hour before he was able to divide the decoction into 6 portions with the flower petal solution and put them in sealed Chinese medicine bags. Then, Xiao Ruofei took 2 days' worth of Chinese medicine and walked out of the kitchen with an expression as if he was ready to die. His hearing was far better than that of ordinary people. He had already heard the sound of Ling Qingxue, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yu returning to the villa. When Xiao Ruofei walked out of the kitchen, he saw the 3 women sitting in the living room and chatting very enthusiastically. Those who didn't know the truth would never have thought that the 3 women were still arguing with each other an hour ago. Women were really the most complicated creatures in the world. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly in his heart. He took a deep breath and walked to the 3 women with the Chinese medicine bags. He smiled and handed the sealed 6 portions of Chinese medicine to Jiang Yu and said, "Jiang Yu, take this medicine 3 times a day after meals. After taking it for 2 days, your symptoms should not recur." Jiang Yu was very shy in front of Xiao Ruofei. When she thought that the medicine was used to treat her dysmenorrhea, she was even more shy. Her pretty face was like a red cloth. Jiang Yu lowered her head and quickly took the Chinese medicine bags. She whispered, "Thank you, brother Xia." From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yu didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. She kept her head down the whole time. From Xiao Ruofei's point of view, he could even see a faint layer of red on Jiang Yu's neck. Although he didn't have any thoughts about Jiang Yu, he still couldn't help but feel a little tender affection for her. "You're welcome," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After Jiang Yu took the Chinese medicine, she gathered her courage and looked up. She said, "Brother Xia, Sister Qingxue just took us to visit the farm. You also made Chinese medicine for me. Then, we won't disturb you. We'll go back to school first." After that, Jiang Yu pulled Lu Yu up and stood up. At this time, Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Yu, yeah, didn't you just talk about some problems in the cultivation experiment? Why don't you let Ruofei take a look at it?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up when she heard this. She immediately said, "Yes. Xiao Ruofei can grow such high-quality vegetables. Maybe he can solve our problem." Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Yu and asked, Yu, is this appropriate?" "It's appropriate. What's wrong with this?" Ling Qingxue rushed to say, "Ruofei is very helpful, especially if a beautiful woman has a problem to ask for help. He definitely won't refuse. Am I right, Ruofei?" Xiao Ruofei had no idea what was going on, so he could only respond with a smile. Lu Yu immediately said, Yeah, Sister Qingxue is right. It's settled then. Let Xiao Ruofei take a look at it for us." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's settled? What's the situation?" "That's none of your business." Lu Yu said, "Come to our school tomorrow. We need your help. Don't stand us up." After that, Lu Yu smiled sweetly at Ling Qingxue and said, "Sister Qingxue, we'll leave first. Thank you for being our tour guide, and thank you for reminding me." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "You're welcome. Aren't we already friends? Friends don't have to be so polite. By the way," Ling Qingxue continued, "your mother helped us a lot last time. When you go back, please help me convey my gratitude again." "Sister Qingxue, I will convey your words," Lu Yu said. "But don't worry, I am me, and my mother is my mother. I will never use my mother's identity to do things for myself. Even in the school, except for Yaya, no one knows my mother's identity." Lu Yu's words seemed to imply something. Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded. She didn't continue the topic, but walked the 2 girls out with Xiao Ruofei. When Lu Yu's car left the villa, Xiao Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Ling Qingxue looking at him with a faint smile. He suddenly froze and said, "Qingxue, listen to me." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "What's there to explain? You didn't do anything wrong to me." Yes. My feelings for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. My loyalty can move heaven and earth." Xiao Ruofei said immediately. Okay. You have a glib tongue." Ling Qingxue burst out laughing. "Wife, are you not angry anymore?" Xiao Ruofei asked carefully. Ling Qingxue deliberately put on a straight face and said, "Looking at your attitude, I don't know how many girls you will attract in the future. Can I be angry?" No, absolutely not," Xiao Ruofei said immediately. But when he said this, he couldn't help but think of a few girls, such as Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, and the hot Monica he met in Shin City. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly put the distracting thoughts behind him. He smiled cheekily and hugged Ling Qingshua's slender waist. He said, "Wife, now that the light bulbs are gone, we can continue your head." Ling Qingxue coquettishly moved Xiao Ruofei's hand away and said, "I have to go back, too." "You continue alone." Ling Qingxue seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but blush and laugh. Then, Ling Qingxue strode directly to her Porsche 911. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly followed and said, "Qingxue, don't go. Didn't you say you weren't angry anymore?" "I'm not angry," Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "I just want to go home." But didn't you say stay tonight?" Xiao Ruofei deliberately made a pitiful expression and tried to persuade Ling Qingxue to stay. Ling Qingxue opened the door and got in. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You believe a woman's words? I originally wanted to stay, but I suddenly changed my mind." After that, Ling Qingxue started the car and stepped on the gas. The Porsche 911 roared out of the villa, leaving a cloud of exhaust. Xiao Ruofei went back to his room, feeling very depressed. Ling Qingshue's faint fragrance still lingered on the bed. If Lu Yu and Jiang Yu hadn't suddenly come over, Xiao Ruofei would have probably gone to bed with Ling Qingxue. However, there were no ifs. The reality was that Xiao Ruofei was now alone again. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu had gone back, but Xiao Ruofei didn't care. Ling Qingxue obviously had a grudge against Xiao Ruofei, which gave Xiao Ruofei a headache. He sat on the bed resentfully. After sitting there for a while, he reluctantly called Ling Qingxue. The phone rang a few times before Ling Qingxue answered. "I'm driving." "What's the matter?" Ling Qingxue asked. Her voice was calm, and there was no dissatisfaction in it. However, her behavior of driving away told Xiao Ruofei that she was a little angry. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "That. Qingxue, didn't you say that you came over today to bring the winery contract for me to sign? You left in a hurry just now, and I didn't have time to sign the contract. Why don't you come back again?" "There's no hurry about the contract. I'll find another time. I've been quite busy recently. Why don't you come to my company tomorrow?" Ling Qingxue said, "Ruofei, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." "It's not safe to talk while driving," Xiao Ruofei quickly said. "Wait. Qingxue. Lu Yu and I are just friends. Jiang Yu and I met by chance. Strictly speaking, we're not even friends. Don't be angry." "I'm not angry." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "I just suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. I have to go back to the company immediately. It would be strange if I believed you." Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. That. Xiao Ruofei stuttered for a long time, but couldn't think of anything to say. "Oh, right. Didn't you just promise Lu Yu and the others that I would help tomorrow? I don't know the situation at all. You should at least tell me what I'm going to do tomorrow, right?" "I'm not too sure about that." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "It seems to be about their school club. You'll know when you go tomorrow." You don't even know what it is," Xiao Ruofei said. "How do you know that I'll be able to help? What if I'm at a loss for what to do? Wouldn't that be a lie?" Ling Qingxue leisurely said, "Ruofei, are you blaming me?" No. Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile, "But forget it, I'll go. Don't you like to help people like you? You should be very happy, especially when a beautiful woman is asking for help. Why do you still look unhappy?" Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. "Qingxue, I'm not that bad." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you come with me tomorrow?" "I'm not going to join in the fun." Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm still driving. I'm hanging up now." As soon as Ling Qingxue finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei heard the busy tone from his cell phone. He smiled bitterly and put away his cell phone. It's hard to guess what a girl is thinking. Ling Qingxue is obviously jealous, but she won't admit it. Plus, she doesn't like me dating Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, but she still gave me a strange job. Xiao Ruofei couldn't figure it out, so he kept shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Thinking about Lu Yu, who he was going to see the next day, Xia Ruofei was full of anger. This girl is too willful. Just now, in the courtyard, he had deliberately mentioned the treatment. If he hadn't mentioned it, even if Ling Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable, she wouldn't have left directly. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei angrily took out his cell phone and called Lu Yu again. What's the matter? I'm driving. Lu Yu's words were exactly the same as Ling Xianxia's, but her tone was even colder. What do you think? Xia Ruofei said angrily. Why did you mention my period today? Are you trying to embarrass me? No. Lu Yu said in an innocent tone. What I said was the truth. I didn't make it up. Plus, I was praising your medical skills, not slandering you. Praise my ass. Xia Ruofei said angrily. Don't play dumb with me. Do you think it's easy for me to find a girlfriend? She just came here for a while, and you pissed her off. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. She said, Sister Xianxia left, too? Nonsense. Xia Ruofei said with a straight face. If it weren't for you, we would be fine. Humph. You deserve it. Lu Yu said. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and said, Hey, I say, Lu Yu, are we not compatible with each other? We used to quarrel when we met. Then, when I was on the plane with you, we encountered turbulence and almost broke my waist. This time, you pissed my girlfriend off. When Lu Yu, who was driving, heard Xia Ruofei mention the last time they were on the plane, her heart rippled for no reason. Her tone became much softer. This time, it's my fault. You're a man, don't be so petty. How can I not be angry? Xia Ruofei said. I finally found a girlfriend. If Xianxia breaks up with me, will you compensate me? I'll compensate you. Lu Yu said with a smile. I'll compensate you with a beauty. What do you think of Yaya? Xia Ruofei suddenly felt very embarrassed. He also heard Jiang Yu shyly stop Lu Yu on the other end of the phone. Stop fooling around. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. People are not goods. Can you exchange them for equal value? Coward. Lu Yu said disdainfully. Then. What do you want me to do? Xia Ruofei asked. You have to let me know in advance. I'm driving. Let Yaya tell you, Lu Yu said. Xia Ruofei heard Jiang Yu's nervous voice on the other end of the phone. After a while, Jiang Yu's timid voice came through the phone. Brother Xia, Jiang Yu, why do you want me to go to school tomorrow? Xia Ruofei said as gently as possible. Facing this timid and shy girl, Xia Ruofei couldn't be cruel. There's a problem with the orchids that Yu and I cultivated together with a few classmates, Jiang Yu said. Sister Xianxia said that you're very good at cultivating plants. You used to cultivate very beautiful succulents, so she suggested that you help take a look. Orchids? Xia Ruofei was stunned. But I've never cultivated orchids. I see. Jiang Yu seemed a little disappointed. Then forget it, brother Xia. How about? I don't trouble you, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, Jiang Yu, is this pot of orchids important to you? Did you find someone to help you take a look? We found a gardening teacher to take a look, but the problem hasn't been solved. It seems to be getting worse. Jiang Yu said, but it doesn't matter. This isn't very important. Brother Xia, let's find a way ourselves. At this time, Xia Ruofei heard Lu Yu, who was driving next to Jiang Yu, say, how is it not important? This pot of Mo lawn is going to participate in the Southeast Province University Flower Exhibition. This is an exhibit that our horticultural club focuses on cultivating. If the problem isn't solved, how can we participate in the exhibition? Yu, let's find a way ourselves. Jiang Yu quickly said, Brother Xia, it's really okay. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Jiang Yu, I don't have anything to do tomorrow anyway, so I'll come over and help you take a look. But I just said that I've never cultivated orchids before, so it's hard to say if I can help. You'd better not have too much hope. Okay. Thank you, Brother Xia. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jiang Yu quickly said. When she heard that Xia Ruofei would be there tomorrow, her heart was filled with joy. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and threw the phone on the bed. Then he sighed and fell back on the bed, staring at the white ceiling in a daze. It wasn't until dinner time when Yi Linyun knocked on the door that he got up from the bed. He went to the bathroom to wash up a little and went downstairs to eat. During dinner, Yi Linyun and Li Jifu didn't ask about what happened today. The two of them talked a lot about tea making. Xiao Ruofei was also a little curious. He found that Yi Linyun could talk freely with Li Jifu, and from time to time, professional terms that he had never heard of came out of her mouth. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Lingyun, it seems that you have gained a lot today. How was it? Did you get to the next level?" Li Jifu said, "It's still early. Just these theoretical things are enough for Xiaoyi to learn for a long time. Also, our tea-making skills are all based on practice, just like how you guys practice target shooting in the army. Sharpshooters are all fed bullets." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Mr. Li, how should Lingyun practice? We don't have tea green here." "Don't worry, remember all the things that you need to remember first." Li Jifu said confidently, "When I can start practicing, I'll naturally have a way." "Alright. It seems that you have already prepared the lesson plan." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Li, how is it? Lingyun is a good student, right?" "Not bad." Li Jifu said, "His learning attitude is very good, and his comprehension is not bad. However, whether he will succeed or not depends on how he practices in the future." "He will definitely succeed." Xiao Ruofei said, "I have confidence in Lingyun. Even the difficult subjects in the field army couldn't stump him. Learning how to make tea is definitely not a problem." Hearing this, Yi Linyun also laughed. He saw that Li Jifu had finished a bowl of rice, so he quickly got up and served him another bowl of rice. After a day, he already had the awareness of being a student. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei still felt a little depressed, so he took Lightning to the farm for a walk. He first went to the orchard at the back of the mountain. The lychee trees that he had planted a few days ago were all alive, and each of them was growing very well. Xiao Ruofei went to the water tower at the top of the mountain and carefully looked around to make sure that no one was spying on them. Then, he took out a small bottle of diluted flower petal solution and added it to the pool. Then, Xiao Ruofei took Lightning down the mountain and strolled from the vegetable greenhouse to the construction site where the workers were still working overtime. After walking around the entire farm, Xiao Ruofei sat on a stone bench by the roadside, took out a cigarette and lit it. In the quiet farm, Xiao Ruofei sat alone on the stone bench with Lightning quietly lying at his feet. Not far away, the street lamp stretched the shadow of the lamppost. The whole scene was quiet. Slowly, Xiao Ruofei's mood became much calmer. He sat until 9 o'clock, then got up and took Lightning back to the villa. In the yard, Xiao Ruofei hugged Lightning and played with it for a while. Then, he let it go back to sleep and opened the door to the villa. Li Jifu had already returned to his room to rest, and Yi Linyun was sitting on the sofa alone watching TV. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come back, Yi Linyun quickly stood up to greet him. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Linyun, it's okay. You should rest early too. You don't have to patrol at night. You are tired after a day." "It's okay, brother Xia." Yi Linyun laughed and said, "I have good stamina, so it's okay. Our farm's vegetables are so valuable. If there is a thief, we will lose a lot. Don't we have infrared surveillance? If someone climbs over the wall, it will alert the police." Xiao Ruofei said, "You just need to sleep well at night. Aren't the surveillance cameras in your room?" "I know, brother Xia." Yi Linyun said with a simple and honest smile. "By the way, when will the comrades you mentioned arrive?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "In 2 days. Yi Linyun said, "I booked their tickets, but the departure location is different. The latest one should arrive the day after tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. If I am not at home, you can first find a place for them to live. The villa is not enough for them to live in. I have already asked Manager Li to vacate 2 prefab houses. When the time comes, let them rest for a few days. When our house is finished, there will be no problem." "Okay." Yi Linyun said, "Don't worry, brother Xia. We are all poor, so it's fine as long as there is a place to live." Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, he stopped and turned his head and said, "Oh right, Lin Yun, I have to go to the city tomorrow. I might not come for lunch. Old Mr. Li's medicine is in the fridge. Remember to heat it up for him after meals every day." "Understood," Yi Linyun said. Xiao Ruofei then went upstairs to his room. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei left Taoyuan Farm in his pickup truck after breakfast and went straight to Sanshan University in the city. Considering that the Night 15 was too eye-catching on campus, Xiao Ruofei chose a low-profile pickup truck. At around 8:30 a.m., Xiao Ruofei arrived at Sanshan University. After he visited Professor Tian the last time, Professor Tian had given him a vehicle pass. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's pickup truck entered the campus unimpeded. He slowed down and took out his phone to call Lu Yu as he drove. "Lu Yu, I'm here," Xiao Ruofei said. "Where shall we meet?" "We just woke up," Lu Yu said sleepily. "Wait for us downstairs. We'll enter the second dorm on the right." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Okay. Hurry up then." I know. I'll be there soon." 10 minutes. Lu Yu said and hung up. Xiao Ruofei realized that he had already driven past, so he made a U-turn at the intersection in front of him and drove back for a while. He saw that there were colorful female clothes hanging outside the window of the second dorm. He knew that he was in the right place. Therefore, he stopped his car near the entrance of the dorm and waited. He waited for more than half an hour. It wasn't until 9:10 that Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu, who had said on the phone that she would come down in 10 minutes, walking out of the dormitory. Beside her was Jiang Yu, who had obviously dressed up. Xiao Ruofei rolled down the car window and waved at Lu Yu and Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu saw Xiao Ruofei, her eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Lu Yu also subconsciously quickened her pace. Then, she seemed to realize something and slowed down her pace. "Brother Xia, I'm sorry. Sorry to keep you waiting," Jiang Yu said embarrassedly. "It's okay, get in the car," Xiao Ruofei said with a gentle smile. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu sat in the back seat of the pickup truck. Lu Yu curled her lips and said, "This car is too cheap. You obviously have a good car, but you don't drive it. Are you trying to keep a low profile?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Isn't the car a means of transportation? It's fine as long as it can drive. Tell me, where are we going?" Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Drive forward. It's at the old chemistry building." Xiao Ruofei started the car and drove in the direction Lu Yu pointed. At this time, Jiang Yu said softly, "Brother Xia, I brought you breakfast. You should eat some first, I already ate this morning," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he saw Jiang Yu's disappointed expression through the rearview mirror. His heart softened and he said, "But after driving for so long, I'm a little hungry." "Thank you." Jiang Yu's face immediately bloomed with a happy smile. She quickly handed the bag in her hand to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei slowed down the car and reached out to take it. He said, "It's Xiaolongbao. Not bad. Brother Xia, try it while it's hot," Jiang Yu said with a hint of shyness. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He held the steering wheel with one hand and stuffed a Xiaolongbao into his mouth with the other. He chewed and said, "It tastes good. I didn't expect your cafeteria chef to be so good at cooking." Lu Yu rolled her eyes and said, "What cafeteria chef?" "This is Li Xiaolongbao." Yu went out to line up at 6 o'clock to buy breakfast. Li Xiaolongbao was a famous snack in Sanshan City. Every morning, there would be a long line to buy Xiaolongbao. Moreover, they only sold 200 baskets a day, so it wasn't easy to buy them. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. Jiang Yu blushed and interrupted Lu Yu in a panic. She handed him a cup of soy milk and said, "Brother Xia, have some soy milk." Xiao Ruofei took it and placed it on the cup holder beside her seat. "Thank you, Jiang Yu," she said. "You're welcome." Xiao Ruofei said. Soon, Xiao Ruofei followed Lu Yu's directions and drove the car to the designated location. This was a relatively old teaching building. It used to be used by the chemistry department. Now that the chemistry department had moved to a new building, it belonged to the student union and some student clubs. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu were both members of Sanshan University's horticultural club. After the three of them got out of the car, they walked into the building together. Lu Yu said, "Xia Ruofei, Yu and I are responsible for taking care of the ink orchid in our horticultural club. There have been some problems recently. Help us take a look." "Brother Xia, it doesn't matter if you can't help," Jiang Yu said. "After all, you've never raised an orchid, Yu. Xia Ruofei can even grow Taoyuan vegetables. Treating a pot of orchid is nothing to him," Lu Yu said. "He can definitely help, right, Xia Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei said, "I can't guarantee that. Let's see. TSK. Lu Yu pouted slightly and said, "Xianxia praised you to the heavens. You can't even handle a pot of orchid. Aren't you embarrassed?" "Of course." Xia Ruofei said without changing his expression, "There's no shame in not being able to handle it. Besides, I'm volunteering to help. I'm not getting paid." "You still want to get paid?" "Sure." Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yu and said, "As long as you help us treat this pot of orchid, I'll reward you with a beautiful woman." Jiang Yu's pretty face suddenly turned red. She hit Lu Yu and said, Yu, don't talk nonsense. Brother Xia already has Xianxia. How could he be tempted by other girls?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but show a trace of resentment as she spoke. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He smiled and didn't say anything. Fortunately, the three of them had already walked to the place, which relieved Xia Ruofei's awkwardness. This should have been a classroom, but now there was a wooden sign hanging at the door. The words Horticulture Club were written on it with a brush. The handwriting looked like it was from a book, and it was very beautiful. It was very charming. Lu Yu saw that Xia Ruofei had been looking at the words on the wooden sign. She smiled and said, "Xia Ruofei, the words on the sign were written by Yu. She's a multi-talented beauty." Xia Ruofei looked at Jiang Yu with some surprise and said, "This handwriting is really good." Jiang Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xia, I wrote it randomly." "It's not as good as you said." Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yu's performance in front of Xia Ruofei and couldn't help but secretly shake her head. She sighed in her heart, and then she pushed open the door of the horticultural club. The three of them walked in together. The tables in the classroom were placed in a circle against the four walls. There was only a gap between the front and back doors. There were pots of plants on the tables against the walls. There were also several rows of tables in the middle of the classroom. Some materials, tools, plant materials, and so on were piled up. Although there were a lot of things, it was not messy at all. After entering the door, Xia Ruofei and the other two found that there were already people in the horticultural club. The three boys were talking about something around a pot of plants. When they heard the sound of the door opening, they turned their heads at the same time. One of the boys, who was wearing a white casual suit and had glossy hair, saw Lu Yu. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly said, "Lu Yu, you're here too." The tall and strong boy next to him immediately looked at Jiang Yu with joy in his eyes. As for the last boy, who was wearing a grey down jacket and gold-rimmed glasses, when he saw Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, he couldn't help but show a surprised look. The boy in the white suit looked at Xia Ruofei again. He frowned without a trace, then quickly relaxed and asked with a smile, "Lu Yu, who is this?" The boy in the white casual suit was called Peng Hui, and the tall and strong boy next to him was called Yu Jun. Both of them were members of the horticulture club. Of course, the two of them joined the horticulture club not because they were interested in plant cultivation or bonsai, but purely because of Lu Yu and Jiang Yu. Peng Hui, Yu Jun, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yu were all classmates. Peng Hui was attracted by Lu Yu's beauty on the first day of university and started to pursue her crazily. Peng Hui's hometown was in Xiongnan province, and his family was considered a prominent family in Xiongnan province. For several generations, they had been doing business. Although Peng Hui's father's generation wasn't a rich businessman, they still had tens of millions of assets. Therefore, Peng Hui naturally used money when pursuing Lu Yu. However, he didn't expect that Lu Yu wouldn't care about him at all. His spending money like water couldn't cause a ripple in Lu Yu's heart at all. Lu Yu was usually very low-key. Except for her best friend, Jiang Yu, no one knew that her mother was a member of the Standing Committee of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the Sancheon City Committee. Her friend's good friend, Yu Jun, had a soft spot for the shy girl, Jiangyu, but he also kept hitting a wall in the process of pursuing Jiangyu. Therefore, after learning that Lu Yu and Jiangyu had joined the horticulture club, the two brothers also coincided and applied to join the horticulture club. In fact, a large part of the reason why the horticulture club, which was originally very unpopular, had so many members now was because of the popularity brought by Lu Yu and Jiangyu. In addition to Peng Hui and Yu Jun, many boys joined the horticulture club because of Lu Yu and Jiangyu. As for the boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses next to Peng Hui and Yu Jun, even Lu Yu and Jiangyu didn't know him. It seemed that he wasn't from the horticulture club. Hearing Lu Yu's question, Peng Hui took a deep look at Xiao Ruofei and then said, "Lu Yu, this is Chen Song, my senior in high school. He is now a senior in horticulture at the Southeast Agriculture and Forestry University. He has been recommended for postgraduate studies. He is very strong in his profession." After hearing Peng Hui's introduction, Chen Song showed a trace of pride. Everyone wanted to show off in front of a beauty, and Chen Song was no exception. He smiled at Lu Yu and said, "Hello, Junior." Lu Yu's brows furrowed slightly. She only nodded slightly as a greeting. Then, Lu Yu asked, "Peng Hui, why are you surrounding that pot of mo lan?" Peng Hui immediately showed a look of wanting to be rewarded and said, "Lu Yu, isn't this pot of mo lan sick? I saw that you were quite anxious these days, so I took the initiative to invite senior brother Chen from the Agricultural and Forestry University. He is very knowledgeable in plant pests and diseases, so he will definitely be able to help you solve the problem." Lu Yu said with a calm expression, "Thank you, but there's no need. We've already invited experts to help." Peng Hui's expression changed slightly. "Expert?" His gaze involuntarily fell on Xiao Ruofei as he asked, "Is this the gentleman?" Lu Yu nodded lightly. She didn't want to say more to Peng Hui. She only said, "Please make way. Don't block expert Xia." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. When did he become expert Xia? It must be known that the word expert was not a pleasant title these days. Especially on the internet, these two words were basically equivalent to a person who was ignorant and incompetent and spoke without thinking. Peng Hui didn't move aside. He asked, "This expert looks very young. Which research institute do you work in?" Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly. When he was about to clarify, Lu Yu said first, "This has nothing to do with you. Peng Hui, Yu, and I are responsible for this pot of mo lan. We have the final say in who we invite." "That's true, but as a member of the Horticultural Arts Club, I still have the responsibility to help you." Peng Hui was not angry. He still said with a smile, "And this pot of mo lan is going to represent the Horticultural Arts Club of Sancheon University to participate in the flower exhibition. If it is delayed by an unreliable person, it will be a disgrace to our entire Horticultural Arts Club." "Nonsense, you're the unreliable one." Jiangyu was so angry that her face turned red. "Brother Xia is very capable. He can definitely cure our orchid." Yu Jun's face turned green when he heard that. He didn't expect his goddess to be so protective of a gigolo. Since Xiao Ruofei had practiced the strange movements from the Golden Man, his skin had become fairer and fairer, and he was no longer as muscular as he was in the army. The terrifying strength of his body was hidden in his seemingly thin body. Peng Hui is right." Yu Jun looked at Xiao Ruofei with hostility and said, "Brother Chen is the real knowledgeable person. He also specialized in the cultivation of orchids and the prevention and treatment of pests and diseases in the Agricultural and Forestry University. He is much more reliable than some so-called experts." "Yu Jun, don't slander Brother Xia." Jiangyu said angrily, "Also, I've said it 800 times. Please don't call me you in the future. I'm not familiar with you." When Yu Jun heard that, his face suddenly turned red and white. He looked very embarrassed. At the same time, there was a little resentment in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei with hostility. At this time, Chen Song, who had been silent, smiled slightly. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Sir, the prevention and treatment of orchids is very complicated. I just saw this pot of orchids. If you don't treat it in time, it may soon wither. I advise you not to show off. Otherwise, you won't be in the limelight and will leave a bad impression on the beautiful woman. That's not worth the loss. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, thank you for your concern, but since I promised Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, I will naturally cure this pot of orchids. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu's eyes lit up at the same time. Lu Yu thought that this was a bit like what Xiao Ruofei would say. This guy was still making excuses just now. It seemed that it was good to give him some pressure. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was basically the type of brainless fan. No matter what Xiao Ruofei said, she felt that it was simply too cool. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes were practically sparkling with stars. Peng Hui and the other two people's faces became a little ugly. The three of them looked at each other. Finally, Peng Hui gritted his teeth and said, Lu Yu, if it were other plants or potted plants, I would definitely not interfere. But this pot of orchids is going to participate in the exhibition. It is related to the reputation of the Horticultural Society and even the entire Sanshan University. I will not give up easily. If you insist on your own opinion, then let's go to the president to make a decision. Peng Hui, what do you want? Lu Yu said coldly, you are too nosy. Does this pot of orchids have anything to do with you? I'm doing this for the Horticultural Society. Peng Hui said with an innocent expression. How about this? Since you have invited expert Xia here, I think we should let him and Senior Chen take a look at this pot of orchids together. We will listen to their analysis and opinions before deciding who to ask for help. Is that okay? Lu Yu frowned and wanted to refuse directly because she was a very strong person. Peng Hui's behavior had made her have a strong dislike for this pot of orchids. She and Jiang Yu were responsible for this pot of orchids, and the seedlings of the orchids were found by her mother's friend. It was a relatively precious species. She and Jiang Yu should have the final say on how to deal with it. What right did Peng Hui have to interfere? However, before Lu Yu could speak, Xiao Ruofei said first, I agree. Brother Xia. Jiang Yu cried out worriedly. Lu Yu also frowned and said, Xiao Ruofei, why did you agree to compete with him? This orchid is mine, and Yu and I have been taking care of it. We can decide for ourselves. Peng Hui smiled hypocritically and said, Lu Yu, don't tell me you don't have confidence in expert Xia. He has agreed to it himself. Besides, there is strength in numbers. I'm doing this for the sake of our Horticultural Arts Club, aren't I? Lu Yu snorted and ignored Peng Hui. Yu Jun looked at Xiao Ruofei with hostility and said sarcastically, Expert Xia, if you don't dare, it's not too late to regret it now. Anyway, there are beauties protecting you. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Yu Jun and Peng Hui lightly. This kind of low-level provocation was extremely childish in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. He was not even interested in responding. These people were just college students, but Xiao Ruofei had experienced life and death on the battlefield and had a terminal illness. His mentality was completely different from these greenhouse flowers in the ivory tower. What's more, he could talk and laugh with political officials such as Master Song and Tian Huilan, as well as business tycoons such as Ma Xiong and Tang He. Therefore, although he was only a few years older than Peng Hui and the others, in his eyes, these people were almost like children. Chen Song saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't go back on his words, so he proudly looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, I've already carefully examined this pot of orchid. Now, we'll give you some time to take a good look. Xiao Ruofei walked to the pot of orchid, glanced at it casually, and said, okay, you go first. Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned and said, you've seen it? Xiao Ruofei nodded. You're not joking with me, right? Chen Song frowned and said, the condition of this pot of orchid is very complicated. You can understand it all with just one glance? That's my business, Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, since you want to compete, tell me your opinion first. Chen Song snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, then I'll throw a brick to attract jade. After he finished speaking, he cleared his throat and pointed to the pot of Mo Lan and said, obviously, this pot of orchid is Mo Lan. Although Mo Lan is a relatively common species of orchid, this pot of Mo Lan is very unusual. If I'm not wrong, this should be one of the top 10 rare flowers of Mo Lan, the jade lion. Everyone, look, its flower shape is like a green lion's rising wind. This is the distinctive feature of the jade lion. After hearing this, Xiao Ruofei still looked indifferent. Peng Hui and Yu Jun were looking at Xiao Ruofei proudly, but when they saw Xiao Ruofei's indifferent look, they felt bored and looked away at the same time. Lu Yu frowned and said, "There's no need to say more about what species this pot of emolan is. Everyone in the horticulture club knows very well." What Lu Yu meant was that Peng Hui and Yu Jun had told Chen Song in advance. Chen Song's expression was slightly sluggish, but he quickly said, "Then let's talk about the situation of this pot of jade lion. I think this is leaf blight. Look, there are obvious grayish-brown spots on the leaves, and the area of the spots is very large. Some of the leaves have already withered and fallen off. Obviously, the condition is very serious." When Chen Song said this, he looked at Xiao Ruofei, who looked calm as usual, and continued, "As for the treatment, first of all, stop watering the orchids and spray them with the 75% chlorophyll wettable powder 600 times solution, once every 10 days or so, for 2 to 3 times in a row. In addition, to prevent the disease from spreading, the few pots of orchids next to it should also be sprayed with the 100 Bordeaux solution. I'm done, expert Xia. Now it's your turn to give your opinion." Chen Song looked at Xiao Ruofei and said. Yu Jun immediately said loudly, "Did you see that? Brother Chen's analysis is very reasonable, and there's a feasible treatment plan. He's a professional. Some people call themselves experts, but I'm afraid they can't even tell what disease this emolan has." Peng Hui also said with sarcasm, "Expert Xia, if you really don't know how to do it, just repeat what Brother Chen said." Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Lu Yu glanced at the two of them as if they were idiots. Then Lu Yu said, "Are you done? Don't you think that what Senior Brother Chen is saying is very familiar?" Peng Hui and Yu Jun were both stunned. "What do you mean?" Chen Song frowned slightly and asked. Jiang Yu, who was standing beside Lu Yu, also reacted. She immediately said loudly, "I remember now. This is almost exactly the same as Professor Lu's analysis a few days ago. And we also used something called chlorothalonil, but it didn't have any effect at all." Peng Hui's face changed slightly. He carefully recalled and found that Jiang Yu was right. Chen Song's analysis and treatment plan were almost the same as Professor Lu's a few days ago. What was worse was that the Horticultural Arts Club had already done what Professor Lu said, which was to spray chlorothalonil. However, not only did emolan not recover, but it seemed to have become more serious. That was to say, Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to say anything to show that Chen Song's analysis and treatment plan were all wrong. How could this be? Peng Hui shouted in his heart. At this time, Yu Jun also snorted and said, "So what if it's the same? Brother Chen and Professor Lu are both professionals, so it's normal for their judgment to be similar. But a certain expert hasn't expressed his opinion yet." Lu Yu was very disappointed with the top student from the Agricultural and Forestry University invited by Peng Hui. Originally, after listening to Peng Hui's introduction, Lu Yu had a faint trace of expectation in her heart. She didn't expect that Chen Song didn't propose an effective method at all. Instead, he said some methods that had been tested and failed. Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and pointed at the pot of emolan. He said, "I don't have a long speech like this student. I only have one sentence: I can cure emolan's disease." What? Peng Hui and the other two looked at each other. This was an expert? There was no analysis, only one sentence: "I can cure it." Was he selling dolly pills on the street? Could cure all diseases? This was too childish. Chen Song couldn't help but question, "Mr. Xia, tell us how to cure it. Do you think you can cure it just by saying you can cure it?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "What else can I do? After all the analysis, isn't it just to cure this pot of emolan? I said I can cure it." Chen Song sneered and said, "I think you're bragging. Even I, a professional, can't see the real crux of this pot of orchids disease. How can you know with just a glance? Since you know, why don't you dare to say it for everyone to hear?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't want to respond to Chen Song's doubts at all. "I'm the gold medal winner of the last Southeast Province University Flower Exhibition." Chen Song said, "Have you won any awards?" "I can cure this pot of emolan's disease. I'm an excellent graduate from the garden major. I'm guaranteed to be a postgraduate this year. My supervisor is also an expert in cultivating orchids. I can cure this pot of emolan's disease." I've dealt with several large-scale orchid pests and diseases, and I've succeeded every time. I can cure this pot of Emoland's disease. Can't you say something else? Do you only know how to say that? Xianxia had the urge to go on a rampage. I can cure this pot of Emoland's disease. When Lu Yu and Jiang Yu saw Xiao Ruofei acting like a rascal, they couldn't help but smile. Peng Hui and Yu Jun looked at Xiao Ruofei strangely. They increasingly felt that this expert Xiao was not reliable at all. Xianxia was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted and said, I don't want to talk to a layman like you. After that, Xianxia looked at Lu Yu and said, Junior sister, I know this pot of orchid is yours and you have the right to decide. However, the jade lion is very precious. I still hope that you will consider it carefully. Although my judgment just now may be wrong, I'm a professional. As long as you give me some time, I will definitely find the real cause. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, Thank you, but since Xiao Ruofei said that he can cure this pot of magnolia, then he can definitely cure it, so I won't trouble you. You. Xianxia was speechless. In his opinion, this was simply child's play. Xianxia looked a little unhappy. He looked at Peng Hui and said, Peng Hui, since you don't need me here, I'll go back. Peng Hui quickly said, Senior Chen, please wait a moment. After that, Peng Hui looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and asked, Mr. Xia, you just patted your chest and made a promise. I want to know what will happen if you can't cure this pot of jade lion? If you can't cure it, then you can't cure it. Jiang Yu immediately said, This pot of orchid is mine and Yu's. We don't mind. What can you do about it? Peng Hui couldn't help but be stunned. Yu Jun's face was even more livid. Even a fool could see that Jiang Yu's heart was tied to Xiao Ruofei. No matter who it was, as long as they showed any intention to harm Xiao Ruofei, she would immediately come out to defend him. When Peng Hui was about to use the gardening club as an excuse, Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at Jiang Yu. He said, Jiang Yu, it's okay. Since I said it, I will definitely cure this pot of orchid. After that, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and asked, When is the flower exhibition that you're going to attend? Jiang Yu immediately said, Brother Xia, the opening time of the exhibition is next Wednesday. According to the usual practice, we will send all the flowers to the venue on Tuesday for decoration. Xiao Ruofei calculated in his mind and said, So there are still 6 days left. How about this, give me 3 days and I'll return a pot of healthy mullein orchid to you. Peng Hui put on a fake smile and said, Mr. Xia, your arrogance, I'm sorry, it's competence. We've all seen your competence, but you haven't told us what to do if you can't cure it. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, Can't be cured? If it can't be cured, I'll compensate you with a pot of orchids, and its value will definitely not be lower than this pot of jade lion. When Yu Jun heard this, he immediately shouted, Shameless boasting. Do you know how much this jade lion is worth? Even Peng Hui might not be able to afford it. You just opened your big mouth and said that you would compensate for a pot. Can you afford it? Jiang Yu raised her eyebrows and subconsciously prepared to refute Yu Jun. But this time, Lu Yu spoke first. She said lightly, If Xiao Ruofei can't afford it, then no one in this house can. As soon as Lu Yu said this, Peng Hui and the other two took a breath at the same time and then looked at Xiao Ruofei with strange eyes. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the hobby of pursuing luxury brands. He usually wore comfortable clothes, so in the eyes of Peng Hui and the others, he seemed a little ordinary. Especially Peng Hui, who came from a good family and wore famous brands all over his body, naturally had a sense of superiority when he saw Xiao Ruofei. But according to Lu Yu's words, this expert Xiao was quite rich, even richer than Peng Hui. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she ignored Peng Hui and the others and said directly, It's settled. Xiao Ruofei, I'll leave this pot of mullein to you. No matter what method you use, just help me cure it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, No problem. I'll bring it back first and send it back in 3 days. Thank you. Lu Yu nodded and said. Jiang Yu also smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, Thank you, Brother Xia. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Peng Hui saw this and said coldly, In that case, we'll wait 3 days to witness Master Xiao's magical methods. We'll come with the students from the horticulture club. Chen Song also stared at Xiao Ruofei and said with a fake smile, I'm also very curious about Master Xiao's methods. 3 days later, I'll come and join in the fun. After that, the three of them didn't ask for a rebuff and directly left the horticulture club. After Peng Hui and the others left, Jiang said worriedly, Brother Xia, are you really confident? You just said that you've never raised an orchid before. I've never raised an orchid before. Then why are you? Jiang couldn't help but say anxiously. Lu Yu looked at Jiang speechlessly and said, Yu, why are you worried about him? He used to be a soldier and didn't plant vegetables. Didn't he still grow Taoyuan vegetables? Xiao Ruofei said innocently, no. I grew vegetables for 2 months in the recruit company. I can't be bothered with you. Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, let's go, let's go. Don't forget to return us a pot of healthy emolan 3 days later. I don't want to see Peng Hui and the others' proud faces. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, don't worry. They're just a few brats. When the time comes, their expressions will be very interesting. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked over and picked up the pot of emolan and left the horticulture club with Lu Yu and Jiang Yu. When they arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Xiao Ruofei put the emolan on the cushion of the front passenger seat of the pickup truck. Then, he closed the door and went to the driver's seat on the other side. He rolled down the window and said, Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, I'll go back first. Lu Yu nodded, and Jiang Yu said gratefully, thank you, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Then, he started the car and stepped on the gas pedal, leaving the old teaching building. He originally wanted to look for Ling Qingxue, but on second thought, he guessed that Ling Qingxue was still sulking. If he went to look for her now, he would be asking for a snub. So, he simply drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei put the pot of emolan into the new space on the way. After returning to the room in the farm villa, he took out the emolan, and then took out a bottle of petal solution from the space. He watered a part of the solution on the roots of the emolan, and then put the rest of the solution into the watering can. He sprayed a lot of the solution on the petals and the diseased leaves of the emolan. After doing this, Xiao Ruofei put the emolan into the original space, where the flow of time was 30 times faster than the outside world, and didn't care about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xiao Ruofei took the pot of emolan and drove to Sanshan University as promised. When his car drove to the front of the old teaching building, he found that in addition to Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, there were more than a dozen students waiting downstairs. Among them were Peng Hui, Yu Jun, and Chen Song, whom he had met 3 days ago. There were also some students whom he didn't know. They were probably students of the horticulture club. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with worry. In contrast, Lu Yu was much calmer. She had seen Xiao Ruofei create miracles many times. Unconsciously, she had a kind of blind trust in Xiao Ruofei. Peng Hui said sarcastically from the side, with Master Xia taking action, what other problems can there be? Master Xia, I specially called all the students of the Horticultural Arts Club here. Everyone will witness the miracle you create. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Peng Hui lightly and said, you're really considerate. After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and got out of the car. Lu Yu also cast an inquiring look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly at her and gave her an affirmative look. Lu Yu's face suddenly showed a smile. At this time, a thin and tall boy came over and asked, Lu Yu, is this Mr. Xia? Lu Yu nodded and said to Xiao Ruofei, this is the president of our Horticultural Arts Club, Senior Xiaoqing from the College of Bioengineering. He's a senior today. Xiao Ruofei nodded at Xiaoqing with a smile and said, hello, President Xia. We're from the same family. Xiaoqing also said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you can call me Xiaoqing. I heard from Peng Hui that you can cure the precious jade lion in only 3 days. I was very curious, so I came to have a look. I don't know how the jade lion is now. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Chen Song, who was with Peng Hui and the others, came over and said, Xiaoqing, you're half a professional. How can you believe such a ridiculous thing? I heard that one of your teachers couldn't cure it. And it takes a long time to treat the pests and diseases of orchids. How can it be recovered in 3 days? Xiaoqing said with a smile, we can't do it, but it doesn't mean that everyone can't do it. Maybe Mr. Xia has a well-thought-out plan. Qinsong sneered and said, Xiaqing, I know that Sanshan University is counting on the Emo orchid in this flower exhibition, but I advise you to put away this kind of unrealistic fantasy. Everything has to be done scientifically. After hearing this, Xiaqing's face became a little gloomy. Qinsong looked at Lu Yu with hot eyes, and then said to Xiaqing, Xiaqing, we've known each other for a long time. Don't say that I'm not loyal to you. I brought you a pot of orchids this time. Although it's not as precious as the jade lion, it's definitely no problem to participate in the flower exhibition. Even if it can't be compared with the flowers exhibition Flowers of Agriculture and Forestry University with us, at least it won't be at the bottom of the exhibition. At least, it won't be at the bottom with us. After Jiang Yu heard this, she couldn't help but frown and say, how do you know that Brother Xia can't cure our Imo lawn? This is our Tri-Mountain University's Horticultural Society's exhibition. There's no need to cheat by borrowing other people's orchids. However, Xiaqing did not directly refuse. Instead, he revealed a look of hesitation. Not only Xiaqing, but the other students of the horticultural club were also whispering. This Qinsong is too arrogant. Isn't he bullying us because we don't have anyone in the horticultural club? You can't say that. It's not bad that he's willing to lend us a pot of orchids. Without Lu Yu's pot of Mo orchid, our other flowers can't be brought out at all. We'll definitely be at the bottom of the exhibition. That's really embarrassing. How do you know that pot of Mo orchid won't work? I think Lu Yu and Jiang Yu are still very confident in Mr. Xia. Don't joke around. Is this your first day in the horticultural club? That pot of Mo orchid is so sick. It might not be able to recover in 30 days, let alone 3 days. What's more, even Teacher Soup couldn't find the real cause of the disease. That Xiao Ruofei is so young. I don't think he can even find the cause. I don't think so. Qinsong obviously heard everyone's discussion. He couldn't help but show a hint of pride. He quickly walked to the Toyota car that was parked on the side and took out a pot of orchids. Qinsong said to Xiaqing, Xiaqing, this pot is a new breed of huilan. It has semi-slanted leaves, thick and hard, and has a jade-like yellow tongue. The grass is also yellow, with a bit of the taste of deformed grass. It's a very unique type of huilan. Originally, we were going to use this pot of huilan to participate in the flower exhibition, but later there was a better choice, so it wasn't chosen by us. When Xiaqing saw the pot of huilan that Qinsong brought, his eyes couldn't help but light up and show appreciation. Most of the students of the horticultural club were also knowledgeable. Everyone could see that this pot of huilan was indeed a rare product. Although it wasn't as precious as the jade lion, it was definitely not an ordinary good. Although the jade lion was precious, it had a serious disease. Even if this pot of huilan was slightly inferior, it was still much better than the other flowers in their horticultural club. The students of the horticultural club couldn't help but whisper to each other. Qinsong put the huilan on the ground with a little pride. Then he looked at Lu Yu and said, Junior Lu, as long as you say the word, this pot of huilan will be lent to Sanshan University. Take it as making friends. Peng Hui secretly frowned. He didn't expect that Qinsong seemed to have other thoughts about Lu Yu even though he had asked Qinsong to support him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, Yu Jun didn't have such thoughts. His goal was Jiang Yu, who was next to Lu Yu. As long as Qinsong didn't have the intention to pursue Jiang Yu, he naturally didn't care. Therefore, Yu Jun immediately said, Senior Xiaqing, Lu Yu, this pot of huilan is really good. In my opinion, instead of hoping for a miracle, it's better to be down to earth and use this pot of cymbidium to deal with the flower expo first. Xiaqing also showed a look of interest and looked at Lu Yu. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. She turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and said, You've been watching the show for a long time. It's time for you to take out my huilan. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Isn't it embarrassing to interrupt someone's performance? Jiang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, Brother Xia, you're swearing. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said with an innocent look, Did I? Didn't I use that instead? Qinsong's face darkened and he said, Do you only know how to talk? If you have the ability, take out the huilan that you cured. Everyone knows that it's impossible to do that. Perhaps you came here fearlessly today because you have money, so you bought a more precious pot of huilan. The more Xianxia said, the more he felt that his analysis was reasonable. He continued, but so what? That doesn't change the fact that you've been bragging. Although this pot of huilan isn't particularly expensive, it was carefully cultivated by me. It's full of sincerity. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, from the moment I got off the car until now, I haven't said anything. I've let you guys finish talking. I just want to ask, when did I say that the huilan can't be cured? After that, Xia Ruofei opened the door on the passenger side and took out a flower pot from inside. He gently placed it on the ground. Then he pouted angrily and said, well, 3 days is too short. That's all I can do. If it can't reach the standard of participating in the flower exhibition, I'm willing to admit defeat and buy another pot of huilan now. When Peng Hui heard that, he immediately said, haha. You've really been bragging. 3 days ago, didn't you pat your chest and say that there was no problem? How come now? Peng Hui was halfway through his words when he felt that the surroundings were very quiet. Then, he found that everyone was staring at the pot of huilan on the ground. Everyone's eyes were full of disbelief. Peng Hui looked over with some confusion. Hiss. Peng Hui suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if his whole body was petrified. To be continued. The pot of ink orchid was quietly placed on the ground. No one said a word. The whole place was silent, and everyone's breathing became a little heavy. The pot of ink orchid no longer looked as sickly as it did 3 days ago. Its leaves were green and exuded vitality. Moreover, there were quite a few blooming flowers in this pot of ink orchid. The petals were quite plump, especially the several huge noses that were golden in color, contrasting nicely with the several tongue petals that were as bright as emeralds. It looked like an indigo lion, and could be said to be shaped like its name. What was most inconceivable was that although the jade lion was very beautiful before the illness, it was far less charming than it was now. This was the highest realm that orchid lovers pursued. The pot of flowers was placed there quietly, but it gave people a sense of freshness and elegance. It was believed that even people who had no experience in appreciating orchids would immediately feel the humble demeanor of a flower gentleman as long as they saw this pot of emolan. What was even more unbelievable was that in just 3 days, this pot of ink orchid seemed to have grown a lot. The width and length of the leaves and the number of flowers were more than 3 days ago. Big brother Xia, this is unbelievable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. How did you do it? Jiang Yu's words also made Xia Qing and the others recover from their shock. Everyone looked at Xia Ruofei. Obviously, everyone was filled with the same question. Only Lu Yu's expression was normal. In her opinion, Xia Ruofei was a person who was good at creating miracles. Although the changes in this pot of ink orchid surprised her, it wasn't to the extent of disbelief. Peng Hui, Yu Jun, and the others' expressions were a little ugly, especially Chen Song, who took out the pot of ink orchid to show off. His face was red and white, and his expression could be said to be quite interesting. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and didn't answer Jiang Yu's question. Instead, he asked, how is it? This pot of ink orchid has recovered to this extent. Is everyone satisfied? In fact, Xia Ruofei didn't know much about orchids, but when he saw everyone's expression just now, he realized that it seemed to be a little too good. A few days ago, he had made a 3-day agreement. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he had watered the pot of ink orchid with a relatively high concentration of flower petal solution. At the same time, he had also placed it in the original space. Therefore, although 3 days had passed in the outside world, this pot of ink orchid had actually spent 3 months in the original space. Such a long time was enough for it to absorb all of the flower petal solution. Xia Ruofei naturally did not know what kind of illness this pot of ink orchid was, but this was not important. After 3 months and watering with the flower petal solution, the ink orchid had naturally recovered completely. Moreover, under the nourishment of the spiritual energy in the space, this pot of ink orchid had grown a lot, and unknowingly, it had a little more charm than before. Xia Qing said with an excited expression, more than satisfied. This is a huge surprise. Yes, big brother Xia. Jiang Yu said happily, not only has this pot of ink orchid been reborn, but it has also developed a trace of charm because of you. That's great. The students of the horticulture club were also shocked. they couldn't help but talk about it. Good heavens! The guy that Liu found is so awesome. He's simply a fierce man. I know about that pot of ink orchid. Even Mr. Su was helpless. Everyone said that it might wither before the flower exhibition, but he actually saved it in 3 days. It's not as simple as saving it. Another person exclaimed. It's not an exaggeration to say that it has been reborn. If that pot of ink orchid had participated in the flower exhibition, it would have been able to stay in the top 3 at most. But now, it's even possible for it to reach the gold medal. It's said that orchids have charm. I've finally seen it today. He's an expert. They seem to have forgotten that a few minutes ago, almost no one believed that Xiao Ruofei could cure the pot of ink orchid. Every one of them had a skeptical attitude. Now, Xiao Ruofei did not say anything, but directly took out the pot of ink orchid and put it on the ground. Almost everyone was conquered. Liu gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her eyes also shone with a trace of splendor. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Have you really never raised orchids before?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "No. I did raise pigs in the army." Pfft. Several girls couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Jiang Yu was even trembling with laughter. Raising orchids was such an elegant thing. Xiao Ruofei actually compared raising orchids and raising pigs. How could the two be compared? Liu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. She thought to herself that she had asked unnecessary questions. Even if this guy had never raised orchids, he could still create such a miracle because he was a person who was good at creating miracles. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "So, I've completed the task?" Liu nodded and said, "Thank you. I owe you a favor." The students of the Horticultural Arts Club all looked at Xiao Ruofei with envy. Liu and Jiang Yu were the most popular girls in the Horticultural Arts Club. To be honest, almost all the boys present secretly liked Liu or Jiang Yu, but they didn't show it as obviously as Peng Hui and Yu Jun. It was a pity that Liu was too cold and Jiang Yu was too shy. No one had ever been able to get close to these two beauties. That was why they were so envious of Xiao Ruofei. As for Peng Hui, Yu Jun, and Chen Song, they were full of jealousy. Chen Song's face was especially ugly. Not far from the pot of jade lion ink orchid was the pot of cymbidium that Chen Song had brought. A few minutes ago, Chen Song had been proud and felt like a savior. He had selflessly offered this pot of high-quality orchids to the Horticultural Arts Club of Sanshan University during their most difficult time to solve their urgent needs. But now, Chen Song felt like a clown. The pot of cymbidium was as eye-catching and dazzling as a clown's red nose. He wished that lightning would suddenly fall from the sky right now and destroy the pot of cymbidium. Xiao Ruofei's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Chen Song. He said lightly, "Student, it seems that the Horticultural Arts Club of Sanshan University doesn't need your full of sincerity anymore." Chen Song said in exasperation, "Humph. Even if you cured this pot of cymbidium, there's nothing to be proud of." Hearing that, Xiao Qing, Liu Yu, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Yang's lotus was a very famous orchid species. It was different from the expensive orchid species that were hyped up by the merchants. Yang's lotus, Song Mei, Ji Yuan, Heshan Mei, and Lu Yun were all old and famous orchids. They had been tested by time and had not declined for a long time. Although the market price of these old and famous orchids was not as high as the new orchids hyped up by the merchants in recent years, people who knew the industry knew that those orchids that were easily worth millions on the market were actually castles in the air. They might collapse one day. However, these old and famous orchids were different. They had been tested by decades, hundreds, or even hundreds of years, and each species was very ornamental. The price of the best of these species was not much lower than the ones hyped up by the merchants. The fact that the Agriculture and Forestry University had abandoned the pot of cymbidium and chosen the newly found Yang's lotus meant that the appearance and petal shape of this pot of orchids must be outstanding. If that was the case, then their jade lion pot might really lose out in comparison. Chen Song saw that the students of the Tri-Mountain University Horticultural Club, who had been in high spirits just now, were all silent. Now, he couldn't help but look a little proud. He said, "The Agriculture and Forestry University is determined to win the gold medal this time. If you can only come up with this pot of jade lion, I don't think you need to think about the gold medal. It's not bad to fight for the silver medal. After all, there are 3 silver medals. If you're lucky, you might have a chance. Xiao Qing's face became more and more ugly, and so did the other members of the horticultural club. They all sighed secretly. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu also gently bit their lower lips, and there was some unwillingness in their eyes. Peng Hui and Yu Jun's mentality was even more complicated. In a sense, although their motive for joining the club was not to love gardening, they were still members of the horticultural club and members of the Tri-Mountain University. If they lost to the agriculture and forestry university, they would naturally feel uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei had been in the limelight because of this pot of jade lion. However, if this pot of jade lion couldn't get the desired ranking in the flower exhibition, then everything was equal to nothing. Therefore, from this perspective, Peng Hui and Yu Jun were secretly delighted by Chen Song's words. Xiao Ruofei looked at Chen Song's smug look and couldn't help but smile faintly. He asked, Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, if you want to win the gold medal, I have a way. Without waiting for Lu Yu and Jiang Yu to speak, Chen Song sneered and said, Xiao Ruofei, do you really think you can do anything just because you accidentally cured this jade lion? Or are you going to buy it with money? Don't say I didn't tell you. The best quality orchids can't be bought with money, let alone in such a short time. The faces of Xia Qing and the rest became increasingly solemn. Clearly, Chen Song's words were not without reason. However, Lu Yu and Jiang Yu trusted Xiao Ruofei unconditionally. Lu Yu said without hesitation, all right. No matter what method you use, as long as you can help us win against A&M University at the flower exhibition, not only will I owe you a favor, but Yaya will also owe you a favor. Jiang Yu suddenly blushed and said in a low voice, Yu, why are you involving me again? But then Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Xia, do you really have a way? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. At this time, Xia Qing thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Xia, we are very grateful that you can help us cure this jade lion. But I still want to know. Do you have a way to help us win against A&M University's Xianxia in 3 days? Do you really want to buy a pot at a high price? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, no need to go through so much trouble. Then he looked at Lu Yu and Jiang Yu and said, if you trust me, give this jade lion to me. I will bring it back to you in 3 days. At that time, you can directly use this jade lion to participate in the exhibition. The students of the Horticultural Arts Club couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Even Lu Yu and Jiang Yu couldn't help but look extremely surprised. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and asked, or use this jade lion? Xiao Ruofei nodded with ease. Brother Xia, will this work? Jiang Yu asked without confidence. Chen Song couldn't wait to ridicule, I didn't expect you to be so whimsical. Don't tell me you can turn this jade lion into a more precious species in 3 days? The students of the Horticultural Arts Club also shook their heads secretly. If Xiao Ruofei cured this jade lion in 3 days, it could be explained that he just happened to know about this disease and used the right treatment. But this jade lion had already recovered. What could Xiao Ruofei do if he took it back and raised it for 3 days? Could it be as Chen Song said, that Xiao Ruofei could change the species of the jade lion? This was too much of a fantasy story. Facing everyone's doubts, Xiao Ruofei didn't explain too much. He just looked at Lu Yu and Jiang Yu with a smile. His meaning was obvious. He wanted them to decide for themselves. Lu Yu bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. After pondering for a long time, she nodded and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Yu. Xia Qing frowned and said, think about it carefully. The school also attaches great importance to this exhibition. If anything goes wrong, Senior Xia Qing, if it weren't for Xiao Ruofei helping us, we wouldn't even be able to take out the flowers for the exhibition. Lu Yu said calmly, even if this jade lion isn't sick, if we take it to the exhibition, if the Agricultural and Forestry University really finds the best quality Yangsu lotus, then we'll still lose. Lu Yu paused and said, since there can't be a worse result, why don't we let Xiao Ruofei try? Xia Qing smiled bitterly and said, what you said makes sense. Chen Song watched from the side and couldn't help but sneer and say, it seems that you're really desperate. Then we'll meet at the exhibition in 3 days. I hope you can create a miracle again. The sarcasm in his words was very obvious. After Chen Song finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to the students of the Tri-Mountain University Horticulture Club. He directly picked up his pot of cymbidium and put it back in his car. Then he drove away from the Tri-Mountain University without saying goodbye. The other students of the Horticulture Club didn't say anything. The joy they had just felt had been diluted by the news released by Xianxia. However, this matter had to be decided by Luyu. Since she had made the decision, the other students naturally couldn't say anything. Even Peng Hui and Yu Jun didn't make any noise, because Luyu was right. Xiao Ruofei cured the Jade Lion, which was already more than the task. No matter what the result was in 3 days, no one could find fault with it. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, then I'll leave it to you. Whether we can win against the Agricultural and Forestry University or not, I'm very grateful to you. Don't worry. I said you can win, so you will definitely win. Xiao Ruofei said confidently. Xiaoqing smiled bitterly and nodded. Then he said to Luyu, then this Jade Lion will be given to Mr. Xia. Let's all think of ways to find better flowers for the exhibition in the next few days. Xiaoqing had no confidence in Xiao Ruofei at all. Of course, it wasn't his fault. In his opinion, this was indeed an impossible task. Luyu nodded and didn't say anything more. She had chosen to trust Xiao Ruofei unconditionally, so she wouldn't make any other preparations. However, as the president of the Horticulture Club, it was understandable for Xiaoqing to work hard for the sake of the Horticulture Club. After Xiaoqing finished speaking, he left with the other students of the Horticulture Club. Xiao Ruofei picked up the Jade Lion and put it back in the pickup truck with a relaxed face. Then he waved goodbye to Luyu and Jiangyu and drove away. Luyu and Jiangyu stood in front of the old teaching building. Jiangyu looked at the pickup truck that was gradually moving away and asked, Yu, do you think Brother Xia can do it? Didn't everyone doubt him 3 days ago? But you saw the result, Luyu said calmly. I believe that he won't let us down this time. He has always been a person who is good at creating miracles. Indeed, Luyu had experienced countless miracles that Xiao Ruofei had created. Luyu had also heard about the emergency treatment of Master Song by Xiao Ruofei from Tian Huilan. Xiao Ruofei had done things that ordinary people thought were impossible again and again, so Luyu had a lot of confidence in Xiao Ruofei. This was something that even Jiangyu could feel. She glanced at Luyu with a strange look and said with a smile, Yu, I find that you have a kind of almost blind confidence in Brother Xia. Could it be? Luyu's pretty face turned red, but she quickly returned to normal. She rolled her eyes at Jiangyu and said, Wicked girl. Do you think that everyone is as infatuated as you and treats Xiao Ruofei like a treasure? I didn't. Jiangyu blushed and beat Luyu with her pink fist. Luyu also reached out to tickle Jiangyu's armpits. The two beauties played for a while in front of the teaching building until someone passed by. They stopped with slightly red faces. After a while, the two of them tacitly agreed not to mention Xiao Ruofei again. They went back to the dormitory hand in hand very intimately. After Xiao Ruofei drove away from the campus of Sanshan University, he directly put the pot of Jade Lion into the original space. His idea was very simple and crude. He put the pot of orchid in the original space with rich spiritual qi and watered it with the petal solution every day. In 3 days, the pot of orchid could stay in the unique Ring 2 space for 3 months. With the nourishment of the petal solution, it would be difficult for it not to be reborn. If he couldn't beat the pot of Yang Su Lotus in Agriculture and Forestry University, then there was really nothing to say. Xiao Ruofei didn't go back to Taoyuan Farm directly. He drove the pickup truck in the direction of the headquarters of Ling Qingxue restaurant. In the past 3 days, Ling Qingxue hadn't contacted him, but he thought that it had been 3 days. Ling Qingxue's anger should have subsided. A man should take the initiative in this kind of thing. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also found a good reason. Last time, Ling Qingxue went to him to sign the winery contract. Later, because of Luyu and Jiangyu's sudden visit, Ling Qingxue also left directly, so the contract wasn't signed. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei went there in the name of signing the contract. He called Ling Qingxue on the way. Divine Dr. Xia, what's the matter? Ling Qingxue's teasing voice came from the phone. Qingxue, are you at the company? Xiao Ruofei asked directly, I want to see you. I'm busy right now. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "What's the matter? Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Wife, you're not still angry, are you? There's nothing wrong with it. It's not worth it to hurt your body." "Who's angry?" Ling Qingxue said stubbornly, "I'm too lazy to be angry with you. You, divine Dr. Xia, are so popular with girls? If I didn't chase you, I'm afraid you'd be hugging left and right by now, right?" Ling Qingxue's tone was still full of resentment. In fact, Ling Qingxue was a little sensitive on this issue. The main reason was that she had always been the one to take the initiative when it came to emotional issues. She had been secretly in love with Xiao Ruofei since junior high school, and after the two of them reunited at the end of last year, she had always been the one to take the initiative. It could be said that the two of them were able to walk together in the end, and Ling Qingxue's initiative was absolutely inseparable. It was precisely because of this that Ling Qingxue more or less felt inferior when it came to emotional issues between the two of them. It was precisely this small sense of inferiority that made Ling Qingxue always feel a sense of crisis, so when Lu Yu and Jiang Yu appeared, her jealousy was magnified by many times. Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't let your imagination run wild anymore. What's going on here? Qingxue, I must see you today. If you don't come out, I'll go to the company to find you." "Then come. My dad happens to be here too," Ling Qingxue said with a mischievous smile. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "I was just about to report to Uncle Ling and ask him if the winery cooperation is still going on. Why is Manager Ling dragging on and refusing to sign the contract with me?" "You," Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "you rascal." Regarding the contract, Ling Qingxue really did hide it from Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian was still very concerned about the winery cooperation. 3 days ago, she had asked Ling Qingxue about it. At that time, Ling Qingxue had brushed her off, saying that the contract had already been signed, but she hadn't had time to file it yet. Because of the relationship between Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian was very assured about this cooperation. She also believed in Ling Qingxue's words without a doubt, so after a few days, she didn't ask about the contract again. If Xiao Ruofei really went to the company to mention this to Ling Xiaotian, wouldn't everything be exposed? Xiao Ruofei had also guessed it. He laughed and said, "Wife, it's almost time for lunch. I've already booked a private room at West River Moon. Let's have lunch together and sign the contract while we're at it." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Then you can't talk to my dad about the contract." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'll wait for you at Zhejiangjiu." "Rascal," Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, then hung up the phone. At the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering, Ling Qingxue held her phone to her chest with both hands and couldn't help but burst out laughing. A hint of red appeared on her pretty face, and a flower-like smile bloomed, making the entire office seem to be bathed in a spring breeze. In fact, she had wanted to contact Xiao Ruofei for a long time, but the girl's reserve made her keep it a secret. Today, Xiao Ruofei called, and under the carrot and stick, she naturally agreed. "Let's see if you dare to play around in the future," Ling Qingxue said to herself with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Xiao Ruofei was humming as he drove. He turned the car around and drove in the direction of Zhejiangjiu Club. Xiao Ruofei arrived at Shijiang Moon Club at about 11 o'clock. But when it was almost 12 o'clock, Ling Qingxue still didn't show up. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. He had said everything just now, except for a specific time. Ling Qingxue also said that she was very busy at the company, so what reason could he have to come a little later? "It seems that this girl is still angry," Xiao Ruofei said secretly. But soon he showed a fierce expression and said to himself, "How dare you not take your husband seriously? I'll teach you a lesson when she comes later." Unfortunately, Ling Qingxue couldn't hear Xiao Ruofei's harsh words. He waited for more than 20 minutes before there was a gentle knock on the door. Then the waiter opened the door of the private room. There was a series of footsteps, and Ling Qingxue's beautiful figure appeared at the door of the private room. Ling Qingxue wore light makeup today, which made her white jade-like skin look more crystal and attractive. She wore a white knitted sweater under a long beige windbreaker, which outlined her impressive curves. Her small feet were pencil gray, and her skinny jeans tightened her attractive long legs. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind, below the breasts are all legs. They had kissed and touched, but when Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue, he still couldn't help imagining the charming scene of her long legs tightly wrapped around his waist. Who said that men were animals who thought with their lower bodies? Xiao Ruofei was obviously thinking with his brain, but with his lower body. Ling Qingxue naturally felt Xiao Ruofei's slightly aggressive and hot eyes. While her pretty face was slightly red, there was a trace of bashful joy in her heart. As long as the man was her sweetheart, even if he showed a drooling pig face in front of her, the girl's heart would only be filled with joy. Ling Qingxue's face showed a coquettish smile and said, "Magical Dr. Xia, rascal Xia, I'm here. Please sign the contract." Xiao Ruofei came forward with a smile and took Ling Qingxue's hand without hesitation. Moreover, he gently rubbed Ling Qingxue's white and tender hand. Ling Qingxue's pretty face was slightly red. She gently struggled and didn't break away, so she let Xiao Ruofei do it. "It's almost 12:30. You must be hungry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's eat first. Then the contract, that's a political task my father-in-law gave me. Are you afraid that I won't sign it?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue whispered, "What father-in-law? I haven't agreed to marry you yet. It's a matter of time. Don't worry about these details." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue looked around the private room and said, "I haven't talked about you yet. Didn't you say we're going to eat? Why did you find such a place? This doesn't look like a place to eat." The private room's environment was quiet and elegant, but it wasn't the layout of an ordinary restaurant's private room. Strictly speaking, this was actually a suite. Entering the door, there was a small dining room, connected to the dining room, and a large lounge next to it. All the furnishings were very complete. Moreover, under the warm lighting and soft music, the entire private room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ling Qingxue's heart couldn't help but beat fast. Her pretty face slowly turned red. "Didn't I say? Don't worry about these details." Xiao Ruofei said, "There are tables and chairs here. How can it not be a place to eat? There's also a bed." Ling Qingxue blurted out. Immediately, she couldn't help but blush. Xiao Ruofei giggled as he pressed Ling Qingxue down on the chair. "Let's eat first, let's eat first. Don't starve my wife." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously and didn't say anything else. Xiao Ruofei raised his voice and said, "Waiter, serve the dishes." Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to order her own dishes when she came here. Chief Xing had arranged everything properly, and all the dishes were already prepared. They were just waiting for Ling Qingxue to come, and they would be served immediately. Soon, waitresses and cheongsams filed in, holding plates of dishes in their hands. Because there were only 2 people, there weren't many dishes. However, each dish was very exquisite. As for the ingredients, naturally, they were taoyuan vegetables. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Finally, the waitress brought a bottle of already soaked red wine. She poured wine into the goblets in front of the 2 people in front of her. Then, she gently put the red wine bottle on the table and bowed slightly before leaving. Xiao Ruofei had already told all the waitresses to leave after the dishes were served. No one was allowed to come in and disturb them without permission. Xiao Ruofei smiled and raised his wine glass. "Qingxue, we haven't sat down and had a meal together like this for a long time. Come, let's have a drink first." Ling Qingxue nodded gently. She silently raised her wine glass and gently touched Xiao Ruofei's glass. Then, she took a small sip. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Born in the army, he had always been drinking and eating. He had no interest in such elegant things as tasting red wine. This was really a waste of the expensive bottle of Laver's red wine that Boss Xing had carefully prepared. After drinking a mouthful of red wine, Ling Qingxue's face suddenly blushed slightly. Her rosy cheeks and roaming eyes made Xiao Ruofei's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. He poured himself some more red wine and then said, "Qingxue, you've ignored me for 3 days. Your anger should have subsided. I'm really wronged." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei next to her and said, "You deserve it. Who told you to treat another woman's pain without telling me?" Xiao Ruofei immediately smiled bitterly and said, I saw that her face was pale with pain that day, so I sympathized with her. I didn't expect you to be so protective of women. Ling Qingxue said with a faint smile. I'm a doctor with the heart of a parent. A patient is a patient. How can there be a difference between a man and a woman? Xiao Ruofei said seriously. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, I just didn't expect Miss Lu to be so unkind and deliberately expose me. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. You deserve it. You're not angry anymore, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a cheeky smile. I'm angry. Ling Qingxue said fiercely, who asked you to be protective of women? Then I'll treat you too. I'll treat you 3 times. Xiao Ruofei said immediately. Ling Qingxue said shyly, I don't have that pain. You're treating a ghost. Okay. Xiao Ruofei reached out and put his arm around Ling Qingshue's shoulder and said, Qingxue is very generous in my impression. When you were in junior high school, the boy next door wrote you a love letter. A girl who liked that boy ran to the class and scolded you, but you didn't care about it. Ling Qingxue was so angry that she reached out and pinched Xiao Ruofei hard and said, You remember a ghost? I'm the one who told you that, okay? You didn't have any impression of me in junior high school. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. However, after Xiao Ruofei's joke, Ling Qingxue finally stopped being angry about that matter. She let Xiao Ruofei hug her and gently leaned her head on Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. In fact, Ling Qingshue's anger had almost subsided over the past few days, and she knew very well that there was nothing between Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yu. She just felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. When she saw Xiao Ruofei today, she couldn't hold on to that little bit of restraint, so naturally, she pushed the boat with the current and forgave Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up food for Ling Qingxue and poured wine for her. He also kept saying sweet nothings and some jokes, which made Ling Qingxue giggle. Of course, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be so honest. While his right hand was picking up food, his left hand was always hugging Ling Qingxue, and he began to slowly move around. Ling Qingxue twisted her body in embarrassment and said, You're not letting me eat. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, Come, wife, let me toast you again. The two of them had a very happy meal after their previous enmity was resolved. The bottle of red wine was also emptied. Although most of it went into Xiao Ruofei's stomach, Ling Qingxue had at least drank 6 or 7 glasses. After drinking the wine, Ling Qingshue's delicate face was red, and her eyes became a little blurred. The proud curves under the white knitted sweater were slightly undulating, and there was a trace of a delicate and charming smile at the corner of her mouth. It was really very attractive. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but stare blankly at Ling Qingxue, and his eyes were a little dazed. Ling Qingshue's little heart pounded when Xiao Ruofei stared at her. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth, stared at Xiao Ruofei reproachfully, and then said, Ruofei, the wine has been drunk and the meal has been eaten. Hurry up and sign the contract. Then I can go back to the company and report back. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, but directly reached out and held Ling Qingshue's delicate waist. Then, he gently pulled Ling Qingxue onto his lap, and lowered his head to kiss Ling Qingshue's soft red lips. After a long kiss, Ling Qingxue was so shy that she buried her head in Xiao Ruofei's chest. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Wife, I waited for you for an hour and a half at noon. Do you know that I was wrong? Ling Qingxue quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei in a panic and said, I have a lot of work to do at the company. That's not a good reason. Xiao Ruofei said domineeringly, You deliberately left your husband here. Tell me. Should I punish you? You. How do you want to punish me? Ling Qingxue felt Xiao Ruofei's invasive gaze, and her heart was in a panic for no reason. Hee. What do you think? Xiao Ruofei said. After that, he directly stood up with Ling Qingxue in his arms and strode into the inner lounge. Ling Qingshue's soft arms tightly hugged Xiao Ruofei's neck to keep her balance. She said shyly and anxiously, Ruofei, It's not safe here, wife, have you forgotten what I used to do? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half, and I've already checked the inside and outside of this private room. There are no gadgets that can be secretly recorded. The soundproofing is super good. Even if you shout until you lose your voice inside, you won't be able to hear anything from outside. Xiao Ruofei was habitually cautious and vigilant. Although the possibility of Boss Zhang's plot against him was very small, he still carefully checked the room after entering it. This was almost an instinctive action that had been integrated into his blood and soul. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was drunk. How could he hold himself back in front of his girlfriend who was as beautiful as a flower and jade? Ling Qingshui glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Bad guy. So you've already planned this?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and did not say anything. Although he did not have much experience in love, he knew that sometimes, a man should be thick-skinned. Just like in a joke, if a woman stopped when she called you a beast, she would turn around and say that you were worse than a beast. While they were talking, Xiao Ruofei had already walked into the lounge with Ling Qingshui in his arms. He put Ling Qingshui on the soft and spacious bed, then turned around and locked the door. Ling Qingshui was lying on the bed with her eyes slightly closed. Her pretty face was already red, and her proud chest was rising and falling quickly, showing that she was nervous at the moment. Xiao Ruofei turned around and saw that Ling Qingshui was at his mercy. He could no longer suppress the burning desire in him. He jumped directly onto the bed and pressed down heavily on Ling Qingshui's delicate body. Hugging, kissing, entangling. Soon, the two's cumbersome clothes were scattered all over the floor. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingshui's perfect, jade-like body, and his breathing became heavier. Ling Qingshui gasped and said in a trembling voice, "Ruofei, be gentle with me." Ling Qingshui's shy words were the best bugle call to charge. Xiao Ruofei nodded heavily and bent down slightly, trembling slightly. This time, Ling Qingshui's relatives didn't come to visit. Yi Lin Yun, Lu Yu, and the others wouldn't disturb them in the secret private room of the Shijiang Moon Club. As for the mobile phone, Xiao Ruofei had already turned it off and left it in the small restaurant outside. Therefore, everything happened naturally. After a dull cry of pain, the private room was gradually filled with the girl's shy moans, the man's heavy breathing, and the creaking sound of the big bed. When these sounds were combined, it was undoubtedly the most touching music in the world. After a long time, when the storm finally stopped, Xiao Ruofei sat on the bed with Ling Qingshui in his arms. Ling Qingshui's shy face was still flushed, and there was a happy smile on her face. She leaned her head on Xiao Ruofei's broad chest and drew circles on Xiao Ruofei's chest with her slender fingers. She gritted her teeth and said, "Bad guy. You finally got what you wanted." Xiao Ruofei's big hands were greedily rubbing Ling Qingshui's body. He laughed and said, "Honey, my first time was given to you. You have to be responsible for it in the future." Ling Qingshui opened her eyes wide and looked up at Xiao Ruofei. She gritted her teeth and said, "You. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? It was my first time too." Xiao Ruofei said innocently. "Humph." Ling Qingshui pouted and said, "Rascal. You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingshui's bashful appearance and couldn't help but feel a little restless. At the age of youth, he had tasted the wonderful taste of it for the first time. Naturally, he would want more and more. Ling Qingshui also quickly noticed the change in Xiao Ruofei's body. She was so scared that she quickly shrank and said, "Ruofei. I can't take it anymore." Ling Qingshui had just experienced sex, so naturally, she couldn't bear it. However, godly Dr. Xia had a way. He didn't even put on his clothes and directly jumped off the bed. He fumbled in his coat pocket and took out a delicate porcelain bottle. He handed it to Ling Qingshui and said, "Qingshui, this is the nutrient solution I made. Drink it." "Nutrient solution?" Ling Qingshui took the porcelain bottle doubtfully. She took a sip and said, "It doesn't taste good. It's about the same as plain water. The juice has a taste, but it doesn't have any effect." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Drink it all. It's good for your body." Ling Qingshui knew that Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't harm her, so she obediently drank the entire bottle of nutrient solution. This small porcelain bottle only had a capacity of about 200 to 300 milliliters. It was about the same as a carton of milk. Ling Qingshui quickly finished it. After a while, Ling Qingshui exclaimed in surprise, "Ruofei, your nutrient solution is really amazing. I feel like I have strength all over my body. After the fierce battle just now, Ling Qingshua's body had already gone limp, like a puddle of mud. Now, she had suddenly recovered her strength. This nutrient solution was really amazing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, have you recovered your strength? Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei's eyes and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She quickly pulled the quilt to cover her delicate body and asked, what do you want to do? Hee, your strength has recovered. Naturally, it's time for the second half. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, in Ling Qingshua's exclamation, he pulled the down quilt and pressed it down. Xiao Ruofei had specifically asked for such a private room, and the person receiving him was a beautiful woman. Naturally, Director Zheng knew what was going on. From the beginning to the end, no one came to disturb them. He did not even arrange for anyone to come in and clean up the leftovers outside. Passionate lovers always had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had been taking the flower petal solution for a long time, and he had practiced the strange posture from the mysterious stone tablet. Naturally, he was full of energy. With Xiao Ruofei's specially made nutrient solution, Ling Qingxue was not only able to withstand his attacks, but also became more and more courageous. Therefore, the two of them fooled around in the big bedroom of the private room, as if they had forgotten about the time. It was not until Xiao Ruofei turned over and panted for the last time that the creative wall clock on the wall showed that it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Qingshua's body was limp. She did not even want to move a finger. She lazily curled up in Xiao Ruofei's arms. Her hair was wet, her face was peachy red, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Ruofei's large hand gently caressed Ling Qingshua's back, which was as smooth as silk. His heart was filled with love for her. Ruofei. Ling Qingxue whispered softly. Don't bully me in the future. Yes. You're not allowed to resist if I bully you. Okay, don't provoke other women. Okay. Ling Qingxue saw that Xiao Ruofei seemed to be hesitating. She immediately pouted and said, you don't seem to be willing? Xiao Ruofei immediately said in a serious manner, no, I was a little distracted just now. Who asked my wife to be so beautiful? When I'm with you, I can't help but feel restless. Ling Qingxue blushed slightly. Even though she knew that this was Xiao Ruofei's excuse, her heart still felt as sweet as honey. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't just making excuses. In fact, when he was with Ling Qingxue, Xiao Ruofei couldn't control himself, especially when the two of them snuggled so intimately together. Even though they had been going at it for an entire afternoon, Xiao Ruofei still reacted quickly. Ling Qingxue naturally sensed it immediately. She immediately sat up with a pale face and said, Ruofei, stop messing around. I really don't have any strength left, it's fine. Xiao Ruofei said with a smirk, there are only cows that are tired to death, but there are no pears that are worn out. I didn't even say I was tired. Ling Qingxue blushed and muttered, how shameless. Only a scoundrel like you would say such shameful words. Hee. Wife, I have something even more shameless. Xiao Ruofei said with a cheeky smile, do you want to try it? Ling Qingxue naturally knew what Xiao Ruofei's more shameless was. When she heard what he said, her heart skipped a beat. She was so scared that she quickly got up and said, I really can't. Ruofei, I've been out for an entire afternoon. It's almost time for the company to get off work. I have to rush back. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was just trying to scare Ling Qingxue. Although Ling Qingxue was indeed full of fatal temptation, this entire afternoon was already ridiculous enough. After all, this was Shijiang Moon Club. Even if she had a good relationship with President Jing, it was impossible for her to be as unrestrained as at home. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also sat up with a laugh. Then, he directly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Naturally, he was not wearing anything. Ling Qingxue exclaimed softly and subconsciously covered her eyes with a red face. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, wife, you don't know how many times you've seen this afternoon. Why are you shy now? Ling Qingxue buried her head in the quilt and said coquettishly, hurry up and put on your clothes. Xiao Ruofei laughed and picked up all the clothes scattered on the ground. Then, he divided them into two sets. He walked to the bed naked and held Ling Qingshua's clothes in his hand. He said with a smile, "Wife, let me help you put on your clothes." Ling Qingxue stretched out her tender arms from the quilt and grabbed the clothes. She said with a red face, "I can put them on myself." "Hurry up and put them on." Xiao Ruofei put on the clothes one by one unhurriedly. Ling Qingxue also began to put on her clothes under the quilt. Although her posture was a little awkward, she finally put on her clothes. At this time, Ling Qingxue seemed to have recovered from her shyness. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and got out of bed to carefully tidy her clothes. Xiao Ruofei watched from the side with a smile. Ling Qingshue's movements were very delicate. There was a different kind of beauty in her unhurried movements. Ling Qingxue felt Xiao Ruofei's burning gaze. Her pretty face blushed slightly. She walked over and very naturally tidied Xiao Ruofei's collar. She even said, "You're already so old, but you can't even put on your clothes properly." She looked very much like a little wife who tidied up her husband's clothes before he went out. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gently pull Ling Qingxue into his arms. He put his mouth next to her ear and smelled the faint fragrance of her hair. He said softly, "Qingxue, I will definitely give you a lifetime of happiness." Believe me, these words weren't flashy or romantic, but Ling Qingshue's body trembled slightly. She was surrounded by happiness. She nodded heavily, then took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss Xiao Ruofei's lips. The two of them were affectionate for a while before they looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Ling Qingshue's gaze fell on the big bed. In the middle of the snow-white bedsheet, there was a blooming red flower that was particularly eye-catching. Ling Qingxue said shyly and anxiously, "Ruofei, what should we do?" "We've dirted the bedsheet." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "What are you afraid of? Old Jing is such a big boss. Can't he afford to buy a bedsheet? Worst comes to worst, I'll ask Fatty to give him an extra cabbage tomorrow morning. Take it as compensation for the bedsheet. It's not about the money, okay?" Ling Qingxue said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This is too embarrassing," Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Easy." Then, he walked to the front of the bed and simply reached out to take off the bedsheet. Then, he very seriously folded it in half again and again until it was folded into a small square. His expression did not change as he put the bedsheet into his small backpack. "You can't tell now, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue subconsciously looked at the big bed. Although there were faint marks on the mattress, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be as obvious as before. Ling Qingxue said, "I can't tell now, but, this bedsheet." Xiao Ruofei smiled and walked to the cabinet next to him. He opened the cabinet door, and sure enough, there were stacks of bedsheets, quilt covers, pillowcases, and other bedding neatly arranged inside. "Come on. Do it yourself," Xiao Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue with a grin. The two of them worked together and quickly put on a new set of snow-white bedsheets. "Now I can't tell at all," Xiao Ruofei said with a proud smile. Xiao Ruofei said righteously, "Wife, do you think that a good comrade like me, who has been trained by the party and the army for many years, would be that kind of person?" "Yes." Ling Qingxue nodded with certainty. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The weather seems to be good today." Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with disdain and said, "Can you not be so obvious if you want to change the subject? You are underestimating my intelligence, okay?" Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "Qingxue, a smart woman like you must, pft." Okay. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "I don't want to care so much about you. Anyway, if you dare to treat me badly in the future, I will." "I will." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smile and asked, "You will what?" Ling Qingshue's pretty face turned slightly red. She gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let you touch me." Xiao Ruofei was shocked and said, "Wife, you are too cruel. Can't you change the punishment?" "No." Ling Qingxue said with a mischievous smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I will definitely take care of you, whether it is in my career, in my life, or in bed. You are going to die." Ling Qingxue hit Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "How can you say something like that? You are so thick-skinned." Xiao Ruofei laughed and didn't resist. He let Ling Qingxue vent her shyness. Ling Qingxue didn't really want to use her strength. Her strength was more like scratching Xiao Ruofei's itch. After laughing for a while, Ling Qingxue remembered what she had to do. She quickly took out the contract from her bag and said, Ruofei, sign the winery contract. I need to hurry back and report to my superiors. Xiao Ruofei nodded and took the contract from Ling Qingxue. He walked to the small desk and sat down. Then, he took out a pen from the pen holder on the table, flipped to the last page of the contract, and signed his name. After signing all 3 copies of the contract, Xiao Ruofei stood up and returned the contract to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue put the contract in her bag and asked with a smile, You signed the contract without even reading it? Aren't you afraid of any traps? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, Even. You are mine. How could my father-in-law cheat me? Who's your man? Shameless. Ling Qingxue muttered with a red face. Xiao Ruofei looked surprised and said, Huh? Could it be that everything that happened this afternoon was just a dream? Could it be that I still haven't woken up from my dream? Qingxue, pinch me and see if it hurts. Okay. Ling Qingxue said with a sweet smile. Then, she walked towards Xiao Ruofei with a malicious look. Xiao Ruofei quickly took a big step back and said, Don't bother my wife. I'll do it myself. After that, Xiao Ruofei pinched himself gently and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He said, It hurts. It hurts. Looks like I'm not dreaming. Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei's exaggerated performance and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei. She said coquettishly, You're a scoundrel. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Let's go. Wife, let's go out. The 2 of them walked out of the private room together. Director Zheng was indeed a sensible person. There was no waiter outside the private room and even several private rooms next to it were empty. This was to create an environment where Xiao Ruofei would absolutely not be disturbed. Xiao Ruofei didn't greet Director Zheng again. He directly sent him a text message with his mobile phone. Then, he held Ling Qingxue's hand and walked out of Shijiangmun Clubhouse. At this time, Director Zheng naturally wouldn't come out to see them off. He just replied to Xiao Ruofei with a very polite text message. The 2 of them didn't park their cars at Shijiangmun Clubhouse. This clubhouse was located inside the scenic area. Although the important guests of the clubhouse could drive in directly, it was still somewhat troublesome. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chose to park the car in the parking lot outside the scenic area. Therefore, after leaving the clubhouse, Ling Qingxue naturally held Xiao Ruofei's hand. The 2 of them leaned against each other as they walked from the quaint Nanhou Street to the parking lot outside. Xiao Ruofei first found Ling Qingxue's orange Porsche 911 with her. Qingxue, let's go to Taoyuan Farm after we return the contract to the company. Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's hand and said, You haven't spent the night at Taoyuan Farm yet. Let me tell you. The night view of our farm is very beautiful. In the dead of the night, you can faintly hear the sound of the distant sea. Xiao Ruofei, who had just had a taste of it, couldn't wait to fall asleep with Ling Qingxue's soft and delicate body in his arms every night. As long as he thought about the scene of himself with a pair of amazingly elastic long legs between his legs, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a wave of lust rise within him. After an entire afternoon of absurdity, it seemed like it hadn't completely extinguished. As long as there was even the slightest movement, the fire would immediately become a prairie fire again. Ling Qingxue was actually similar to Xiao Ruofei. It was also her first time experiencing the extreme joy between a man and a woman. Xiao Ruofei's suggestion naturally made her feel a rush of excitement. However, she quickly showed a trace of an apologetic expression and said, Ruofei, the company has been very busy recently. There are matters regarding the designated reception unit of the Municipal Party Committee, matters regarding the other city branches, and recently, there's also matters regarding the winery, so, it's okay, I understand. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue took the initiative to tiptoe and kissed Xiao Ruofei's cheek. Then, she said with a blushing face, Ruofei, you have more free time. You can come back to the city to visit me more often. Xiao Ruofei said with a naughty smile, Sure. I'll call you in advance. You can book a room in the hotel, wash up, put on your perfume, and wait for me. No way. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes shyly at Xiao Ruofei, then opened the door and sat in the car. She started the engine of the sports car first, then pressed down the window and stuck her head out to say to Xiao Ruofei, "Oh, I almost forgot, you seem to be very busy recently." "Yeah." Xiao Ruofei replied casually, "There are actually a lot of things on the farm. Many of them can only be done by myself." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "I'm not talking about the farm. I heard that you, godly Dr. Xia, have successfully cured a pot of orchids that even professionals were helpless against. Moreover, it seems that you still want to continue, so you took the initiative to take on an even more difficult task." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "How do you know everything?" Ling Qingxue proudly raised her phone and said, "Because I added Lu Yu and Jiang Yu's WeChat. Don't forget that I was the one who promised to help them at Sanshan University. So? So you have to work hard. Bring out your godly doctor demeanor and don't embarrass me." Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly, then waved at the stunned Xiao Ruofei, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the parking lot. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Ruofei looked at the Porsche 911 in the distance and muttered to himself. At first, Ling Qingxue was still slightly hostile to Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, who had suddenly appeared. Later, when he went back to his room to make medicine for a while, how did she become familiar with those two? Not only did she add him on WeChat, but she also sold him to those two. From Ling Qingxue's standpoint, shouldn't she want him to be as far away from them as possible? Why did she do the opposite? Xiao Ruofei couldn't think of a reason for Ling Qingxue to do this. He also thought of everything that had happened when he was with Lu Yu and Jiang Yu. Ling Qingxue actually knew everything. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. A familiar voice seemed to ring in his ears, "A girl's mind is a boy, don't guess, don't guess. Don't guess, no matter how you guess, you won't understand, don't understand." The alcohol he drank at noon had long since been emptied during the afternoon's absurd battle, so Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't need to find a designated driver. He directly drove back to Taoyuan Farm. When he arrived home, the sky was already dark. Chow Taishu and the other workers had just finished work and were walking out. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they all greeted him. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't get out of the car, he pressed down the window and smiled at them. It could be seen that the workers' faces were brimming with happy smiles. It was obvious that working at Taoyuan Farm was very comfortable. The treatment here was good. Although the work wasn't particularly easy, the work in a modern greenhouse was far simpler than working in the countryside. Moreover, the boss didn't put on airs, and the New Year's benefits were so good. The workers all felt a sense of belonging. Xiao Ruofei finally bid farewell to his virgin life today. He was in a very good mood. He waved to the workers and then hummed a song in high spirits as he drove back to the villa. When the car drove into the villa's courtyard, Xiao Ruofei saw Yi Linyun and Li Jifu standing in the courtyard. Yi Linyun was holding a large dustpan with both hands and shaking it like he was having a seizure. Li Jifu was at the side giving out pointers from time to time. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he curiously walked over. When Yi Linyun saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately stopped and shouted, "Brother Xia, you're back. What are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Oh, the teacher is teaching me how to shake the tea," Yi Linyun replied. Shaking the tea was a process in the production of rock tea. Shaking the tea leaves constantly collided and rubbed against each other, causing the edges of the leaves to gradually damage and deepen evenly. After fermentation and oxidation, it would produce a green base with red edges. These few days, when Li Jifu was teaching Yi Linyun the skills of making tea, Xiao Ruofei had also heard a lot. She knew that this was a very important process. Nowadays, many tea factories used shaking machines to make tea in batches. However, a traditional tea maker like Li Jifu would definitely insist on shaking the tea manually. Because no matter how well the machine simulated, it still relied on the built-in program to mechanically execute. In fact, the process of shaking the green tea was light at first and then heavy. The shaking time was short and then long, and the resting time was short and then long. However, the steps seemed simple, but there was a lot of knowledge behind them. The best tea masters had to determine the next shaking time, the intensity, and the resting time according to the changes in the green tea. This was completely based on experience and could not be simulated by machines. Only a manual operation could achieve this step to the extreme. Xiao Ruofei had not paid much attention to Yi Linyun over the past few days. Now, it seemed that his learning progress was quite fast. Xiao Ruofei looked up at the big dustpan in Yi Linyun's hand and saw that it was not tea green, but holly leaves that could be seen everywhere on the mountain outside. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Li, you're using these leaves for Lingyun to practice?" Li Jifu had an unfathomable look on his face as he said, "Xiao Yi is still a beginner. His main goal is to practice his techniques. Leaves are enough. It would be a waste to use tea leaves for him to practice. Besides, there are very few people in the 3 mountains who grow tea. Where can I find tea green?" "That's true," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "but if there is a need, I can arrange for someone to get some tea green from Anqi." Anqi was also a tea-producing area. Its tea guanyin was famous throughout the country. Although it was a different species from the rock tea of Wui Mountain, tea green was far better for practice than ordinary leaves. Anqi was closer to the 3 mountains. It was more convenient to buy tea green from here, but the cost might not be low. However, in order to let Yi Linyun learn tea-making skills, Xiao Ruofei naturally spared no expense. Li Jifu nodded and said, "If there is a need in a few days, I will let you know. Practice with leaves first. When I was young, I learned how to make tea from the old master. I also started with leaves. At that time, the old master asked me to shake ordinary leaves until they were green with a red border." "Xiao Yi, you still have a long way to go." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. Shaking ordinary leaves to have the effect of colliding and oxidizing tea green was more difficult than shaking tea green directly. It must be done with a very strong hand and extremely sharp observation skills. It seemed that Yi Linyun was going to suffer a little. However, the stricter Li Jifu's requirements were, the happier Xiao Ruofei was. Only by constantly improving could one make unique tea leaves. In the future, Xiao Ruofei would rely on Yi Linyun to make the best Dahong Pao for him. How could he do it if his skills were not good enough? Fortunately, Yi Linyun had been in the army for several years and was very tenacious. Ordinary people would quickly lose their patience in this kind of exhausting and boring practice. If it was Peng Hao, he would probably be tired after a few shakes. However, Yi Linyun was still very calm, and there was a sense of determination in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Yi Linyun on the shoulder. He said, "Linyun, Mr. Li is personally teaching you tea-making skills. This is a rare opportunity. You have to practice hard." "I will. Brother Xia, don't worry," Yi Linyun said. Then he said to Li Jifu, "Teacher, can I ask for a few minutes of rest? I have something to ask Brother Xia." After all, Xiao Ruofei was the owner of this place. Li Jifu had to give him face. So, although he looked a little unhappy, he nodded slightly and agreed. Yi Linyun immediately put down the big dustpan in his hand and said, "Brother Xia, the comrades I contacted all arrived in the afternoon. I asked them to settle down in the temporary housing next to the construction site. Do you have time now? Is it convenient to meet them?" Xiao Ruofei's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Oh? They're all here? What are you waiting for? Call them all over." "Okay," Yi Linyun said happily. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw 3 people standing in a line. Another person stood in the middle of the line on the left. The 4 people formed a standard small team formation and walked to the villa in neat steps. Although the 4 of them were wearing casual clothes, their strong military temperament could not be concealed. Each of them still had a spirited short crew cut, and their backs were always straight. Every step they took was full of vigor. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but nod secretly. He used to be an elite member of the Special Warfare Commando team. So, with a glance, he could see that the military quality of the 4 people was very good. "Stop." The young man leading the team gave the command, and the 4 people stopped in unison. He ran to Yi Linyun and said, "Monitor Yi, we're here." Yi Linyun nodded and said, "Don't just stand there. Disperse, disperse. Come over here." Only then did the 3 of them, who were still in line, walk over together. "This is our boss. You can call him Boss Xia," Yi Linyun introduced. "Hello, Boss Xia." The four people said in unison. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. We're all brothers. You can call me Brother Xiao like Yi Linyun. Yes. Yi Linyun then began to introduce the four veterans to Xiao Ruofei. He first pointed to the one who led the team and said, "This is Lei Hu." When he was in the army, he was usually the assaulter. Lei Hu grinned at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, you can call me Huzi." Huzi. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei seemed to see Lin Hu's figure in front of him. This good brother of his who took a bullet for him, Xiao Ruofei was a little absent-minded, but he quickly smiled and patted Lei Hu's shoulder. "Okay, Huzi. Work hard in my company from now on." "Yes." Lei Hu straightened his back and replied in a deep voice. Yi Linyun then introduced, "Brother Xia, this is Hong Tao. He's the sniper in the army. This is Qin Xiaojun, the explosives expert. This is Su Wei. He's in charge of field medical and communications. His marksmanship is not bad. Occasionally, he can be the sniper." "Hello, Brother Xia." The three of them said in unison. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Good, not bad. One look and I can tell that you're all good soldiers. Yi Linyun also told me about your situation. From now on, you can work in my company with peace of mind. As long as I have food to eat, you won't starve." "Thank you, Brother Xia." The four of them said in unison. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The four of them came from the countryside. Their family conditions were relatively poor. These veterans were the backbone of their own business in the army. However, the skills they learned in the special forces were rarely used in the field. Sniping and explosives were not needed in normal companies unless they went down the wrong path. Therefore, before Yi Linyun called them, the four of them were living a precarious life. Some of them were doing odd jobs, while others were working as security guards. Their lives were very tight. In addition, at this age, the burden of family was gradually falling on their shoulders. Therefore, the pressure was increasing. When they came to the Taoyuan company, not only was their salary several times higher than before, but more importantly, they could get together with their old comrades again. People who came out of the army cherished their comrade in arms very much. They also missed the time when they ate together in the military camp. Now that a few of their good brothers were working in the same company, they were very excited. Coupled with the high salary, it was really a dream job. Lei Hu looked at Xiao Ruofei with some curiosity and asked, "Brother Xia, I heard from squad leader Yi. You came from there?" There was naturally referring to the Lone Wolf Commandos. This unit was very mysterious. Ordinary soldiers did not even know of its existence. Lei Hu and the others were all soldiers in the special forces. Therefore, they had heard of the Lone Wolf Commandos. After all, every time Lone Wolf absorbed new blood, the most important soldiers were from the special forces. Ordinary troops could not meet their requirements. Therefore, when Lei Hu heard that Xiao Ruofei actually retired from the famous Lone Wolf and was once Yi Linyun's training instructor, he became very curious about Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, yes. Lei Hu looked at Xiao Ruofei with some hesitation and said, "But you look, don't I look like it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Is it in your imagination that the people who come from there are all big and muscular men?" "That's not it," Lei Hu said with some embarrassment. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "A lot of things can't be judged based on the surface. Take the four of you for example. Anyone with a bit of experience would be able to tell that you're soldiers from the way you walk. Those drug lords at the border all have very sharp eyes. If Lone Wolf's men were all like you, how could they carry out their disguise and investigate missions? They will be killed as soon as they enter the mountains." In fact, when Xiao Ruofei had just retired from the army, he was the same as the four of them. Every step he took was a standard 75 centimeters. However, when he was carrying out a mission, he could hide his strong military temperament according to the need. It could be said that if he wore a bamboo hat and coarse clothes and walked in the forest, he would be exactly the same as a border farmer. Lei Hu showed a thoughtful expression. Xiao Ruofei laughed and patted Lei Hu's shoulder lightly. He said, "Okay, you guys go and rest first. Tomorrow, Ling Yin will bring you guys to familiarize with the work. If there is a chance in the future, I will spar with you guys." After that, Xiao Ruofei turned and walked into the villa. Xiao Ruofei only patted Lei Hu's shoulder very casually, but Lei Hu felt a huge force pressing down on him. He almost squatted down, and his shoulder was burning. Lei Hu couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Xiao Ruofei's back as he left, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. "Huzi, what's wrong?" Hong Tao asked curiously. Lei Hu came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "Oh. It's nothing." He couldn't say that the boss gave him a show of strength when they met for the first time, right? In fact, when they saw Xiao Ruofei's thin and weak body, not only Lei Hu, but also Hong Tao and the other two couldn't believe that Lone Wolf's people were so weak. Hong Tao looked in the direction of the villa and said curiously, "Hey. How do you think Brother Xia was selected as Lone Wolf? Looking at his body, he doesn't even meet the standards of the special forces, right?" Yi Linyun had been watching coldly from the side. He snorted and said, "Hong Tao, do you want to spar with Brother Xia? Do you want me to spar with you first?" Hong Tao quickly laughed and said, I wouldn't dare. How can I be a match for squad leader Xia? If you can't even beat me, then it's better not to spar with Brother Xia, Yi Linyun said lightly. Because Brother Xia can easily subdue me with one hand, what? Hong Tao, Su Wei, and Qin Xiaojun exclaimed at the same time. Hong Tao laughed and said, Squad leader Yi, although Brother Xia is our boss, you don't have to flatter him like this. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that someone as weak as Brother Xia could subdue you with just one hand. It was obvious that Yi Linyun had witnessed the scene just now. Ah? Lei Hu looked at Yi Linyun, who seemed to be smiling. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, well. I suddenly remembered that I still have some clothes to wash. I'll go back first. After that, Lei Hu took a deep look at the villa and then walked out. Hong Tao and the other two looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Yi Linyun laughed and scolded, What are you standing there for? Go back and tidy up your house. Do you want to exchange a few moves with me? Hong Tao and the other two hurriedly scattered like birds. Yi Linyun shouted from behind them, The rest time is tonight. Take care of everything that needs to be taken care of. From tomorrow onwards, we will start working. Got it, squad leader Yi. After Hong Tao and the others left, Yi Linyun walked to the stone table in the courtyard. Li Jifu had been sitting there with a teapot, looking at Yi Linyun and the others with interest. Yi Linyun said very respectfully, Teacher, let's continue practicing. In front of the soldiers he had taught, Yi Linyun could be awe-inspiring, but in front of Li Jifu, Yi Linyun had always been a disciple, even though Li Jifu hadn't officially accepted him as a disciple. Li Jifu put down the teapot with a smile, and the old and the young began the experiential teaching again. Yi Linyun continued to hold the big dustpan in the courtyard. As a beginner, Yi Linyun's movements had no sense of rhythm or beauty. Even Lightning, who was hiding far away in the kennel, poked her head out and looked at Yi Linyun in confusion. When it was time for dinner, Xiao Ruofei specially asked Yi Linyun to call Lei Hu, Hong Tao, and the others over. Everyone had a meal together in the villa. After retiring from the army, these soldiers went their separate ways. Today, including Xiao Ruofei, there were 6 people gathered together, which was very rare. When soldiers gathered together for a meal, it was inevitable that they would drink wine. Xiao Ruofei specially prepared 10 bottles of Drunken 8 Immortals. Although it wasn't the best Drunken 8 Immortals with flower petal solution, it was still quite good compared to the general white wine on the market. Lei Hu and the others also cried out in satisfaction. Today was their first day at Peach Blossom Farm. Whether it was the dishes they ate or the wine they drank, they were all things that couldn't be bought outside even if they had the money. Lei Hu and the others had tasted such delicacies for the first time. Moreover, working here, the salary and benefits were so high, and they could even gather together with their comrades. With such a life, what more could he ask for? Seeing the young people so happy, even Li Jifu made an exception and drank a cup of Drunken 8 Immortals. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, Xiao Ruofei raised his wine glass and said, Brothers, it's fate that we are able to gather together today. I won't say anything more. Since we are in the Taoyuan company, we are a family. We were comrades in the army. Now that we have left the army, we will be good brothers from now on. Come, cheers. Cheers. Thank you, Brother Xia. Lei Hu and the others all had excited expressions on their faces. Everyone stood up, clinked their glasses, and drank to their heart's content. Xiao Ruofei laughed and put the glass on the table heavily. He wiped his mouth and said, "Great." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. The company's staff dormitory is still under construction. Everyone should overcome it during this period of time. The conditions will be better in the future. Brother Xia, we are from the army. We don't have to be so particular," Lei Hu said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei's seemingly casual pat in the evening had made Lei Hu's contempt disappear. Lei Hu knew that the boss in front of him, who was born as a lone wolf and looked thin and weak, wasn't just an undeserved reputation. Therefore, he didn't dare to slight Xiao Ruofei in the slightest. When Hong Tao and the other two were in the army, they faintly followed Xiao Ruofei's lead. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was still their boss. Although they still had doubts about Xiao Ruofei's skills, they were all respectful and obedient. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I think it won't be long before our company becomes stronger. When the time comes, we will even have to send a portion of our people overseas. The security department's manpower is still far from enough. Everyone should keep an eye out. If there are any retired comrades with good qualities, you can recommend them to Ling Yun. Soon, we will be hiring another batch of people." Lei Hu and the others were overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. The mess on the table was naturally cleaned up by Yi Lin Yun, Lei Hu, and the others. Xiao Ruofei greeted Li Jifu and went straight upstairs to his room. He carefully locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and then summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei directly entered the original space. The pot of jade lion Mo Lan was quietly placed on the open space beside the spatial spirit pool. Xiao Ruofei walked over. First, he watered it with some flower petal solution. Then, he fetched some spatial spirit pool water and carefully washed every leaf of the Mo Lan. Then, Xiao Ruofei found a watering can and filled it with some flower petal solution. He sprayed the flower petal solution on the leaves and petals of the pot of Mo Lan. After cleaning the pot of Mo Lan's leaves, the leaves seemed to be purer. Moreover, after the flower petal solution was sprayed on it, it looked like little drops of dew. The whole pot of flowers looked delicate and beautiful. Xiao Ruofei knew that the Mo Lan was greedily absorbing the nutrients in the flower petal solution every second. In addition, the rich spiritual energy in the original space was constantly nourishing it. He believed that after 3 months, 3 days in the outside world, this pot of Mo Lan would definitely undergo a rebirth. After Xiao Ruofei finished fiddling with the Mo Lan, he also took a look around the space. The originally opened vegetable field was now full of dendrobium ironhide. These dendrobium ironhide, which would take 2 to 3 years to harvest in the outside world, grew very quickly in the original space. Xiao Ruofei estimated that in another 20 days, it should be fully mature. This was a pure wild dendrobium ironhide, which was produced in the Beiyan Mountains. The quality was much better than the iron maple bucket he saw in Qiantang City's Tongrentang. After these dendrobium ironhide were harvested, Xiao Ruofei would be able to obtain a considerable amount of income. Of course, before that, he still needed to make these dendrobium ironhide into iron maple bucket. Only by making an iron maple bucket would he be able to maximize the benefits. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know how to make an iron maple bucket. He was considering whether or not he should hire an experienced master with a high salary. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time, so there was no need to be too anxious about this matter. Moreover, the Ring 2 space was the best storage in the world. If he couldn't find a suitable person to help him make an iron maple bucket, Xiao Ruofei could store the dendrobium ironhide in the space first and wait for the right opportunity to make one. Anyway, he wasn't short of money for the time being. As for buying jade to upgrade the Ring 2 space, the money he earned from the iron maple bucket was far from enough. Even now, Xiao Ruofei felt a headache when he thought about the large amount of jade he would need to upgrade the Ring 2 space again. The last upgrade had taken him a lot of effort. If he wanted to upgrade it again this time, he was afraid that the cost would double or even triple. The Ring 2 space was a bottomless pit. No matter how fast Xiao Ruofei made money, he still felt that it wasn't enough to spend. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of upgrading. Especially the mysterious stone tablet in the new space, as well as the wonderful movements of the golden man in the stone tablet, made Xia Ruofei's heart itch. Only by constantly upgrading the Ring 2 space would the secrets of the stone tablet be revealed little by little. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. For the time being, he didn't think about upgrading the space. He continued to patrol the space. The gold-rimmed Jinan tree had been cut down and sold to Elder Tang. This precious wood was also exchanged for 51% of the shares of a high-quality farm in Australia for Xia Ruofei. The small tree that was originally made from the branches of Phoebe Jinan had now become a forest. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, this was undoubtedly a money tree forest. Of course, these gold-rimmed Jinan trees were still too small. The growth rate of the gold-rimmed Jinan was extremely slow. Even in the original space where the flow of time was 30 times faster and under the nourishment of rich spiritual energy, it would take a long time for them to grow to the size of the wood that was sold a few days ago. Next to the gold-rimmed Jinan forest was a ginseng field. Originally, Xia Ruofei considered the problem of cutting down the gold-rimmed Jinan trees in the future, so he didn't plant the ginseng under the shade of the trees. Ginseng liked the shade. If it was in the outside world, the best growing environment would naturally be under a big tree or in the grass. However, in the Ring 2 space, there was no need to consider this. Each of the ginseng plants grew extremely well. Many of them had produced red seeds. Looking from afar, it was a spectacular scene. These were all the best wild ginseng. If the value of all these ginseng were dug up, it would be worth an astronomical figure. Unfortunately, rare things were expensive. If so many wild ginseng were released at once, it would definitely cause a huge fluctuation in the market price of wild ginseng. It might even attract the covetous eyes of some people. Therefore, Xia Ruofei could only occasionally sell 2 or 3 when he was in urgent need of money. However, this wild ginseng was an extremely precious tonic. It was very good to keep it for personal use or as a gift. Besides, these ginseng leaves didn't need to be taken care of by Xia Ruofei. They had already grown naturally, so Xia Ruofei didn't have to worry about them. Next to the ginseng field, there was a newly planted tea garden. Of course, there were only 12 of them at present. However, when these tea trees grew a little more, Xia Ruofei would use their branches to cut them again. In the space, a whole tea forest would soon be formed. These were all made from the strips of paper from the world-famous Dahongpo tea tree. Moreover, they were nourished by the rich spiritual energy of the space day and night. When the time came, the tea leaves picked from these tea trees would definitely be of the highest quality. Xia Ruofei also attached great importance to these tea trees. He even specially arranged for Yi Linyun to learn how to make tea. Xia Ruofei was now acquainted with quite a number of old men, such as Elder Song, Ma Xiong, Elder Tang. Each and every one of them loved tea very much. After these top-grade tea leaves were made into Dahong Pao, they would be quite presentable as gifts. Finally, he went to the nameless plant and carefully put away the strange flower petals that were produced today. Then, he carefully observed it for a while. This nameless plant was still the same. Xia Ruofei had obtained the Ring 2 space for so long, but he still couldn't feel its growth. However, in the position of the 2 spirit fruits that he had harvested last time, there was a new bulge. This was the shape of the spirit fruit that had just been born. Presumably, after a period of waiting, Xia Ruofei could harvest 2 more spirit fruits. Thinking of this spirit fruit, although Xia Ruofei vaguely felt that it should be very precious, he didn't know what magical effects it had. Now that he had collected 3 spirit fruits, his curiosity was getting stronger and stronger. He was also a little restless. However, he still resisted the urge to eat a spirit fruit and went to the new space with a thought. The flow of time in the new space was exactly the same as the outside world, so the changes were naturally not as big as the original space. Little Black and the other puppies were playing in the vast space. After seeing Xia Ruofei appear, they all wagged their tails and happily surrounded him. Xia Ruofei squatted down with a smile and picked up Little Black, who ran the fastest. Although Little Black was still a puppy, it was about the same size as an adult dog in the outside world. Moreover, its fur was glossy and smooth, and its muscles were well proportioned. At first glance, it looked very fierce and full of explosive power. After playing with the puppies for a while, Xia Ruofei picked up Little Black and got on the all-terrain vehicle. He stepped on the gas pedal and madly sped around the space, satisfying his racing addiction. There were no illegal cameras in this space, and there wouldn't be any sudden accidents. The all-terrain vehicle's driving performance was also very strong. A little bump wouldn't cause any bumps at all, so Xiao Ruofei could run as she pleased. In addition to Little Black and the other puppies, there were some oak trees planted in this new space. They were transplanted by Xiao Ruofei from the original space, and the purpose was to cultivate truffles. Although these oak trees hadn't grown much, each one of them was still growing well. One could tell at a glance that they were full of vitality. There was also a large iron cage that covered an area of more than 100 square meters, and inside it were ferocious wasps. After a period of rest, these wasps had all recovered to their peak condition. Xiao Ruofei put in a lot of insects such as grasshoppers, and basically built a small ecological chain. The wasps were naturally at the top of the food chain in this exclusive territory. These wasps seemed to have grown in size, and compared to the first time Xiao Ruofei met them, they were much more fierce. Xiao Ruofei tried it and found that he could directly control hundreds of wasps with his mind. He was improving almost every day, and the number of wasps he could control was also increasing. Now, if Xiao Ruofei were to release 100 hornets, it would definitely be a terrifying force. Even Xiao Ruofei, who was in the army back then, would not have a chance to survive such a large-scale hornet attack. Xiao Ruofei's hidden card was also becoming more and more powerful. After walking around, Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It had been less than a year since he obtained the spiritual map scroll, and the Ring 2 space had unknowingly developed from a small piece of dead land into a thriving scene. After Xiao Ruofei finished his inspection, he finally left the Ring 2 space with satisfaction. The Southeast Province University Flower Exposition was held at the new campus of Southeast A and Forestry University in the western suburbs of Xianxia City. A and Forestry University could be said to have the home advantage. Moreover, they had a professional advantage, so they were determined to win the gold medal of this exposition. Xiao Ruofei came out of Taoyuan Farm and quickly went to Rao City High Street. Then, he followed this road and went around half of Sanshan City until he reached the exit of the university in the western suburbs. After coming down from Rao City High Street, the car quickly drove to the university town. Almost all the universities in Sanshan City were located here. Of course, this place was called the new campus because in the early years, when there was no unified planning, the universities in Sanshan City were scattered in different parts of the city. Later, the government unified a large piece of land in the suburbs, and these universities gradually moved here. The location of A and Forestry University was relatively remote. Xiao Ruofei drove past Normal University, Medical University, and Sanshan University. Finally, he saw the gate of A and Forestry University in the distance. Today, A and Forestry University was very lively. From time to time, buses with different university logos drove in and out. They were all here to participate in the flower exposition. Not only would the universities in Sanshan City participate, but other universities in Southeast Province, such as the famous Egret Island University, would also send students to participate. Xiao Ruofei didn't drive to join in the fun. There was a long row of parking spots on the road outside the school gate. He found an empty spot and parked his car. After swiping his card, he carried the pot of Emolan and walked to the gate of A and Forestry University. Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, and the others had arranged to meet at the east gate of Sanshan University. Today, the gate of A and Forestry University was also very lively. In addition to Xiao Ruofei, there were also many students walking into the campus with all kinds of flowers. Before Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu and the others, Jiang Yu was the first to see Xiao Ruofei. She waved happily and shouted, "Brother Xia. We're here." Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, Xiaoqing from the horticulture club, and a few other students standing together. They were obviously waiting for him, so he quickly walked towards Lu Yu and the others. Tri-Mountain University had a few pots of flowers participating in the exhibition, but those pots were just there to make up the numbers. Only Xiao Ruofei's ink orchid was their trump card, so even Xiaoqing, the president of the horticulture club, waited for Xiao Ruofei at the school gate. Because the entire horticulture club's hopes were pinned on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei noticed that Peng Hui and Yu Jun had also followed him. When the two of them saw Xiao Ruofei, their faces were cold, and they deliberately looked away. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and directly ignored Peng Hui and Yu Jun, greeting Lu Yu and the others. The temperature was very low today. Although Tri-Mountain University was located in the south, it was still cold in late spring. Therefore, Lu Yu was wearing a light yellow down jacket, a hat, scarf, and gloves of the same color. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans and pink cotton boots. It could be said that she was tightly wrapped. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was wearing a light yellow long cotton coat, a woolen hat, scarf, and gloves. She had everything she needed. After the two girls stood in the cold wind for a while, their small faces were flushed, and they looked even more delicate and charming. In addition, the clothes they wore matched very well, and they were like two sisters blooming in the cold wind. The university students walking back and forth couldn't help but look at them in amazement, especially the boys. The timid ones couldn't help but sneak a few more glances, and the bold ones directly came forward to strike up a conversation. However, they were all coldly blocked by Lu Yu, and she didn't even say a word. Xiao Ruofei was also an ordinary person. The moment he saw Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, his eyes naturally lit up. Xiao Ruofei's flash of amazement was keenly caught by Jiang Yu. Her pretty face was slightly red, but her heart was so sweet that it was as if she had fallen into a honey jar. "Brother Xia, how's the pot of Emolan?" Jiang Yu asked naively, "Can it beat the Yang Sugar Lotus of the Agricultural and Forestry University?" Xiao Ruofei covered the flower pot with a wide black plastic bag, so Jiang Yu and the others couldn't see what the Emolan looked like after 3 days of Xiao Ruofei's care. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I've done all I can. As for whether it can beat the Yang Sugar Lotus of the Agricultural and Forestry University," Xia Qing, the president of the Horticulture Club, heard this and quickly said, "It's okay, Mr. Xia. Whether you win or lose, it's fine as long as you've done your best." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Xia Qing and said somewhat speechlessly, "President Xia, I haven't finished speaking. I want to say that I still don't know what grade this pot of Emolan has reached. As for whether it can beat the Yang Sugar Lotus of the Agricultural and Forestry University, I think it shouldn't be too big of a problem." "Humph. Shameless boasting." A cold voice sounded behind Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to turn around to recognize the owner of the voice. It was Chen Song from the Agricultural and Forestry University, the senior brother Chen who was invited by Peng Hui to court Lu Yu that day. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and didn't even turn his head, directly ignoring Chen Song's words. He said to Lu Yu and the others, "Let's go in." Brother Xia, you still don't know where our booth is, right? I'll take you there." Jiang Yu said happily. The group of people very tacitly ignored Chen Song and walked directly into the Agricultural and Forestry University. Peng Hui and Yu Jun were at the back. After hesitating for a moment, they didn't follow and still stood beside Chen Song. Chen Song was directly ignored and felt as if he had been greatly humiliated. His face was pale and his lips were slightly trembling. It was obvious that he was very angry. "Xiao Ruofei, stop!" Chen Song shouted loudly. Chen Song's voice was very loud, and the noise here attracted the attention of some students. Everyone looked over. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly, stopped and turned around. He asked lightly, "Do you have any advice? If you want to teach me how to raise orchids, then save it. Come and tell me when you can successfully cure the mullein plant with the leaf-dry disease." Xiao Ruofei's meaning was very clear. When the mullein plant had the leaf-dry disease, Chen Song couldn't do anything at all. However, Xiao Ruofei only took 3 days to cure mullein plant. From this point of view, Chen Song was his defeated opponent. "How could you be qualified to talk to Xiao Ruofei about orchids?" Chen Song sneered and said, "Didn't you hear what I said to you just now? It seems that your education is really limited." "Bah! Do I have to talk to you when you talk to me?" Xiao Ruofei said mercilessly, "Do you want to eat tea? Do I have to make it for you to eat while it's hot?" Xiao Ruofei's words were very vulgar. Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, and the other girls in the horticultural club couldn't help but frown. However, they really hated Chen Song, so they quickly covered their mouths and laughed. As for Xia Qing and the other boys, they laughed out loud. "Brother Xia, what you said is so disgusting." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Don't use vulgarities." Xiao Ruofei showed an innocent expression and said with a shrug, "I've always been very civilized, but when I meet this classmate Chen, I can't help but curse." "Is this the legendary one who stays with ink will be stained black?" Chen Song was so angry that his whole body trembled. He really had never seen someone with such a poisonous mouth. After a long while, Chen Song gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it? Just now you said that you can beat our Yang Suhi with that mullein plant. Why did you run away when I questioned you? Are you feeling guilty?" Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "You asked me and I have to answer you? We were chatting happily. Did I invite you? In the end, you came up and said something about boasting shamelessly. Why must we respond to you? Do you think the whole world is your mother? Everyone has to indulge your bad habit?" After that, Xiao Ruofei said to Lu Yu and the others, "Let's go." Just as Xiao Ruofei turned around, Chen Song shouted behind him, "Xiao Ruofei, what's the point of showing off? Since you are so confident in yourself, do you dare to bet with me on who can win the gold medal?" Xiao Ruofei turned around again, curled his lips and said, "Sure, I'll bet 1 million. You." Chen Song was suddenly speechless. How could he take out 1 million? Even if he could, he wouldn't use it as a bet so casually. 1 million was not a small amount. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Why are you betting if you don't have money? Don't tell me you want to bet with the mullein plant from last time? Then I'm not interested." Last time, Chen Song brought a pot of pretty good mullein plant to Sanshan University. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Lu Yu, but he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to cure this pot of jade lion mullein. He was directly slapped in the face. Although the mullein plant was also very good, it was still a few grades worse than jade lion mullein. The expression on Chen Song's face kept changing, as if he was having a strong mental struggle. Xiao Ruofei lost interest and curled his lips and said, "Since you can't even take out the bet, then there's nothing to say. Bye-bye." "Wait." Chen Song shouted, "I'll bet with you with this." Then, with red eyes, he took out a chain from his arms. This chain was made of pure silver, and there was a pigeon egg-sized object hanging on it. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade, and it looked like a stone, but it wasn't stone. This object was completely black, like a black hole, and it emitted a faint cold air. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with a surprised light, but this light quickly disappeared. He asked calmly, "You want to bet with me with a silver necklace and a broken stone?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei was extremely excited at this moment, because when Chen Song took out the silver necklace, his palm suddenly trembled slightly. Once again, the spirit map scroll began to vibrate on its own. The last time something like this happened was in the Spirit Jade Hall. At that time, Xiao Ruofei had found a black origin stone from a pile of low-quality origin stones. And it was this unassuming black ore that Xiao Ruofei took back and gave it to the Ring 2 space to absorb. After absorbing this black ore, the Ring 2 space's evolution suddenly sped up. Xiao Ruofei vaguely knew that this unassuming black ore probably didn't have any jade inside. It was very likely that it was something else that could allow the space to level up even faster. And today was the second time Xiao Ruofei felt the spirit map scroll vibrate on its own. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei could feel the spirit map scroll's jubilant mood, so he already had a judgment in his heart. Xiao Ruofei realized that the black stone in Chen Song's hand, which was only the size of a pigeon's egg, was very likely to be even better than the black origin stone that he had accidentally found last time. This was because such a small stone was able to make the spirit map scroll tremble non-stop. The strength was so strong that it felt like it was about to break out of Xiao Ruofei's palm. "I have to get this stone," Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Fortunately, he had received special training. Although he was extremely excited, he didn't reveal his emotions. On the contrary, Xiao Ruofei even put on a disdainful look to prevent Chen Song from becoming suspicious. After all, Chen Song was just a university student who hadn't experienced much of the world. How could he see the changes in Xiao Ruofei's emotions? He quickly said, "This stone of mine isn't simple." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? Then tell me, what's not simple about it?" Xiao Ruofei also said in his heart, "Does he really know the origin of this thing? That can't be. If he knew how precious this stone is, why would he take it out as a bet?" Chen Song said, I got this stone by accident. Although I don't know what it is, it's definitely not simple. I've asked several experts to take a look at it, but they couldn't determine the composition of this stone. I took it for testing, and its hardness is actually the same as diamond. Xiao Ruofei was relieved. It turned out that Chen Song didn't know much. He just judged the extraordinariness of this stone through some other evidence. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be a little tempted. He looked at the stone again, and then reluctantly said, okay. I'll bet with you. But you don't even know what this is. I definitely can't bet with you with 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Song quickly said, if you lose, I want your jade lion. The last time he went to Sanshan University, he had already taken a fancy to this jade lion. Although this ink orchid was far inferior to the Yang's lotus that the Agriculture and Forestry University had taken out to participate in the exhibition, it was definitely a very precious species of orchid. Moreover, the Yang's lotus didn't belong to Chen Song. In fact, the most precious orchid he had was the cymbidium. Now that he had the opportunity to get this jade lion ink orchid, he naturally couldn't wait to make such a request. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, I can bet some money, but it's impossible to bet on this jade lion because it's not mine at all. Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a moment. After all, this pot of emolan was not his. It was definitely inappropriate to use someone else's item as a wager. Seeing this, Chen Song sneered and said, this junior has agreed. What else do you have to think about? Could it be that you are bluffing and you don't dare to bet at all? Xiao Ruofei was not even interested in responding to this kind of low-level provocation. He just glanced at Chen Song faintly, then turned to Lu Yu and said with a smile, what if I accidentally lose? I can't find an identical emolan to compensate you. Lu Yu curled her lips and said, if you lose, you lose. You don't have to compensate me with an orchid. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, how can I accept that? If you feel embarrassed, then. Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, if you lose, you will compensate Yu Yu with yourself as her boyfriend. Yu Yu. Jiang Yu was so shy that her face turned red. She bit her teeth and beat Lu Yu shyly. Yu Jun, who was standing to the side, heard this and his eyes were about to burst into flames. He was Jiang Yu's admirer and had been pursuing her for a long time. Moreover, through these few contacts, even a fool could see Jiang Yu's feelings for Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, Yu Jun had felt it long ago. Xiao Ruofei was even more stunned. He thought that Miss Lu really dared to say anything. In front of so many people, Lu Yu curled her lips and said, okay. I'm just kidding. If you want to bet, then bet. Anyway, if you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's yours. No additional conditions? Xiao Ruofei asked carefully. Lu Yu glared at him and said, if you keep talking, I'll regret it, I'll bet. Xiao Ruofei said firmly. Then he looked at Chen Song and asked lightly, say it. How do you want to bet? Chen Song's eyes revealed a hint of joy, but he quickly calmed himself down and said proudly, it's very simple, this jade lion of yours. Chen Song looked at the flower pot in Xiao Ruofei's hand, which was covered by a large black plastic bag, and said cautiously, oh right, there's a condition. The flower pot in your hand must be the emolan from 3 days ago. If you change it to another flower, then the bet is off. Xiao Ruofei sneered, don't worry. It was the same pot of emolan from 3 days ago. If I do, then don't forget about the bet. I'll just consider it my loss. Chen Song nodded in relief and continued, then there's no problem. The rules are very simple. That is, your jade lion and our school's Yang's lotus, whoever wins the gold medal will be the winner. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, what if they don't get the gold medal? I heard that there are 3 silver prizes this time. What if 2 pots of flowers win the silver prizes? That's impossible. Chen Song said without hesitation, if our Yang's lotus can't win the gold medal, then no pot of flowers in this exhibition is qualified to win the gold medal. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, according to what you said, there's no need for this bet. You've already decided on the gold medal, so we'll just give you our emolan. The students of the Tri-Mountain University Horticultural Club couldn't help but laugh. Although Xia Qing and the others were completely unsure, this matter now involved the reputation of the Tri-Mountain University Horticultural Club and the Agricultural and Forestry University Horticultural Club. It could even be said that it had risen to the level of a battle between the two universities. Naturally, everyone was united against a common enemy. Xianxia's face became very ugly, but in terms of eloquence, he was far inferior to Xiao Ruofei. Just now, Xiao Ruofei's sentence of "the whole world is your mother" had choked him for a long time. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I still say the same thing. Since you want to bet, you have to make the rules clear first. This is called being a villain before being a gentleman. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for everyone to argue in the end." Xianxia snorted and said, "Then as you wish. This time, the level of the award will be higher than that of the 2 pots of flowers. If the same level of award is obtained, please ask the judges of the exhibition to decide which of the 2 pots of flowers is better." Xiao Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll bet. Take good care of that strange stone of yours. Don't lose when the time comes and you can't take out the stake." Xianxia sneered and said, "Save those words for yourself. Take care of this jade lion for me." After that, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and left. "Brother Xia, this person is really arrogant." Jiangyu looked at Xianxia's back and said unhappily, "It's as if they're sure to win." However, Xiaoqing looked worried and said, "Mr. Xia, I heard that the Yangtze lotus exhibited by the Agricultural and Forestry University is a rare treasure." "Our jade lion," Xiao Ruofei smiled very easily and said, "It's okay. Anyway, this pot of flowers is Lu Yu's." "I won't lose anything if I lose." Xiaoqing and the others were sweating. Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes and squint at Xiao Ruofei without hesitation. The group of people began to walk towards the campus of the University of Agriculture and Forestry. The flower exhibition of the Southeast Province University was held every 2 years. It had been held 5 times, and this year was the 6th. The universities of the Southeast Province took turns to host this exhibition, and the University of Agriculture and Forestry happened to be the host this time. At the beginning, the flower exhibition was just an exchange activity between the horticultural clubs and other student clubs of the universities. As the number of times it was held increased, its influence grew day by day. Every time it opened, many news reporters would come to interview it, and the universities paid more and more attention to it. The exhibition was held in the gymnasium of the University of Agriculture and Forestry. The new campuses of these universities covered a large area, and the construction standards were very high. The gymnasium of the University of Agriculture and Forestry had a basketball stadium, a volleyball stadium, a badminton stadium, and so on. For the flower exhibition this time, some temporary stands had been removed, and the exhibition area had reached more than 6,000 square meters. The exhibition area of Sanshan University was in the largest basketball stadium. Yesterday, Xiaoqing had brought the students of the horticultural club to set up the stand. In fact, according to the rules, all the flowers for the exhibition should have been there yesterday, but Xiao Ruofei had delayed it until today in order to let the Mo Lan absorb as much spiritual qi as possible. This was originally an exchange between the university clubs, and the pot of Mo Lan had been reported in advance, so it was not a big problem to bring it on the opening day. Soon, Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu, and the others came to the Sanshan University's stand. The University of Agriculture and Forestry was the host of the exhibition, so their stand was naturally in the best position, in the most eye-catching position of the entire basketball stadium. The stands of the top universities in the province, such as Heron Island University, Sanshan University, and Southeast Normal University, were also concentrated in the main exhibition hall, but their positions were slightly more remote than that of the University of Agriculture and Forestry, forming a situation of stars surrounding the moon. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the home field advantage was still important in the competition. Xiaoqing looked at the splendidly decorated University of Agriculture and Forestry's stand not far away, and there was unconcealable worry between his eyebrows. The flowers at the University of Agriculture and Forestry's stand were all in place, and several news reporters were interviewing them. There were also photographers taking pictures of the flowers on the stand. Xiaoqing recognized that the person being interviewed was Meng Zhou, the president of the Horticultural Club of the University of Agriculture and Forestry. 2 years ago, the last flower exhibition was held in Southeast Normal University, and Xiaoqing was still the vice president of the horticultural club at that time. The pot of daffodils he sent was defeated by a pot of lotus sent by Meng Zhou, and he only won the bronze medal in the end. The gold medal of that year was taken by the host, Southeast Normal University. Compared with 2 years ago, Meng Zhou, the president of the Horticultural Club of the University of Agriculture and Forestry, was more mature. In the face of the reporters' cameras, he was not afraid at all. With a confident smile on his face, he spoke frankly with assurance. We came to this flower exhibition with the attitude of learning. The flowers exhibited by the other universities are very good, and there are many things that we can learn, Meng Zhou said to the reporter. Then what are your expectations for the pots of flowers exhibited by the Horticultural Club of the University of Agriculture and Forestry? Asked the young female reporter. Of course we hope to win the gold medal. Although growing flowers is for cultivating sentiment, getting a good ranking is also a kind of affirmation for us. Meng Zhou said, in order to participate in this flower exhibition, we have done a lot of preparation work in advance. I believe that God rewards the diligent, and we will definitely get a good result. Hearing this, Xiaoqing was not in the mood to listen anymore. Xiaoqing and Meng Zhou were relatively familiar with each other, and he knew that Meng Zhou was actually very low-key. In fact, Meng Zhou's words in front of the reporters reflected that they were really confident this time. On the other side, Xiao Ruofei had put the pot of ink orchid on the exhibition stand. The background of Sanshan University's exhibition stand was a very distinctive logo with the word Fu, which was also the symbol of Sanshan University. The whole exhibition stand was simple and elegant, and 7 or 8 pots of flowers were placed on it in a picturesque disorder. Under the illumination of several spotlights, there was a sense of grace and grace. The most eye-catching exhibition stand in the middle was naturally reserved for the pot of ink orchid. It was unknown whether Xiao Ruofei did it intentionally, but the pot of ink orchid was still half covered in a black bag, and its true appearance was not revealed. Xiaoqing's eyes could not help but fall on the exhibition stand of the University of Agriculture and Forestry not far away. Similarly, the most eye-catching position of the pot of flowers was also covered. There was no doubt that it should be the pot of Yangsu lotus. On this point, Xiao Ruofei and the other party had some coincidences. Their purpose was nothing more than to maintain a sense of mystery. In addition, the exhibition hadn't officially started yet. The exhibition area was filled with students from various universities and horticulture clubs who had come to set up the exhibition area in advance. They probably did this because they didn't want others to spy on them. After all, they could still change the flowers before the exhibition started. Xiao Ruofei relaxed and moved a chair to sit next to the exhibition stand. The students from the horticulture club all went to the exhibition area in advance. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu wanted to see the true appearance of the ink orchid, but Xiao Ruofei did not want to reveal the secret so early, so the two resentfully went to the exhibition area with their classmates. Soon, the opening ceremony of the flower exhibition was about to begin. Xiaoqing and the others were all called to the entrance hall of the stadium to participate in the opening ceremony. Xiao Ruofei was not from Sanshan University, so he simply volunteered to stay and watch the exhibition stand. The opening ceremony was nothing more than a speech by various leaders, and the news reporters would take photos. Then, they would go to the signing office to receive the draft and transportation fees. They would go back and slightly edit it before publishing it on various media outlets. Xiao Ruofei was not interested in this kind of occasion at all. The students were all asked to participate in the opening ceremony, so the exhibition area suddenly became much quieter. However, there were basically people guarding every exhibition stand. Xiao Ruofei looked at the opposite exhibition stand of Agricultural and Forestry University and found that it was Chen Song who stayed. Chen Song happened to be looking over as well. Their gazes met, and Chen Song sneered. He snorted and looked away arrogantly. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and ignored Chen Song's hostility. Compared to fighting with this kind of brat, Xiao Ruofei was more concerned about Chen Song's strange stone that could make the spiritual map scroll tremble on its own. The flower expo, which Xiao Ruofei thought was meaningless at first, finally gave him a bit of fun. Xiao Ruofei sat for a while in boredom. Then, he heard messy footsteps coming from the entrance of the basketball stadium. The opening ceremony was over, and the students returned to their respective exhibition stands. According to the schedule of the exhibition, Before the exhibition started, the judging panel would evaluate all the flowers in the exhibition and decide on the first, second, and third prizes, which were the gold, silver, and bronze prizes that Xianxia mentioned. As for the mass voting, there was no arrangement at all. The judging panel had the final say. Xiaoruofei was very happy with this arrangement. After all, this was Agricultural and Forestry University's home ground. The students who came to the exhibition hall would definitely be Agricultural University's students. If the students who came to the exhibition had one vote per person, then the other schools would not even need to compete. Agricultural University would probably take all the gold, silver, and bronze prizes. Although the judging panel could not be completely fair, and Agricultural University would definitely have the advantage of being on their home ground, comparatively speaking, the current rules were as fair as possible. The members of the judging panel were also quite complicated. There were teachers from various universities, industry insiders, and experts. It was said that the head of the judging panel was Chen Dongbai, the president of the Flower Association of Southeastern Province. The lineup was quite grand. The judging panel would evaluate all the flowers in the exhibition and choose 30 of them. Then, these 30 of them would be sent to the judging panel. Everyone would have a meeting to discuss and decide on 1 gold, 3 silver, and 5 bronze prizes. The remaining 21 would naturally be the shortlisted prizes. All the judging work would be completed in half a day. Then, the pictures of the winning flowers, the names of the universities that sent them to the exhibition, the location of the exhibition stand, and other information would be shown on the large LED screen at the entrance of the exhibition area. Also, the Golden Award flowers would have special privileges. The information of the other winning flowers would be shown on a rolling basis. The Golden Award flowers would be placed at the top and would not participate in the rolling rotation. In other words, when the exhibition was officially opened, all the visitors would be able to see the information of the Golden Award flowers. It was no wonder that Xiaoqing, Qinsong, and the schools that they represented valued the Golden Award so much. Xiaoqing and the others quickly returned to the exhibition stand. Jiang Yu said nervously, "Brother Xia, the experts of the judging panel have begun to evaluate the flowers in the exhibition." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Jiang Yu, relax. The first round is just to choose the shortlisted flowers. If our jade lion can't even be shortlisted, how can it compete with others?" Xiaoqing and the others had different expressions. They knew that it might not be difficult to be shortlisted, but it would be very difficult to defeat Agricultural University's Xianxia in the second round of judging and win the Golden Award. However, at this point, they could only hope that Xiao Ruofei would take good care of this pot of ink orchid. In just 3 days, this pot of ink orchid would undergo a complete transformation. The main exhibition area was the basketball stadium. A few of the more famous universities in the province had their booths gathered here. There were also some exhibition areas outside. Objectively speaking, the quality of the flowers in the exhibition area was relatively poor, so the evaluation of the judges was very fast. Everyone knew that the highlight was the few booths in the basketball stadium. "Mr. Xia, this emolan." Xiaoqing came over and said. Xiao Ruofei looked at the pot of emolan, which was still covered by the black plastic sheet, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the judges aren't here yet, are they?" After saying that, Xiao Ruofei looked at the opposite booth with a faint smile. Over there, Qinsong was standing next to Meng Zhou, the president of the Agricultural University Horticultural Society. He glanced over from time to time and whispered something to Meng Zhou. Meng Zhou also looked over from time to time with a look of disapproval. Xiaoqing also noticed Qinsong and Meng Zhou. He saw that the pot of Yangsu lotus in Agricultural University was not covered, so he did not say anything. After a while, a group of people surrounded a white-haired old man and walked over. There were more than 10 people in the group. About 10 of them had blue passes, which was the symbol of the judges. The few accompanying them were the leaders of the Agricultural University. Now that the influence of the flower exhibition was increasing day by day, the Agricultural University Horticultural Society also attached great importance to it. All kinds of resources were given to it, and the huge stadium was directly cleared to be used as a venue for the exhibition. The leaders of the university also personally accompanied the experts of the judges. "Brother Xia, that person is the president of the Southeast Flower Association, Chen Dongbai." Jiang Yu whispered to Xiao Ruofei, the others are more famous teachers in the flower field of the province. Xiao Ruofei looked over. The person Jiang Yu was talking about was the silver-haired old man. This President Chen was wearing a navy blue tang suit. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to the people beside him. He seemed to have an otherworldly demeanor. After looking at the booth of the Southeast Normal University, the group went straight to the booth of the Agricultural University Horticultural Society. Meng Zhou, the president of the Agricultural University Horticultural Society, immediately greeted them with a smile and very politely invited the judges to enter the booth to evaluate. Chen Song, who was next to Meng Zhou, immediately lifted the plastic sheet covering the pot of Yang's lotus. This pot of Yang's Su lotus, which had been praised to the skies by Chen Song, finally revealed its true colors. The students of the Tri-Mountain University Horticultural Club couldn't help but look at the Yang's lotus. The performance of this flower was related to whether or not Tri-Mountain University could win this time. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had just made a bet with Chen Song. Although the bet had nothing to do with them, if they lost, the Tri-Mountain University Horticultural Club would lose face. Even Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but turn to look. He saw that the leaves of the Yang's lotus were thick, the shape of the leaves were curved like a bow, the short and round calyx was covered with white moss and emerald green veins. The clamshell-shaped pair of hands had a pure white round tongue. It was indeed too beautiful to behold. However, everyone only caught a glimpse of it because very quickly, the Yang's lotus was surrounded by judges, completely blocking their line of sight. Listening to the praises of the judges from time to time, Xia Cheng's face became very ugly. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu also showed a trace of worry. The other students of the horticultural club were also worried and couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression on his face. He stood up and said, since it's impossible for the other side to change their display, then it's time for us to let our pot out for some fresh air. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei casually pulled down the black plastic sheet covering the pot of Emolan. Xia Qing and the others were stunned. It turned out that Xiao Ruofei had been unwilling to remove the cover of the Emolan, not because he was pretending to be mysterious, but because he was worried that the other side would change the exhibition flower at the last minute. Could it be that he was that confident? Of course, this thought was fleeting because everyone subconsciously focused their attention on the pot of Emolan that they had just seen 3 days ago. The booth of Tri-Mountain University fell silent in an instant. Xia Qing, Lu Yu, Jiang Yu, and all the students of the horticultural club at the booth opened their mouths in surprise. They stared straight at the pot of Jade Lion Emolan, their eyes full of shock. Compared to 3 days ago, this pot of Emolan had changed too much. First of all, the most intuitive thing was that this Emolan seemed to have grown a lot. This was also the most obvious change. Whether it was the width of the leaves, the length of the whole pot of flowers, they all seemed to have grown bigger. 3 days was a very short time for the growth of flowers. How could there be such an obvious change? Could it be that Xiao Ruofei had added stimulants to this pot of flowers? Of course, everyone quickly rejected their ridiculous thoughts. How could there be stimulants that could promote growth? Even if there was, it couldn't have such an immediate effect. Could it be that Xiao Ruofei knew magic? In addition, after everyone took a closer look, they discovered that in addition to the sudden growth of a large circle, this pot of orchids seemed to have an even more refined and noble temperament. Whether it was the refreshing green leaves or the extremely unique flowers of the jade lion, they all had a kind of moving beauty. Almost everyone's mind was thinking of the poem, "Where does your fragrance come from? The 4 walls are empty valleys." The faint fragrance came from time to time. Although they were in this noisy gymnasium, everyone had the illusion that they were in an empty valley admiring orchids. The booth was quiet, and only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing could be heard. After a while, Jiang Yu asked, "Big brother Xia, is this really our pot of Emolan?" "Yes." "Xiao Ruofei, you didn't buy another pot, did you?" Lu Yu couldn't help but ask. Xia Qing and the other students of the horticultural club were also in disbelief. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is it that exaggerated? This is your pot of Emolan." Lu Yu looked carefully at some of the details of the Emolan and finally said with certainty, "Yes, it's really the original pot." In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that this pot of Emolan was definitely not Xiao Ruofei's. Although it had changed a lot, its basic form was still there. It wouldn't be so exaggerated to say that it had become a completely different pot. It was just that this pot of orchid had undergone a rebirth, which made everyone subconsciously have an illusion. Big brother Xia. You're really amazing. Xianxia said excitedly. Her face was full of admiration, and little stars were about to appear in her eyes. Penghui and Yujun, who were on the side, had complicated expressions, especially Yujun. The fire of jealousy was burning fiercely, and the roots of his teeth were about to be broken by him. Xiaoqing also said in admiration, Mr. Xia, your methods are really amazing. After your nourishment, this jade lion's grade has immediately increased by several levels. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, now, everyone should be more confident about winning the gold medal, right? Xiaoqing nodded and said, it's reasonable to say that this pot of Mo Lan would definitely be the gold medal in the previous years. But it's not easy to say now. I don't know how the Yang Suhi from Agricultural University is doing. It seems that the judge's evaluation is quite high. Although Mo Lan's performance surprised Xiaoqing, the Yang Suhi on the opposite side also gave him a lot of pressure. The better Mo Lan's performance was, the more Xiaoqing was worried about his gains and losses. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, we've done everything we can. If we still can't win the gold medal, then it's just bad luck. We can't blame others, yes. Xiaoqing nodded and said. Then he looked at the jade lion Mo Lan and said, but if it loses to Agricultural University, this jade lion, Xiaoqing thought of the bet between Xiao Ruofei and Chen Song. If the Yang Suhi on the opposite side won the gold medal, this jade lion would be lost to Chen Song. Now that the jade lion had shown such good quality, if it lost to Chen Song, even if he wasn't the owner of this pot of orchid, he would still feel very distressed. After all, this pot of Mo Lan would be placed in their horticultural society. Lu Yu said indifferently, if we lose, we lose. It's just a pot of flowers. Xiao Ruofei looked at them and couldn't help but praise Lu Yu in his heart. In this regard, she was much more generous than Xiaoqing, the president of the horticultural society. In contrast, Xiaoqing was really overcautious and worried about his gains and losses. Xiao Ruofei laughed and changed the topic. By the way, I heard that teachers from several universities are on the judging panel. Is there a teacher from Tri-Mountain University? Brother Xia, there are teachers from several key universities who are on the judging panel, Xianxia said. But I don't think I see teacher who from our university. What's going on? At this time, Lu Yu said, oh. I heard that teacher who had a stomachache yesterday and can't come today. What? Xiaoqing was shocked. Then we'll lose the support of the judging panel, Lu Yu said indifferently, what's the matter? Originally, teacher who would have to leave the judging panel because he's related to our flowers. There's no impact. Xiaoqing frowned and said, but. Teacher who can give points to Agricultural University's flowers, the meaning of his words was self-evident. Lu Yu pursed her lips and said, even if we want to win, we have to win fair and square. Even if teacher who is here, he won't cheat. Xiaoqing sighed and said, we won't cheat, but we can't stop others from doing so. Agricultural University has a teacher on the judging panel. Xiao Ruofei sat in his chair with a relaxed expression and looked at Xiaoqing and the others with a smile. He didn't feel nervous at all. As they spoke, the judging panel finished evaluating Agricultural University's booth and began to walk towards Tri-Mountain University's booth. Xiaoqing quickly asked everyone to stand up, and he quickly walked out to welcome them. Hello, teachers. I'm Xiaoqing, the president of Tri-Mountain University's Horticultural Society, Xiaoqing said politely as he bowed to the judging panel. Chen Dongbai, who took the lead, smiled and nodded. He said to the vice principal of Agricultural University beside him, Vice Principal Li, your Yang's lotus really opened everyone's eyes. I heard that Tri-Mountain University's flowers this year are also very good. I just don't know how they compare to your Yang's lotus. Vice Principal Li laughed and said, brother, there are many talented people in your school. I'm sure you can cultivate better flowers and plants. Although his words were humble, his expression was very confident. It was clear that he was just being polite, but he didn't think so in his heart. Chen Dongbai laughed and said, let's go and take a look together. Xiaoqing quickly made an inviting gesture and said, teachers, please come in. Chen Dongbai and the others walked into the booth. The space in the booth wasn't very spacious, so it was a bit crowded when 10 to 20 people rushed in. Xia Ruofei, who didn't like to join in the fun, just let them go outside. He felt a gaze on him, and when he turned his head, he saw Chen Song looking at him with a smug smile. That gaze was full of a show of force. Clearly, the judges had given their Yang Su Lotus a very high evaluation, and he thought that victory was already in his hands. Xia Ruofei smiled and turned his head away. In the booth, Chen Dongbai led the judging panel to look at the pots of flowers. He was quite disappointed. The flowers sent by Tri-Mountain University's Horticultural Society this time, except for the Emo lawn, were of average quality. They were even worse than the flowers in the other small exhibition areas. It really didn't match Tri-Mountain University's reputation. It wasn't until he saw the Jade Lion, Emo lawn, that Chen Dongbai's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked 2 steps, skipped over the remaining 2 pots of flowers, and went directly to the Jade Lion, Emo lawn. He carefully observed it for a while, then praised, "This Jade Lion is really good. It's undoubtedly the best of the orchids." Most of the judging panel were experts, and their evaluation of the Jade Lion was relatively high. They all nodded and praised it. Xiaoqing was slightly relieved. The judging panel's performance meant that at least this Emo lawn would have no problem being shortlisted. As for the final result, it wasn't up to him to decide. Chen Dongbai smiled and said to the agricultural university leader next to him, "Vice Principal Li, your Yang's Lotus has met its match. This Jade Lion is quite good." Vice Principal Li smiled and said, "There's only improvement when there's competition. The better the flowers sent by the other universities, the better the standard of our exhibition this time. This is a good thing." Although he said that, Vice Principal Li's smile was obviously a lot more forced. He was no longer as confident as before. Because it was only the preliminary selection, there were still many booths waiting to be evaluated, so the judging panel didn't look too carefully. Chen Dongbai nodded slightly to a judge next to him. The judge immediately understood and recorded it in his notebook. Xia Ruofei smiled. This Emo lawn should have been shortlisted. Sure enough, the young judge said to Xiaoqing, "Congratulations, this Jade Lion has been shortlisted for the final selection. Please send someone to send it to the organizing committee's office now. We will conduct a second evaluation later to choose the gold, silver, and bronze awards." "Okay, thank you, teacher," Xiaoqing said excitedly. The judging panel looked around and didn't see any other flowers that could catch their eyes, so they clustered around Chen Dongbai and walked to the next booth. "Yeah. Brother Xia. We're shortlisted," Jiangyu said excitedly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's just the preliminary selection, and you're already so happy. If we get the gold award later, won't you be so excited that you won't be able to speak?" Jiangyu smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xia, I think we'll definitely win. Just now, Director Chen said that our Emo lawn is a strong opponent of the Yang's Lotus." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Isn't it a piece of cake to win?" Lu Yu couldn't help glancing at Xia Ruofei and muttering, "You're so arrogant." Xia Ruofei's ears were so sharp. He immediately turned his head and asked, "Lu Yu, do you want us to lose?" "Of course I want to win," Lu Yu said, "but don't underestimate the Yang's Lotus of Agricultural University. What's more, they have the home advantage." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I don't know much about orchids, but I believe that the judges will make the most correct judgment." Lu Yu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Xiaoqing and the others smiled bitterly. "If you don't know much about orchids, then aren't we, the members of the Horticultural Arts Club, laymen?" At this time, Meng Zhou, who was on the opposite booth, had already walked to the entrance of the basketball stadium with the Yang's Lotus. The organizing committee's office was located in an office next to the basketball stadium. Chen Song followed behind Meng Zhou, holding a pot of flowers in his hand. Obviously, Agricultural University had 2 pots of flowers nominated at the same time. When they passed by the Sanshan University's booth, Meng Zhou and Chen Song looked at the flowers sent by the Sanshan University with some disdain, and then stepped out. "Humph. What's there to be proud of?" A student of the Horticultural Arts Club couldn't help whispering, "It's not certain who will win the gold medal." Xiaoqing said, "Don't talk too much. We should send the Jade Lion over." After that, he also walked to the pot of ink orchid. Obviously, he was going to send it over personally. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, "President Xia, wait a minute." After that, Xiao Ruofei took out a small spray bottle that had been prepared in advance from his bag and sprayed some water on the leaves and flowers of the ink orchid. The misty water adhered to the leaves and petals, forming small water droplets. Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Eh?" After spraying some water, the jade lion's temperament seems to have become a little different. Everyone also gathered around and saw that the ink orchid seemed to have become much more energetic. Set off by the small water droplets, it looked quite slender and elegant. "Mr. Xia, can you give me the spray bottle?" Xiaoqing hesitated and asked, "I'm afraid that the water droplets will be destroyed on the way. When we reach the organizing committee's office later, I'll spray it a little more." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, nodded with a smile, and handed the spray bottle to Xiaoqing. It was just the space spirit pool water, not the flower petal solution, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried about his secret being discovered. Xiaoqing thanked Xiao Ruofei, and then asked another student of the Horticultural Arts Club to hold the pot of flowers. He took the spray bottle, and the two of them walked out of the basketball stadium together. The next step was to wait. The atmosphere in the booth was a little tense. Everyone felt that they were very close to the gold medal, but they weren't sure about the final result. Jiangyu was even more restless. The gold medal this time was related to the bet between Xiao Ruofei and Chen Song. If they lost, Xiao Ruofei would lose face, and Lu Yu would lose a pot of precious orchids. One was her best friend, and the other was the man she secretly liked. Jiangyu was so worried that she couldn't think straight. The waiting time was quite long. The flower exhibition was officially opened at noon, so the whole morning was reserved for the preparation of the exhibition, the judging, and so on. After the shortlisted flowers were sent to the organizing committee's office, the judges soon held a closed-door meeting. The meeting lasted for almost 2 hours. Xiaoqing was also muttering in his heart. In the past years, the process was similar, but the judges could judge all the gold, silver, and bronze medals in an hour at most. This year, almost twice as long had passed, but the results were still not out. Was the competition too fierce? Xiaoqing faintly felt that the judges were indecisive and had a heated discussion. It was very likely that their Jade Lion Mo Lan and Agricultural University's Yang Suha were the ones who made the judges hesitate. Time ticked by. 2.5 hours later, the staff finally came to inform everyone to gather at the entrance hall. V. P. 0. N. B6-N. HD. Equals 8. E. The staff of the K stage walked out of the exhibition hall in groups, and even Xiao Ruofei went out with them. A classmate of the horticultural club was called by Xiaoqing, and he reluctantly stayed to watch the show. Sure enough, just after everyone gathered in the foyer and lined up, the staff of the organizing committee began to move out the 30 pots of flowers that had been shortlisted and lined them up neatly in front of the temporarily built rostrum. After a while, the judges came out of the office. Among them, Chen Dongbai, the leader of the judges, was holding a piece of paper in his hand. With a faint smile on his face, he went straight to the rostrum and sat down. In addition to Chen Dongbai, 2 other people also went to the rostrum, while the other judges sat directly under the stage. One of the 2 people on the stage was Vice President Li of Agricultural University, who had been accompanying the judges just now. When Xiao Ruofei saw the other old man with a blue judge's badge on his chest, he couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this Professor Tian from Sanshan University? Jiangyu and others also found Professor Tian at the first time. Jiangyu couldn't help exclaiming in a low voice, "Yu, isn't this your grandfather?" Xiaoqing couldn't help but say, "Eh? When did Professor Tian come?" Lu Yu said, "Mr. Hu couldn't come, so the school asked my grandfather to be the judge." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "We were worried for nothing," Jiangyu said coquettishly. Lu Yu spread out his hands and said, "I didn't know if he would come or not. He hadn't made a decision yet when I went out. But I told him that Xiao Ruofei would come today." After that, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei thoughtfully and didn't continue. Our Professor Tian was highly respected. Under normal circumstances, he would not join in on such activities. However, although he was late today, he was still here. It was probably because of Xiao Ruofei's face that he was here. Sure enough, Professor Tian soon found Xiao Ruofei and his group in the crowd. He didn't even greet his granddaughter, Lu Yu, and just smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also greeted Professor Tian with a smile. Chen Dongbai, the president of the Flower Association of Southeast Province, who was sitting in the middle of the rostrum, cleared his throat and moved the microphone in front of him. He said, "Leaders, teachers, and students, after our 2-hour closed-door meeting, the gold, silver, and bronze awards for this year's Flower Expo have been decided." On the rostrum, Vice President Li and Professor Tian sat upright with a smile on their faces. The only difference was that Vice Principal Li was not a judge, so he did not know the final result of the judging panel. Therefore, his smile was somewhat nervous. Chen Dongbai continued, "Before I announce the results, I'd like to introduce the 2 leaders and experts on the stage. I believe everyone is very familiar with this. This is Vice President Li of our Agricultural and Forestry University. And the one on my right is Professor Tian of Xianxia University." He temporarily replaced Professor Hu couldn't participate in the judging panel due to illness. Professor Tian smiled and turned on the microphone to greet everyone. The lecturers and students at the foot of the stage also clapped to show their respect. Professor Tian could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. He was very famous in the academic world, and he was also an old expert who received a special allowance from the country. The bioengineering course he worked in was an interdisciplinary course with many of the courses in Agricultural University and Forestry University. He also had a lot of academic exchanges, so the lecturers and students of Agricultural University were very familiar with him. Chen Dongbai said, "Professor Tian is very busy. He just arrived at our judging panel more than an hour ago. If I had known that Professor Tian was going to participate, I wouldn't have dared to be the head of the judging panel. Professor Tian is much better than me in terms of academics and qualifications." Professor Tian said with a smile, "President Chen, you don't have to be so polite. There are specialists in the field. Don't worry about this problem. Everyone is waiting for you to announce the results. I think the students can't wait any longer." There was a burst of good-natured laughter below the stage. They were not interested in who was the head of the judging panel. They only cared about who would win the award this time, especially the gold medal, which affected many people's hearts. Chen Dongbai said with a smile, "Okay. Then let's directly announce the winning flowers. The flowers that won the bronze medal of this year's Southeast Province Flower Expo are, for seasons begonia selected by Egret Island University, peony blooming riches selected by Puzhou Normal University, calla lily selected by Sanshan Engineering College." Chen Dongbai announced the 5 bronze medal-winning flowers in a row. The teachers and students of the universities that won the award were naturally happy. Of course, there were also people who were disappointed. For example, the 4 seasons begonia from Egret Island University had hoped to win the silver medal. They didn't expect it to only win the bronze medal. Among the 5 flowers, there was neither the Jade Lion Mo Lan from Sanshan University nor the Yang Suha from Southeast Agricultural and Forestry University. Jiang Yu and the others were worried that they would hear the name of the Jade Lion Mo Lan directly. It was not until Chen Dongbai announced the bronze medal-winning flowers that they breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were a little worried. They didn't know if Mo Lan would be listed as a silver medal-winning flower, or if she wouldn't win at all. Xiao Ruofei looked relaxed. He was still very confident about the Jade Lion. Although he wasn't 100% sure that he would win the gold medal, at least he wouldn't win the bronze medal. After Chen Dongbai announced the bronze medal, he paused for a moment, then changed a piece of paper and continued, "Next, I'll announce the silver medal-winning flower." The teachers and students below the stage immediately pricked up their ears, afraid that they would miss out on important information. Vice Principal Li, who was sitting next to Chen Dongbai, was also a little nervous. He wanted to take a peek at the results on the paper, but he had to maintain the dignity of a leader in front of so many people. It would be inappropriate for him to do so, so he just sat there with a slightly stiff smile on his face. The silver medal-winning flowers are. Chen Dongbai paused for a moment, then said, "The daffodil selected by Southeast Normal University, the lilac selected by Southeast Police Academy, and, selected by Southeast Agriculture and Forestry University." When Chen Dongbai said this, he paused slightly. The students of Sanshan University's Horticultural Club couldn't help but have their eyes lit up. They shouted in their hearts, Yang's lotus, Yang's lotus. If the Yang's lotus won the silver medal, then their jade lion Mo Lan was very likely to win the gold medal. However, Chen Dongbai obviously didn't hear the voices of the students of Sanshan University's horticultural club. He smiled and said, melon leaf chrysanthemum. Alas! Arya. The sighs at the beginning were from the students of Sanshan University's horticultural club, and the louder cheers at the end came from the students of Southeast Normal University. Two of their flowers were shortlisted in the final selection, and the relatively weaker melon leaf chrysanthemum actually won the silver medal. That meant that the Yang's lotus would definitely win the gold medal. Ras the host, winning the gold and silver medals at the same time was really a great honor. Chen Song was the one who shouted the loudest from Southeast Normal University. He even made an exaggerated gesture of waving his fist in the air, and then looked at Sanshan University with a threatening expression. The students of Sanshan University were a little disappointed. They didn't think that the Yang's lotus wouldn't even win the bronze medal. Since it hadn't been announced yet, it was most likely that the Yang's lotus would win the gold medal. This time, they really lost completely. However, their own jade lion Mo Lan shouldn't have failed to win the bronze medal. Was it because the teachers of Sanshan University didn't participate in the judging panel, so they were treated unfairly? Professor Tian had rushed over later, and he didn't participate in this work in the beginning. He might not even know that the jade lion Mo Lan was chosen by Sanshan University. Sitting on the rostrum, the smile on Vice Principal Li's face finally became more confident and amiable. Professor Tian, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face. No one could tell anything from his expression. Jiangyu was already tearing up. Xiao Ruofei, who was standing next to her, saw this and comforted her in a low voice, Jiangyu, don't worry. The gold medal hasn't been announced yet, right? But, the Yang's lotus from Southeast Normal University. Jiangyu said in low spirits. Her eyes were a little red. Everyone had put in so much effort for this flower exhibition, and Xiao Ruofei had miraculously helped twice. First, he saved the Mo Lan from the brink of death, and then he spent 3 days to make the Mo Lan undergo a complete transformation. She felt that Xiao Ruofei must have put in a lot of effort. If they didn't get anything from this exhibition and lost the bet with Chen Song, it would be too unfair. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, as long as there's no final announcement, anything is possible. Jiangyu nodded slightly. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, her mood calmed down a little. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and looked at the rostrum. He also felt that the results announced today were a little strange. If the Yang's lotus won the gold medal in the end, and the jade lion Mo Lan didn't even get the bronze medal, this result would be doubted by everyone. After all, these flowers were going to be exhibited in the next 2 days. The eyes of the public were as sharp as snow. Unless the judges were blind, how could there be such a result? This time, Professor Tian on the rostrum glanced at Xiao Ruofei. When their eyes met, Xiao Ruofei felt a hidden smile in Professor Tian's eyes, and his heart calmed down a lot. After a small hubbub and celebration, the venue quickly quieted down again. Because everyone knew that the gold medal of this year's flower exhibition was going to be announced. Whoever won the gold medal would undoubtedly be the biggest winner of this year's exhibition. On the rostrum, Chen Dongbai seemed to be deliberately keeping people in suspense. He slowly put down the paper in his hand, then slowly picked up the last piece of red paper and slowly unfolded it. Everyone held their breaths. Chen Dongbai said with a smile, next, I am honored to announce that the gold medal of this year's Southeast Province University Flower Exhibition is. Chen Dongbai looked around and looked at the nervous faces under the stage. He seemed to be satisfied with the effect of keeping people in suspense. He smiled and continued to say, the Orchid Yang's lotus chosen by Southeast Agriculture and Forestry University. Chen Song had been holding his breath and staring at Chen Dongbai's mouth on the stage. When the words Yang's lotus came out of Chen Dongbai's mouth, Chen Dong suddenly jumped up from his seat. He clenched his fist and cheered loudly. His face was red, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Even Meng Zhou, the president of the Horticultural Arts Club next to him, was not as excited as he was. Chen Dong's cheers also ignited the whole venue. The area where the agricultural university students were, it became a sea of jubilation. On the contrary, Tri-Mountain University was dead silent. Everyone felt that they couldn't accept this result. They lost, and they lost very badly. They didn't even get a bronze medal. How could this be? This doesn't make sense. Everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was unwillingness, resentment, helplessness, and confusion. Only Xiao Ruofei looked thoughtfully at Professor Tian, who was still smiling on the stage. Just as the cheers and celebration became one, Chen Dongbai said loudly into the microphone, "Students! Students! Everyone, please be quiet." Chen Dongbai shouted a few times in a row before the field slowly quieted down. A slightly awkward smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect the enthusiasm of the students to be so high. They didn't even say a word before they started to cheer and celebrate. Rise, Chen Dongbai hadn't finished speaking yet. Rhe saw that everyone was gradually quieting down, and then he continued to speak into the microphone, "Students, please let me finish speaking. The quality of the flowers presented by everyone in this year's flower exhibition is very high. The overall level is much higher than the last flower exhibition 2 years ago. In particular, the quality of the 2 pots of flowers is about the same. They are both quite excellent." Our judging panel's experts and teachers kept arguing about these 2 pots of flowers, which is why we spent so much time in the final selection stage. When Chen Dongbai said this, the audience was very quiet. Everyone was listening very seriously. Chen Song from Agricultural University seemed to realize that something was wrong. Director Chen seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words. On Sanshan University's side, everyone's originally hopeless mood was rekindled. Could it be? Sure enough, Chen Dongbai continued, in the end, our expert judges reached a consensus. Out of the 2 pots of flowers, one is Agricultural University's Yang's Lotus, and the other is Sanshan University's Jade Lion Mo Lan. In the end, our opinion is that the 2 pots of flowers are tied for first place. Therefore, there are actually 2 gold medals in this year's flower exhibition. The other is Sanshan University's Jade Lion Mo Lan. Congratulations to Agricultural University. Congratulations to Sanshan University. Chen Dongbai finished speaking in one breath. He didn't dare to keep people in suspense, in case he was interrupted by the excited students again. The moment Chen Dongbai finished speaking, the students from Agricultural University looked at each other. Why was there a tie for the gold medal? Originally, they had won the only gold medal and a silver medal. It could be said that they were in the limelight. Now, the most valuable award had to be shared with Sanshan University. It was as if something that originally belonged to them had been snatched away by someone else. Naturally, everyone was very unhappy. The one who was the most unhappy was naturally Chen Song. He had thought that he had won the bet, and had even won against Sanshan University's Jade Lion Mo Lan. He hadn't even won the bronze medal. He didn't expect that the final result would be a tie for first place. Sanshan University had been at the end of their rope, but they didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Their mood instantly rose from the bottom to the peak. The surprise of regaining something they had lost was much greater than directly winning the gold medal. We won the gold medal. Jiang Yu jumped up excitedly, then hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly. Brother Xia. We really won the gold medal. Xiao Ruofei stood there awkwardly. He didn't know where to put his hands, and his body was a little stiff. A young and shy girl hugged him so tightly. The girl's delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. For Xiao Ruofei, it was really difficult to bear the beauty's favor. Jiang Yu quickly realized that something was wrong and quickly let go of Xiao Ruofei. Her face was hot. Both of them felt very awkward. Lu Yu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yu's laughter made the 2 of them blush even more. Fortunately, Mo Lan won the gold medal. Everyone was overjoyed, and no one else noticed this scene. Xiao Ruofei and Jiang Yu quickly separated. Everyone was laughing and fooling around. It was as if all the hard work during this period had been vented. 7? Everyone immediately thought of this problem. Everyone stopped celebrating and revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, Xiaoqing said without confidence, Mr. Xia, how about, we call this a draw? Both sides got the gold medal. Everyone is happy. In Xiaoqing's opinion, the Horticultural Club of Sanshan University had already overachieved by winning the gold medal. There was no need to compete with Agricultural University. Of course, the most important thing was that he had no confidence at all. Our Agricultural University's Xianxia was the most likely winner, and this was their home ground. If they had to compete for the first and second place, their Jade Lion Mo Lan would probably lose. If that was really the case, then the value of being tied for the Golden Award would be greatly reduced. If word got out, Agricultural University would forever be first, and Sanshan University would be second. Are taking such a huge risk for a bet, wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains? Xiaoqing and most of the students in the Horticultural Club thought so, but some people didn't think so. As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, someone immediately said in unison, "No." It was Xiao Ruofei and Luyu who spoke. Xiao Ruofei looked at Luyu with some surprise. He didn't agree to a draw because of the black stone in Chen Song's hand. He didn't understand why Luyu was so against it. If they lost this bet, Luyu would lose a pot of orchids at the exposition. "Are you?" Jiang Yu gently pulled Luyu's sleeve. Xiao Ruofei also said, "Luyu, everyone thinks it's good. Why are you against it?" "No reason. I just don't like Chen Song." Luyu said lightly, "That arrogant look is asking for a beating. Besides, the bet has already been made. What's the point of a draw?" Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Great minds think alike." Luyu said in her heart, "What the hell? If it weren't for the fact that your eyes lit up when you saw the stone in Chen Song's hand, I wouldn't have cared about that stupid bet." Of course, Luyu wouldn't say that out loud. Xiaoqing frowned slightly and said, "Since Luyu has decided to gamble to the end, we can't object. But everyone is a gold medal. How can we determine the winner? Isn't that simple?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Previously, we agreed that if both sides won the same award, we would ask the judges to determine the specific ranking. This kind of thing, of course, is left to the judges." After that, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go meet the people from Agricultural University." Xiao Ruofei took the lead, and the students from Tri-Mountain University's Horticultural Club surrounded him as they walked to the area where the teachers and students of Agricultural University were. When Chen Song saw Xiao Ruofei walking over, his face darkened and he snorted coldly. Meng Zhou also frowned slightly. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Xiaoqing, congratulations." Even though Meng Zhou was a little displeased that Tri-Mountain University had shared their golden award, as the club leader of Agricultural University's gardening club, he still had basic manners. Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Thank you, and congratulations to you. You both got the golden award and the silver award. It's a pity that you didn't achieve the expected result," Meng Zhou said lightly. The implication was obvious. They definitely didn't expect to share the golden award with others. "Xiaoqing, why are you here?" Meng Zhou continued to ask. Xiaoqing said lightly, "The consultant of our horticultural club, Mr. Xia, has made a bet with Chen Song in your club. You should have heard about it, right?" Meng Zhou raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xiao Ruofei indifferently. He said, "Chen Song told me that now the competition for the golden award has been settled. How are you going to deal with it?" Xiaoqing looked back at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "The bet has been made. Naturally, the winner and the loser have to be decided. Both of the potted flowers are golden awards. I think you also want to know who is the winner and who is the second, right?" Meng Zhou smiled noncommittally and said, "Then how do you want to decide the winner and loser?" Chen Song said that if both sides get the same award, then the judges will have to work harder to decide who is the winner between the 2 potted flowers, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I think this is a good idea." The judges discussed for more than 2 hours and finally came up with a tie for the golden award. "It shows that it's difficult for them to decide who is the winner," Meng Zhou said with narrowed eyes. Do you have a better idea, Meng Zhou?" Xiao Ruofei asked lightly. Meng Zhou smiled and said, "I have a proposal. Since the judges can't tell which of the 2 pots of flowers is better, it's better to give the choice to the audience. Put the 2 pots of flowers together and ask all the audience who visit the exhibition to vote. At the end of the exhibition, whichever pot of flowers gets the most votes will be the well-deserved first place." No one should be able to say anything about this, right? After hearing this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up and said, President Meng, this is a good idea. It's fair and just. The students from Agricultural University also chimed in with him. On the other side, Liu sneered and said, You are really wishful thinking. This is your Agricultural University. Most of the audience is from the teachers and students of Agricultural University. Is it fair and just to let the audience vote? It's better to just count it as your win. Meng Zhou said with a fake smile, Student, the eyes of the public are clear. You have to believe in the awareness of the teachers and students of Agricultural University. If your Jade Lion is really good, I believe that most of the teachers and students will not vote for our Xianxia Lotus against their conscience. Who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Liu snorted and said, As for the awareness of the teachers and students of Agricultural University, I really don't believe it. I think you don't dare to. Xianxia also sneered and said, In that case, let's just call it a draw, lest people say that we bullied you. When the students of Xianxia University heard this, they couldn't stand it anymore and started arguing. The students of Agricultural University naturally didn't want to be outdone. The two sides quarreled with each other. The teachers and students of other universities in the hall hadn't left yet. The dispute soon attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. Our Vice President Li of Agricultural University was just about to come down from the rostrum. Seeing this, he frowned and asked loudly, What's going on over there? Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't let Meng Zhou's idea succeed. When he heard Vice President Li's question, he immediately raised his voice and said, Vice President Li, the students of Xianxia University and Agricultural and Forestry University are discussing whether the Jade Lion or Xianxia Lotus is first. At this time, Xiao Ruofei naturally included himself in the ranks of Xianxia University. Our Vice President Li frowned and said, Hasn't the judging team already given a conclusion? 2 pots of flowers won the gold medal. What's there to argue about? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Although it's said that there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts, since this exposition has set up gold, silver, and bronze medals, and there was only 1 gold medal, it's better to distinguish them clearly, lest people say that we took advantage of them. Chen Dongbai, the president of the Flower Association, said with a smile, Student, since the judging team thinks that the 2 pots of flowers won the gold medal together, we must have our considerations. There is no need to distinguish the first and second place. Xiao Ruofei said, But this morning, Xianxia of Agricultural University said that their Xianxia Lotus was bound to win the gold medal. He also bet with us that our Jade Lion would definitely not be better than the Xianxia Lotus. In that case, I think it's better to distinguish them clearly. Vice President Li's face became a little ugly. He glared at Meng Zhou fiercely. Such arrogant words were said before the exposition began, and now it was said in front of all the universities, which made Vice President Li feel a little embarrassed. Meng Zhou looked at Xianxia with a wry smile. He couldn't explain it. Although it had nothing to do with him from beginning to end, he could only take the blame as the president. Chen Dongbai smiled and said, Then how do you want to distinguish the winner? Meng Zhou immediately said, President Chen. We want to invite you to visit the exhibition, President Chen. I think we still have to trouble the judges with this matter. Xiao Ruofei directly interrupted Meng Zhou and said. RHE certainly couldn't let Meng Zhou say their proposal. Otherwise, if they really did as Meng Zhou said and asked the audience to vote, there would be no fairness at all. Meng Zhou could mobilize many students and teachers to vote for the Xianxia Lotus. There were so many students in Agricultural University. If each of them voted, there would be no suspense at all. Meng Zhou snorted and said, Student, just now President Chen said that the result of the judges' discussion was a tie for the gold medal. Now you want the judges to decide the first and second. Isn't that forcing people to do something? That's still better than some open and above-board suggestions. Xiao Ruofei said unceremoniously, I believe that the judges must have a way to give us an objective and fair judgment. The teachers and students of other universities were not in a hurry to leave. They all stayed to watch the show. Our 2 gold award winners going head-to-head was really something to watch. Chen Dongbai looked troubled. He was also very hesitant. In fact, even the judges couldn't tell which of the 2 pots of flowers was stronger, but at the same time, they were much stronger than the other flowers in the exhibition, so they came up with a tie for the gold medal. If it was easy to distinguish, then one of the two flowers would only have a silver medal. Why would the judges go through so much trouble and even change the number of winners at the last minute? Mengzhou saw Chen Dongbai's troubled expression and couldn't help but feel proud. If Chen Dongbai refused this proposal, then he could only do as he said and give the voting rights to the audience. In this way, the Yangsu Lotus could almost get the first place without any suspense. It was much better than a tie for the gold medal. At this time, Professor Tian, who was also on the rostrum, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "President Chen, since the children have made this request, I think the judges should work hard. After all, our job is to evaluate all the flowers in the exhibition." If it was Xiao Ruofei, Chen Dongbai still had room to refuse. However, if it was the respected Professor Tian who said it, he could not refuse. Chen Dongbai said hesitantly in a low voice, "Professor Tian, we have discussed for so long, but there is no way to reach a consensus." Professor Tian said with a smile, "President Chen, I think we don't have to discuss it anymore. The evaluation of flowers has always been a matter of opinion. Why don't we just have an anonymous vote? All the judges have one vote, and the one with the most votes in the end will be the first place. What do you think?" When Chen Dongbai heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. There were originally 10 judges today, but when Professor Tian arrived, there were 11 judges, which happened to be an odd number. If there was an anonymous vote, the results would definitely be decided. Chen Dongbai looked at Xiao Ruofei and the others and asked, "Everyone has heard Professor Tian's proposal. What do you think?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "No problem. We agree." Chen Dongbai nodded and looked at Mengzhou and the others. Mengzhou and the others didn't look very good, but now they were almost forced into a corner. Everyone was waiting for his answer. In the end, Mengzhou could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Chen Song whispered beside him, "President Meng, don't worry. The quality of our Yangsu Lotus is so good. How can it be worse than a pot of jade lion? I think they're just giving face to Professor Tian. If it's an anonymous vote, then the situation will definitely be different." Mengzhou nodded with a wry smile and said, "That's the only way." "Chen Song, why did you bet with them? If you lose, we will lose a lot." Originally, the exclusive gold award had been shared by both sides, causing the value of the gold award to be greatly reduced. Now, they were involved in an inexplicable bet, insisting on a winner. If Yangsu was really judged by the judges to be inferior to Jade Lion, then this joint gold award would only be a joke. In the end, everyone would remember the pot of flowers that won the first place. Since both sides agree, it's settled," Chen Dongbai said. Soon, the other flowers that won the entrance, bronze, and silver awards were taken back by their own people. Only the Jade Lion and the Yangsu Lotus were left on the rostrum. Everyone consciously stepped back, leaving a large space in front of him. This was to not interfere with the judge's judgment, and also to leave a relatively private space for the judges. After all, this was an anonymous vote. Professor Tian didn't avoid it. He still participated in the new round of evaluation and voting. Because the Agricultural University also had a teacher on the judging panel, Professor Tian and the teacher from the Agricultural University both participated in the evaluation. There was no problem of who had an advantage. The judges all went to the rostrum and carefully observed the 2 pots of flowers from all angles. In fact, the judges were indecisive, which was why they spent so much time in the meeting. So they had to carefully evaluate again. The teachers and students of the universities also stood outside very quietly. No one disturbed the judges' work, and no one was impatient. After watching for more than 10 minutes, the judges finally returned to their seats. The staff gave each judge a piece of white paper and a pen. After the judges wrote down their choices, they carefully folded them and put them on the rostrum's table. It was impossible to do anything in front of everyone, and this was a last-minute segment, so there was no voting box or anything like that. Soon, all the judges, including Chen Dongbai and Professor Tian, finished voting. There were 11 folded pieces of white paper on the rostrum's table. The answers on these pieces of white paper would determine who the real first place belonged to. The teachers and students of Sanshan University and Agricultural University began to feel nervous, but at the same time, they were somewhat expectant. Although the teachers and students of other universities were just watching the show, they were also full of expectations for the final answer to be revealed. Chen Dongbai went to the rostrum and did not count the votes directly. Instead, he picked up the microphone and said, "In order to ensure the fairness of this vote, we invite 3 teachers or students to the rostrum to be responsible for counting the votes. Please supervise this vote together." Soon, everyone elected 3 teachers from other universities to lead the team. After the 3 of them came to the rostrum, they briefly introduced themselves and then began to count the votes. Yang's Lotus. A teacher opened the first piece of white paper and looked at it with another teacher next to him. The staff had already found a whiteboard with the words Jade Lion and Yang's Lotus written on it. After the last teacher in charge of counting the votes heard the count, he drew a horizontal line under the Yang's Lotus. The 2 teachers in charge of counting the votes then opened the second piece of white paper. After glancing at it, one of the teachers said loudly, "Yang's Lotus." The teacher who counted the votes immediately drew a vertical line under the horizontal line under the Yang's Lotus. 2 consecutive votes were cast for Yang's Lotus. The teachers and students of Agricultural University rejoiced, while the students of Xianxia University looked dignified. Yang's Lotus. The third vote still belonged to Yang's Lotus. On the side of Agricultural University, the expressions of Meng Zhou and Chen Song began to become very relaxed. Chen Song also waved his fist to show off and then glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's face still did not change, but Lu Yu and Jiang Yu obviously became very nervous. The 2 beauties could not help clenching their fists. Just when everyone thought that Sanshan University was doomed, there was a turn of events. Jade Lion. Jade Lion. Jade Lion. 3 consecutive votes were all for Jade Lion. Yang's Lotus, who had been leading by a large margin, suddenly lost her lead. The 2 sides returned to the same starting line. There were only 11 judges in total, and now 6 votes had been given. That was to say, the result would be announced soon. The 7th vote was still Jade Lion. Sanshan University cheered. This was the first time that Jade Lion had overtaken them. The 8th vote was given to Yang's Lotus by the judges. The 2 sides were tied again. Following that, the 9th and 10th votes were equally split between the 2 sides. In this way, out of the 10 votes, Jade Lion and Yang Suhi each received 5 votes. The competition was extremely cruel and fierce. There was only 1 vote left on the table, and this vote would determine the first place. Everyone could not help holding their breath, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. The 2 teachers who gave the votes were affected by this mood, and their hands trembled slightly when they took the votes. The teacher finally opened the ballot, and the 2 looked at it at the same time. At this moment, time seemed to pass very slowly. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Everyone didn't even dare to blink. They all pricked up their ears to pay attention to the situation on the stage. The teacher who was counting the votes very firmly and very clearly announced the final result, Jade Lion. Boom, the audience suddenly exclaimed, cheered, and regretted. The voting process just now was too exciting. Even the teachers and students from other universities who were just spectators had unknowingly entered a tense situation. When the final result was announced, everyone's long-suppressed emotions were completely released at this moment. Tri-Mountain University was silent for a moment, and then suddenly burst into loud cheers. The cheers were much louder than when they had won the gold medal. Everyone was releasing their nervous emotions to their heart's content, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. With the previous embarrassment, Jiang Yu paid more attention this time. She hugged her best friend Lu Yu next to her. She was so excited that her face was flushed. She was happier than when she had won the bet. Even Lu Yu, who had been very calm all this time, was very happy. A rare smile appeared on her face. Xiaoqing and the others were also cheering happily. Only Peng Hui and Yu Jun had complicated expressions. They looked at Xiao Ruofei with some jealousy, and their hearts were full of mixed feelings. Xiao Ruofei was also a little nervous just now, especially when the battle was at its most intense. He was already prepared to lose. To be honest, if he lost a bet with a student, Xiao Ruofei could still afford to lose. As for face and whatnot, Xiao Ruofei didn't care that much. However, this bet was different. The stone in Xianxia's hand might just be a little strange to others, but for Xiao Ruofei, it was very likely to be an excellent item to upgrade the space, other than the jade stone. Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that this stone might be more efficient than the jade stone in upgrading. So, he couldn't afford to lose. When the battle was at its most intense, Xiao Ruofei even considered that if he lost the bet, he would get the black stone even if he had to use some unconventional means. For Xiao Ruofei, who was once an elite member of the Special Warfare Commando team, this was a piece of cake. Moreover, Xianxia was someone who deserved a beating. Even if Xiao Ruofei used some tricks to steal his things, she would not feel any psychological burden. Fortunately, the Jade Lion won in the end. Xiao Ruofei did not need to waste any more time. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Agricultural University was dead silent. It did not fit in with the noisy environment. Meng Zhou, Xianxia, and the others all looked gloomy, as if they couldn't accept such a result. Xianxia's expression was so gloomy that it was terrifying. He had lost to Tri-Mountain University in front of so many people. The Golden Award, which was originally tied, had now become inferior. It was all because of his bet. In the end, Meng Zhou had to bear the responsibility for this matter. It was fine before, but now that he had lost, Meng Zhou would definitely not take the blame. This matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. He had just been recommended for a postgraduate student, and the procedures had not been completed. If this matter affected his postgraduate admission, it would be a big loss. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but have endless hatred for Xiao Ruofei. Especially when he glanced over and saw Xiao Ruofei's victorious smile, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Vice President Li of Agricultural University also had an ugly expression. He looked at Meng Zhou and Xianxia as if he wanted to kill them. In front of the teachers and students of other universities in the province, this was a big loss of face. It was all because of that stupid bet. After this, Meng Zhou and Xianxia would definitely suffer. Xianxia felt his heart tremble. He struggled for a while, then gritted his teeth and said loudly, "President Chen, can we look at the votes?" Unhappiness flashed across Chen Dongbai's face, and he said flatly, "Of course, this is your right." Although he said so, the whole voting process was very transparent. In the end, he found a third party who had no interest in counting the votes. Xianxia actually wanted to check the votes, which meant that he didn't trust the judges at all. Naturally, Chen Dongbai wouldn't be nice to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Meng Zhou. At this time, Meng Zhou wanted to stay away from Xianxia and didn't want to have anything to do with him, so he directly ignored Xianxia's gaze. The other students of Agricultural University's Horticultural Club also avoided him. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Since he had already said it, he couldn't take it back. Whether he checked the votes or not, he had already offended people. He simply went to the stage and began to check the votes. There were only 11 votes in total. Xianxia quickly divided them into two piles. One was for Jade Lion, and the other was for Yang Suhe. There was no problem. It was 6-5. Jade Lion won with one vote. Xianxia's face turned pale. Chen Dongbai asked coldly, "Student, do you have any questions about the result?" Xianxia shook his head with a gloomy look. Vice President Li said coldly, "Do you want to make a fool of yourself by standing there? Why don't you come down?" Xianxia's face turned pale. This time, he lost completely. Not only did he lose face, but even his future might be affected. Just as he was about to leave the stage, a middle-aged teacher in the audience suddenly asked, "Professor Tian, may I ask, which side did you vote for?" The audience burst into an uproar. Many familiar teachers recognized him. This middle-aged teacher was called Ren Shui. He came from Sanshan Software School. He had nothing to do with this matter. No one knew why he suddenly asked such a sensitive question. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Others didn't notice, but he just happened to see that Ren Shui had made eye contact with Vice President Li of Agricultural University before he asked the question. Vice President Li's eyes flashed with joy. He then pretended to say, "Mr. Ren, the voting results are out. Besides, this is an anonymous vote. Don't ask such a question, Ren Shui said. Vice President Li, Professor Tian, actually, this matter has nothing to do with me. Everyone is just curious. After all, the difference between the two sides is only one vote. If Professor Tian is not in a position to answer, then forget it, Professor Tian, this. Vice President Li deliberately said with a helpless expression. Chen Dongbai's eyes flashed with anger. Ren Shui and Vice President Li were obviously echoing each other. How could such a small trick be hidden from him? Although this result was expected, after Professor Tian said it out loud, it still caused a small commotion in the audience. Especially on the side of Agricultural University, some students who were hiding in the crowd deliberately made a ruckus. This is an unfair victory. Vice Principal Li saw the chaotic scene, but he didn't say anything to stop it. Instead, he allowed the students to make a ruckus. Chen Dongbai frowned and said loudly, every judge has their own independent judgment. No matter which side they voted for, they must have their own reasons. Moreover, speaking up to this point, Chen Dongbai's gaze fell on one of the judges and he continued, Agricultural University's Professor Liu is also a member of the judging panel. I believe that Professor Liu's vote should be for Agricultural University's Xianxia, right? Chen Dongbai couldn't stand it anymore. Before the vote, they didn't ask to withdraw. Moreover, Tri-Mountain University and Agricultural University both had one person on the judging panel, so it was very fair. Now that the voting results were out and they lost, they started to make a fuss about the composition of the judging panel. Wasn't this a sign that they couldn't afford to lose? Agricultural University's Professor Liu looked a little embarrassed. He stuttered for a long time and didn't say anything. However, no one was stupid. With one look, they knew that Professor Liu must have voted for Agricultural University. In fact, this was human nature. Even if he did, no one would say anything. However, in this way, it was reasonable for Professor Tian to vote for Tri-Mountain University. Objectively speaking, both sides had one vote each, so it didn't affect the result at all. The people from Agricultural University deliberately made a ruckus just now, so they obviously had some bad intentions. Vice Principal Li saw how direct Chen Dongbai was and felt a little embarrassed. He knew that he had to say something at this time. Otherwise, Agricultural University would lose again and again. However, before Vice Principal Li could say anything, Professor Tian, who had always had a kind smile on his face, spoke first. Professor Tian smiled and walked up to the stage. He said, teachers and students, I didn't expect that a small bet between students from two universities would cause such a big commotion. Since Professor Ren called my name, I'll say a few words. The teachers and students below the stage suddenly quieted down. Everyone focused their attention on the stage. Professor Tian had a bright smile on his face as he said unhurriedly, it is impossible to say that there are no emotional factors involved in this vote. I have worked at Sanshan University for decades, and to be honest, this jade lion orchid belongs to my granddaughter. Professor Tian's words didn't cause much of a reaction. After all, the situation was already very clear. Tri-Mountain University didn't have any advantage in the voting. On the contrary, Professor Tian's straightforward words won the admiration of many people from the bottom of their hearts. Professor Tian continued, but before the vote, I did seriously compare the two pots of orchids. Objectively speaking, whether it's this jade lion pot or the Yang's lotus, which Agricultural University chose to give to us, they are both exquisite orchids. In terms of artistic value, ornamental value, and even market value, the two pots of flowers should be about the same. Professor Tian spoke unhurriedly. The teachers and students below the stage listened very seriously. They knew that a respected senior like Professor Tian wouldn't just go on stage and say a few words. There was bound to be more to it. Sure enough, Professor Tian paused for a moment before he continued, but in the end, emotional factors didn't play a big role in my decision. After a serious comparison, I still think that this jade lion pot is slightly better. When Professor Tian said this, the people from Agricultural University naturally couldn't accept it. As a leader, Vice Principal Li couldn't say anything, but one of the leading teachers couldn't help but ask, Professor Tian, you just said that the two pots of flowers were about the same in all aspects. What exactly made you think that this jade lion pot was slightly better? Vice Principal Li looked at the teacher approvingly. This was what he wanted to say, but because of his status, he couldn't ask. This teacher helped him throw out the question. Professor Tian smiled and said, "Orchids are known as the gentlemen of flowers. Everyone appreciates their elegant and beautiful leaves, their elegant and graceful flowers, and their pure and deep fragrance that seeps into the heart of people. They are the symbol of character and the portrayal of strength of character." The ancients used orchids as an important way to cultivate their temperament and cultivate their moral character. In my opinion, the most precious thing about orchids is their noble charm. At this point, Professor Tian pointed at the jade lion pot on the stage and said, "Everyone can carefully compare it. This jade lion pot, Emolan, is full of natural charm. No matter from which angle we look at it, we can feel her natural quality and elegant charm. In comparison, although this pot of Yang's lotus is also very beautiful and very ornamental, it is a bit more artificial than the jade lion and lacks some natural charm." The teachers and students below the stage listened very carefully. Those who could come to this expo must have a certain degree of professional ability. At the very least, they had a strong interest in gardening. After Professor Tian finished speaking, everyone naturally looked at the two pots of orchids. After careful comparison, the more they looked, the more they felt that Professor Tian's words made sense. Jade Lion was like a naturally beautiful young girl without makeup, while Yang Suhi was more like a well-dressed young lady. She was beautiful, but she lacked the otherworldly aura of Jade Lion that was untainted by the mortal world. Carefully thinking about Professor Tian's words, many teachers and students below the stage showed thoughtful expressions. At this time, the president of the Flower Association, Chen Dongbai, also stood up and walked to the stage. He smiled and said, "Professor Tian and I can be said to be in agreement. My vote is actually for the Jade Lion, and the bonus point in my heart is also her noble and elegant charm." Just as Chen Dongbai finished speaking, another two judges laughed and stood up at the same time. One of them said, "President Chen, Professor Tian, it seems like great minds think alike. Old Zheng and I were also attracted by the Jade Lion's charm and finally voted for her." The expressions of the teachers and students below the stage became a little interesting. There were a total of 11 judges, and 4 of them had already clearly said that they voted for the Jade Lion, and the reason was the same. Most importantly, these 4 judges could be said to be important figures in the judging panel. Professor Tian and Chen Dongbai were needless to say, and the 2 judges who stood up behind them were also well-known experts in the industry. In contrast, the remaining 7 judges who didn't say which side they voted for, 4 of them were teachers from major universities. Their professionalism and authority were definitely not as good as Professor Tian and the other 3. In other words, although the voting results seemed to be a narrow victory for Tri-Mountain University, in fact, the weight of the votes that Tri-Mountain University received was obviously more than that of Agricultural and Forestry University. Vice President Li didn't even want to say anything. He simply said hello to Professor Tian and Chen Dongbai, then glanced coldly at Meng Zhou and Chen Song before leaving the gymnasium. Chen Dongbai also walked down the stage and went straight to Sanshan University. He said to Xiaoqing, "Congratulations." Xiaoqing was so excited that he was almost speechless. He just thanked him repeatedly. He was originally a conservative person. Today's twists and turns made his little heart almost unable to bear it. Of course, the Sanshan University Horticultural Club had completely gained face this time. As the president of the Horticultural Club, he was so proud that his face turned red with excitement. People from other universities also came to congratulate them. Xiaoqing expressed his gratitude again and again. Just as Xiaoqing was busy dealing with them, Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yu, who didn't like to join in the fun, quietly squeezed out of the crowd. As soon as Xiao Ruofei came out, he saw Professor Tian. The old man chuckled and said, "Little Xia, congratulations to all of you." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be confused and said, "Professor Tian, this is the result of the Sanshan University Horticultural Club. Why are you congratulating me?" Professor Tian laughed and said, "Don't think that I don't know. I was the one who helped you find this Jade Lion pot. But not long after I brought it back, I got sick and almost couldn't come to the exhibition. What's more, I know very well what this Jade Lion pot looked like at the beginning. Now it's been reborn. Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just a little help." It's not worth mentioning, Brother Xia, how is this a little help? Xianxia said, if it weren't for you, it's hard to say if this jade lion pot would have survived until now. How could it have won the gold medal? Xianxia was now Xia Ruofei's crazy fan. At this time, Xia Ruofei saw a figure from the corner of his eye. He quickly said to Professor Tian, Professor Tian, I still have something to deal with. Excuse me, Professor Tian turned his head and looked. He suddenly laughed and said, you're going to collect the spoils. Hurry up and go. Xia Ruofei immediately strode in the direction of Agricultural University. Lu Yu and Jiangyu looked at each other and quickly followed him. The extremely depressed Chen Song was just about to take advantage of the chaos to slip away when he heard a voice behind him. Student Chen Song, where are you going? Chen Song's expression turned bitter. He steadied himself and slowly turned around, only to see Xia Ruofei with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking at him with a faint smile. Lu Yu and Jiangyu, the two great beauties, also stood beside Xia Ruofei, one on the left and one on the right. They looked at Chen Song with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Chen Song said coldly, do I need to report to you where I'm going? A bright smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face as he said, there's no need to report, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. We just made a bet this morning, and it's only noon. Don't tell me your memory is that bad? Lu Yu chimed in, I don't think he has a bad memory. He's trying to go back on his word. Jiangyu also snorted softly and said, it seems that someone can't afford to lose. At this time, everyone was leaving, preparing to return to their respective booths to welcome the visitors who would soon arrive. However, Sanchon University was in the limelight today, and the two great beauties, Lu Yu and Jiangyu, were very eye-catching in the Sanchon University camp. Therefore, when everyone saw the two of them talking to Chen Song, they all stopped to watch. Xia Ruofei did not go into detail about the bet just now, but Chen Song had been very active in questioning the votes. He even went on the stage to personally check the votes. In the end, he was chased off the stage by Vice President Li, so everyone knew who he was. When people from Sanchon University and Agricultural University were together, everyone naturally thought of the bet. Chen Song felt a little embarrassed in front of so many people. He snorted and said, don't slander me. Who wants to go back on their word? You're the ones who didn't come over. I still have a lot of things to do at the booth. How could I have the time to wait for you here? After that, Chen Song took out the chain from his pocket and threw it directly to Xia Ruofei. He said, I admit defeat this time. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. This is the bet you won. Take it. The stone hanging on the chain was a little mysterious to Chen Song. He vaguely felt that the stone was not simple, but he did not value it as much as Xia Ruofei did. Therefore, even if he lost it, he would not feel bad. Chen Song cared more about the fact that not only did he lose face, but he also lost face for Agricultural University. He also had a record with Vice President Li. His future would not be easy. When he thought of this, he hated Xia Ruofei to the core. He did not want to see Xia Ruofei's face again. Xia Ruofei easily reached out to take the chain. At the end of the chain was a string of strange black stones. He used his left hand to take it. He did not need to check to know that Chen Song did not switch it, because the spirit map scroll in his right palm immediately began to tremble with excitement. A burning feeling came from his palm. Xia Ruofei calmly put the chain and the stone into his pocket. Then, he smiled and said, thanks. Chen Song snorted coldly. With a gloomy face, he walked away from the crowd without saying a word. Xia Ruofei did not care. He had already gotten what he cared about the most. As for how much Chen Song hated him in his heart, it had nothing to do with him. Even if Chen Song gnashed his teeth in hatred, Xia Ruofei would still live very comfortably. He returned to Tri-Mountain University with Lu Yu and Jiangyu. The students of the Horticultural Club were talking to Professor Tian. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had returned, Xia Qing and the others quickly came forward to express their gratitude to Xia Ruofei. At this time, Xia Ruofei's mind was completely focused on the black stone. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to leave as soon as possible and go back to the farm villa to study this stone properly. Therefore, Xia Ruofei said a few words absent-mindedly. Then, he said, Professor Tian, Lu Yu, Jiangyu, since the matter here has been settled, I'll go back first. The farm is building a house, so I have to keep an eye on the construction site. Big brother Xia, it's almost time for dinner. Let's go back after dinner. Jiangyu quickly said, I heard that the food in the Agricultural University's cafeteria is very good. Let's go and try it together. Xiao Ruofei was anxious to go back. He smiled and said, next time. I really have something to do today. Isn't this exhibition of yours going to last a few days? If I'm free tomorrow or the day after, I'll come and see you guys. Jiangyu was disappointed, but Xiao Ruofei had clearly expressed his desire to go back. She could only nod obediently and say, okay. You must come when you're free. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Lu Yu saw Jiangyu's reaction and couldn't help but secretly shake her head. Professor Tian smiled and said, Xiaoxia, if you have something to do, you can go back first. I thank you on behalf of our university. Hey. It's nothing. You don't have to be so polite. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Then, I'll go first. Bye. After that, Xiao Ruofei waved at Professor Tian and his classmates and walked out of the gymnasium. Xiao Ruofei stopped when he heard this. He turned around and said with a smile, Professor Tian, if you have something to say, please tell me. Professor Tian thought for a moment and said, come, let's talk outside. After that, Professor Tian pulled Xiao Ruofei out of the stadium. Lu Yu and Jiangyu both looked at Xiao Ruofei's back as he left. Lu Yu suddenly said something that didn't make sense, Yu, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. Jiangyu's expression darkened. She lowered her head and said with red eyes, I know, but I just can't help it. My mind is full of Brother Xiao's figure. When I sleep at night, when I close my eyes, I see him in that dark alley, protecting me behind him and facing the knife-wielding gangster alone. Lu Yu sighed and gently reached out to hold Jiangyu's shoulder. She said, Yu, don't think about these annoying things. We got the gold medal today, so we should be happy. Let's go. Let's go back to the booth. The visitors will be coming in soon. Jiangyu raised her head and said, Brother Xia is really amazing. He helped us get the gold medal in one move. Lu Yu couldn't help but be speechless. Well, what she said just now was in vain. At the entrance of the stadium, Xiao Ruofei and Professor Tian came to a relatively secluded place. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Professor Tian, why are you looking for me? Why are you still being so mysterious? Professor Tian said, wasn't there a lot of people just now? Xiaoxia, Hu Weixing called me yesterday and asked me to ask when it would be convenient for you. She wants to bring a friend to visit you. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Tian Hu Weixing brought a friend to visit him, however, he soon remembered that when he treated Huan's autism last time, Tian Hu Weixing seemed to have asked him if the treatment could be promoted. After receiving a negative answer, she tactfully said that she had a very good friend whose child also had severe autism. She hoped that Xiao Ruofei could help her. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei also understood why Professor Tian had come out to talk about the treatment of autistic children. Xiao Ruofei did not want this matter to be publicized, and Ma Jiming and his wife had always kept their mouths shut for his sake. Professor Tian naturally would not talk about this matter in the noisy hall in front of the students of Sanshan University. Professor Tian, is it about the autistic children you mentioned last time? Xiao Ruofei asked. Professor Tian nodded and said, Hui Xian said that her friend's child is about to go to primary school, but his condition has been very serious. He can't go to a normal kindergarten, so the whole family is very worried. Then, Professor Tian said, of course, if your time here is not easy to arrange, or if there are other difficulties, I'll help you directly reject them. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, there are no difficulties. I promised her at the beginning. But the time may not be easy to arrange in the near future. He considered that the staff apartment had not been built yet, and Li Jifu was also staying in his villa to treat his illness. If Tian Hu Weixing's friend brought the child over, it would be really inconvenient. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Professor Tian, if the child is going to primary school, it should be around September. There are still about 5 months. How about this? I should be able to free up in 1.5 to 2 months. At that time, I'll let them come over. Professor Tian immediately said, no problem, I'll call Hui Xian and tell her later. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, you can also let them rest assured that there is still time. It shouldn't delay the child's primary school. Professor Tian said happily, that's great. Thank you, Xiaoxia. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Professor Tian, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Professor Tian saw that Xiao Ruofei was really in a hurry to go back, so he didn't ask him to stay. He smiled and nodded. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to Professor Tian and quickly walked out of the campus. After picking up the car from the parking lot by the side of the road in front of the agricultural university, Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck to Taoyuan Farm. After more than half an hour, Xiao Ruofei returned to Taoyuan Farm. Everyone was busy in the greenhouse and the construction site. Chao Taishu and the others had done farm work for most of their lives, so they didn't have the concept of a lunch break. After lunch, they all went back to work on the farm. These simple farmers always felt that since they had received such a high salary, they should do a good job in this hard-earned job. As for the construction site, although Liang Qichao had already left the country, Liang Weimin was now very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to say anything at the construction site. Liang Weimin urged Manager Li to arrange for the best construction workers to work in 3 shifts and reduce the construction period as much as possible. Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Chao Taishu and continued to drive to the villa. On the way, he saw Lei Hu, Hong Tao, and the others diligently patrolling the farm. The 4 of them were wearing faded forest camouflage uniforms and walked in a neat line on the farm road. When they saw Xiao Ruofei's car from afar, Lei Hu and the others stopped and saluted the car in unison. Xiao Ruofei didn't disturb them. He honked once to greet them and continued to drive forward. When he returned to the villa, Xiao Ruofei saw that Yi Linyun was still practicing tea making with Li Jifu in the yard with ordinary leaves. Now that Lei Hu and the others were on duty, Yi Linyun had more time to learn tea making. Li Jifu also thought that he didn't have much time left, so his learning schedule was very tight. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said hello to Yi Linyun and Li Jifu, then quickly walked into the villa. When he was going up the stairs, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and stopped. He shouted, Fatty! Hey! Peng Hao heard Xiao Ruofei's voice and walked out of the guest room that was temporarily used as the finance office. He smiled and said, Ruofei, you're back? Have you eaten? I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Fatty, there's something you need to do. I see that Lei Hu and the others are still wearing the old camouflage uniforms from the army. Go count their clothes sizes today and buy 2 sets of black suits for each of them. The company will pay for them and treat them as work uniforms. Okay. I'll do it in the afternoon. Peng Hao said with a grin. He wasn't just a finance officer at Xiao Ruofei's side. Many of the company's coordination matters were handled by Xiao Ruofei. He was equivalent to a housekeeper. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, in addition, go and purchase some conventional security equipment, such as stun batons. First, ask if they need to be filed with the Public Security Bureau. Anyway, try to get them as much as possible. Okay. I'll go back and understand the policy first and try to get it done as soon as possible. Peng Hao said. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll go back to my room first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. The chain was made of pure silver, but it wasn't worth much. Xiao Ruofei was naturally most concerned about the black stone. This pitch-black stone was about the size of a pigeon's egg. Chen Song had only made a simple button and inlaid it on it, then hung it on the chain. Xiao Ruofei easily took off the black stone, and the silver chain was casually thrown to the side by Xiao Ruofei. He carefully looked at the pitch-black stone. He saw that the stone's surface was smooth, and other than the pure black color, there was nothing special about it. Its appearance was not much different from an ordinary cobblestone. However, Xiao Ruofei discovered that if he stared at the black stone for a long time, he would unconsciously feel his heart palpitate, as if the stone had turned into a black hole that could even devour his sight. Xiao Ruofei quickly withdrew his gaze. Ever since he took out the stone, his right palm had been trembling non-stop, and the burning feeling made Xiao Ruofei somewhat unbearable. He knew that this was the spirit map scroll's reaction, and he could even feel the spirit map scroll's impatient emotions. Yes, it was emotions. This was not the first time. The last time when he encountered the strange-looking stone in the Spirit Jade Hall, the spirit map scroll had a similar reaction, as if it was a person of flesh and blood, conveying its impatient emotions to Xia Ruofei. In fact, before absorbing the jadeite, there was a similar reaction. It was just that this time, it was more intense than any of the previous times. Xia Ruofei endured the discomfort and took out his phone to take a few pictures of the black stone from different angles. He also used the macro camera function to take some detailed pictures of the stone. He wanted to save some information, hoping that he could find such a stone in the future. Because Xia Ruofei already faintly felt that after this stone was absorbed by the spirit map scroll, the effect would be much better than ordinary jadeite materials. It was not that Xia Ruofei did not think of sending this stone to a professional testing organization for identification. It would be best if they could analyze the composition of the stone, so that it would be easier to find such a stone in the future. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. On one hand, the spirit map scroll could not wait to absorb it. On the other hand, it was because Xianxia had done similar work before. However, with the current scientific methods, it seemed that it was difficult to detect any useful information. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was also worried that if he sent it for testing, there would be a risk of his secret being exposed. Therefore, he decided to let the spirit map scroll absorb the stone. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath. With a thought, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. The moment the spirit map scroll appeared in the outside world, it immediately began to tremble violently. Xia Ruofei was caught off guard and almost lost his grip on it. He quickly gripped the scroll tightly and picked up the black stone with his left hand. The spirit map scroll's performance made Xia Ruofei's heart filled with anticipation. Could it be that after absorbing this stone, he could directly level up? Could this pigeon egg-sized, seemingly inconspicuous stone have the same effect as the jadeite that was worth tens of millions? With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei slowly approached the spirit map scroll with the stone in his hand. When the stone was about to come into contact with the spirit map scroll, Xia Ruofei had a thought and let go of his hand at the same time. The black stone was sucked into the spirit map scroll by a powerful gravitational force, disappearing without a trace. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath. With a thought, he tried to enter the Ring 2 space to observe the changes in the Ring 2 space after absorbing the black stone and see if it could directly level up. However, after doing this countless times, to Xia Ruofei, entering the space was as simple as eating and drinking. However, this time, he failed. Xia Ruofei felt a repulsive force coming from the spirit map scroll. Then, he found that he was still in the room and the spirit map scroll was still lying quietly on the table. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The previous few times, Xia Ruofei had thrown the jadeite into the spirit map scroll one by one. Basically, after throwing it in, the spirit map scroll would finish absorbing it, so it could immediately enter the space. However, this time, it was rejected by the spirit map scroll. Could it be that the black stone contained a lot of energy and the spirit map scroll was in the process of absorbing it, so it couldn't enter the space? Xia Ruofei had such a thought in his mind. If this judgment was correct, then during the absorption process, would Little Black and the others, as well as the wasps, be affected? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but worry. However, worrying was useless. Moreover, during the previous few times when the Ring 2 space absorbed the jadeite and leveled up the space, the red arowana and other animals were also not affected. There shouldn't be a problem this time. Xia Ruofei thought of this and his heart calmed down a little. The only thing he could do was to keep trying to enter the space. He believed that this rejection was only temporary. It definitely didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to enter the space in the future. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down. Then, every once in a while, he would use his mind to communicate with the space, trying to enter the space. This process lasted for more than half an hour. Every time Xia Ruofei tried, he would be rejected by a force. Xia Ruofei couldn't remember how many times he had tried. When he tried to communicate with the space again, that familiar pulling force came again. Xia Ruofei felt that slight dizziness again. In the next moment, the scenery in front of him changed. Xia Ruofei found himself inside the Ring 2 space. Xia Ruofei habitually entered the original space first. As soon as he entered, he felt that the density of the spiritual energy had greatly increased. Moreover, when he raised his head, he could see that there seemed to be wisps of mist floating in the air. It was like the thinner clouds in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei curiously probed with his mind. He was surprised to find that the mist was actually made up of very pure spiritual energy. In the past, every time the space evolved, the spiritual energy would become denser. However, Xiao Ruofei was keenly aware of it by relying on his connection with the space. He didn't expect that this time, the spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space would start to turn into mist after the spirit map scroll absorbed a pigeon egg-sized black stone. Xiao Ruofei was very shocked. The size of the space was as Xiao Ruofei expected. It didn't change. It was still about 8 mu. Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this. The last time the space evolved, the original space had stopped expanding. Therefore, he wasn't disappointed. Xiao Ruofei directly walked towards the nameless plant. This had become an indicator for him to determine whether the space had evolved or not. On the branch of the nameless plant, there were 3 fully ripe spirit fruits that emitted a fragrant scent. The spirit fruits were clearly fully ripe, as the branch was bent over from the weight. Xiao Ruofei was very clear that 2 of the spirit fruits were from the previous 2 upgrades. He had already verified that every time the space upgraded, it would produce an additional spirit fruit. Once the spirit fruit was picked, it would take 2 months for a new spirit fruit to grow at the same location. There was an exception. If the space upgraded during this period, no matter how ripe the spirit fruit was, it would be directly accelerated. This should be the case today. Because, beside the 2 spirit fruits, there was another spirit fruit. And this spirit fruit was in a fully ripe state. In other words, the mysterious black stone the size of a pigeon's egg had directly caused the Ring 2 space to complete a complete upgrade, and during the previous upgrade, although the old spirit fruit was greatly accelerated, it did not directly mature. But this time it was in a fully ripe state. In other words, after the Ring 2 painting absorbed the mysterious black stone, not only did it complete an upgrade, it might even have a surplus of energy. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be speechless. What exactly was this mysterious black stone? It actually had such a significant effect. Perhaps it was worthless to others, but in Xiao Ruofei's hands, it had the effect of tens of millions of dollars worth of jadeite. The previous upgrade of the space had cost Xiao Ruofei about $14 million worth of jadeite. According to the previous rules, if he wanted to upgrade the space this time, he would need at least $30 million, or even more. But now, this mysterious black stone the size of a pigeon's egg had done it, and it might even be more than that. Of course, in Xiao Ruofei's mind, the value of this stone was even higher than $30 million. After all, $30 million worth of jadeite could only upgrade the space, but this black stone had definitely upgraded the space by 1 level. Moreover, it gave Xiao Ruofei a new idea to upgrade the space. Its value was immeasurable. Xiao Ruofei suppressed his excitement. Just as he was about to pluck the 3 spirit fruits, his gaze inadvertently fell on the nameless plant. His gaze froze again. He noticed that the nameless plant seemed to have grown taller. After obtaining the space for so long, the growth of this nameless plant was extremely slow. Xiao Ruofei could hardly feel it growing, but this time, he could directly see that it was taller than before. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly moved his mind, and a tape measure floated up from a box of sundries and tools beside the pool. Wrapped in the power of space, it quickly flew to Xiao Ruofei and accurately fell into his hand. He had measured the height of the nameless plant the last time, so he only needed to measure it again to know if it was an illusion. Xiao Ruofei measured it with the tape measure. Sure enough, as he expected, the nameless plant had grown by about 10 centimeters. It directly upgraded the space by 1 level, and even the nameless plant that grew at a ridiculously slow rate had grown by 10 centimeters. The spirit energy in the space had also directly vaporized. The black stone became more and more mysterious in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He took a few deep breaths to calm his excited mind, and then took the container and tweezers. He carefully plucked all the 3 ripe spirit fruits and the strange flower petals that grew because of the space's upgrade, and put them in the container. Looking at the 5 spirit fruits that exuded a tempting fragrance in the container, Xiao Ruofei resisted the strong urge to take one and eat it. He tightly closed the container and put it back. Although he knew that these spirit fruits were definitely good things, he really didn't dare to eat them rashly. Otherwise, if his body couldn't bear it and directly exploded and died, there would really be no way to explain it. Xiao Ruofei walked around the original space. Everything was very normal, whether it was the golden silk phoebe sapling, the ginseng, the dendrobium ironhide, or the baby red dragon fish, all of them were full of vitality. Especially after the space's upgrade, the density of spirit energy had increased again, and these plants and animals looked even more energetic. The space was thriving. Xiao Ruofei was originally a little worried about Little Black, the other puppies, and Wasp in the new space, but when he saw the red arowana's energetic appearance, he immediately felt relieved. The original space was very small, only about 8 acres, so Xiao Ruofei quickly walked around. Then with a thought, he directly traveled from the original space to the new space. Under Xiao Ruofei's deliberate control, he directly appeared on the top of the mountain in the new space. After entering the new space, Xiao Ruofei's first feeling was that it was suddenly enlightened. The original space was only about 8 acres. Although the spirit energy was very rich, after staying there for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be a sense of depression. When he came to the new space, which was the highest mountain in the space, there seemed to be no end to it. Xiao Ruofei felt that his mind was much more open. Little Black and the others also noticed that Xiao Ruofei had entered the space and rushed towards the hillside. Xiao Ruofei laughed and ran down the mountain in a flash. Little Black was the fastest, and Damao and Ermao were several meters behind him. He directly rushed into Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily and hugged Blackie. She stretched out her hand and rubbed Blackie's glossy fur. She said, "Blackie, did you miss me?" Little Black stuck out his tongue and licked Xiao Ruofei's fingers intimately. "Let's go. Let's walk around in the space first," Xiao Ruofei said as he continued to go down the mountain. In fact, Little Black was heavier than an adult dog, but Xiao Ruofei could still hold him easily. Xiao Ruofei was followed by Damao and Ermao. The all-terrain vehicle was parked at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Ruofei jumped in and put Little Black in the passenger seat. Damao and Ermao were used to it and jumped into the car one after another. Xiao Ruofei laughed and turned the key to start the car. Then he stepped on the accelerator and galloped in the space. With this upgrade, the scope of the new space had been expanded several times. Xiao Ruofei drove for a long time before arriving at the location of the space membrane. He followed the space membrane and drove around the entire new space. He could already roughly estimate the size of the new space. 1,000 acres. This was the approximate area calculated by Xiao Ruofei, which was more than twice the area after the last upgrade. And Xiao Ruofei found that the terrain of the new space was also changing significantly. When he went down the mountain just now, Xiao Ruofei felt that the height of the mountain had at least doubled, and it had expanded as a whole, so the foot of the mountain had begun to show a continuous shape. The river at the bend in front of the mountain was twice as wide as before, and its length was also several times longer than before. The spatial spirit pond water in the river was surging, and from time to time, it would set off waves, and when it washed over the river bank, it would make a huge splash. The lake at the end of the river was also several times larger. The lake was sparkling, and it was a beautiful lake and mountain. The terrain of the space was also constantly changing. The ups and downs of the ground were more obvious. There were mountains, lakes, and basins in the space. Xiao Ruofei even found a small canyon. Looking at everything in front of him, Xiao Ruofei even had an illusion. He was clearly in the space, but he felt like he was in a quiet scenic resort in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei also drove the all-terrain vehicle to the huge iron cage to check the state of the wasps. Seeing the hornets buzzing in and out of the hive, each of them was full of vigor. Moreover, they were much bigger than when they were first stored in the space. Each of the hornets looked very nimble and fierce. A huge number of hornets were flying at the same time, causing people to be unable to help but tremble in their hearts. Xiao Ruofei tried to directly control the wasps with his mind. He found that he was relatively successful in controlling about 150 wasps at the same time. It was a great improvement compared to the last time. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was most likely due to the upgrade of the space. His mental connection with the space had become even closer. After looking at the wasps, Xiao Ruofei was finally ready to take a look at the mysterious wordless stone tablet. When he went down the mountain, he came down from the other side, so Xiao Ruofei didn't know if there were any changes to the wordless stone tablet. He drove the all-terrain vehicle to the foot of the mountain with a trace of expectation. Xiao Ruofei jumped off the vehicle and ordered Xiao He and the others to wait in place. He then quickly climbed up the mountain. The wordless stone tablet was halfway up the mountain. Xiao Ruofei soon arrived. The place where the wordless stone tablet was located was a flat platform, and not far behind the stone tablet was a mountain wall. Before the space's upgrade, this mountain wall was completely barren, and besides being very flat, there was nothing unusual about it. But when Xiao Ruofei stepped onto the flat platform, the first thing he saw was that there was a dark cave in the mountain wall. The entrance of the cave was very flat, and it was obviously not naturally formed. Xiao Ruofei stood there dumbfounded, staring at the cave for a long time. This should be the second place in the space where there were artificial traces, the first being the wordless stone tablet. Xiao Ruofei looked at the entrance of the cave, and his heart felt a little scared. The original wordless stone tablet was fine, and although Xiao Ruofei also knew that this wordless stone tablet was extraordinary, after all, it was just a small wordless stone tablet. But now, it was a big cave. The pitch-black hole was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. In this quiet space, there was a heart-palpitating sense of oppression. Xiao Ruofei stood there blankly, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. What was inside this cave that appeared out of thin air? Was there any danger? Could there be a living person inside? After obtaining the Ring 2 space for so long, Xiao Ruofei had always been the only master of the space, and his control of the space had been increasing day by day. Now that a cave had suddenly appeared, Xiao Ruofei's heart inexplicably felt a trace of panic. At this moment, he was not in the mood to investigate whether the wordless stone tablet had changed after the space's upgrade, and all his energy was focused on the cave. Xiao Ruofei tried to release his mind, and wanted to see if he could investigate. However, the cave entrance seemed to have an invisible barrier, and his mind could not penetrate into the cave. It seemed that he could only go in and see for himself. Although Xiao Ruofei did not have any confidence, and he did not want to enter the cave, now that it had appeared, it was a very big uncertain factor, and no matter what, he could not leave it alone. Xiao Ruofei approached the cave step by step. He walked very slowly, but each step was very stable. Furthermore, his breathing was adjusted to the best state. All the muscles in his body were taut. Once there was any movement, he would be able to react immediately. When he arrived at the cave entrance, Xiao Ruofei pulled out the military dagger from his waist, held it in his hand, and then took a deep breath, and stepped into the cave. The highest point of the cave was about 2 meters, and the width was about 1.5 meters. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the cave, he felt that it was very dark, so he took out a strong flashlight, turned it on, and shone it inside. He found that it was a relatively narrow and straight tunnel, and the walls were very smooth, obviously man-made. Xiao Ruofei walked in carefully, and his high-top leather boots made a clacking sound when they touched the stone floor. It formed a series of echoes in the cave, and the atmosphere became more tense. The tunnel was about 50 meters long, and Xiao Ruofei maintained a high level of vigilance as he moved forward. Gradually, he found that the tunnel seemed to be slanted downwards, which meant that he had been going downhill, and was getting closer and closer to the mountainside. As he moved forward, Xiao Ruofei kept shining the strong flashlight on the walls and ceiling of the cave, but he did not find anything. After a while, Xiao Ruofei walked to the end of the tunnel. After getting closer, Xiao Ruofei found that there was a 90-degree turn. Xiao Ruofei shone the flashlight, but he still did not find anything. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the new tunnel on the right. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered, he felt that the spiritual energy inside seemed to be denser than outside, and it was no longer an environment where he could not see his own fingers. There was something inlaid on the ceiling of the cave every 7 or 8 meters, emitting a faint glow, and illuminating the tunnel. Xiao Ruofei shone the flashlight on the source of the light, and found that the glowing thing was an egg-sized spherical object. Could this be the legendary night luminescent pearl? Xiao Ruofei could not help but talk to himself. Because the tunnel was slanted downwards, and because of the turning factor, the new tunnel should not have any light, but after Xiao Ruofei entered, he found that the tunnel was not dark at all. Although the faint glow did not illuminate the tunnel as bright as day, at least he could see the path clearly. Xiao Ruofei did not put away the strong flashlight. He held the military dagger in one hand and the strong flashlight in the other as he continued to walk in. This new passageway was even shorter, only about a dozen meters long. Soon, Xiao Ruofei reached the end of the new tunnel. His eyes suddenly lit up. At the end of the new tunnel was another turn, and then a stone room appeared. The light in the stone room was much brighter than in the tunnel, and it was also the same faint yellow glow. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door of the stone room, and he could see that the walls and ceiling of the stone room were inlaid with many of the same glowing beads that he saw in the new tunnel, and they lit up the entire stone room. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door for a moment, and then walked in. Although he did not know if there would be any danger inside, since he had already come this far, he naturally could not turn back. He maintained a high level of vigilance and stepped into the stone room with one foot. The various dangerous traps and hidden weapons that he had imagined did not appear, and everything was calm. However, Xiao Ruofei did not let down his guard. He slowly walked into the stone room, his right hand holding the sharp military dagger tightly. He quickly observed the environment of the stone room. The stone room was not big, probably about 10 to 20 square meters. Other than the entrance that Xiao Ruofei had just entered, there were no other passageways. Of course, he did not know if there were any hidden passageways for the time being. Xiao Ruofei's worry that a stranger would appear did not exist. There were not many things in the stone room, and he could almost see everything at a glance. In the innermost position was a small stone bed, which was actually a large piece of stone. However, from its flatness and the fact that there was a stone slab on the side of the wall that was obviously a pillow, Xiao Ruofei judged that it should be a bed. There was also a round pancake on the stone bed. It looked like a stone, but it also looked like a jade. Xiao Ruofei could not tell what material it was at the moment, but from its appearance, it looked like a praying mat that he had seen in movies and TV shows. Then, there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs in the stone room. The small stone room still seemed somewhat empty. Xiao Ruofei's attention quickly focused on the stone table. The stone table was larger than an ordinary desk used at home. Although there was nothing on it, there was a round protrusion that was very eye-catching and somewhat abrupt. Xiao Ruofei carefully walked to the stone table, slowly reached out his hand, and carefully touched the round protrusion. There was no reaction. Xiao Ruofei tried to turn it, and then found that it did not move at all. Still not working, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, and simply pressed down with force. This time, it seemed that he had found the right way. The round protrusion was immediately pressed into the table by Xiao Ruofei. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard a series of cracking sounds. He quickly assumed a defensive posture, and was fully alert for any unknown danger that might appear. There was still no danger, and Xiao Ruofei's posture was in vain. But what happened next still made Xiao Ruofei's eyes widen uncontrollably. On the ground next to the stone table, 2 stone slabs slid to the sides, and then a 1-meter square stone platform slowly rose with a creaking sound. The stone platform was shrouded in a layer of misty green light. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously took a step back, and his face was full of vigilance. After a full 2 or 3 minutes, with a cracking sound, the stone platform rose into place, and was basically level with the stone table. Xiao Ruofei looked over and saw that there were 5 light balls of various sizes on the stone platform. The light balls were all wrapped in things, and they were faintly discernible. From left to right, the first light ball seemed to contain a thin booklet, while the second to fourth light balls each contained a palm-sized jade tablet. They all looked similar, and the last light ball contained a small jade box. Xiao Ruofei walked to the side of the stone platform, and with a trace of curiosity, slowly reached out to the rightmost light ball. The booklet on the left looked the most shabby. Xiao Ruofei believed that the most valuable thing should be the rightmost jade box, so he went straight for it. Unfortunately, this ball of light seemed to have the same effect as the spatial membrane. His hand couldn't penetrate it at all. A gentle but extremely tenacious repulsive force prevented his hand from penetrating the ball of light. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and increased his strength, but it was no use. He then used his mind to mobilize the power of space to try to force his way in, but after a long time, it was still in vain. The more strength Xiao Ruofei exerted, the greater the repulsive force, and it maintained a delicate balance. The jade box lay quietly inside the light ball, and Xiao Ruofei could only look at it, unable to reach it. He helplessly smiled bitterly and changed his target to the second light ball from the right. There was a jade tablet inside, and it was closest to the jade box, so it should be more valuable than the other three things. Unfortunately, the situation was the same as before. No matter how hard Xiao Ruofei tried, he could only see it but not touch it, and he could not break through the protection of the light ball. Xiao Ruofei did not believe it and turned to the third light ball from the right. Failure. The fourth light ball from the right. It was still a failure. Xiao Ruofei felt that he had used all his strength, but he still could not shake those light balls. However, he could also feel that among these light balls, the first one on the right had the strongest defense. When it came to the fourth light ball from the right, Xiao Ruofei could already make the light ball sway slightly, as if it could break through at any time. But it was just a little short, and no matter how hard he tried, it was still a little short. Xiao Ruofei could only change his target to the last one, which was the first one on the left. There was a small book inside the light ball. He clenched his right hand and used all his strength to break through, but the familiar repulsive force was ineffective. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the invisible power of space combined with his body's strength, and he tried again. The light ball's halo began to sway slightly. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and continued to increase his strength, and the light ball's sway became more and more intense. Finally, Xiao Ruofei roared and used all his strength to push inside, and the power of the 5 elements of space also erupted with a huge force at the same time. With a pop sound, the extremely flexible light ball finally broke, turning into specks of light and disappearing in the stone room. Xiao Ruofei was sweating profusely at this time, and he was panting heavily. He was really about to lose all his strength. He did not expect that a seemingly fragile light ball would have such a strong defense. Xiao Ruofei felt that the strength he used just now could even bend a steel pipe, but he only barely managed to break through. He looked at the 4 light balls next to him and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He did not know when he would be able to break them. Xiao Ruofei believed that as his strength continued to increase, there would definitely be a day when he would be able to break them. As for now, he could only look at the things in the light balls enviously. Soon, Xiao Ruofei recovered some of his strength, and he immediately focused his attention on the thin booklet. Xiao Ruofei slowly reached out his hand and grabbed the booklet. Without the defense of the light ball, Xiao Ruofei easily grabbed the booklet in his hand. It felt a little silky to the touch. This booklet did not seem to be made of ordinary paper, but more like silk. However, it was harder than silk, and it could assume the state of ordinary paper. Moreover, the faintly discernible golden light that appeared on its surface made Xiao Ruofei realize that this was not as simple as ordinary silk. Because he tried, it was impossible to tear this booklet apart with his strength. If it was ordinary silk, he would only need to use a little strength to tear it apart easily. Xiao Ruofei's eyes fell on the first page, and his eyes widened. It was completely blank. It was completely blank, this page that looked like paper but wasn't paper, silk but wasn't silk. There was nothing on it, no words or pictures. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly flipped to the back, and quickly flipped through the 7 or 8 pages. A miracle didn't happen, and every page was completely empty. Damn it, I've been brewing my emotions for half a day, and you're only showing me this? Xiao Ruofei had the urge to tear this booklet to shreds. But when he thought about how he couldn't damage this booklet at all, he decisively gave up on this unrealistic idea to avoid embarrassing himself. Xiao Ruofei reluctantly flipped to the first page again, and carefully observed every detail. He was just short of using a magnifying glass to examine it inch by inch. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find any clues, and there was no pattern to the golden patterns. At least, Xiao Ruofei couldn't find any pattern even after analyzing it for half a day. Xiao Ruofei was very disappointed. A stone room suddenly appeared in the new space, and he painstakingly took out this booklet, but it turned out to be a wordless heavenly book. The other 4 items looked very good, but he couldn't take them out at all. Are the heavens playing with me on purpose? He was a little dispirited, and prepared to throw this booklet on the stone table and leave. But he didn't want to give up, so he flipped open the booklet again. Since he couldn't find any clues with his naked eyes, then what about his mind? Xiao Ruofei said in his mind. He had obtained the spirit map space for a long time, so he was very familiar with using the power of the mind. Previously, when he first checked the stone tablet, he did not find anything strange about it. However, when he immersed his mind into it, he immediately discovered something magical. Could it be that this was the same method? When Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he immediately focused his mind on the first page of the booklet. An invisible mental force was applied to the booklet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't sense anything strange. This seemed to be an ordinary page, and his mind power couldn't penetrate it at all. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. It seemed that he really couldn't find anything this time. But at this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. He really couldn't sense any changes with his mind, but he could see with his eyes that under the influence of his mind power, the golden patterns on the page gradually began to move. Xiao Ruofei's spirit. It was a good thing that there were changes. He hurriedly continued to concentrate, and invisible energy continued to be applied to the page. The golden patterns moved faster and faster, and then began to combine and disintegrate. Gradually, these golden patterns, and these patterns TTTTSTS. These were normal Chinese characters Chinese characters TS Chinese characters TT, Chinese characters SS. It might be a little difficult to write traditional Chinese characters, but Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't have any problems recognizing Chinese characters. Lines of golden words appeared on the page, and they were written in flowing script. Xiao Ruofei stared at these words intently, trying hard to memorize the contents, and the joy on his face grew. The first page recorded a prescription, but this prescription wasn't used to treat illnesses. It was used to refine the body and strengthen the muscles and bones of martial artists. This prescription, called body tempering soup, had 2 versions. The full version required the use of strange flower petals, while the simplified version didn't. Of course, the simplified version's effect was much weaker than the full version's. But according to the author of the body tempering soup prescription, even if the strange flower petals were deleted, the body tempering soup would still be many times stronger than ordinary body tempering soup. Of course, in this prescription, the petals weren't called strange flower petals. Xiao Ruofei recognized them at a glance from the illustration handbook, and he was very familiar with these strange flower petals. So, after obtaining the ring 2 space for so long, Xiao Ruofei finally knew the name of the nameless plant and the strange flower petals on the plant. The author of the body tempering soup called the nameless plant the spiritual heart tree, and the strange flower the spiritual heart flower. The author didn't mention the name of the fruit of the spiritual heart tree. Xiao Ruofei had a wicked thought: could it be called the spiritual heart fruit? But this was just a fleeting thought in his mind. Now, his main energy was naturally used to memorize the contents of this page. The herbs needed to make the body tempering soup were all very common Chinese herbs, and any Chinese pharmacy could easily buy all of them. Except for the strange flower petals, it should be called the spiritual heart flower petals now. There wasn't much content on this page, and the golden words gradually appeared to the last few lines. The first few lines were all about the body tempering soup, including the herbs needed, the amount of each herb, the brewing process, and some precautions, etc. Xiao Ruofei memorized them in his mind. Just when Xiao Ruofei felt that the content on this page was about to end, he saw a new prescription. Spirit Nourishing Soup was the name of the new prescription. But at this time, the last few lines were displayed, so the content on this page was only a simple introduction of the effects of the spirit pregnant soup. Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit pregnant soup was actually able to assist in the training of mental strength. Among the herbs needed to brew the spirit pregnant soup, the first one was actually called the spiritual heart fruit. As for whether the spiritual heart fruit was the fruit of the spiritual heart tree, Xiao Ruofei didn't know. Because at this point, the content on this page had already ended. He reckoned that the next page should have more detailed diagrams and other required herbs, etc. Xiao Ruofei maintained the output of his mental strength, and then read it a few times. After memorizing the content on this page in his mind, he withdrew his mental strength. Xiao Ruofei immediately took out a small notebook and pen that he carried with him, and was ready to write down the content that he had just memorized. After all, it was better to have a good pen than to have a good memory. What he had memorized now were all instantaneous memories, and it was inevitable that he would forget some things after a while. If he recorded it in a notebook, he wouldn't have to worry about forgetting it. But when Xiao Ruofei opened the notebook and picked up the pen to record, he stopped, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It turned out that after he withdrew his mental strength, the golden words were still there, and didn't change back to the original irregular golden stripes. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but pat his forehead. Preconceived notions shouldn't be the strongest. He originally thought that the golden words would return to their original position with the withdrawal of his mental strength, so after the words were all revealed, he purposely maintained his mental strength for a long time to memorize the content. He didn't expect that it was all in vain, but it was a good thing that the words didn't disappear, and it would be much easier to read the next time. Xiao Ruofei thought of the spirit heart fruit mentioned in the last few lines, and couldn't help but want to confirm if it was the spirit fruit that he had saved for 5 months. So he flipped to the second page, held his breath, and focused his attention on the page, preparing to use his mental strength to return the golden stripes to their original position. However, Xiao Ruofei felt a slight tingling on his head. It turned out that he had unknowingly overdrawn his mental strength when he was trying to restore the content on the first page. He didn't expect that in just a few minutes, he would use up so much energy. It seemed that he couldn't restore the content on the second page for the time being, Xiao Ruofei thought with a bitter smile. So he put the small notebook into his arms, and then directly walked out of the stone room. Now Xiao Ruofei was in no mood to continue exploring the stone room, and he only wanted to restore the content of the small notebook. So after he quickly left the cave, he directly returned to the original space with a thought. In the original space, Xiao Ruofei directly took out the spirit heart flower petal container. Every 3 days, 5 petals would be produced. At this stage, the production was greater than the consumption. Therefore, during this period of time, the spirit heart flower petal container had accumulated to more than 30 petals. Xiao Ruofei used a pair of tweezers to casually pick up one of the petals and then directly put it into his palm. The spirit heart flower petal container instantly melted and integrated into Xiao Ruofei's skin. That majestic warm current appeared. Xiao Ruofei had long been accustomed to this feeling. He casually picked up the water bottle next to him and drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pond water. Then, he sat down on the recliner next to the spirit pond and leisurely flipped through the booklet. Although he said he was flipping through it, in fact, it was only 1 page. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had already firmly memorized the contents. Previously, for the convenience of practicing medicine, Xiao Ruofei bought a lot of common Chinese medicine and stored them in the space. Moreover, he also had all kinds of tools to brew the medicine. Xiao Ruofei got up and went to a wooden shelf to store the Chinese medicine. After checking it, he found that the herbs needed to brew the quenching body soup could actually be found here. He was waiting for his spiritual force to recover. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to first brew the quenching body soup according to the booklet's method. Taking the big casserole pot, Xiao Ruofei skillfully took the required herbs according to the prescription and placed them into the casserole pot. Then, he took a spirit heart flower petal container and added it. Next, he fetched some spirit pond water and started to brew the medicine. A medicinal fragrance gradually diffused in the space. Under the slow heat, the water in the casserole pot became less and less. Xiao Ruofei began to brew the quenching body soup according to the prescription. Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with the decoction method, but the method described on the golden page was a little complicated. For example, he had to add a few herbs at the beginning, and then add another 2 before the decoction boiled for the first time. After that, he had to turn off the fire and wait for the temperature of the decoction to drop before adding another herb. Finally, he had to grind the remaining herb into powder. After the decoction was done and the dregs were removed, he had to add it directly into the decoction and stir it evenly. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what was going on here, but he only needed to know how it worked, not why it worked. He just had to follow the instructions strictly. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei successfully brewed a portion of body-tempering soup for the first time. Whether it was the color, smell, or taste of the decoction, it was the same as what the prescription said. As for whether it could achieve the effects of the prescription, he would only know after trying it out. According to the prescription, the body-tempering soup had to be consumed immediately after it cooled down. Xiao Ruofei waited for a few minutes before picking up the bowl and draining it. Although it was still a little hot, it wasn't unbearable. After the decoction entered his mouth, It seemed to be less bitter than ordinary Chinese medicine and had more of a medicinal fragrance. The taste was quite good. As soon as the decoction entered his stomach, a familiar warm current gushed out. It was much more intense than when Xiao Ruofei used a whole petal of the spirit heart flower. Xiao Ruofei was caught off guard. His face turned red, and he felt as if his whole body was burning. Xiao Ruofei's skin turned red all of a sudden, and his whole body seemed to swell up. Every inch of his skin felt as if it was on fire, and all the pores on his body felt as if they were being pricked by needles. He didn't expect the body-tempering soup's medicinal properties to be so strong. Xiao Ruofei cursed the author of the booklet 1,000 times in his heart. He had said everything except for the medicinal properties of the body-tempering soup. Wasn't this a scam? Xiao Ruofei felt that he had to do something. Otherwise, he might really explode and die. The first thing that came to his mind was the strange movement demonstrated by the little golden man in the stone tablet. At that moment, he didn't have time to think about it. Xiao Ruofei sat on the ground and skillfully assumed the pose that was more difficult than yoga. As soon as he did this, Xiao Ruofei felt a little more comfortable, and the pressure on his body began to lessen. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel the pain that he usually felt when he practiced this pose. This was because the pain after taking the decoction was even more intense. He didn't even feel the passage of time. He just maintained this pose, motionless. If Xiao Ruofei had a clock in front of him, he would be shocked. This was because the time that he persisted in this pose had far exceeded his usual level. Time slowly ticked by. The warm current in his body seemed to have found a channel to vent. It slowly decreased, but the speed of decrease was too slow. Xiao Ruofei was still in extreme pain. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a light cracking sound, as if something had been broken. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that there seemed to be something extra in his mind. He closed his eyes to check, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. It turned out that unconsciously, he could suddenly remember the second set of movements demonstrated by the little golden man. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was still in the posture of the first set of movements, but he couldn't feel the pain of practicing this pose at all. Xiao Ruofei had a hint of understanding. Presumably, he had practiced the first set of movements to perfection, so the second set of movements that had originally existed in his mind had been unlocked. At this time, the warm current in his body had decreased a lot, but it was still surging. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and immediately changed to the second set of postures. Every set of movements demonstrated by the little golden man was very strange, and the second set was no exception. Xiao Ruofei had the experience of practicing the first set of movements, so after failing twice, he succeeded in doing the second set of movements. The moment the second set of postures was successfully done, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but groan. The familiar pain from practicing the first set of movements came again. At the same time, he also felt that the warm current in his body was being consumed at a much faster rate. Xiao Ruofei was suddenly happy. He knew that this small crisis had passed, and the effect of the body-tempering soup should be consumed soon. However, the pain of practicing the second set of movements was getting more and more intense. Xiao Ruofei could really be said to be in pain and happy at the same time. A few minutes later, the last trace of the medicine's effect was absorbed by Xiao Ruofei's body. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei groaned in pain. He was no longer able to maintain the second set of postures, and directly fell to the ground like a dead dog. Xiao Ruofei was very clear in his heart. If it wasn't for the effect of the body-tempering soup, he definitely wouldn't have been able to last so long practicing the second set of movements. After recovering a little of his strength, Xiao Ruofei struggled to get up. He wasn't in a hurry to verify how much stronger he had become after taking the body-tempering soup, but he really couldn't stand the smell on his body. After Xiao Ruofei absorbed the effect of the body-tempering soup, not only did he directly break through to the second set of postures, but a thick layer of oily black dirt appeared on his skin again. When he practiced the first set of movements, he would also remove some dirt, but it was very little. He didn't expect to force out so much dirt this time. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say in his heart, "How dirty is my body? Why are the impurities endless?" If there were really martial artists who knew Xiao Ruofei's thoughts at this moment, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. When people eat grains, they will naturally accumulate postnatal impurities in the body. Those who practice martial arts use all kinds of methods to purify their body and remove these impurities, but under normal circumstances, the results are very small. Like Xiao Ruofei, who was able to remove so many impurities at once, can definitely be regarded as a heaven-defying opportunity that can only be encountered by chance and not sought. This guy actually complained that there were too many impurities in his body. How pretentious is he? Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to continue exploring the booklet after his spiritual power recovered, but now he has to change his plan because he has to wash up first. Originally, there were rivers and lakes in the new space, but Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't pollute this fairyland-like paradise, so it was better to wash it in the outside world. The outside world was already heavily polluted enough, so it didn't make much of a difference. Xiao Ruofei's heart moved and he returned to the room. He took a change of clothes to the bathroom and washed them a total of 5 times, finally washing away all the stinky greasy dirt. After changing into clean clothes, Xiao Ruofei re-entered the space with a light and refreshed body. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was revived with full health, both his physical strength and spiritual power have recovered to the peak state. However, he still didn't rush to study the booklet. After taking the body-tempering soup this time, Xiao Ruofei felt that his body has obviously become a lot stronger, so he naturally has to test it out. After the test, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly speechless. His current body seems to have surpassed the limits of the human body according to scientific understanding. Just now, Xiao Ruofei tried to jump from the spot in the space, and he actually jumped 3 meters easily. This jumping ability is simply heaven-defying. If he were to participate in the Olympics, wouldn't he be able to win all the gold medals in the jumping event? In terms of strength, Xiao Ruofei practiced a set of military boxing in the space, which was called Vigorous and Vigorous. In addition, he also practiced a set of Taiji fist, which made him feel more rounded and transparent. It seemed that he had mastered all the profound and obscure parts. However, Xiao Ruofei still did not have a direct understanding of his own strength. So he found a Phoebe in the original space and punched the unlucky tree with all his strength. With a loud bang, a deep fist print appeared on the gold-rimmed Xianxia tree. Almost the entire fist was buried in the tree. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard a series of cracking sounds. The gold-rimmed Xianxia fell under Xiao Ruofei's surprised gaze. The broken part was where Xiao Ruofei had punched him. Xiao Ruofei's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. This Phoebe was more than 30 centimeters in diameter. It was actually broken in half by his own punch. What would happen if this punch hit a person? Although Xiao Ruofei used to be an elite member of the Special Warfare Commando team, and the Special Forces had very high physical requirements for soldiers, after all, it was the era of firearms. Physical fitness was only the basic guarantee of combat. More advanced weapons were relied on more. For a Special Forces soldier, physical fitness was definitely not good, but physical fitness alone was absolutely impossible to become an excellent Special Forces soldier. For example, when Xiao Ruofei was in the army, not only was he required to be proficient in driving various special vehicles, but he was also required to be proficient in operating various advanced weapons. Their lone wolf soldiers even received a month of flight training. Although they could not be compared with professional pilots, once they encountered a special emergency in battle, each of them had the ability to fly a helicopter in an emergency. But today, Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that the combat power that the human body could unleash was beyond his imagination. He had just started practicing the second set of movements, and he already had such a strong body. If he could master all 9 sets of movements, how strong would his body be? Xiao Ruofei didn't even dare to imagine it. Would he become Superman with his underwear on the outside? After Xiao Ruofei recovered from the shock, he immediately realized one thing. He suddenly showed a painful expression. I actually broke a gold-rimmed Xianxia with my own hands. This was all money. Not long ago, that Phoebe, which was more than a meter thick, was sold for 10 million USD. He actually crippled one with a punch. Although this gold-rimmed Xianxia was far from being mature, as long as it was planted in the space, it would only be a matter of time before it grew to the extent of the original material, and it wouldn't take too long. It was as if Xiao Ruofei could see a bunch of green US dollar bills leaving her behind. He bowed to the broken Xianxia with a bitter face and said to himself, I'm really sorry. I let you encounter such an unexpected disaster. It's my fault. Then, Xiao Ruofei cut off the branches of the broken Phoebe Zhennan one by one, then he began to dig a hole and planted all of them. Since it had been broken, naturally, he couldn't waste it. He couldn't lose everything. Since he lost a 30-centimeter thick Phoebe Zhennan, he would cut a dozen or 20 more. This way, he could save some time and harvest more precious wood. Xiao Ruofei finally felt better in his heart. After feeling his abnormally strong body, Xiao Ruofei finally decided to continue studying the booklet. He was also looking forward to the spirit-pregnant soup mentioned at the end of the first page. Xiao Ruofei returned to the pool, picked up the booklet he put on the recliner, and directly opened it to the second page. Then, he concentrated and used his invisible mind power on the second page. Slowly, the golden stripes began to swim slowly. Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that restoring the contents of the second page was much more difficult than restoring the contents of the first page. With the same mental power effect, the golden stripes swam slower, and Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that his strength was not enough. He couldn't think too much at this time, so he could only concentrate and continue to output his mental power. The golden stripes unhurriedly began to disintegrate and combine, forming lines of words. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the mind to care about what was written. He was now trying his best to support the output of his mental power. Moreover, he knew that once these golden words were formed, they would not fade away, so he would have time to look at them later. The golden words slowly took shape and lined up. One line, and another line. Xiao Ruofei felt that his mental power was almost exhausted. Finally, the last golden word was formed, and the entire page emitted a faint golden light. Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and stopped the transmission of his mental power. He even felt that in a few more seconds, he would not be able to support it. Fortunately, he was able to restore the contents of the entire page in the end. As for the contents of the third page, Xiao Ruofei didn't even think about trying to restore it. He realized that the larger the page number, the greater the mental power required to restore it. When he was restoring the first page, he felt that it was relatively easy. However, he had already exhausted all his mental power on the second page, so there was no need to think about the third page. He could only try it when his mental power was stronger in the future. When Xiao Ruofei thought about strengthening his mental power, he immediately remembered that the spirit-pregnant soup was supposed to help with the cultivation of mental power. Therefore, he was energized and quickly picked up the booklet to read it carefully. The joy on his face grew. The second page recorded the complete formula of the spirit-pregnant soup. As he expected, the spirit heart fruit mentioned in the last line of the first page was indeed the spirit fruit that grew on the spirit heart tree. Xiao Ruofei already had 5 of such spirit fruits. The spirit-pregnant soup was different from the quenching body soup, which had 2 versions. There was only one version of the spirit-pregnant soup, and the spirit heart fruit was the essential main ingredient. As for the other herbs, they were all common herbs like the quenching body soup, but the price should be more expensive than the herbs needed for the quenching body soup. Moreover, there was one herb that could not be bought with money. However, for Xiao Ruofei, it was not a problem at all. This was because this herb was wild ginseng. Xiao Ruofei had planted a lot of wild ginseng in the space, so the spirit-pregnant soup did not require too much wild ginseng. Xiao Ruofei could casually dig one out and use it for a long time. After reading the introduction of the spirit heart fruit, Xiao Ruofei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the spirit heart fruit really couldn't be eaten directly because it contained a strong poison. Only when it was mixed with a few medicinal herbs in the prescription would the poison be neutralized. Otherwise, as long as one ate a small piece the size of a fingernail, one would directly bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a burst of fear. The spirit heart fruit that exuded a tempting fragrance was actually highly toxic. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not eat it rashly. Otherwise, he was afraid that the grass on his grave would be very tall. No, if he died in the Ring 2 space, no one would be able to find him. He would not even have a grave. Xiao Ruofei's face was a little pale. He secretly decided that in the future, as long as he did not know the specific situation of the things in the space, he would not rashly try to eat them. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. After reading the formula of the spirit-pregnant soup, Xiao Ruofei found that the content of the second page was not finished. Xiao Ruofei's appetite was piqued by the quenching body decoction and spirit gestation decoction. Although the spirit gestation decoction's effects had yet to be tested, the quenching body decoction had given Xiao Ruofei a big surprise. It could even be said that it was frightening. If he hadn't practiced the strange posture demonstrated by the Golden Man, he would have exploded from the strong medicinal effects. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was looking forward to the contents of the second page. However, when he looked closely, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. The contents of the next page was also a prescription, but this prescription was called Jade Skin Ointment. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Jade Skin Ointment only had one effect, which was to beautify and nourish one's skin. According to the prescription, this Jade Skin Ointment could not only make one's skin more tender, but it could also completely eliminate the toxins in the body. If used for a long time, it could also have the effect of retaining one's youthful appearance. Perhaps for all the girls in the world, this was a precious prescription that couldn't be bought with money. However, for Xiao Ruofei, it was quite useless. Ever since he began to absorb the petals of the spirit heart flower and practiced the strange posture of the Golden Man, a lot of the impurities in his body had been eliminated. His entire body had become more tender and white, and he was developing in the direction of a pretty boy. Now, he already had skin that would make women jealous. This Jade Skin Ointment could be said to be completely useless to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was somewhat unwilling to give up as he read all the way to the end of the second page. He discovered that after the Jade Skin Ointment's prescription was recorded, there was no more new content. It seemed that there wouldn't be any new gains today. Xiao Ruofei thought for a bit and simply drank a few mouthfuls of the space's spirit pool water. This spirit pool water also had the effect of restoring mental strength, but it wasn't as strong as the spirit heart flower's petals. Then, he continued to study the spirit gestation decoction's prescription. He discovered that in addition to the ready-made wild ginseng, there were 6 or 7 common herbs that he stored in the space. However, there were still 3 herbs that he didn't have. Although these 3 herbs weren't rare, Xiao Ruofei had only bought some common herbs and stored them in the space. It was certainly impossible for him to move the entire Chinese medicine pharmacy, so it was normal that he lacked a few herbs. However, the herbs that he needed for the body-tempering soup were all here was considered good luck. Without the herbs, there was no way to make the spirit gestation soup. However, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He put the booklet into his chest pocket and entered the new space with a thought. Xiao Ruofei walked back to the stone room. He didn't have the time. He didn't have the time to body to's body to be. Now that Xiao Ruofei was waiting for his spiritual power to recover, he just happened to have some time. So, he decided to come back and explore. The stone room wasn't big, less than 20 square meters. Xiao Ruofei carefully checked every inch of the room. Soon, he checked the entire stone room. He discovered that there was nothing special in the stone room except for a small mechanism on the stone table. Of course, there was no danger. Xiao Ruofei was now basically sure that the owner of the stone room, or rather, the owner of the Ring 2 space, didn't have any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, with the strange methods that he saw that were beyond scientific explanation, even if he was a Special Forces elite, he would still be dead. Xiao Ruofei finally came to the stone bed. There was only a round pancake on the stone bed. It looked like a futon, but it wasn't made of jade or stone. It was cool to the touch. Xiao Ruofei looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about it. He decided to sit on it and feel it. He took off his shoes and jumped onto the stone bed. Then, he sat cross-legged on the futon. As soon as Xiao Ruofei sat on it, she immediately felt a cooling sensation. This cooling sensation wasn't just from her buttocks touching the praying mat. Instead, her entire body felt refreshed. Especially in her mind, it was as if a clear stream flowed through her mind. Even her thoughts became much clearer. Then, Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that his mental strength recovered much faster. Previously, when he tried to restore the contents of the second page, his mental strength was almost exhausted. After drinking a lot of space spirit pool water, his mental strength began to slowly recover. But when Xiao Ruofei sat on the futon, the originally slow recovery speed more than doubled. Good stuff. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but grin. Since the futon had such an effect, Xiao Ruofei naturally wasn't in a hurry to get down. With the help of the futon, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength recovery speed wasn't much different from directly using the spirit heart flower's petals. After a while, Xiao Ruofei felt that his mental strength had basically recovered. He stood up from the futon and picked up the booklet again. Although he knew that the possibility wasn't high, he still wanted to try to restore the contents of the third page. The contents of the booklet were undoubtedly very precious. If he could restore a little more, it would be very helpful to Xiao Ruofei. He turned to the third page and held the booklet with both hands. Then, he focused his mind and continuously poured his mental strength into the pages. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of heaviness and sluggishness. The golden patterns on the pages seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Under the effect of his mental strength, they began to move very slowly. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Ruofei's forehead. The golden patterns continued to move at a steady pace. The various decomposition and combination processes were relatively slow. One by one, words began to appear on the pages. However, they didn't appear from the first word of the first line. Therefore, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, these were all meaningless words that didn't match up. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Xiao Ruofei felt his head begin to hurt. This was a sign that his mental strength had been overdrawn. However, only a few words appeared on the pages. A large number of golden patterns were still moving slowly. Xiao Ruofei's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. It seemed that this was destined to end in failure. He didn't dare to forcibly use more mental strength because no one taught him this knowledge. He also didn't know if there would be repercussions if he continued, or if it would cause irreparable damage to his brain. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei gave up at the right time. When Xiao Ruofei withdrew his mental strength, the words that had been formed and the golden patterns that had moved immediately returned to their original positions. The pages quickly returned to their original state. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. His last hope of trickery had been dashed. Originally, he thought that since his mental strength wasn't enough, he could restore a small part at a time. Given a certain amount of time, he could restore the contents of the third page. However, the reality was that he had to restore the contents of the entire page at once. Otherwise, even if he restored the contents before, they would disappear. The method of canceling the contents of the third page was no longer feasible. Only by continuously increasing his mental strength could he restore the contents of the third page. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't discouraged. This was because the spirit-pregnant soup strengthened mental strength. Once he brewed the spirit-pregnant soup, the improvement of his mental strength wouldn't only depend on the space's upgrade. He believed that he would be able to restore the contents of the third page, or even the fourth and fifth page. There was nothing else in this stone room. Xiao Ruofei quickly left the cave passageway and went outside. He was worried that Little Black and the others would break into the stone room, so he called them over to give them some instructions. However, Xiao Ruofei worried too much. He quickly discovered that Little Black and the others couldn't enter the cave at all. Just as he gave the instructions, the naughty Ermao rushed to the cave entrance. However, there seemed to be an invisible force near the cave entrance. Ermao couldn't take a step forward at all. Xiao Ruofei saw this scene and was a little curious. He went over to try it himself and found that it was unimpeded. He let Little Black and the other puppies try it again. The result was the same as Ermao. There was no way to break in. It seems that only the owner of the Ring 2 space can freely enter and exit this cave, Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. This way, Xiao Ruofei was a lot more relieved. He then used his mind to check the wordless stone tablet again. However, he didn't find anything new. The Golden Man was still demonstrating the set of 9 movements over and over again. However, no matter how hard Xiao Ruofei tried to remember, as long as his mind left the stone tablet, he would forget the remaining 7 sets of movements. Previously, after taking the body-tempering soup, he could successfully make the second set of movements. Now, he could remember 2 sets of movements in his mind. After patrolling around the space, Xiao Ruofei gave Little Black and the others some food. Then, with a thought, he directly returned to the outside world from the new space. When he returned to his room, Xiao Ruofei looked at it. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When he returned home, it was almost time for lunch. Then, he spent most of his time in the new space. The flow of time there was the same as the outside world. Before he knew it, a few hours had passed. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel hungry at all. He thought that it was probably because of the body-tempering soup. Xiao Ruofei simply didn't eat lunch. He put on his coat and walked down the stairs. Old Master Li Jifu seemed to have gone to take a nap. Yi Lingyun was alone in the courtyard, diligently practicing the tea-making skills that Li Jifu had taught him. When he saw Xiao Ruofei coming down, Yi Lingyun quickly put down the big dustpan in his hand and came forward to respectfully greet him. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Lingyun, how do you feel these days? Old Master Li is a tea master. You must learn what he teaches you diligently." "Yes. Brother Xia, I will definitely work hard to learn from him," Yi Lingyun said. "But I'm a little stupid. I can't meet his requirements." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's impossible to become a fatty in one sitting. Learning anything is gradual, especially this kind of ancient tea-making method. It takes countless practice to slowly find the feeling. You don't have to worry." Yi Lingyun nodded and said, "Brother Xia, I understand, but I feel that my teacher's mood is a little irritable." Xiao Ruofei understood. Li Jifu probably felt that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to pass on his skills as much as possible. It was inevitable that he would be a little irritable. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to expose him so early. In fact, Xiao Ruofei liked Old Master Li's state. At times like this, he would definitely teach Yi Lingyun all his skills without holding back. Xiao Ruofei laughed and patted Yi Lingyun on the shoulder. "Old Master Li has high expectations of you. That's why he's so strict. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best to learn." "Okay, Brother Xia," Yi Lingyun said, "then I'll continue practicing." Xiao Ruofei nodded and went to the side to get the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Then, he drove away from the farm. This time, Xiao Ruofei was going to the city to buy another batch of Chinese herbs, especially the herbs needed to make body-tempering soup and spirit-nourishing soup. He wanted to buy more. After all, they wouldn't go bad no matter how long they were stored in the dimension. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the city, he went straight to the biggest Tongrentang pharmacy. Looking at Xiao Ruofei's long list and the large number of herbs on the list, the manager of Tongrentang immediately came out to greet Xiao Ruofei, this big customer. Xiao Ruofei needed a lot of herbs. Tongrentang needed to go to the herb warehouse to get them, so he had to wait in the store for a while. While he was sitting in the lounge area of the store and playing with his phone, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. So, he called the manager of Tongrentang over and added 7 or 8 more herbs. He also needed a lot of herbs. These 7 or 8 herbs were all needed to make jade skin ointment. Xiao Ruofei thought that although he didn't need them, it would be good to make some for Ling Qingxue. Moreover, he had some female friends, including female elders, such as Tian Huilan, Wu Liqian, and so on. This jade skin ointment would be a very good gift for them. What made Xiao Ruofei speechless was that the herbs needed to make jade skin ointment were much more expensive than the herbs needed to make body-tempering soup and spirit-nourishing soup. This time, he only needed to spend about 60,000 yuan. Because of these 7 or 8 herbs, the bill suddenly became more than 100,000 yuan. No wonder people say that it's easy to earn money from women. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Xiao Ruofei's spending alone was more than the turnover of Tongrentang for a few days. Naturally, the manager was overjoyed. He quickly ordered someone to change Xiao Ruofei's tea to a better tea. Then, he personally took Xiao Ruofei's new list and went to the warehouse to get the herbs. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Tongrentang was ready. After Xiao Ruofei swiped his card to pay the bill, the manager called a few staff members to help move the herbs. This time, Xiao Ruofei bought a few big bags of herbs. Luckily, the interior of the Night 15 was very spacious. The trunk and the back were filled with bags of herbs. Finally, all of them were loaded. After leaving Tongrentang, Xiao Ruofei directly drove back to the farm. When he arrived at the rural area where there were few people, Xiao Ruofei directly put all of the herbs in the car into the dimension. Now, he didn't need to take out the spiritual map scroll to store the herbs. Moreover, the glass of the Night 15 was all one way. Even if there were cars passing by occasionally, they wouldn't be able to see anything. When he returned to the farm, it was almost evening. Xiao Ruofei didn't rush back to his room. Instead, he walked around the farm and the construction site. After Cao Taishu and the others got off work and went home, Xiao Ruofei went back to the villa. After having dinner with Li Jifu and Yi Linyun, he went upstairs to his room. When he arrived at his room, Xiao Ruofei locked the door and windows as usual. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the dimension. In the original space, Xiao Ruofei sorted out all the new medicinal herbs she had bought today. Then, he found the herbs needed to make the spirit soup according to the prescription. Then, he took out the container that contained the spirit heart fruit. According to the golden page, the spirit heart flower couldn't be directly touched by the human body. Otherwise, it would be absorbed directly. However, the spirit heart fruit didn't have this characteristic. Although the spirit heart fruit was highly toxic, it wouldn't be a problem if it was directly touched by the skin. It would only be poisoned if it was consumed. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei opened the container, he reached out his hand and took out a spirit heart fruit. As expected, when Xiao Ruofei held the spirit heart fruit in his hand, it wasn't absorbed directly by the body like the spirit heart flower. According to the prescription, he only needed to cut a small piece of the spirit heart fruit to make the spirit soup. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate. He took out the military dagger that he always carried with him and cut off a piece of lingxin fruit. He threw it into the casserole that was used to decoct the medicine and then put the rest of the lingxin fruit back into the preservation box. The next step was to make the medicine. Just like making the body tempering soup, the process of making the spirit soup was also complicated. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be creative at this time. He just followed the prescription meticulously and carried out every step strictly. After more than half an hour, Xiao Ruofei got a bowl of medicinal soup that emitted the fragrance of the spirit heart fruit. The color and fragrance were exactly the same as the spirit soup described in the prescription. The spirit soup was ready, but when Xiao Ruofei faced this bowl of medicinal soup, he was a little hesitant. If the golden page didn't lie to him, the spirit heart fruit was highly toxic. Was the medicinal soup made from the highly toxic spirit heart fruit really drinkable? Although the prescription said that the spirit heart fruit's toxicity was gone after neutralizing with a few herbs, Xiao Ruofei was still a little afraid. This was a matter of life and death. However, since it was ready, there was no reason to throw it away, right? Moreover, so far, what was recorded in the booklet was very reliable. Although the body tempering soup's medicinal properties were ferocious, the strengthening effect on the body could be said to be immediate. Since the spirit pregnancy soup had already been brewed, and there was no problem with its aroma and color, there shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Ruofei encouraged himself in his heart. After drinking the soup of pregnancy that was still very hot, Xiao Ruofei did not feel that it was scalding. Instead, there was a cool feeling that rose from his stomach, making him feel indescribably comfortable. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was completely relieved. If this was really a bowl of highly toxic medicine, it would definitely not have such a cool sensation. Next, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was bathing in a clear spring. It was similar to the feeling he had when he was sitting on the cattail hassock. A cool aura moved through his body and quickly gathered in his brain. Xiao Ruofei felt that his thoughts were especially clear, and his perception of his surroundings had also become much sharper. The cool sensation continuously flowed from his abdomen, then flowed through his body and gathered in his brain. Xiao Ruofei knew that this should be the effect of the spirit pregnancy soup. He sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully sensed it. After an unknown amount of time, the last trace of cool sensation gathered in his brain. He knew that he had probably completely absorbed the effects of the spirit pregnancy soup. Thus, Xiao Ruofei stood up and closed his eyes to sense it. Xiao Ruofei did not have a direct understanding of the situation with his mental power, but he had his own methods. Now, Xiao Ruofei already knew that the so-called mental power was the connection between him and the space when he controlled objects to enter and exit it. Thus, Xiao Ruofei slightly sensed that his mental connection with the Ring 2 space was significantly strengthened. Correspondingly, his control of the entire Ring 2 space was naturally much smoother. Xiao Ruofei purposely came to the new space and conducted an experiment on the wasps. The results were as he expected. At noon, he could only control about 150 wasps, but now that he had consumed the spirit pregnancy soup, in less than half a day, he could easily control nearly 200 wasps. It seemed that the degree of control over the wasps was also dependent on his mental power. Finally, Xiao Ruofei did a more direct experiment. That was, he went to the stone room and took out the small booklet, then tried to restore the contents of the third page. At first, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt the obvious difference. Previously, when he used his mental power on the page, the movement, decomposition, and combination of the golden stripes were clearly delayed, but this time, the situation was much better. Although it was still impossible to restore the first and second pages as easily as it was, it had indeed improved a lot. In the end, when Xiao Ruofei felt that his mental strength could not hold on any longer, he retracted it in time. This time, he managed to restore about a quarter of the contents. Last time, only a few words had appeared. It could be said that after consuming the spirit-pregnant soup, Xiao Ruofei's mental power had improved greatly. Although a quarter of the restored content quickly disappeared after Xiao Ruofei withdrew his mental strength, Xiao Ruofei was not at all disheartened. He happily placed the booklet back on the stone table, then jumped onto the stone bed and sat on the futon to recover his mental strength. Now that he had verified the efficacy of the spirit-pregnant soup, was it still far from restoring the third page? If it wasn't for the fact that the prescription stated that the soup of pregnancy could only be consumed once every 7 days, Xiao Ruofei would have wanted to brew another portion and drink it right now. It was completely different from the pain he felt when consuming the body-tempering soup. After consuming the spirit-pregnant soup, he felt like he was floating, as if his entire soul was bathed in a gentle light. This feeling was even addictive. Xiao Ruofei felt that those who consumed the medicine probably felt the same way. However, the spirit-pregnant soup could only be consumed once every 7 days. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not want to take the risk. Until now, the contents of the booklet were incomparably accurate, and Xiao Ruofei did not want to court death. As for the body-tempering soup, it could be consumed once every 5 days, and Xiao Ruofei had already drunk it once. Therefore, for the time being, he had no interest in brewing these two soups. However, the jade skin ointment could be tried, Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. He returned to the original space and skillfully followed the prescription. He picked out the herbs needed to make the jade skin ointment and placed them into the casserole. The process of making the jade skin ointment was also very complicated. There was a strict time, temperature, and procedure. Xiao Ruofei meticulously followed the steps described in the prescription. Now, he mixed the herbs in the casserole with the space's spirit pool water and started a fire to boil it. Then, according to the prescription, he added the other herbs step by step. After adding water 3 times, he continued to boil until there was only a little water left in the casserole. Xiao Ruofei turned off the fire and poured the entire medicinal soup into a ceramic bowl. He threw away the dregs in the casserole and poured the medicinal soup in the bowl back into the casserole. Then, he turned on the fire and added the last 2 herbs that had already been ground into powder while heating the medicinal soup. During the slow boiling process, Xiao Ruofei continued to stir. The remaining water slowly evaporated, and finally, when a thin layer of brown paste was left at the bottom of the casserole, Xiao Ruofei turned off the fire. A fragrant smell filled the air. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction. He took a clean small container, scraped off all the ointment in the casserole, and put it into the container. The refining of the jade skin ointment was also completed. Xiao Ruofei carefully put away the container that contained the jade skin ointment. Then, he left the space and returned to the room to wash up and sleep. At noon the next day, Xiao Ruofei had just finished his lunch and was preparing to go to the construction site to take a look. The main construction of the farm office building and employee apartment building was basically completed. Now, the construction site had begun to simultaneously renovate the exterior walls, interior decorations, and the surrounding environment. Although Xiao Ruofei was very confident in the construction team sent by the Liang family, as the boss, he would still go and take a look when he had time. This also showed his attitude of importance. Just as he walked to the construction site, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. He quickly pressed the answer button. Uncle Ling, hello. This call was from Ling Xiaotian. Regarding this future father-in-law's call, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't dare to neglect. Ruofei, have you been busy recently? Ling Xiaotian asked with a hearty smile. Not bad, just the farm stuff. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, are you looking for me? Yes, the acquisition of the winery has basically been completed. Ling Xiaotian said, if you have time, come to my house in the afternoon. We can discuss the subsequent production of the winery. No problem, I'll be there in a moment. Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to decline the call of his future father-in-law. Moreover, he still had shares in the winery. The sooner it went into production, the sooner it would make money. Xiao Ruofei quickly walked around the construction site. He had a simple chat with Manager Li, who had been monitoring the site, and quickly left the construction site. He returned to the villa and said goodbye to Peng Hao and Yi Linyun. Then, he drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to Ling Xiaotian's riverside villa. Naturally, it wouldn't be good to visit Ling Xiaotian empty-handed. Xiao Ruofei found a place to park the car on the road. Then, he took out 2 bottles of high-quality Drunken 8 Immortals mixed with the flower petal solution from the Ring 2 space. He also took out a bucket and filled it with the space's spirit pond water. Then, he directly took out 2 big carps from the original space's fish pond and put them in the bucket. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment. He took out a small bottle of diluted flower petal solution and put it in a handbag with the 2 bottles of wine. He considered that Ling Xiaotian was feeding the 2 high-quality blood-red dragons. The flower petal solution that she gave him last time should be almost used up. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to restart the Night 15, he had an idea. He also took out the Yuji ointment container and put it in his carry-on bag. Then, he started the car and continued to drive to the riverside villa. After more than half an hour, Xiao Ruofei arrived at Ling Xiaotian's villa. At the entrance, Xiao Ruofei stopped the car and pressed the doorbell. The light of the camera on the iron gate lit up. Ling Xiaotian's voice came from the intercom, Ruofei is here. Come in. Then, the remote-controlled iron gate slowly slid open. Xiao Ruofei got back into the car and parked the Night 15 in the courtyard of the villa. At this time, Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue both came out of the villa. Uncle Ling, Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei greeted with a smile. Why didn't you go to the company today? Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, it's Saturday today. Even if we don't rest, the employees have to rest too. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly. He really couldn't remember the day of the week. The construction site at the farm had to work overtime even at night, let alone rest on the weekend. As for Chao Taishu and the other workers, although Xiao Ruofei made it clear that they could rest on the weekend, these simple farmers would come to the farm as long as they didn't have anything important to do at home. Using Chao Taishu's words, these dishes are precious. They have to be served well every day. Who cares about the weekend? After a long time, Xiao Ruofei let them be. However, he told Peng Hao to register them and pay them enough overtime every month. Ling Xiaotian laughed and patted Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder. Ruofei, come in. Xiao Ruofei winked at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue's face inexplicably reddened, and then she flirtatiously rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. Nothing needed to be said. The 3 of them came to the living room of the villa. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian took their seats respectively. Ling Qingxue obediently made tea for the 2 of them. Xiao Ruofei looked at the big fish tank and asked, Uncle Ling, how are the 2 red dragons recently? They're fine. Don't worry. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Ruofei, you don't know. When my fish friends came to our house and saw the blood-red dragons, they were so envious. Someone even wanted to buy them at a high price. Do you think I'm short of money? I refused without thinking. I said that my son-in-law gave them to me and I wouldn't sell them no matter how much money they offered. Ling Qingxue put the teacup in front of Ling Xiaotian and said coquettishly, Dad. How is he a son-in-law? I didn't say that I'm going to marry him. Xiao Ruofei immediately laughed and said, Qingxue, isn't it just a matter of time? Uncle Ling is right. Ling Qingxue was even more shy when she heard this, while Ling Xiaotian laughed. The more he looked at Xiao Ruofei, the more he liked Xiao Ruofei. He felt that Xiao Ruofei and his daughter were a match made in heaven. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, the nutrient solution from last time should be used up soon, right? I brought you another bottle this time. Ling Xiaotian quickly said, that's great. I forgot to tell you about it when I called. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and bring it over. Xiao Ruofei took out the diluted petal solution from his bag and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian took it as if it was a treasure and locked it in the safe. During this period of time, he had witnessed the magical power of this nutrient solution. Once the red arowanas were unable to raise their spirits, all he needed to do was drip a little of it into the fish tank, and they would immediately become active. It was even more effective than a stimulant. After talking about the blood-red dragon, Ling Xiaotian naturally brought up the matter of the winery. Ruofei. Now the acquisition procedures of the winery have all been completed. Ling Xiaotian said, I'm going to build a new factory and bring in new production equipment. I don't plan to stop production of the old equipment for the time being, so Zui Baxian's liquor is still in the market. Plus, we still have some in stock, so the most urgent thing now is not to build a new factory or bring in new equipment, but to improve the processing of the existing liquor. The reason why Ling Xiaotian bought this winery was because of Xiao Ruofei's improved technology. Otherwise, with the quality of the previous Drunken 8 Immortals, although some of the old Three Mountain people liked it, it was not enough to have a broad market prospect and would not be able to attract him to buy it. However, after Xiao Ruofei's processing and improvement, it was different. Ling Xiaotian was considered a master of liquor. After drinking Xiao Ruofei's Zui Baxian once, he knew that if this liquor was released to the market, it would definitely be very popular. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, I don't have any problems on my side. We can do it at any time. He thought for a moment and then said, but the processing and improvement process may take some time, and we can't do it in the winery. We have to transport the finished product out of the winery first. After we're done with the improvement, we can transport it back and bottle it. The process is relatively troublesome, but this is what my friend asked. Xiao Ruofei had always said that the improved formula of Zui Baxian was shared by him and his imaginary friend, so at this time, he naturally used his friend as an excuse. This was because his so-called improved processing was actually storing the liquor in the original space and changing the quality of the liquor through the environment rich in spiritual energy and the unique difference in the flow of time. Therefore, it definitely could not be done in the winery. Ling Xiaotian nodded to show that he understood and then asked, how long will this process take? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, at least a month. Of course, the longer the time, the better the quality of the liquor. That's for sure. Ling Xiaotian nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, I think that from now on, the winery will stop selling the old Zui Baxian wine, and the funds from all major channels will be recovered as much as possible. We will immediately start developing the new liquor. I had the same idea. Ling Xiaotian said. Then he asked, Ruofei, how much liquor can you process at most? Xiao Ruofei calculated in his heart and said, under the extreme circumstances, 100 tons a month is not a big problem. 100 tons of liquor was quite a lot. In fact, if they used the 250 kilogram jugs, there would only be about 400 jugs. Although the original space did not occupy a large area, it could definitely fit them. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not need to lay the jugs flat. They could be stacked together. If they were worried about the weight of the jugs being too heavy, they could just customize some sturdy steel frames. Ling Xiaotian said happily, now there are only about 10 tons of liquor in the factory. That's not a problem. Let's transport it all out at once and improve the processing. Then he thought for a moment and said, 100 tons a month, that's 1,200 tons a year. It's almost the annual output of a small or medium-sized winery. Ruofei, can you still increase the production in the future? Ling Xiaotian considered that if the market response of the Zui Baxian wine was good, they would definitely increase the production. In this way, 1,200 tons a year would not be enough. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, it's possible to increase the production, but the increase is limited. Personally, I think 1,200 tons is enough. We have to take the route of quality products in the future. The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, for example, with the 10 tons of liquor this time, we can improve a batch of Zui Ba Xian wine that can be sold in about a month. Then we can leave a part of it to make better quality liquor. If you give me 2 months, 3 months, or even longer, the liquor produced by then will definitely be much better than Mao Tai and Xianxia. Think about it, can we price this kind of liquor low? This kind of high-end liquor has never been won by quantity. Ling Xiaotian listened to Xiao Ruofei's words, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Obviously, he deeply agreed with Xiao Ruofei's point of view. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "No need, Uncle Ling. I've rented a warehouse in the city. You can have someone transport the wine directly to the warehouse." Xiao Ruofei now thought that renting a warehouse in the city was a lot more convenient. With so many people in the farm, Xiao Ruofei couldn't put all the wine into the space when they were transported to the farm. But if they were transported to the warehouse, there was no need to worry about this at all. He only needed to store all the wine in the warehouse into the space, then lock the door and leave. That's even more convenient. Ling Xiaotian said happily, "Ruofei, I'll tell the winery management team to buy a batch of 500 caddy wine jars. I'll arrange for someone to transport the wine in the next few days." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Ling, Drunken 8 Immortals is an old brand. The name and trademark are very valuable, so we don't need to change it. But the packaging must be redesigned. It's best to separate it into several grades. You don't have to worry about these things." Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, "I've already ordered someone to do it. In addition, in the early days of our new wine's release, I'm going to bombard the local media with advertisements. Let's build momentum first." Drunken 8 Immortals was very famous in the Sanshan area, so Ling Xiaotian's strategy was to establish a foothold in the local area. After the new Drunken 8 Immortals gained a lot of reputation, they would gradually expand outside. Xiao Ruofei smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Uncle Ling, you're investing in advertisements, building a new factory, and purchasing equipment. You must have spent a lot of money, right? How about I invest some money in it too?" Back then, Xiao Ruofei did not want so many shares, but Ling Xiaotian was very insistent, so Xiao Ruofei reluctantly agreed. However, Xiao Ruofei had also made it clear that after acquiring the winery, he would have to invest according to the proportion of the shares. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "I have a general understanding of the situation at your farm. Although you make a lot of money every day, there are also many places where you need to spend money. You don't have to invest in the winery, that won't do." Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said. Ling Xiaotian waved her hand and said, "Listen to me first. Every time I spend a sum of money, I will make a record. When the time comes, the money you should pay will be deducted from your bonus. It's settled then. Uncle Ling doesn't lack this bit of money." Then. "All right." Xiao Ruofei said embarrassedly, "Recently, I've been a little tight. A few days ago, I invested in a farm in Australia and spent a lot of money." "Wow. You've invested overseas?" Ling Xiaotian said in surprise. "Not bad, Ruofei. You've expanded very quickly." It just so happened that an elder had already acquired a farm. He was willing to take me along to play, so I invested some money in it. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's just a small business. How can it compare to a big business like yours?" Ling Xiaotian said, "I heard that the return on investment on the farms in Australia is very average. I'm afraid it will take a long time for you to recover your funds. Won't it affect your domestic business?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We are preparing to introduce Taoyuan vegetables to the farms in Australia. It will also be a high-end farm product. The profit rate should be much higher than that of traditional farms." Ling Xiaotian was relieved when she heard this. She smiled and said, "That's a good idea. It's good that you're confident." Ling Xiaotian was very clear about the magic of Taoyuan vegetables. Now, Ling Xiaotian's restaurant was very popular in Sanshan City. They had taken the overall initiative in the competition with the luxury restaurants of the same name. This was all thanks to Taoyuan vegetables. Therefore, when Ling Xiaotian heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to promote Taoyuan vegetables in Australia, she was quite optimistic about it. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "By the way, Uncle Ling, you just said that you're going to order big wine jars. I suggest that it's best to customize a few different styles to distinguish the different grades of white wine. Ling Xiaotian said, that makes sense. Xiaoxia, your idea is very good. I'll find someone to design a few corresponding white wine bottles and outer packaging. After you've improved it, different wine jars can be filled in different bottles. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Ling Xiaotian stood up and said, Ruofei, I'll go back to the company to make the arrangements. Don't leave in the afternoon. Stay at home and chat with Qingxue. I'll be back in the evening. Let's have dinner together. Xiao Ruofei quickly stood up to send him off. He thought that his father-in-law understood him and was trying to create opportunities for him. After watching Ling Xiaoyan's car leave the villa, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. Ling Qingxue blushed slightly and walked back into the villa first. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and quickly caught up with her. He hugged her soft body from behind. Ling Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. She blushed and said softly, let go of me. Madame Chen is still at home. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, then let's go upstairs? What do you want to do? Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, I want to. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She thought about it carefully and realized what he meant. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. She punched Xiao Ruofei repeatedly and said coquettishly, hooligan, pervert, baddie. Xiao Ruofei laughed and picked up his bag from the sofa. He then put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder and walked upstairs. He said, wife, I prepared a gift for you. Let's go to your room. Ling Qingxue asked suspiciously, really? How would I dare lie to you? Xiao Ruofei said solemnly, you'll know soon. It's definitely a surprise. If you dare lie to me, humph. Ling Qingxue wrinkled her nose and cutely made a fierce expression at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gently pinch Ling Qingxue's nose. The two of them walked upstairs together. After they entered the room and closed the door, Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue's delicate body and pressed her against the door. He leaned over and wanted to kiss her. Ling Qingxue giggled and dodged left and right. She said, didn't you say you had a gift for me? Kiss me first. Let's see the gift first. Kiss me first. Let's see. Before Ling Qingxue could finish her sentence, Xiao Ruofei had already kissed her gently. Ling Qingxue quickly reached out and wrapped her arms around Xiao Ruofei's neck, passionately returning his kiss. After a long time, the two of them reluctantly separated. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, it's not wrong to call you a rascal. Xiao Ruofei laughed and pulled Ling Qingxue's soft hand into her room. Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's shoulders and gently pushed her to sit on the edge of the bed. He then opened his bag and said with a smile, wife, why would I lie to you? I really prepared a gift for you. As she spoke, Xiao Ruofei took out a Yuji ointment container and said, dang 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 dang, here comes the surprise. Ling Qingxue took the container and opened it. She looked puzzled and asked, Ruofei, what is this? It smells good, and it also smells like medicine. Wife, this is called Yuji ointment. It's a cosmetic product that I made myself. It's made with pure Chinese medicine. It doesn't contain any additives or chemical ingredients. It's absolutely natural. Xiao Ruofei praised himself. The effect of this Yuji ointment. TSK. Whoever uses it will know. Cosmetic? And you made it yourself? Ling Qingxue said in surprise. Ruofei, you have such an ability? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, this is also within the scope of Chinese medicine's healthcare. It's all figured out. Wife, actually, this is also an ancient prescription. It uses natural Chinese medicine, so it definitely won't have any side effects. Don't worry about using it. And the effect of the medicine should give you a surprise. Then, how do I use it? Ling Qingxue asked. Just apply it on the part that needs to be maintained, just like how you usually do a facial mask. When the Yuji ointment turns light yellow, it means that the medicine has been absorbed. Then, you just have to wash it off. This process takes about half an hour. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, but Before using the Yuji ointment, it's best to do a full body massage first. It's better for the absorption of the medicine. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously and said, "You need a massage before doing a facial mask? This is the first time I've heard of this." Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Massage promotes blood circulation and promotes blood circulation. Then, the medicine of the Yuji ointment will naturally be absorbed by the skin more easily. There's a scientific reason for this." Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue still wanted to say something, so he quickly said, "Wife, don't say so much. Come, lie down. Let me give you a massage first." After that, Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's shoulders and laid her body flat on the bed. Then, he laughed and jumped onto the bed. He started to massage Ling Qingxue. Before using the Yuji ointment, she had to massage the whole body. This was, of course, Xiao Ruofei's nonsense. At the beginning, he was quite honest. He massaged Ling Qingxue's head and shoulders. White-collar workers who worked in the office all year round would usually have shoulder or cervical spine problems. Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't a professional masseuse, his hands were strong enough. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. However, Xiao Ruofei's honesty was only limited to the beginning. Soon, his hands began to move downwards. In particular, Xiao Ruofei couldn't bear to let go of Ling Qingxue's long and elastic legs. After a while, Ling Qingxue's voice changed a little. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with lust. She bit her lower lip and gave Xiao Ruofei a flirtatious look. This flirtatious look completely ignited Xiao Ruofei's passion. He leaned down and pressed Ling Qingxue's soft and delicate body. Soon, a heart-stirring sonata sounded in the room. The two people who were passionately in love had their first taste of happiness. Moreover, they hadn't been together for 3 or 4 days. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The two of them were a little insatiable. Ling Qingxue couldn't remember how many battles she had fought, but in the end, she was completely exhausted. She lazily curled up in Xiao Ruofei's arms, her proud chest slightly moving up and down, and her face had a trace of an alluring flush. After Xiao Ruofei took the body-tempering soup, his physical fitness improved a lot. He still had some energy left. However, he also knew that Ling Qingxue couldn't bear to torture her anymore. Therefore, he just gently caressed Ling Qingxue's silky smooth back. The two of them snuggled quietly like this. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine came from downstairs. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and quickly sat up. Ling Qingxue hurriedly put on her clothes and said, "Hurry up, my dad must be back." Xiao Ruofei was a little scared when he thought of Ling Xiaotian. After all, he had just slept with his daughter in his villa. How could he not feel scared? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly rummaged through the messy clothes on the floor to find his own clothes and quickly put them on. When the two of them were dressed, Ling Qingxue was still frantically tidying up her messy hair. Ling Xiaotian's voice came from outside the door. "Qingxue, Ruofei, are you in there?" "Coming." Ling Qingxue quickly responded. She tidied up her hair as she walked to the door. Then, she used her eyes to signal Xiao Ruofei to quickly tidy up the messy bed. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to tidy it up. He just carelessly wiped the bed sheet a few times. After roughly smoothing it out, he flipped the quilt over and shook it a few times. Then, he laid it flat on the bed. The moment Ling Qingxue opened the door, Xiao Ruofei was surprised to see that there was a lace on the floor. Ling Qingxue must have been in a panic just now and didn't have time to put it on. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to daydream about Ling Qingxue's alluring scene. He quickly reached out to pick it up and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Just as Xiao Ruofei straightened up, Ling Qingxue happened to open the door. Ling Xiaotian stood at the door with a smile. She intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ling Qingxue and then scanned the situation in the room. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "Dad, you're back? Ruofei just gave me a facial mask. Let's go back to the room and try it out." Ling Xiaotian was experienced. The flush on his daughter's face hadn't completely faded yet. How could he not know what was going on? Actually, at this moment, Ling Xiaotian felt a tinge of jealousy in his heart. His daughter was his father's lover in his previous life. Now, his little lover from his previous life, who he had watched grow from an infant into a slender and elegant young lady, had become someone else's girlfriend. Moreover, it was obvious that the two of them had an intimate relationship. As a father, Ling Xiaotian naturally felt a little disappointed. However, Ling Xiaotian was quite satisfied with Xiao Ruofei as his future son-in-law. So, she quickly laughed and said, "It's okay, you guys continue chatting. Remember to come down for dinner later." After that, Ling Xiaotian nodded at Xiao Ruofei, then turned and went downstairs. After Ling Xiaotian left, Ling Qingxue gently glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "It's all your fault." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head a little awkwardly. He didn't expect the two of them to be crazy for the entire afternoon. Fortunately, the two of them had stopped before Ling Xiaotian came back. Otherwise, it would have been even more awkward if Ling Xiaotian only opened the door after knocking for a long time. Now that Ling Xiaotian was back, the two of them naturally didn't dare to stay in Ling Qingxue's boudoir any longer. So, they prepared to go downstairs. However, before going downstairs, Ling Qingxue's gaze kept sweeping across the room. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei chuckled and took out the lacy underwear from his trouser pocket. He said, "Wife, are you looking for this?" Ling Qingxue was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She snatched it from Xiao Ruofei's hands and said, "Why is it with you? Don't tell me. What are you thinking about?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, "I saw it fall on the ground just now. I quickly picked it up and stuffed it into my trouser pocket. Otherwise, wouldn't my father-in-law have found it? You don't know how dangerous it was just now. Isn't it all your fault? You big pervert." Ling Qingxue wrinkled her nose and said coquettishly. Then, she took the underwear into the bathroom and quickly locked the door. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and said to himself, "You're still avoiding me? We're an old married couple." Ling Qingxue ignored Xiao Ruofei. After a while, she opened the bathroom door and walked out. She was neatly dressed and her hair was combed again. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but glance down at her lower body, imagining how Ling Qingxue would look when she wore the lace panties. Ling Qingxue's pretty face turned slightly red. She said, "Let's go." The two of them went downstairs side by side. Ling Qingxue thought of the Yuji ointment and pinched Xiao Ruofei's arm unhappily. She whispered, "Tell me the truth. Is the black stuff in the box really a facial mask?" "It's the real deal." Xiao Ruofei said solemnly, "There's no time now. You'll know when you try it before you go to bed. The effect is absolutely amazing." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "If no one gives me a full-body massage at night, does that mean I can't use a facial mask?" Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, it's fine if you don't give me a massage, but the absorption may be a little slower." Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The two of them went downstairs. Ling Xiaotian was standing alone in front of the big fish tank, admiring the pair of blood-red dragons. Seeing the two of them, Ling Xiaotian smiled and asked Xiao Ruofei to sit on the sofa. "Love go little say W." Ling Qingxue lowered her head guiltily and didn't look at Ling Xiaotian. Xiao Ruofei was mentally strong and didn't show any signs of unnaturalness just because he had just slept with Ling Xiaoyan's daughter. After the two of them sat down, Ling Qingxue consciously went to make tea for the two of them. Ling Xiaotian talked to Xiao Ruofei about the winery. He had already ordered the management team at the winery to put aside the construction of the new factory and the purchase of new equipment, and concentrate on the improvement of the stored wine. The purchasing department had already started to buy large jars of wine. The fastest batch of about 30 tons of wine would be ready in 2 days, and then all 90 tons of stored wine would be sent to Xiao Ruofei's warehouse in a week at the latest. Xiao Ruofei immediately gave the address of the warehouse he rented to Ling Xiaotian, saying that he would be in Sanshan City this week and that she could contact him at any time when the wine was delivered. The two of them then briefly discussed the pricing strategy. The 500 milliliters bottle of Zui Ba Xian, which had a 1-month improvement period, was priced at about 150 renminbi, which was slightly more expensive than the hardcover Zui Ba Xian that was currently being sold. However, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian were very confident that even at this price, the supply would soon exceed the supply. They agreed to roughly divide the wine into 4 grades. In addition to the 1-month improvement period of Zui Ba Xian, there were 3 grades: 3 months, 5 months, and 1 year. The 3-month improvement period of Zui Baxian was initially priced at 588 renminbi, while the 5-month improvement period was priced at 888 renminbi. Xiao Ruofei proposed a price of 888 renminbi per bottle for 1 year. The annual production of Drunken 8 Immortals would be very small. They had initially agreed to produce 1 jar of 500 caddies per month, and they would only start selling it a year later. That was to say, there would be a limited supply of 500 bottles per month. When Ling Xiaotian heard the price set by Xiao Ruofei, he was also shocked. After all, the so-called national liquor like Maotai Wuliangye was rarely priced so high. Moreover, the environment now was different from before. To put it bluntly, there were fewer public funds to eat and drink. He was worried that if the price was announced, no one would be interested. However, Xiao Ruofei was full of confidence. According to the difference in the flow of time, a 1-year improvement period was equivalent to 30 years. Is it expensive to sell a 30-year-old wine at this price? Moreover, during these 30 years, the wine was stored in an environment with extremely rich spiritual energy. In addition, a small amount of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution was mixed in. Even Xiao Ruofei himself could not imagine how fragrant and mellow the wine would be after a year in the outside world. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's target customers were not civil servants at all. Even if the wine was eaten and drunk with public funds, they would not dare to easily consume it. His target were those business tycoons with status and identity. These people had so much money that they could not spend it all. Moreover, they would spend their own money. As long as the product was good, they would not be afraid of being reported. Whether it was a farm or investing in a winery, Xiao Ruofei's target was always to make quality products. This Drunken 8 Immortals wine indeed had a very good profit future, but Xiao Ruofei valued the reputation more. The 30-year-old Drunken 8 Immortals wine was the best product to build a reputation. As long as the 30-year-old Drunken 8 Immortals wine was on the market, Xiao Ruofei believed that the business elites would soon rush to buy it. When the time came, as long as they understood, they would know that the Drunken 8 Immortals wine was made using the technology of the Taoyuan company. It would be an invisible promotion of the brand image. It was the same for the farm. Now the farm could bring Xiao Ruofei hundreds of thousands of yuan in income every month. In the future, when the farm was fully operated, it would at most bring in 1 million yuan a month. This was not a big deal for Xiao Ruofei now. However, the reputation of the Taoyuan vegetables had now spread throughout the Sanshan area. The cooperation with the Ma family was also in progress. In the future, the Taoyuan vegetables would become more and more famous in Hong Kong and the restaurants operated by the Ma family. It was the same for the promotion of the Taoyuan vegetables in Australia. Xiao Ruofei wanted to slowly give people the impression that the Taoyuan company's products were all high-end, elegant, and high-grade quality products. This kind of impression would be very helpful for his future development in other fields, as well as entering the high-end food and medicine industry. Of course, the pricing strategy that he and Ling Xiaotian agreed on today was only a preliminary. It was a general direction, and the specific details would be left to the professional team to study and prove. This included the specific pricing, approval, naming of each grade of liquor, publicity plan, and so on. Xiao Ruofei naturally would not be involved in these specific details. The two chatted and finalized some matters of the winery. Ling Qingxue sat quietly on the side, watching her father and her lover discuss. When her eyes fell on Xiao Ruofei, there was a gentle and happy look in her eyes. When the nanny, Madame Chen, prepared dinner, the two stopped talking and everyone went to the dining room to eat. The 2 bottles of Drunken 8 Immortals that Xiao Ruofei brought naturally could not be spared. Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei each took a bottle and drank them until not a drop was left. These 2 bottles of Drunken 8 Immortals were high-quality products with the petal solution of the spirit heart flower. They were for his future father-in-law, so Xiao Ruofei naturally did not dare to take out something inferior. Ling Xiaotian drank to his heart's content. When he heard Xiao Ruofei say that the improved Drunken 8 Immortals would be better than today's liquor, he immediately became more confident in Xiao Ruofei's proposed price of 8,888 yuan per bottle. Ling Xiaotian was in a very good mood today. Usually, a caddy of white wine was not too much for him, but today, he was a little drunk. His speech was a little slurred, and he patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder from time to time. He was very affectionate and almost called him brother. Xiao Ruofei quickly suggested that everyone go home after eating and drinking. Otherwise, it would be awkward if Ling Xiaotian patted him on the shoulder and called him brother again. Could he say that he and his niece had sex in her boudoir for the whole afternoon? Because Xiao Ruofei drank, Ling Xiaotian originally wanted to let Xiao Ruofei stay for the night, but Xiao Ruofei insisted on going back to the farm. He was worried that he would not be able to control himself at night and run to Ling Qingshua's room to have sex with her. Ling Xiaotian's bedroom was also on the second floor. Old people often woke up late at night. If he was found out, it would be even more embarrassing. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei insisted, Ling Xiaotian did not force him to stay. He directly called his driver to send Xiao Ruofei back to the farm. As for Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 off-road vehicle, he left it at Ling Xiaotian's villa. On the third day, Ling Xiaotian called Xiao Ruofei and said that the first batch of 30 tons of liquor from the winery had been loaded and was ready to be sent to the warehouse. So Xiao Ruofei also packed up, drove out of the farm, and went straight to the warehouse he rented. He waited at the warehouse for a while, and Ling Xiaotian personally drove the car to the farm. This was the first time the liquor was sent over, so Ling Xiaotian attached great importance to it. The 30 tons of liquor were sent over by 5 10-wheeled trucks. The main reason was that the liquor jars could not be stacked together. Otherwise, if there was no need to worry about overloading, one truck would be enough. Along with the trucks, there was a small crane and a small hydraulic forklift. Obviously, they were specially prepared to unload the big liquor jars from the trucks. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could directly store the over 100 jars of liquor into the space without any effort. However, the existence of the spiritual map scroll was a top secret, so it could not be helped that these steps were a little troublesome. Fortunately, other than the continuous delivery of liquor for about a week, it would become normal in the future. At most, it would be once a month. Moreover, when the new liquor was delivered, they could also deliver the improved liquor back. This way, the trucks would not be empty. One of the trucks was loaded with over 100 wooden frames that were double-layered at the bottom to facilitate the operation of the forklift. The workers tied up the liquor jars, and the crane lifted the liquor jars from the truck and steadily placed them on the wooden frame on the ground. Then, the workers drove the forklift over to lift the big liquor jars, and a few workers protected them as they slowly drove into the warehouse. Ling Xiaotian directed the workers to unload the trucks, and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, this forklift will be left in your warehouse. In the future, it will be convenient for you to transport the liquor to other places to improve it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay, Uncle Ling is so thoughtful." Ling Xiaotian laughed and patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. "Ruofei, I've already delivered the liquor. Whether or not the winery can become popular in the future depends on you. Don't worry, Uncle Ling. There won't be a problem," Xiao Ruofei said confidently. It took more than an hour to unload the 100 jars of liquor before they were all transferred to the warehouse. Ling Xiaotian personally brought Xiao Ruofei to a big liquor jar and said, "Ruofei, this jar of liquor will be improved to the 8,888 bottles. The style of the wine jar is different from the others. Don't make a mistake." Xiao Ruofei looked at it. The glaze of the wine jar was darker than the others, and the most eye-catching thing was that there were 2 dragon reliefs, which were clearly different from the other jars. He also found that the batch and date of the wine jar were labeled. So, he smiled and said, "No problem. Uncle Ling, this kind of liquor will be delivered once a month. After a year, we will be able to supply the market with a limited supply of 500 bottles of top-notch Zue Ba Xian. I'll start processing this jar of liquor today, and the rest will be processed together after this batch of 90 tons of liquor is delivered." "Good, good, good," Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. 500 bottles is enough. The good stuff is limited. If there are too many, it will be unclassy. After Ling Xiaotian left the warehouse with the workers, Xiao Ruofei locked the door of the warehouse and closed the curtains of the ventilation windows. Then, he walked to the jar of liquor and put it into the original space with a thought. Then, Xiao Ruofei went out to lock the door of the warehouse and drove back to the farm. As soon as the pickup truck drove on the highway around the city, his cell phone on the driver's seat rang. Xiao Ruofei held the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed the phone with the other. It was Lu Yu. He threw the phone down, took out the Bluetooth headset and put it in his ear, and said to himself, "Why is this girl looking for me? Could it be that some flower is sick again?" Xiao Ruofei pressed the answer button on the headset and said lazily, "Miss Lu, what can I do for you?" Lu Yu said crisply, "Xiao Ruofei, can you get me some of that black mask?" Xiao Ruofei was confused and asked, "What black mask?" "That. Jade. Jade flower cake?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless for a while. "Jade flower cake? I'm osmanthus cake." "Miss Lu, what on earth are you talking about?" Lu Yu was also a little anxious. "It's the kind of mask you gave to Xianxia." Xiao Ruofei realized that Lu Yu was talking about Yuji ointment. He couldn't help but cry, "What the?" "It's called Yuji ointment, okay? But that's not important. What I'm interested in is, how do you know about Yuji ointment?" "Of course, Xianxia told me." Lu Yu said, "Don't ask so many questions. I want that mask too. Can you get me some? Just tell me if you can." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's Xiao Ruofei's special mask for his girlfriend. How can I give it to others casually? Don't be so stingy." Lu Yu said, "I'll pay you. Tell me, how much is the mask?" Xiao Ruofei's tone suddenly became a little cold and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Lu. I don't seem to be short of money for the time being." In fact, he was just teasing Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu knew about the existence of Yuji ointment and asked for it, it was no big deal to give her some. After all, the Chinese medicine used to make Yuji ointment was not too expensive. However, Lu Yu seemed to be quite a princess. As soon as Xiao Ruofei refused her, she offered to buy it with money, which made Xiao Ruofei faintly unhappy. Lu Yu on the other end of the phone also noticed Xiao Ruofei's mood. If it had been her temper in the past, she might have hung up the phone. When had she, Miss Lu, ever begged anyone like this? How could you still be so arrogant? However, when Xiao Ruofei's tone suddenly became cold, Lu Yu inexplicably panicked. She gently gritted her teeth and said softly, "Xiao Ruofei, I didn't mean that." Don't get me wrong, when these words came out, not only was Xiao Ruofei a little surprised, but even Lu Yu herself seemed to be a little surprised that these words came out of her mouth. Her face inexplicably turned red, and then she said to herself in her heart, "It must be that I want that mask too much. A real man. No, a lady knows when to yield and when not to yield." Xiao Ruofei was not really angry. Lu Yu's tone suddenly became gentle. Except for a little bit of uneasiness, the little bit of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. He said with a smile, "Miss Lu, this mask is handmade by me. It's not impossible to make some for you, but I have a condition." "Go ahead." Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei knew Ling Qingshua's character very well. He knew that she would definitely not take the initiative to show off these things. Love go little say W. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Well, there's nothing that I can't tell you." Then, she told him the whole story. It turned out that Ling Qingxue, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yu had been keeping in touch. Sometimes, they would even go out to eat and go shopping together. Yesterday, the three of them had made an appointment to watch a movie. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu had found that Ling Qingshua's skin had become much better than before. Originally, Ling Qingshua's skin was very good. After using the Yuji ointment, it was as clear as jade and as delicate as jade. Moreover, her whole body felt radiant from inside out. Girls were sensitive to this aspect, so Lu Yu and Jiang Yu naturally noticed it at once. Naturally, the two of them couldn't help but ask Ling Qingxue what kind of cosmetics she had used these days to have such an immediate effect. Ling Qingxue didn't want to say it at first, but she couldn't resist Lu Yu and Jiang Yu's coaxing and pestering. In the end, she told them. Lu Yu had thought that it was some kind of cosmetics sold outside. She didn't expect that Ling Qingxue had used a facial mask made by Xiao Ruofei himself. Now she couldn't buy it, but she was also thinking about the Yuji ointment in her heart. That was why she had made the call today. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing this. Ling Qingxue had become good friends with Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, and they even went shopping, eating, and watching movies together? What was this girl thinking in her heart? Weren't they at daggers drawn that day? It was really hard to guess what a girl was thinking. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. She couldn't help but say, "Xiao Ruofei, I've told you everything. You just promised to make me a few facial masks. Don't go back on your word." Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. A man's words carry enormous weight. I will definitely do this for you." "That's more like it." Lu Yu was in a good mood and revealed a rare smile. "Come to the farm in the afternoon to get it," Xiao Ruofei said. "It's a deal," Lu Yu said happily. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei continued driving and soon arrived at the farm. He said goodbye to Yi Lin Yun, who was working hard on her tea-making skills, and then hurried upstairs to his room. There was still some time before lunch, so he could go to the original space to make some Yuji ointment. At the same time, he had to deal with the wine. After Xiao Ruofei locked the door and windows, he summoned the spirit map scroll and entered the space. First, he picked up a bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution, opened the clay seal of the wine jar, and poured all of the petal solution into the jar. Then, he used the spatial spirit pond water to mix with the spatial soil, sealing the mouth of the pond. Love go little say could then, Xiao Ruofei connected with the space, and an invisible spatial force suddenly wrapped around the big wine jar, gently lifting it about a foot above the ground. Now that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had greatly improved, he could easily use the spatial force to lift things that weighed 500 to 600 pounds. He moved his mind, and the wine jar immediately floated out according to his will. When it was very close to the space membrane, he controlled the wine jar to land steadily on the ground. This jar of wine had to be stored in the original space for a whole year, which was equivalent to 30 years. In the space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply placed it in the most remote place, so that when he developed the original space in the future, he wouldn't have to move it. After dealing with the wine jar, Xiao Ruofei immediately began to make the Yuji ointment. This time, he wanted to make more. Last time, it was his first time making it, so he didn't have much confidence. Therefore, he made a standard batch, which was enough for Ling Qingxue to use 5 times. With the experience of his first success, Xiao Ruofei's confidence greatly increased. This time, he directly took out 10 batches. Fortunately, the clay pot was big enough to make 10 batches of Yuji ointment at the same time. Taking out the high-quality charcoal, Xiao Ruofei started to make the ointment with familiarity. After about an hour, he successfully made the Yuji ointment. Xiao Ruofei took out 3 small containers, and each one was filled with a portion of Yuji ointment. Then, he put the rest of the Yuji ointment into a big container. This kind of container was very practical for storing things. Xiao Ruofei bought a lot of them online. There were all kinds of containers, big and small, and it was very convenient to use them at any time. Xiao Ruofei took the 3 containers and left the space directly. He strolled downstairs and put the container with the Yuji ointment in the safe compartment of the refrigerator. Then, he checked that there was no one nearby. He directly connected to the space and took out a big grass carp from the space's fish pond. He also took out some vegetables that he hadn't eaten in the space before. There were a few cabbages, a few cucumbers, and 3 or 4 tomatoes. Then, he put on the apron, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make lunch. Xiao Ruofei had just cleaned the fish in the pond when his phone rang. So, he put down the grass carp, dried his hands on the apron, took out the phone from his trouser pocket, and found that it was Lu Yu calling. Xiao Ruofei pressed the answer button. Before he had time to speak, he heard Lu Yu say, "Xiao Ruofei, I'm at the gate of the farm, but your security guard stopped my car outside. Help me tell him." Since Hong Tao and the others had arrived, the security on the farm had become more formal. Each of them had their own duties, and there would be someone at the gate of the farm at any time. So now, outside cars could no longer drive directly in. Ai go shao say w, Chu Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. How impatient was this girl? How long had it been since then? She was already at the gate of the farm. Although it took him more than an hour to make the Yuji ointment, that was in the original space. In the outside world, it was only 2 or 3 minutes. So, calculating the time from the city, Lu Yu should have driven directly after the phone call with him. "Okay, give the phone to the security guard." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. Hello? There was a calm voice on the phone. I'm Xiao Ruofei. Who is this? Xiao Ruofei asked. Brother Xia. I'm Huzi. Lei Hu, the security guard on the other end of the phone, said immediately. Oh. It's Huzi. Let that girl in. She's my friend. You can ask her to drive directly to the villa. Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, tell the brothers that her car can drive directly in the future. Understood. Lei Hu said crisply. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and temporarily put aside the half-processed ingredients in the kitchen. He took off his apron and hung it. As he walked outside, he said to himself, this girl really knows how to pick the time. She came to the door at this time. Does she want to eat another meal from me? Eating and taking, what a huge loss. When Xiao Ruofei walked to the entrance of the villa, he saw a red BMW Mini drive into the villa yard. Xiao Ruofei had seen this car before. It was the car that Lu Yu usually drove. In fact, Tian Huilan was very low-key. Lu Yu was also a college student. Driving a BMW Mini that cost more than 300,000 yuan was a bit ostentatious. However, this car was Tian Huixin's 18th birthday gift to Lu Yu. Tian Huilan couldn't say anything about it. The Ma family was a world-class rich family. As the young mistress of the Ma family, it was naturally nothing for Tian Huixin to give her niece a car. After the car stopped, Lu Yu opened the door and stepped out. Today, Lu Yu was wearing a short brown leather jacket, paired with black jeans and marten boots. Her tall figure was fully accentuated, with a hint of coolness. However, the gray woolen hat on her head added a bit of youthfulness. She took off her sunglasses and hung them on the V-neck of her knitted sweater. Then, she closed the door and walked towards Xiao Ruofei. You came really fast. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Yu blushed slightly and felt a little embarrassed. However, she still argued, didn't you say that you would come in the afternoon? It's 12:05 now. It can be considered the afternoon. Okay. I have nothing to say. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, let's go in. The two of them came to the villa living room. Lu Yu sat directly on the sofa. Her eyes fell on Xiao Ruofei, but she didn't speak. Xiao Ruofei understood and smiled. He turned and walked directly into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and took out all 3 containers. Then, he came to the living room and put the containers on the coffee table. Xiao Ruofei said, here, the facial mask you wanted. Lu Yu was originally crossing her legs. Hearing this, she immediately put them down. Then, she sat up straight and couldn't wait to open one of the containers. She saw that it was half a box of black Yuji ointment. She was a little surprised and asked, This is the jade flower that Xianxia mentioned, it's Yuji ointment. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for her to finish and quickly corrected her. It's the same as the one I gave to Xianxia. Each one can be used about 5 times. Using it once a day is enough. Thank you. Lu Yu quickly closed the container and hugged the 3 boxes of Yuji ointment in her arms. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu and said, you're welcome. As long as you don't ask me to prescribe Chinese medicine to treat your period in front of Xianxia, Lu Yu couldn't help but blush. She knew that what she had done last time was indeed a little unkind. After all, she was still a virgin. Her period had been cured by Xiao Ruofei. She was naturally a little shy when talking about it now. I know. Lu Yu lowered her gaze and said in a low voice, haven't you cleared up the misunderstanding between you and Xianxia? Don't take it to heart. I'm just afraid that you'll trick me again in the future. Xiao Ruofei said angrily. He then said, by the way, these 3 boxes are not all for you. Lu Yu immediately raised her head and said with a smile, I know, Yaya also has a share in it. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head awkwardly. But he did think so. Since he had given it to Lu Yu, he couldn't hide it from Jiangyu. If that little girl knew that he had prepared the Yuji ointment for Lu Yu but didn't consider her, he didn't know how sad she would be. So it was better to share it with everyone. Anyway, it was something that he could do easily. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, Lu Yu looked at him with a faint smile and said, it seems that you treat Yaya well. You always think of her when you have good things. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, isn't it all because of you? If you didn't bring her to the farm last time, everything would have been fine. Didn't you agree to it yourself? Lu Yu said immediately. Xiao Ruofei said anxiously, how would I know? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it. He felt that the two of them were going to quarrel again after a few words, so he stopped in time. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that he and Lu Yu might have been enemies in their previous lives. Anyway, as long as he said a few more words, they would start quarreling. He calmed down a little and said, here are 3 sets of Yuji ointment. You and Jiang Yu each have 1 set. Help me pass the other set to Secretary Tian. Okay, I got it. Lu Yu nodded and said. If it had been someone else who had asked her to bring a gift to Tian Huilan, she would have refused without even thinking about it. But Xiao Ruofei was different. Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with her family, and now Lu Yu understood Xiao Ruofei. She knew that Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who would curry favor with the rich and powerful. He would give a gift to Tian Huilan because of friendship. Lu Yu carefully put the 3 small containers into her bag, then leaned comfortably on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. Xiao Ruofei stood aside with his eyes wide open. He said, Miss Lu, what are you? Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, watching TV. No. I've also given you this. Xiao Ruofei said euphemistically, shouldn't you go home for dinner? Lu Yu raised her hand to look at her watch and said, it's already past 12 o'clock. I'll miss dinner if I go back. I'll make do with you. After that, Lu Yu's eyes returned to the TV. Xiao Ruofei stood aside speechlessly, as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Make do with you. Make do with your ass. This is the first time I've seen someone so reluctant to freeload. Lu Yu saw that Xiao Ruofei did not move. She looked up at him and asked, what's wrong? Is there not enough food? It's okay. I don't have a big appetite. I can't eat much. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said reluctantly, well, then you watch TV for a while. Lunch won't be so fast, yes, yes. Lu Yu stared at the TV and nodded. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly as he turned and walked into the kitchen. He did not notice that Lu Yu, who was behind him, was looking at his back. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a beautiful arc, and a trace of a smile flashed through her eyes. Xiao Ruofei began to get busy in the kitchen. He washed the rice, steamed the rice, roasted the fish, stir-fried the vegetables. After being busy for more than half an hour, he began to serve the dishes in the dining room. At this time, Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu sitting in the living room and watching TV. She was eating a bag of biscuits. This girl really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Lu Yu also saw Xiao Ruofei. She waved the bag of biscuits in her hand at Xiao Ruofei and said, I'm a little hungry. Is it okay to eat a bag of biscuits? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, eat more if you like. It's okay. But, this seems to be Lightning's ration. I casually put it on the tea table yesterday. Lu Yu froze for a moment and said subconsciously, Lightning? Then, she realized what was going on. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the thought that she had just eaten a few pieces of dog food, and that she seemed to be eating with relish, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel her stomach churn. She couldn't help retching, she covered her mouth and kept retching, but nothing came out. Soon, her eyes were filled with tears. Love go little say Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Miss Lu, you don't have to be so touched, do you? Lightning won't mind sharing it with you. Lu Yu's eyes were about to burst into flames. She glared at Xiao Ruofei fiercely. At this time, she saw the smirk on Xiao Ruofei's face and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She reached out and grabbed the bag of biscuits that had been thrown on the coffee table to take a closer look. Lu Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stared at Xiao Ruofei. This is obviously an ordinary biscuit. How can it be dog food? Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, when did I say that it was dog food? Lu Yu said angrily, you just said that it was Lightning's. Speaking of this, Lu Yu suddenly stopped and found that she seemed to have fallen into Xiao Ruofei's verbal trap. Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, yes. Dog food. I only said that it was Lightning's dog food, but I didn't say it was dog food. I usually feed Lightning with this kind of biscuits. And it likes chocolate-flavored ones. Your bag is strawberry-flavored, so it can be kept until now. Nonsense. Liu said angrily, how can you feed dog biscuits? Xiao Ruofei sighed and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. No, looked up at the ceiling, and said lightly, I can't help it. Rich people can be capricious. Liu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She finally came to her senses and said angrily, Xiao Ruofei, you deliberately tricked me. Xiao Ruofei said innocently, I swear to God. I was just casually reminding you. You were the one who reacted so strongly. Liu was so angry that she sneered and said, Xiao Ruofei, I'll tell Sister Xianxia. I'll tell her that you touched me and harassed me. Please. There's no way Xianxia would believe such nonsense. Xiao Ruofei scoffed. Liu gritted her teeth and said, humph. Then I'll say that you took the initiative to give Yaya a jade cake. It's the jade skin ointment. How many times have I corrected you? Xiao Ruofei was speechless for a while. Then he came back to his senses and said with his eyes wide open, what did you just say? Should I take the initiative to give it to Jiangyu? Liu raised his chin proudly and said, yes. I'll tell big sis Xianxia. Humph, I'll tell her that in order to give Yaya a jade flower, jade skin ointment, you even bribed me. There are witnesses and evidence. After saying that, Liu even slammed the food container in her bag. Xiao Ruofei wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, Miss Liu, you can't be so unkind. You begged me to make some for you, and I asked you to give one to Jiangyu. How can you twist the truth? Liu curled her lips and said with a smile, that depends on who big sis Xianxia believes. Xiao Ruofei really didn't dare to take the risk. If it involved Jiangyu, Ling Xianxia's IQ would definitely plummet. After all, Jiangyu had a criminal record. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know why Ling Xianxia was so close to Liu and Jiangyu, he knew that if Ling Xianxia heard about the relationship between him and Jiangyu, she would definitely be jealous. You can't be like this. Xiao Ruofei said, Liu, let's count it carefully. That time on the plane, I saved you once. And that day when you were in pain for several days every month, it was also me who cured you, right? Liu blushed slightly and said, that's all in the past. Why do you mention it? Well, let's not talk about the past. I cured the jade lion pot for you, right? It was only a few days ago, and I helped you get the gold medal and slapped the agricultural university in the face. Don't tell me you've forgotten? Xiao Ruofei said with grief and indignation. He continued, and today, I gave you a facial mask and invited you to dinner. You can't bite the hand that feeds you, girl. Every time Xiao Ruofei mentioned something, Liu's expression softened a little, and there was a trace of warmth in her heart. The past scenes flashed through her mind like a movie. When she heard Xiao Ruofei's last sentence, she finally couldn't hold back her laughter and said, who asked you to tease me on purpose? Seeing Liu laugh, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, then let's call it even for the sake of the delicious lunch I made for you. How about that? Liu glanced at the fragrant food on the table, and a string in her heart seemed to be touched again. She pretended to be generous and said, forget it, forget it. I won't argue with you. Xiao Ruofei said happily, that's right. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? How good it is for us to be harmonious. Go and wash your hands. I'll call Mr. Li and Ling Yun in. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the villa quickly. Liu looked at Xiao Ruofei's back from behind, and then her eyes fell on the packet of biscuits on the tea table. She couldn't help but chuckle. It was the weekend, and Peng Hao didn't come to work on the farm, so Xiao Ruofei, Liu, Yi Lingyun, and Li Jifu had lunch at noon. There was a pot of spicy grass carp, stir-fried cabbage, tomato and egg soup, and mushu pork. Although there weren't many dishes, the amount was enough for the four of them to eat. In particular, the big grass carp weighed more than 5 kilograms, and it was a big pot. Xiao Ruofei rubbed the grass carp inside and outside with salt, white wine, and ginger water. He also stuffed some seasoning into the fish's stomach, and then put it in the original space for 2 or 3 minutes. In fact, it had been marinated for more than an hour, and the taste had been fully absorbed. In addition, he used the spiritual pond water in the space to cook it, so the fresh and tender grass carp was fragrant and delicious, and it became the most popular dish on the table. Not only Lu Yu and the others, but even Xiao Ruofei ate a lot himself. He thought proudly, it seems that although I haven't cooked much recently, my cooking skills haven't fallen behind. Lu Yu didn't care about her ladle-like image, of course, she didn't have any ladle-like image, and she ate with big mouthfuls, especially the cabbage. Almost half of it was in her stomach. Of course, she also ate a lot of the delicious grass carp. In the end, her stomach was a little bloated, so she put down her chopsticks. Lu Yu, who had eaten and drank to her heart's content, left the farm with the 3 portions of jade skin ointment. When she left, she revealed a rare smile and did not mention anything about going to Ling Qingxue to complain. Xiao Ruofei's heart was also completely at ease. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei resumed his leisurely life. Every day, he patrolled the farm and the construction site. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to walk to the water tower on the mountain and add some flower petal solution. The rest of the time, he basically read in the villa. Xiao Ruofei bought a lot of books on Chinese medicine. He often had to play the role of divine Dr. Xia, so it was good to add more knowledge on Chinese medicine. At least, he could bluff people and not be exposed. It seemed that brain development and spiritual power were also closely related. Since Xiao Ruofei took the spirit-pregnant soup and his spiritual power sword, his reading and learning efficiency obviously increased a lot. He even saw some of the obscure Chinese medicine books. Sometimes, he would sit for half a day, holding the book and reading it with relish. In addition to reading, Xiao Ruofei also practiced the movements demonstrated by the Golden Man every day. Now, the first set of movements had been perfected, but he would practice for about half an hour every day before starting the second set of movements. Just like when he practiced the first set of movements, Xiao Ruofei naturally suffered a lot when he practiced the second set of movements. The pain that ordinary people couldn't bear was always there, but Xiao Ruofei's character was tenacious. He had been gritting his teeth and persevering. Now, the second set of movements could last about 3 minutes. Sanchon University Horticultural Club. Jiang Yu was carefully tending to the jade lion pot. After returning to Sanchon University, the jade lion pot that won the Expo's gold medal had become the horticultural club's treasure. Except for Lu Yu and Jiang Yu, no one else was allowed to get close to it. Even the horticultural club's president, Xia Qing, was no exception. At this time, a round-faced girl walked into the horticultural club and greeted Jiang Yu. Then, she picked up a small spatula beside Jiang Yu and prepared to work. However, her movements were delayed for a moment, and then she carefully looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed by the girl's gaze. She raised her head and asked, "Yuan, what's wrong?" Yuan saw clearly this time. She looked at Jiang Yu's face and murmured, "Your skin has become so good. It's so fresh. Even I can't help but be tempted when I see it." Jiang Yu's small face was slightly red. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you say." However, she felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. It was because she used the jade skin ointment that Xiao Ruofei gave her that her skin became so good. Brother Xia seemed to be omnipotent in her eyes. There was no need to talk about his skills. In the face of several knife-wielding gangsters, he still bravely defeated them all. His medical skills were so brilliant, and he was also proficient in growing flowers and vegetables. Now, he actually made a cosmetics product, and the effect was so immediate. This made Jiang Yu's level of fanboy seem to be even deeper. Yuan said, "I'm not exaggerating. Tell me honestly, what cosmetics have you been using recently? I want to buy a set too." "I really don't. I never use cosmetics." "It's not like you don't know," Jiang Yu said. "That's not scientific." Yuan was puzzled. After a while, she suddenly shouted, "I know. You must be in love, right? It must be the nourishment of love that made you look so radiant. I'm not wrong, am I?" Jiang Yu's face was red and she said, "Yuan, don't talk nonsense. I'm not in love. You don't have to hide it." Yuan winked and said, tell me honestly. Is your boyfriend Mr. Xia? Xia Ruofei was now very famous in the Horticultural Arts Club. There was no student in the Horticultural Arts Club who didn't know him. Yuan also went to the flower exhibition that day, so naturally, she knew Xia Ruofei. She also knew about Jiang Yu's feelings for Xia Ruofei. Jiang Yu was even more embarrassed when she heard this. She said, no. Stupid Yuan, who told you to talk nonsense? The two girls in the Horticultural Arts Club started to fight, and there was a bell-like laughter from time to time. In the Sanshan City Committee compound. Outside the municipal party secretary's office, Secretary Xiao Mei was dealing with official business in an orderly manner. There was a light knock on the door, and Xiao Mei raised her head. After seeing the person, Xiao Mei immediately stood up with a warm smile on her face. She greeted her and said, County Magistrate Wu, you're here. The person who came was Tian Huilan's former secretary, the executive deputy county magistrate of Chongping County, Wu Liqian. She looked at her successor with a smile on her face and asked, is the secretary free now? Wu Liqian went back to the city to attend a meeting, so she made an appointment with Tian Huilan in advance to report on her recent work. Now that she didn't work with the leader, she often came to report to him. It was the most common way to maintain a close relationship with the leader. The leader might not care about the content of the report, but the gesture was very important. There are no visitors in the secretary's office, so he should be free, Xiao Mei said very politely. Please wait a moment, I'll go in and ask for instructions. Thank you, Director Xiao, Wu Liqian said with a smile. Xiao Mei gently knocked on the door of the inner office, then pushed the door open and walked in. Soon she came out and said to Wu Liqian, County Magistrate Wu, the secretary asked you to come in. Thank you. Wu Liqian smiled. Just as Wu Liqian was about to knock on the door, Xiao Mei suddenly said, County Magistrate Wu, Director Xiao, what's the matter? Wu Liqian took back her hand and asked. Xiao Mei said embarrassedly, County Magistrate Wu, you are the secretary's former subordinate. After you go in, can you, please ask the secretary what kind of cosmetics she has been using these days? Wu Liqian was confused and asked, why do you suddenly ask such a strange question? Xiao Mei said, the secretary. Anyway, you'll know when you go in. If it's convenient, please help me ask. Please, the female colleagues in the secretary's office all want to know. It turned out that Tian Huilan had also been using the jade skin ointment that Xia Ruofei asked Lu Yu to give her. At Tian Huilan's age, she naturally paid attention to maintaining her skin. When she heard from her daughter that this was a facial mask made by Xia Ruofei, she immediately became interested and started using it that night. Tian Huilan had almost blind confidence in Xia Ruofei, the young man who had created miracles time and time again. After using it for a few days, the effect was immediate. Her skin seemed to glow with the radiance of youth again, and her whole person became much younger. The first to discover Tian Huilan's changes were naturally the cadres who often worked with her, especially the female cadres in the secretary's office. Of course, Xiao Mei, who was with Tian Huilan every day, was also among them. Women were always very interested in beauty, and these women in the government were no exception. However, Tian Huilan was a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and a leader with real power at the deputy provincial level. She was usually full of dignity. The female cadres, including Xiao Mei, naturally didn't dare to directly inquire about the cosmetics that the secretary used. Therefore, these women were simply scratching their hearts and livers. Every day, they looked at Tian Huilan's radiant and youthful appearance, but no one dared to ask. They were almost crazy about the magical cosmetics in their hearts. But today, after Xiao Mei saw Wu Liqian, she finally had a glimmer of hope. Wu Liqian had been with Tian Huilan for so many years, and she had a very close relationship with Tian Huilan. Now, she was also a leader with real power in the county below, and could be regarded as a middle-level leader in the city. She and Tian Huilan could definitely talk about some personal topics. Therefore, Xiao Mei's request was made. Of course, this question was indeed somewhat inexplicable in Wu Liqian's eyes. She knocked on the door in confusion, and then walked into Tian Huilan's office. Little Wu, you're here? Come and sit down. Tian Huilan looked up and said with a kind smile. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wu Liqian found that Tian Huilan's change was too great. It wasn't as simple as her skin becoming better, but her entire spirit was different. It was a kind of brand new feeling from the inside out. It was as if she had suddenly become 10 years younger. Tian Huilan naturally knew about this change, but she still felt a little embarrassed being stared at by Wu Liqian, even though Wu Liqian was also a woman. Tian Huilan coughed and said, "Xiao Wu, why are you in a daze? Don't you recognize me?" Wu Liqian came back to her senses. If a normal person lost their composure in front of Tian Huilan, they would definitely be scared to death. But Wu Liqian was different. She had been Tian Huilan's secretary for several years, and Tian Huilan treated her like half a family member. So after Wu Liqian came back to her senses, she was not in fear and trepidation. Instead, she said with a smile, "Secretary, I almost didn't recognize you. At that moment, I even thought that Yu was sitting in your office and deliberately teasing me." This flattery. Wu Liqian was exaggerating. Tian Huilan was in her 40s. No matter how much she took care of herself, it was impossible for her to look like Lu Yu, who was in her early 20s. But now, if Tian Huilan went out with Lu Yu, there was a high probability that people would mistake them for sisters. Tian Huilan looked at Wu Liqian with a reproachful look and said, "Xiao Wu, you are also a leader at the level of a deputy director. Why are you getting more and more glib with your words?" Wu Liqian smiled embarrassedly and sat down in the chair in front of Tian Huilan's desk. She said, "Secretary, you can't blame me. I haven't seen you for half a month, and you have changed so much. Secretary, teach me some maintenance secrets." Tian Huilan looked at Wu Liqian with a faint smile and said, "You are so young. What maintenance do you need?" Wu Liqian immediately said, "Secretary, I'm not young anymore. Now, as long as I stay up late, my skin will become unbearably dry. If this goes on, I really won't be able to get married." "You really reminded me," Tian Huilan said. "When are you going to solve your personal problems? You're already a deputy division chief now. If you don't solve your personal problems, it might affect your growth and progress in the future." Wu Liqian awkwardly avoided Tian Huilan's gaze and said, "Secretary, I haven't met anyone suitable. Feelings are up to fate and can't be forced. If you don't look for it yourself, will fate fall from the sky?" Tian Huilan said, "I think it's not that you haven't met the right person, but that you can't get over the hurdle in your heart. Little Wu, you still haven't let go of what happened back then?" Wu Liqian's eyes turned slightly red, but she quickly forced a smile and said, "Secretary, didn't we just talk about the maintenance? Why are you talking about my personal problems again? Is it because you don't want to reveal your secret, so you're deliberately changing the topic?" Tian Huilan looked at Wu Liqian with a faint smile and didn't mention the topic again. Tian Huilan naturally knew this old subordinate very well. He even knew her past very well. She knew that she could only rely on herself when it came to feelings, and others couldn't help her. Even if she was a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, it was impossible for her to give an executive order to Wu Liqian to find someone to marry immediately. "There's no such thing as a secret." Tian Huilan smiled gracefully and said, "I just used a little mask. You gave it to me." "Mask? What kind of mask has such a magical effect?" Wu Liqian's eyes lit up and she asked, "Secretary, can you tell me the brand of this mask? I'll go and buy some to try. Even if it's a world-class brand, I'll grit my teeth and buy it." Tian Huilan couldn't help but laugh and say, "This mask really can't be bought on the market. Love go little say W, chew, but if you want it, you can try to find Xiaoxia." "Xiaoxia? Xiaoruafe?" Wu Liqian said in surprise. "This has something to do with him?" Tian Huilan nodded and said, "Yes. Yu told me that this mask was handmade by Xiaoxia, and it was made with pure Chinese medicine. I tried to use it for a few days, but I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. This guy actually has this kind of ability." Wu Liqian was surprised, but of course, she was also very excited. At this point, Wu Liqian suddenly realized that she had been in Tian Huilan's office for a while and had been talking about trivial matters. The secretary's time was very precious, and there might be people waiting in line outside to report on their work. So she quickly said, "Secretary, let me report on the recent work in Chongping County." Tian Huilan smiled and nodded, so Wu Liqian immediately began to report. She didn't have a script and just started talking directly. She was very clear, and she was very familiar with all the data. Tian Huilan couldn't help but nod secretly. He could see that after his old subordinate came to work in Chongping County, she had quickly gotten into work mode and had obviously gained a firm foothold in Chongping County. The lower the level, the more extensive the political struggle. Many members of the Chongping County team were local cadres, and a few of them had grown up step by step from towns and even villages. They had a lot of influence locally. Tian Huilan was very pleased that Wu Liqian could control the situation in such a short time. Outside the secretary's office, Director Kai of the Finance Bureau of Sanchon City was waiting. He had been there for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no movement in Tian Huilan's office. Director Kai couldn't help but ask, "Director Xiao, when will Secretary Tian be free?" Xiao Mei said politely, "Director Kai, I'm really not sure. There's a visitor in the secretary's office, but I can't confirm the specific time." "Then, can I ask who's in the secretary's office right now?" Director Kai asked. "It's the executive deputy mayor of Chongping County, Comrade Wu Liqian," Xiao Mei said. "Oh, thank you," Director Kai said with a sigh. There was nothing he could do but continue to wait. Director Kai naturally knew Wu Liqian. To be precise, there wasn't a single cadre in Sanchon City who didn't know Wu Liqian's name. She had been by Secretary Tian's side when he was the mayor. Everyone knew that although Secretary Tian's secretary had changed to Xiao Mei, the cadre closest to Secretary Tian was undoubtedly still Wu Liqian. Other people might need to make an appointment and have time limits to report, but Wu Liqian definitely didn't have these restrictions. Director Kai didn't dare to let Xiao Mei go in and urge her, even if it was a big matter. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. After about 10 minutes, the door of Tian Huilan's office opened. Wu Liqian walked out and gently closed the door. "Hello, County Magistrate Wu." Director Kai went forward and greeted her. "Director Kai, I'm sorry. I talked to the secretary for a while and took up your precious time," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "Love Go Xiao say Chu, it's okay, it's okay," Director Kai said quickly. Even if he was the god of wealth of Sanchon City and half a level higher than Wu Liqian, he still didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Wu Liqian. While they were chatting, Xiao Mei went in to report. She came out and said, "Director Kai, the secretary asked you to come in. But she needs to attend a meeting in 20 minutes. Please control the time to about 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Director Xiao," Director Kai said quickly. Then she greeted Wu Liqian and hurriedly knocked on the door and entered Tian Huilan's office. Xiao Mei pulled Wu Liqian and whispered, "County Magistrate Wu, did you ask the secretary about the cosmetics?" Wu Liqian said with a smile, "Director Xiao, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The secretary did use a kind of facial mask, but it's not available on the market. It was handmade by a friend of hers, so..." Wu Liqian shrugged as she spoke. "Oh, I see," Xiao Mei said with disappointment. "Thank you, County Magistrate Wu." "You're welcome. I'll go back first," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "Take care." In the suburbs of Sanchon City, the warehouse rented by Xiao Ruofei was full of huge wine jars. Xiao Ruofei watched the big truck driving away. Then he went back to the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. These days, the winery had put about 90 tons of Zue Ba Xian liquor into the big wine jars and sent them to the warehouse in batches. Most of these wines were stored in ordinary 250 kilograms wine jars, and about 20 tons were stored in wine jars of different glaze colors. In addition to the difference in colors, these wine jars were clearly labeled and dated, so it was easy to tell at a glance. The ordinary wine jars contained liquor with a 1-month improvement period, the kind of Zue Ba Xian that would be sold to the public in the future. Among the 20 tons, 15 tons were 3-month improvement period, and 5 tons were 5-month improvement period. In the future, the winery would ship 100 tons of liquor every month. The 3-month, 5-month, and 1-year improvement periods were fixed. The remaining 80 tons were all sold in a month. Xiao Ruofei started to put the big wine jars into the ring 2 space. With a thought, the big wine jars in the warehouse disappeared one by one. If someone saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaw would drop. At this time, although Xiao Ruofei did not summon the spirit map scroll, in the original space of the ring 2 space, big wine jars appeared one after another. Moreover, these big wine jars were neatly arranged according to Xiao Ruofei's will. Those 3-month and 5-month improvement jars were placed together with the previous 1-year jars on the empty space near the spatial membrane. And the 1-month jars were neatly stacked on the other side of the space, also almost close to the spatial membrane. Although the original space was only 8 mu in size, Xiao Ruofei only developed a small part of the space around the spatial spirit pool. A large part of the surrounding land was empty, so there was no problem for these wine jars to be placed flat. In the future, if Xiao Ruofei continued to develop the original space, when there was not enough land, he would consider stacking these wine jars together. After collecting the last big wine jar, even if Xiao Ruofei's mental strength had greatly increased, he still felt a little strained. After all, the wine in these jars weighed 250 kilograms. In addition to the weight of the jars, it was at least 600 to 700 kilograms. And with so many jars, even if Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was strong, he still felt a little overwhelmed. My strength is still too weak, Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Fortunately, now that he had 2 prescriptions, he could continue to strengthen his physical fitness and mental strength. Now that a week had passed, Xiao Ruofei could take the spirit pregnant soup again. The body tempering soup was to be taken 5 days apart. 2 days ago, Xiao Ruofei had already brewed a new batch of body tempering soup and drank it. After a period of pain, his strength increased again. Originally, the second set of movements could only last for 3 to 4 minutes. Now, he could last for about 10 minutes, which was a huge improvement. Now that Xiao Ruofei had collected the wine jars, he could not wait to return to the farm. Because he wanted to brew the spirit pregnant soup again. Compared to physical fitness, he was more interested in training his mental strength. This was because he found that his control of the ring 2 space was closely related to his mental strength. Moreover, in the cave of the new space, there was more content in the small booklet waiting for him to explore. In addition, there were several other things on the stone platform, whether it was the jade tablet or the jade box, which made Xiao Ruofei very envious. These things could only be solved by mental strength. He looked at the empty warehouse, except for the forklift, and walked over to open the door and left the warehouse. Xiao Ruofei locked the door. Just as he was about to get into the car, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and revealed a hint of surprise. Xiao Ruofei pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, Sister Wu." "Xiaoxia, didn't you invite me to visit your farm last time?" Wu Liqian said, "I happen to be free these 2 days," Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Welcome." "Sister Wu, when are you going?" "I need to prepare." "What's there to prepare?" "I'm just here to take a look," Wu Liqian said. Of course. It's not easy for a busy person like you to come. As the host, I should at least treat you to my Taoyuan series of agricultural products," Xiao Ruofei said. "Then I'll go in the afternoon," Wu Liqian said. "Okay. I'm still in the city, but I'll be back to the farm in a while," Xiao Ruofei said. Okay," Wu Liqian said. Xiao Ruofei heard that Wu Liqian seemed to be a little absent-minded. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister Wu, is there anything else?" "Ah?" Wu Liqian said, "Nothing." In fact, she wanted to ask about the facial mask when she called, but she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to say it. "Sister Wu, you don't treat me as a friend." Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Since you have something to ask me, don't hide it. We don't have to be so distant, right?" Wu Liqian quickly said, "Xiaoxia, actually, I want to ask about the facial mask, the one you gave to Secretary Tian." Xiao Ruofei smiled when he heard it. In fact, he had already guessed it, so he heard Wu Liqian's words and said, "Sister Wu, the facial mask is called Yuji Cream. It's handmade by me. I have already prepared one for you and was about to send it to you. I didn't expect you to call me." Xiao Ruofei had prepared the jade skin ointment as a gift. Tian Huilan, Wu Liqian, and the other female friends and elders that he had a good relationship with, he definitely would not leave them behind. Wu Liqian was very happy when she heard it and said, "Really? Xiaoxia, you are so nice." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister Wu, then I won't send it over. I'll give it to you when you come to the farm in the afternoon." Okay. I'll come over after lunch," Wu Liqian said quickly. In fact, if she didn't say that she would come over in the afternoon, Wu Liqian wanted to go to the farm immediately. The effect of this kind of cosmetics was absolutely fatal to women. Wu Liqian, as a deputy department head, was also unable to resist. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He opened the door of the Night 15 and sat in the driver's seat. He didn't deliberately promote the Yuji cream, but such a good thing didn't need to be promoted. Word of mouth spread among friends, and soon many people would know about it. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't expect the process to be so fast. After he got in the car, before he could start the engine, his phone rang again. Xiao Ruofei was putting on his seatbelt. After he buckled the seatbelt, he took out his phone from the glove compartment and looked at it. It was Tian Huilan calling him personally. Xiao Ruofei quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Secretary Tian." Xiao Ruofei said politely. "Ruofei. Thank you for the mask you gave me. It's very effective," Tian Huilan said kindly. "Secretary Tian, you're welcome. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not worth mentioning," Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile. "Ruofei, do you have any extra masks?" Tian Huilan said embarrassedly, "Well, I was having a video chat with my sister Xianxia today. She saw that I changed a lot after I used a mask. She heard that I used a mask, so she insisted that I get one for her." "I see. No problem, I still have some on hand. I'll send it to you later," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "but this mask involves the problem of freshness. If you want to send it to Hong Kong, it's best to send it by cold chain." "Thank you so much," Tian Huilan said happily. "Xiaoxia, you don't have to send it to me. I'll ask you to get it from your farm later." "That's fine too," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Secretary Tian, this mask will be more effective if you use it a few more times. I'll get you a few more. You can keep it for yourself or give it to someone else. This mask is made up of pure Chinese medicine ingredients. It can be used on any skin type, and there won't be any toxic side effects." Okay, thank you, Ruofei," Tian Huilan said happily, and his tone became more cordial. "You're welcome." After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Did this mask really have such a great charm for women? Even Tian Huilan, a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, personally called him. He shook his head with a smile, and then started the car. But before he put the car in gear and started to drive, his phone rang again. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He picked up the phone again and was surprised when he saw that it was Master Song's eldest son, the governor of Xiangnan province, Song Jingping. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Hello, Governor Song. Love go little say W. Chu Xiao Ruofei answered the phone and said. Hello, Ruofei. Song Jingping said very kindly, have you been busy with work recently? In the past, Song Jingping and Tian Huilan called Xiao Ruofei Little Xia. Today, Tian Huilan changed to the more intimate Ruofei, which surprised Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect Song Jingping to change the way he addressed him. Xiao Ruofei felt that something was amiss because of the abnormality of the world. However, he still said politely, it's okay, it's just some things on the farm. Thank you for your concern, Governor Song. I heard from my father that you've been treating Uncle Li recently. Thank you for your hard work. Song Jingping said. You're welcome, Xiao Ruofei said. After the two exchanged a few words, Song Jingping said the reason for the call was some embarrassment. What made Xiao Ruofei's jaw drop was that he was actually calling because of the jade skin ointment. It turned out that Master Song was recuperating in Sanshan City. As the governor of a province, Song Jingping naturally couldn't visit Master Song often. Therefore, as his daughter-in-law, his wife came to Southeast Province a few days ago to visit Master Song and show her filial piety by his side. Of course, Mrs. Song Rui was also worried about her only son, Song Rui, being in Sanshan City. Tian Huilan and the family Song had a very close relationship. In a sense, she belonged to the Song faction politically. Therefore, as the host, she naturally had to entertain Mrs. Song when she came to Sanshan City. When the two women met, they naturally didn't talk about national affairs. In addition, Tian Huilan had been using the jade skin ointment for the past few days, and the effects were so amazing that Mrs. Song couldn't help but ask for her secret formula. Tian Huilan also knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and family Song, so he didn't hide anything from Mrs. Song and told her everything. He also told her that the person who made the Yuji ointment had a close relationship with family Song, and that it was the young Chinese doctor who cured Master Song, Xiao Ruofei. Mrs. Song couldn't forget about the magical Yuji ointment. After returning to Guling Courtyard, she called Song Jingping, who was far away in Shannan. She ordered Song Jingping to get her a Yuji ointment no matter what. Even though Song Jingping was a high-ranking official of a region and was naturally awe-inspiring in front of the Shannan province's officials, he was somewhat henpecked and did not dare to reject his wife's request. Therefore, after going to work for half a day, Song Jingping braced himself and called Xiao Ruofei after thinking about it for a long time. To be honest, Song Jingping was a little embarrassed. As a provincial governor, he actually called a young man personally for a facial mask. He felt a little embarrassed. After hearing this, Xiao Ruofei immediately smiled and said, "Provincial Governor Song, so Mrs. Song is also in Sanshan City. I didn't know before, or else I would have taken the initiative to give her a portion. My apologies." "Ruofei, please don't say that," Song Jingping said. "My wife just arrived in Sanshan City yesterday, and she had dinner with Huilan last night. When she came back, she kept asking me to ask you for the facial mask. It's really embarrassing, hey?" "Provincial Governor Song, even if Mrs. Song didn't ask, I would have given it to her anyway." Xiao Ruofei said, "This jade skin ointment is very effective for middle-aged and elderly women's skin maintenance and body conditioning. I was originally planning to give some to my elders and friends. Since Mrs. Song is in Sanshan City, I'll give it to Guling Courtyard today. There's no need to give it to me. I've already troubled you enough," Song Jingping said. "If you have ready-made jade skin ointment, I'll ask Xiao Rui to go to your farm to get it. At the same time, I'll ask him to visit Uncle Li. This child doesn't know any better. Uncle Li has been living on your farm for so many days, and he hasn't even said anything about visiting. That's fine. You can ask Song Rui to give me a call before he comes over." Xiao Ruofei said, "I've been a little busy recently. I often travel between the city and the farm. Don't come back empty-handed." "Okay, then thank you, Ruofei," Song Jingping said kindly. "You're welcome," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei's expression was a little strange. He hadn't even started promoting the jade skin ointment yet. In just a short while, he had already received a few calls. It seemed that he had underestimated the fatal attraction of a phenomenal cosmetic product to women. "Now, there shouldn't be any more calls for me, right?" Xiao Ruofei said to himself with a wry smile. He put his phone back into the glove compartment and put the car in gear. He stepped on the gas and drove away from the empty warehouse. Xiao Ruofei said to himself as he drove, "It seems that I have to make more jade skin ointment when I get back." This wasn't a big deal to Xiao Ruofei. After all, it didn't matter if it was a sheep or a flock of sheep. The jade skin ointment wasn't that difficult to make. It just took some time. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself that he might as well not go back to the farm first. Instead, he went to buy a bigger casserole pot and some other tools to make medicine. This way, he could make at least 30 portions of jade skin ointment in one go. It would greatly increase the efficiency. After driving back to the farm, Xiao Ruofei locked himself in the room. He then entered the Ring 2 space and started to make the jade skin ointment again. After an hour, 30 portions of jade skin ointment were freshly made. Xiao Ruofei had thought a few days ago that if he wanted to give the jade skin ointment away as a gift, it wouldn't be a good idea to keep it in the container. Therefore, he ordered a batch of small, round ceramic jars online, These ceramic jars could fit a portion of jade skin ointment. They also had a lid with a rubber seal. It was very practical. These ceramic jars had arrived yesterday, and they could be put to good use today. Xiao Ruofei divided the newly brewed yuji ointment into 30 equal portions and put each portion into a small ceramic jar. Then, she also put the yuji ointment that she hadn't had time to separate from the large yuji ointment from the last time into the ceramic jar. This way, he had 37 portions of jade skin ointment on hand. At least he could deal with it in the short term. After dividing the jade skin ointment into smaller portions, Xiao Ruofei started to make the spirit pregnant soup. It had been a week since he had taken the spirit pregnant soup. Today, he could take it again. He couldn't wait any longer. With the experience of making the jade skin ointment last time, Xiao Ruofei skillfully found the required herbs according to their respective portions. He then carefully took out the spirit heart fruit from the container. He used a military dagger to cut a piece from the fruit and put it into the casserole pot. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and went through the process of making the jade skin ointment in his mind. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he started to make the jade skin ointment skillfully. More than half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei held a small bowl of medicinal soup that emitted a rich fragrance. He took a deep breath and drank the entire bowl of spirit-pregnant soup. Xiao Ruofei sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. With the experience from last time, Xiao Ruofei was very confident. The spirit-pregnant soup's medicinal properties were very mild. It was a world of difference compared to the body-tempering soup. There was also no danger. The familiar cool aura began to rise from his abdomen and slowly gathered in his brain. Xiao Ruofei felt enlightened. He felt that his thoughts were more than 10 times clearer than before. A big grass carp jumped out of the water in the fish pond far away, causing a splash. The baby red dragon in the small fish pond swung its tail and shot toward its prey. These images were imprinted in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He could even clearly feel the slight movement of the fog-like spirit energy in the space. Although this could only be experienced during the process of consuming the spirit-pregnant soup, Xiao Ruofei still felt very good. He knew that perhaps one day, when his mental strength was strong enough, he could enter this state at any time as long as he wanted. After an unknown amount of time, the last trace of cool aura disappeared. Xiao Ruofei knew that he had absorbed all the medicinal properties. He did not get up. Instead, he directly teleported to the stone room in the new space. Xiao Ruofei walked to the stone table. Although he knew that the chances were not high, he still tried to crack the light screen closest to the original booklet. There was an antique jade tablet inside. According to the rules, the difficulty of cracking this light screen should be the lowest among the remaining 3 light screens. However, as Xiao Ruofei released his mental strength, the light screen only caved in a little. Even if he used all his strength, this extremely tough light screen was not damaged at all. Xiao Ruofei tried a little and then withdrew his mental strength. Since his mental strength was still not strong enough, there was no need to waste any more energy. He directly picked up the booklet and turned to the 3rd page. Then Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and released his mental strength without reservation. He saw that the golden stripes on the page slowly began to move. Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that it was easier than the last time. The obvious sluggishness in the process of the golden stripes moving was also reduced by a lot. He was refreshed and continued to maintain the high-pressure state. His mental strength was continuously transmitted to the page as if it was free. The golden stripes began to slowly decompose and recombine. Then, they began to form golden characters on the page. This speed was also much faster than the last time. Time passed by minute, and the number of golden characters on the page increased. However, at the same time, Xiao Ruofei was beginning to feel that it was difficult to continue. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, more than half of the page was already occupied by words. However, these words were not displayed from the beginning to the end. Therefore, there were some empty spaces in the middle where the golden stripes were constantly surging, decomposing, and recombining. Xiao Ruofei's hands were trembling slightly. He was even unable to read the words on the page. He was highly focused and fully released his mental strength. However, in the end, he was still a little short. Xiao Ruofei felt a sharp pain in his brain. He suddenly became alert and made a prompt decision to stop this desperate attempt. This was because if he did not stop immediately, it was very likely that it would cause irreversible damage to his brain. In any case, he could continue to consume the spirit pregnancy soup after a week. If it did not work this time, he could try again next time. There was no need to try so hard. Otherwise, if it caused harm to his body, it would not be worth it. As soon as Xiao Ruofei retracted his mental strength, the golden characters on the page quickly began to decompose. Xiao Ruofei tried his best to memorize it in that instant. However, although the characters were slowly formed, they decomposed almost instantaneously. Xiao Ruofei only managed to read a few sentences. In addition, there were many gaps in the text and it was not completed. Therefore, the information that Xiao Ruofei received was limited. However, he could roughly tell that this was not a prescription. There were some drawings on it, as well as the names and diagrams of several minerals. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also saw a few words on the last line. He could clearly feel that the content on this page was not complete. This meant that the third and fourth page, or perhaps even more pages, would form the complete content. Xiao Ruofei was not depressed. On the contrary, he was rather excited. The more and more complex the content recorded on this page, the more benefits he could obtain. As for what he could not see at the moment, it did not matter. As long as he continued to use the spirit pregnancy soup to increase his mental strength, it would only be a matter of time before he could decipher the contents of this small booklet and the 3 light screens on the stone platform. This was like a person inheriting an inheritance, but the person who left the inheritance to him had indicated in the will that the inheritor could only receive a percentage of the inheritance when he reached a certain age. This inheritance was always there, and no one could snatch it away. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei speculated based on the few sentences that he had seen. The contents here were somewhat similar to engineering drawings. It seemed that some minerals and other materials were used to create something. This aroused Xiao Ruofei's great interest. Something that could be recorded in this small booklet after the body tempering soup and the spirit pregnancy soup was definitely not something simple. He was now eager for time to pass faster. It would be best if it could be a week later, so that he could completely restore the contents of the third page. Xiao Ruofei put the booklet back, somewhat unsatisfied. Then he jumped onto the stone bed and sat cross-legged on the futon. It was not until his mental strength was completely restored that he directly left the Ring 2 space. Not long after lunch, Wu Liqian arrived at the farm. This time, she drove a white Buick Kaiwei. Xiao Ruofei ordered the guards to let her in. Then he went to the courtyard of the villa to wait. As soon as Wu Liqian's car stopped, he greeted her with a smile. Wu Liqian opened the door and stepped out of the car. Today, she was wearing a long black trench coat. Her long hair was not tied up and just hung down casually. When the wind blew, it gently fluttered. She raised her hand and gently tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind, revealing her delicate face. Wu Liqian looked at most 27 or 28 years old. In addition to her youthful appearance, people who did not know her would never believe that such a delicate and beautiful woman was actually the executive deputy mayor of Chongping County. She was definitely a leader with real power. Genius remembers love in 1 second go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wu Liqian pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not here to inspect or guide you. I'm here to eat and take credit cards. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. I welcome you to eat and take credit cards. It's rare for Big Sister Wu to visit. If it wasn't for the jade skin ointment, I'm afraid you wouldn't even remember my little farm. Wu Liqian couldn't help but blush. She wasn't embarrassed because Xiao Ruofei had guessed her thoughts. In fact, she had wanted to visit Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan farm for a long time. However, she had been busy with her work in Chongping County. She was physically and mentally exhausted and hadn't been able to free herself. Xiao Ruofei was just joking. Seeing that Wu Liqian didn't respond, he immediately smiled and changed the topic. Big Sister Wu, since you're here, I'll show you around the farm. Sure. Wu Liqian said immediately. Thus, the two of them walked out of the villa together. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian walked side by side on the farm path. The sun shone on them, making them feel warm. The air on the farm was very fresh, and the greenery was done very well. Sometimes, they could even see the distant coastline. Wu Liqian felt very relaxed. She hadn't felt like this in a long time. After coming to work in Chongping County, it was as if she had entered a whirlpool of undercurrents. As a weak woman, she had to fight to make a name for herself in the dangerous officialdom. One could imagine how difficult it was. It could be said that Wu Liqian's nerves were always in a very tense state. Today, she had come to the farm for the jade skin ointment, but unexpectedly, she felt physically and mentally relaxed. This state made Wu Liqian feel very comfortable. Xiao Ruofei walked beside Wu Liqian and introduced the farm situation as they walked. The two of them were very close and their shoulders would occasionally touch. However, the two of them were very natural and did not feel uncomfortable because of this. Wu Liqian felt that Xiao Ruofei had a very clean, very fresh, and very sunny aura. Walking beside Xiao Ruofei, her entire soul seemed to become a lot calmer. "Big sis Wu, our greenhouse is right in front of us," Xiao Ruofei said with a warm smile on his face. "At present, our main business is here. We will continuously export Taoyuan vegetables every day." "Really? Then I must take a good look." Wu Liqian smiled sweetly and said, "Everyone in Sanshan City knows about Taoyuan vegetables. But it's too expensive. I can't even afford to go there more than a few times a month." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course, good things are expensive. But if Big Sister Wu wants to eat Taoyuan vegetables, you don't have to go to the store. Just give me a call, and I'll get someone to send it to you. It'll definitely be enough." "That won't do. Your 500 grams of vegetables can be sold for at least dozens of yuan." Wu Liqian said, "How can I ask you for it so casually? Not to mention a few dozen yuan per caddy, even if it's a few hundred yuan per caddy or a few thousand yuan per caddy, Sister Wu can eat as much as she wants." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "If it weren't for Big Sis Wu's help, how could I rent such a good place and buy such a suitable villa? This isn't my credit. I'm only responsible for pulling the strings." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "The villa was bought by you with real money. This land is also undeveloped. You rented it, and people in the village can't wait to get it. Not only did it bring benefits to the village, but it also solved a lot of employment problems. From this point of view, I have to thank you. After becoming a parent official, your awareness is really different." Xiao Ruofei said with a laugh. "Are you looking for a beating?" Wu Liqian couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei and said with some coquettishness. It has to be said that Wu Liqian maintained herself very well. Her tender and beautiful face revealed a trace of a young girl. She didn't have the demeanor of a strong woman in politics, but she had a different kind of charm. Xiao Ruofei also couldn't help but be dazzled. Wu Liqian's face slightly reddened, but she didn't feel unhappy because of Xiao Ruofei's momentary daze. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's eyes were clear and pure. It was a kind of pure appreciation without a trace of evil thoughts. Wu Liqian could also feel this. Wu Liqian's heartstrings also slightly trembled. Her heart had long been frozen, but at this moment, there seemed to be a crack in the layers of ice. Wu Liqian somewhat unnaturally quickened her pace and said, "Little Xia, quickly bring me in to have a look." A trace of awkwardness was dissolved just like that. Xiao Ruofei rushed to open the door of the vegetable greenhouse and led Wu Liqian in. It just so happened that Chow Taishu and the workers were working in the greenhouse. The price of these vegetables was so high that Chow Taishu and the others knew how precious they were. Thus, they took care of them meticulously. Normally, they could finish the work in a few seconds in their own fields, but here, they had to be careful and strive for perfection. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come in, Chow Taishu immediately straightened his body and greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand to let them continue working. He didn't introduce Wu Liqian to Chow Taishu and the others. After all, this was Wu Liqian's personal visit. However, there were still people who quickly recognized Wu Liqian. Luo Dali was 45 years old this year. He used to be the village's correspondent. In his own words, he used to be a village official. Luo Dali was different from Chow Taishu and the others. As a village official, he liked to watch the news when he had nothing to do at home. When Wu Liqian came in, he didn't recognize her. However, when a beautiful woman walked in with the boss, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The more Luo Dali looked, the more familiar he felt. Finally, he remembered that this was the beautiful county magistrate who appeared on the county's television news almost every day. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Isn't this county magistrate Wu?" Chow Tai-shu had just bent down and couldn't help but frown. "Dali, what county magistrate Wu?" Luo Dali quickly pointed angrily at Wu Liqian and said, "Old Chow, over there. That's our county's new county magistrate Wu." Chow Tai-shu turned his head in surprise and looked at Wu Liqian. He usually didn't pay much attention to the news. In fact, most of the farmers lived like this. Many of them didn't even know who the county magistrate was, let alone the county magistrate. Wu Liqian showed a fleeting bitter smile. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said in a low voice, "Sister Wu, I didn't betray you." Wu Liqian quickly rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei, then showed a friendly smile on her face. She walked over and said, "Hello, fellow villagers. County Magistrate Wu, it's really you." Luo Dali rubbed his hands and said excitedly. As a former village official, the highest official he had ever seen was the county magistrate. That was when he went to the county magistrate for a meeting when he was a correspondent. He didn't expect to see the beautiful county magistrate on television today. Luo Dali felt like he was in a dream. Chow Tai-shu and the others also greeted Wu Liqian. However, when they found out that this beautiful woman was the county magistrate, the workers were a little restrained. Wu Liqian was also a leader who had been in the government for many years. She quickly switched to the role of county magistrate. She had a very friendly smile on her face as she chatted with Chow Tai-shu and the others. She asked about their family situation, their work situation, their income, and so on. In layman's terms, she asked about the number of people in the family, how many acres of land each person had, how many cows there were in the field, and so on. Chow Tai-shu and the others were a little restrained as they answered one by one. Wu Liqian also pretended to listen attentively, giving people a feeling that she was very friendly. In fact, this was a compulsory course for politicians. The more powerful the leader, the more gentle the feeling they gave people. After chatting with Chow Tai-shu and the others for a while, Wu Liqian smiled and left the vegetable greenhouse with Xiao Ruofei on the grounds that she didn't want to disturb their work. As soon as Wu Liqian left, the tense atmosphere in the greenhouse suddenly eased. Chow Tai-shu and the others then realized that their backs were covered in sweat. It was even more sweaty than when they worked in the fields for half a day. Chow Tai-shu murmured, "My goodness, our boss is really capable. He even managed to invite the county magistrate." Luo Dali said proudly, "Old Chow, if I didn't say it, you wouldn't have known that she was our county magistrate. Only you can do that." Chow Tai-shu said unhappily. "Didn't you see that our boss didn't introduce County Magistrate Wu's identity? Maybe County Magistrate Wu is visiting incognito. Now that you've exposed her, you can just wait for her to punish you." "Ah? It can't be that serious, right?" Luo Dali's face turned pale. He thought about it carefully and felt that Chow Tai-shu's words made sense. He felt even more uneasy. At this time, a worker in his 50s named Su Chuntian laughed and said, "Dali, old Chow is just scaring you. You actually took it seriously. County Magistrate Wu doesn't put on any airs at all. Why would she blame you for such a small matter?" Luo Dali was relieved. Then, his curiosity rose again. He looked in the direction of the entrance of the greenhouse and said in a low voice, "Eh? Do you think that County Magistrate Wu and our boss are a couple?" "You don't say, the two of them look quite compatible standing there." Chow Tai-shu stared at Luo Dali and said, "Dali, why don't you watch your mouth? How can you say something like that? If the county magistrate heard this, it would be terrible." Su Chuntian also said, "Yeah. Don't say something like that. Isn't our boss's girlfriend that girl with the surname Ling? I'm just saying." Luo Dali smiled embarrassedly and said, "But this county magistrate Wu is too young. It's easy to misunderstand at first glance. You're still talking? You have nothing to do, right? Go and carry that bag of seeds over." Chow Tai-shu stared at Luo Dali and said. Then, he said loudly, "Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Get to work, get to work." Xiao Ruofei took Wu Liqian around the construction site again. Then, the two of them went to the orchard on the mountain. Finally, they found a place near the water tower at the top of the mountain to sit down and rest. Xiao Ruofei carefully brushed away the dust on the stone with his hands. Then, he took out 2 pieces of tissue paper and spread them on the stone. Only then did he ask Wu Liqian to sit down. Wu Liqian enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of. She smiled lightly and said, "Thank you." After Wu Liqian sat down, Xiao Ruofei also naturally sat down on Wu Liqian's left side. Wu Liqian looked at the sea in the distance and said, "Xiaoxia, I really envy you. You have your own farm. Your place is really like a paradise. Every day, you face the sea. Your life is better than a fairy's." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister Wu, you don't know how many people envy you. You're so young, but you're already an executive deputy county magistrate. This is a position that many people can't achieve in their lifetime." Wu Liqian giggled and said, "Let's not be envious. Every family has its own difficulties. I know you must have your own troubles. How can anything in this world be perfect?" Xiao Ruofei immediately frowned and said, "That's right. I've been quite troubled recently." When Wu Liqian heard this, she naturally asked, "Oh? What's bothering you? Tell Sister Wu about it." Xiao Ruofei sighed and said sadly, I'm too handsome. Recently, many girls have taken the initiative to throw themselves at me. It's really annoying." Only then did Wu Liqian realize that Xiao Ruofei was joking with her. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. Then, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Xiaoxia, your appearance is really shameless." Xiao Ruofei said with an innocent face, "Sister Wu, I'm telling the truth." "You say, is it my fault that I'm handsome?" Wu Liqian laughed until she was trembling. She was out of breath and couldn't speak for a long time. "Xiaoxia, it was right to come to your place today. I feel that I haven't laughed as much as I did today in a month." My mood suddenly brightened up. Wu Liqian said. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Wu, then come often in the future. I welcome you here at any time." Wu Liqian nodded seriously. Then, she stood up and said, Xia, I should go back. There are a lot of things to do in the county. I can't leave for too long." "Leave after dinner?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, "I've prepared everything here." "No, I'll eat next time if I have the chance." Wu Liqian said with a smile, "Wait for me to find a time to take a few days off. I'll live here every day and eat until you're poor." "Okay. I can't ask for more. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to eat until I'm poor." Xiao Ruofei said with a laugh. Since Wu Liqian insisted on leaving, Xiao Ruofei didn't ask her to stay. The two of them walked down the mountain side by side. After returning to the villa, Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Liqian to wait in the courtyard for a while. After entering the villa, he directly took out 3 portions of Yuji ointment from the ring-2 space. Then, he directly took out some Taoyuan vegetables from the space and put them in a basket. Then, he found a paper bag in the living room and put the Yuji ointment in it. Then, he walked out of the villa with one in each hand. This time, Xiao Ruofei directly made 30 portions, so he was very generous. He gave Wu Liqian 3 portions at once. "Sister Wu, there are 3 portions of Yuji ointment inside. You can use them first." Xiao Ruofei said, "Each portion can be used 5 times. You can use it every day before you go to bed. In addition, these vegetables are produced by us. You can take them back and try them." "Thank you." Wu Liqian didn't refuse. She directly took the paper bag as if it was a treasure. Since she saw the magical effect of Tian Huilan using Yuji ointment, she had been thinking about it in her heart. She couldn't wait to try it for a long time. As for the basket of Taoyuan vegetables, her eyes never fell on it. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. He directly opened the door of the front passenger seat and let her in. Xiao Ruofei then explained to Wu Liqian how to use the Yuji ointment. Then, he shook hands with Wu Liqian and said goodbye. He stood in the courtyard of the villa and watched Wu Liqian's car leave. Xiao Ruofei received several phone calls today asking for Yuji ointment. He thought that in addition to Wu Liqian, the next person to come to him should be Lu Yu. After all, this girl had already used Yuji ointment. She was very clear about the magical effect of Yuji ointment. This time, Tian Huilan asked her to come and get it again. She would be very active. However, Xiao Ruofei's judgment was wrong. Not long after Wu Liqian left, Taoyuan Farm welcomed a new guest, but it wasn't Lu Yu. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Song Rui was about to arrive at Taoyuan Farm, he called Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei greeted the security guard at the gate. He thought that Song Rui came alone, but when the black Mercedes-Benz arrived at the villa's courtyard, Xiao Ruofei was shocked to see a noble middle-aged woman get out of the car. However, he quickly reacted and went forward with a smile. You must be Mrs. Song, right? Welcome, welcome. After that, Xiao Ruofei glared at Song Rui. This guy didn't say that he would bring his mother with him. Song Rui smiled and said, Mom, this is Xiao Ruofei, my good brother. Mrs. Song immediately showed a warm smile and said, You're Ruofei. I've heard old Song talk about you many times, and he was full of praise for you. Now that I've met you, you're really a talent. Perhaps it was because of the Yuji ointment, but Mrs. Song was especially kind to Xiao Ruofei. She didn't put on the airs of an official's wife, and was even more kind than her own son, Song Rui. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's mentality was always calm, and he wasn't flattered. He just smiled and said, Mrs. Song, you flatter me. Ruofei. I heard from old Song that our family's old man's illness was very dangerous. If it weren't for your miraculous hands, I'm afraid. Mrs. Song said, Our family is very grateful to you. Just as the two of them were talking, Li Jifu walked into the villa with a basket of leaves in his hands, followed by Yi Linyun. When Song Rui saw Li Jifu, he immediately went forward and said, Hello, Grandpa Li. When Li Jifu saw Song Rui, a smile appeared on his old-fashioned face. He said, Xiao Rui is here. Seeing this, Mrs. Song immediately went up and said, You must be Uncle Li. I'm Jingping's wife. You can call me Little Qin. Li Jifu was slightly taken aback. He had spent quite some time with Master Song and Song Rui, so he was quite familiar with them. However, Song Jingping only knew the name, so it took him a while to react. Li Jifu said, Oh. So you are Little Song's daughter-in-law. Hello. Uncle Li, it's not convenient for my father to come out, so he asked me and Xiao Rui to come and visit you. Mrs. Song said warmly. Thank you, Li Jifu said. Little Song is very considerate. Tell him not to worry about me. I'm doing well with Xiaoxia. Mrs. Song nodded and gestured for Song Rui to go to the trunk of the car to take out the prepared supplements. She said, I will definitely pass on your message. Uncle Li, you look quite good. How's your body recovering? A trace of sadness flashed across Li Jifu's eyes, but he quickly smiled and said, It's pretty good. The environment at Xiaoxia's farm is very good. I'm living quite comfortably. Li Jifu had always thought that since he had late-stage cancer, his life was naturally in the countdown. Therefore, he didn't mention anything about his body recovering. Mrs. Song didn't know that Li Jifu was already aware of his condition, so she smiled and said, Uncle Li, Ruofei's medical skills are very good. With him by your side to treat you, you will definitely recover quickly. Li Jifu smiled and nodded. He didn't continue the topic. Xiao Ruofei looked at the basket in Li Jifu's hand and said, Old master, you brought Lingyun to collect leaves again? Li Jifu said, Yes. Lingyun's technique is still not skillful enough. She needs more practice. After that, Li Jifu asked Yi Linyun to go back to her room to practice. He knew that since there were guests here, it would be inconvenient for her to practice in the yard. After Yi Linyun went back to her room, the group of people sat down on the stone bench in the yard and chatted together. After a short while, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. He excused himself from Mrs. Song and the others, picked up his phone and walked out of the villa. The call was from Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei guessed that Lu Yu should be arriving soon. The temptation of the jade skin ointment had been proven many times in the past few days. He didn't believe that Lu Yu would wait until the next day after accepting the mission from the Tian Huilan. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't surprised by the call. Miss Lu. Xiao Ruofei smiled and answered the phone. Xiao Ruofei, my mother asked me to come over and get some jade skin ointment. Lu Yu went straight to the point. Then she asked, are you at the farm now? I'm at the farm, but there are guests at home now. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. What's the matter? I'll leave after I get the ointment. Lu Yu said, don't tell me it's Sister Xianxia again? Don't worry, I won't ruin your plan this time. Xiao Ruofei said, it's not Xianxia. But it's okay if you come over. You should know him. It's Song Rue, Xiangnan province's governor's son and his wife. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that Lu Yu wouldn't care if there were guests at home. Moreover, she just said that she would leave after she got the ointment. Unexpectedly, after listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Lu Yu was silent for a moment. Then she said, then I won't go in. You take the ointment out and give it to me. I've already gotten off the Rao City Expressway. I'll be at the farm soon. Xiao Ruofei said in surprise, didn't you just say that it's okay? Isn't this girl's position changing too fast? Lu Yu said anxiously, I just suddenly don't want to go in. Why are you so wishy-washy? Help me take it out. Just take it to the entrance of the farm. Lu Yu's words had a hint of coquettishness, and she seemed to be slightly nervous. Xiao Ruofei didn't think much about it. He said with a smile, okay, I'll do it to the end. How long will it take you to get there? You can come out now. I'll be there in 5 minutes at most, Lu Yu said. Then she added, my mom said to take a total of 5 ointment. Xiao Ruofei almost laughed out loud. He didn't give a specific number to Tian Huilan, and he believed that Tian Huilan wouldn't take the initiative to ask for that many ointment. This was clearly a fake imperial edict from Lu Yu. However, he was too lazy to expose it now. He said with a smile, got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei walked back to the villa and found a paper bag. Then, he took the Yuji ointment from the ring-2 space and put it in the paper bag. He went to the yard and said to Mrs. Song, I'm sorry. My friend is looking for me. Please wait for a while. I'll be back at the entrance of the farm. Mrs. Song nodded kindly and said, Ruofei, you can go. We're here to talk to Uncle Li. You don't have to worry about us. Xiao Ruofei carried the bag and walked to the entrance of the farm. Lu Yu's BMW Mini had just arrived. She made a U-turn in the spacious open space at the entrance, parked the car, and stepped out. Lu Yu looked at the farm with a hint of nervousness. Then, she walked toward Xiao Ruofei. Did you bring everything? Lu Yu looked at the paper bag in Xiao Ruofei's hand and asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He handed the paper bag to Lu Yu and said, it's all inside. Thank you. Lu Yu took the paper bag and said in a hurry. Then, she turned and walked toward the car, as if she was eager to leave. Xiao Ruofei smiled behind Lu Yu and said, by the way, Miss Lu, when Secretary Tian called me, he didn't say how many ointment he wanted. Lu Yu's footsteps paused. She turned around and said without changing her expression, is that so? But when my mom told me, she told me to bring 5 back. Oh. That's fine. Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, I originally prepared 8 for Secretary Tian. Since she only asked for 5, I just saved a little. Xiao Ruofei didn't talk nonsense. This time, he made more than 30 ointment at one time. Moreover, he considered that Tian Huilan would mail 2 or 3 to Tian Huixin, and then keep 2 or 3 for himself. In the end, he would keep 2 or 3 to give as gifts at the right time. So, he calculated that 8 ointment was more appropriate. When Lu Yu heard this, her eyes suddenly widened. She quickly said, What did you say? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, nothing. You should go back. Drive carefully. I have guests in the villa, so I won't keep you any longer. Wait. Lu Yu cried, a real man means what he says. You said 8 ointment, so you have to give me 8 ointment, but you only asked for 5. Xiao Ruofei said with an innocent look, I must strictly follow Secretary Tian's instructions. After that, Xiao Ruofei turned around and walked directly into the farm. Lu Yu anxiously called out behind him, hey, wait. With his back to Lu Yu, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. However, he also felt a little strange. With Lu Yu's temperament, she should have chased after him by now. However, although Liu was anxiously shouting, she actually stood still. After a few steps, Xiao Ruofei was sure that Liu wouldn't chase after him. He didn't want to tease her anymore. He stood still and turned back and said, "Miss Liu, the jade skin ointment I gave to Secretary Tian is in that paper bag. You can count it and see if the number is correct." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Liu with a smirk and strode into the farm without stopping. When Liu heard Xiao Ruofei's last sentence, she also felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly opened the paper bag to count the number. 1, 2, 3, 8, there were a total of 8 porcelain bottles, not one more, not one less. Liu gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and looked at Xiao Ruofei's back that was getting farther and farther away. She was so angry that she stamped her feet and shouted, "Xiao Ruofei, you bastard! You deliberately played with me again." After that, Liu was a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but laugh with a red face. She had always been a cold and elegant person. After she showed a smile, she looked particularly charming. Hong Tao, who was guarding at the door, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Liu looked a little nervously at the farm again. Then, she quickly got into the car with the paper bag and drove away quickly. When Xiao Ruofei returned to the villa, he chatted with Li Jifu and the others in the courtyard for a while. Then, he asked Mrs. Song and Song Rui to stay for dinner. Mrs. Song politely agreed. As for Song Rui, he had been drooling over the Taoyuan vegetables for a long time. He didn't even stand on ceremony. Instead, he smiled and suggested a bunch of dishes that he wanted to eat. He didn't treat himself as an outsider. When Xiao Ruofei saw that it was about time, he went back to the villa to prepare dinner. However, he didn't plan to do it himself. He walked into the kitchen and contacted the space with his mind. He took out a bunch of vegetables, fruits, and 2 fish. Then, he called Yi Linyun out and asked him to prepare dinner. There were a lot of people eating dinner today. In addition to Xiao Ruofei, Li Jifu, and Yi Linyun, Peng Hao also worked here. Naturally, he couldn't be left out. In addition to Mrs. Song and her son, there were a total of 6 people. Of course, he had to prepare a few more dishes. Xiao Ruofei saw that Peng Hao didn't have much to do today, so he called him over and had him help Yi Linyun in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruofei went to the courtyard to chat with Li Jifu and the others. After chatting for a while, Song Rui made a fuss about wanting to visit the farm. Thus, Xiao Ruofei invited Mrs. Song and Li Jifu to the living room for tea. Then, he took Song Rui around the farm. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for a while. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he walked. "Young Master Song, you've been living quite freely in the 3 mountains, right?" "Don't mention it," Song Rui said with a bitter face. "I have to work in my family's company during the day, and I have to stay outside at night. I have to go back to Guling Villa. It's no different from being in jail. I thought I could be free in the 3 mountains, but I was too naive. This time, I've lost a lot. Come on. What are you doing in your family's company?" Xiao Ruofei snorted. "I guess you're just busy with the young girls in the company, right? *T. I'm very dedicated, okay?" Song Rui said stubbornly. However, he soon said with a sad face, "Brother, I also want to talk about life and dreams with the girls in the company. But my old man directly transferred 2 people from the capital to the company in the 3 mountains. These 2 hotheads are always in charge of me. Although they're members of the family Song branch, they're still my elders in terms of seniority. The point is that if I do anything out of line, they'll directly report to my old man. I can't afford to be hurt." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You deserve it. You're caught in a trap of your own making." Back then, who was the one who righteously said that he wanted to gain experience in Sanshan and spend more time with Elder Song? The 2 of them unknowingly walked to the top of the orchard and stood on the stone that Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian had sat on earlier, overlooking the sea in the distance. Song Rui said gloomily, "Bro, can you not bring up the pot that doesn't boil? My intestines are about to turn green from regret." Then, Song Rui said with grief and indignation, "Ruofei, do you know? My mom is also here with a mission." "I know." Xiao Ruofei said, "Your mother must be here to fulfill your father's filial piety." "That's not what I'm talking about." Song Rui said gloomily, my family arranged a marriage for me. Don't you think that's bullshit? I haven't had enough fun yet. I don't want to get married at all. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, brother, the wedding night, the golden exam, these are all good things in life. Even if you're not grateful, at least you don't have to be so sad. It's not like you're going to the execution ground, is it necessary? Genius 1 second remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. You're still a child? Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui's body, which had been hollowed out by wine and women, and said seriously, N. That's right, but you're a child who has mastered the poison dragon, ice and fire, these high-end skills. Song Rui laughed, scratched his head and said, it's just a play. You know. I don't know sh*t. Xiao Ruofei said mercilessly, young Master Song, I think your dad did the right thing. If he didn't find a woman to tie you down earlier, you would have died in the land of women sooner or later. Is it that serious? Song Rui muttered, I say, Ruofei, you can't help an outsider. In this matter, you have to stand on my side. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'll support you in spirit. What's the use of that? Song Rui said with a sad face, you have to help me think of a way. I will never give in to fate. Xiao Ruofei felt a little strange and asked, aren't all the children of big families like you like this? It's normal for the family to arrange a political marriage for you. And you said it yourself, the other party is a beautiful woman, you're already very lucky, okay? It's better than arranging a fat woman with a face full of pockmarks, right? Song Rui heard Xiao Ruofei's words and couldn't help but shiver and said, don't say any more. I'm scared just thinking about it. That's why. You should be content. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, why don't you just accept your fate? Song Rui came back to his senses and said, impossible. I will never give in. Why should my lifelong happiness be decided by my family? Let me tell you, although I'm usually quite dissolute, it's all just for show. As the saying goes, even though I've walked through a field of flowers, not a single leaf will stick to me. If I don't meet a woman who moves my heart, I'll definitely not get married. Xiao Ruofei nodded and gave Song Rui a thumbs up. You're ambitious. Song Rui, I will support you in spirit. Song Rui's anger immediately dissipated. He said gloomily, Ruofei, you brat, you've been beating around the bush for so long, but you're still not willing to help me. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said innocently, I'm just a small merchant. I can't interfere in the affairs of your big family. Aren't you from the special forces? Song Rui asked. Xiao Ruofei revealed a frightened expression and said, young Master Song, don't tell me you want me to kill that woman so that you won't have any future troubles? Let me tell you, I, Xiao Ruofei, am a good soldier who has been educated and trained by the party for many years. I'm absolutely read and professional. I will never do anything that violates the law. Song Rui looked at Xiao Ruofei with a face of disgust and said, what are you thinking? Am I that vicious? Then what do you mean? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Although there wasn't a single shadow on the mountain, Song Rui still pretended to look left and right. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Ruofei, I want to run away from home. But right now, my mom sent people to watch me closely. Even when I go to the toilet, there are people guarding outside. She's afraid that I'll run away. Your skills are so good, help me. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, young Master Song, no one knows a son better than his mother. Mrs. Song is sure that you'll run away. Ruofei, give me a straight answer. Are you going to help or not? Song Rui asked. No. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said firmly. Hey. Are we brothers or not? Song Rui shouted angrily, you just need to knock out the guys who are responsible for protecting me. You don't have to worry about the rest. You and I know about this. Even if I'm caught, I won't give you up. Song Rui, calm down. Xiao Ruofei said, Huaxia is big, but with the power of your family Song, where do you think you can hide? I guarantee that you'll be caught in less than 3 days. And I think they don't even need to catch you. They'll just cut off your credit cards. Without a source of income, how many days do you think you can last? I have a passport, okay? Song Rui said, as long as I escape, I'll go abroad. No matter how powerful the family is, they can't reach overseas. And then? Xiao Ruofei asked faintly, you can't even speak English, and you don't have any money. How many days can you survive overseas? Song Ruwei was suddenly at a loss for words. He sadly found that Xiao Ruofei was right. If the family cut off all his sources of income, no matter where he ran to, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of the Buddha. Although he was always in the limelight, if he really removed the halo of the family Song's young master, his ability to survive was far less than that of a migrant worker. However, with Song Rui's carefree personality, he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He chuckled and said, Ruofei, are we brothers? Get straight to the point. Xiao Ruofei said very cautiously. Brothers and friends, don't they have the right to make money? Song Ruwei looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly and said, when I'm in dire straits overseas, won't you help me? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel angry and amused. After talking for so long, this kid still hadn't given up on the idea of escaping. And he even had the idea of using him. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, don't even think about it. Do you think the big bosses of family Song are all useless? I still want to live a little longer. Song Rui's idea just now was indeed a thoughtless one. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was not feasible at all. With the power of family Song, even if Song Rui ran abroad, wouldn't it be easy to find out his financial transactions? At that time, he would be able to survive abroad for a while, but that would be digging a hole for Xiao Ruofei. Thinking of this, Song Rui also felt a little guilty and said, Ruofei, I didn't think it through. After that, he sighed and said, it seems that I really have no way out. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and saw his pitiful look. He couldn't help but say, things shouldn't be that bad, right? Does family Song want you to get married right away? That's not true. Song Rui said, the girl doesn't seem to have graduated from college yet. But even if I don't get married for the time being, I can't stand it. My mother almost took a gun and forced me to go on a date. And I'm watched closely. It's impossible to go out and have fun. Wouldn't I be depressed to death every day? Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, I think this is the main point, right? Now that you're engaged, you won't be able to fool around anymore. Song Rui smiled and said, that's part of the reason. But I mainly want freedom. What era is this? What's more, I'm firmly opposed to the feudal arranged marriage. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips. Obviously, he didn't believe Song Rui's nonsense. However, Song Rui treated him as a brother. He didn't want to attack Song Rui at this time. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, I think the key to the matter may still be the girl. What do you mean? Song Rui was immediately energized. If the other party agrees to this marriage from the bottom of her heart, or is deeply attracted to you after seeing you and can't extricate herself. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and continued, but this possibility is infinitely close to zero. We can ignore this situation. Song Rui immediately shouted, hey, what do you mean? I'm as handsome as those celebrities. Every time I go out to have fun, I'm always charming. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui with a faint smile and asked, do you think those women are attracted by your appearance? Song Rui stared, opened his mouth, and said dejectedly, well. They are more interested in my identity as the young master of family Song. What a painful realization. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, what's the attitude of your fiancé this time? Song Rui thought about it and said, I think she's not very willing. Anyway, that girl is quite cold. The way she looks at me seems to be a little disgusted. The more Song Rui said, the more he felt a deep sense of defeat. Although he didn't have any feelings for the fiancé that his family forced on him, it didn't mean that he didn't have any vanity. He thought about it carefully. That girl was really cold to him, and the disgust in her eyes was almost undisguised. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that means the situation isn't the worst yet. What do you mean? Song Rui asked with a face full of anticipation. It's a very simple reason. Since both of you are unwilling, the probability of this marriage happening is even lower. It's better than you struggling there alone. Xiao Ruofei said. But I think that the other party will most likely give in. Song Rui said helplessly. Most of the time, the children of these big families weren't happy, especially when it came to personal relationships. It was almost impossible for them to make their own decisions. In the end, almost all of them ended up in political marriages. Xiao Ruofei asked, when you meet and go on a date, it's impossible for there to be someone watching from the side, right? That's not the case. Song Rui said. Then the next time you meet, I suggest that you directly make it clear to the other party. Xiao Ruofei said, make it clear, then both of you go back and fight on your own. Song Rui nodded and said, that's the only way, but I don't think it will have any effect. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Song Rui, do you know how to act? Song Rui asked with a face full of confusion, what do you mean? It means to pretend to be a good boy. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, you need to show that you are obedient, motivated, and positive. In short, you need to be the kind of person that your parents want you to be. That's what they want you to be. Then what's the point of living? Song Rui said dejectedly. Short-sighted. Xiao Ruofei said mercilessly, the purpose of letting you do this is to let your family relax their vigilance against you. Then I'll take the opportunity to escape? Song Rui said with bright eyes. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, why is your mind full of escape? Didn't I just say it? You can't escape from the palm of the Buddha. Then what's the use of pretending to be a good boy? Nonsense. After your family relaxes their vigilance against you, they won't send people to watch you every day, right? By then, you won't be restricted everywhere like you are now, right? Once in a while, you can go out and fool around, and no one will care about you anymore, right? Xiao Ruofei said, anyway, you said that the other party hasn't even graduated from university. Even if they were to get married, it would be a few years later. Don't you want to live a more comfortable life in the next few years? That's true. Song Rui's brain finally turned around. Xiao Ruofei continued, let's think about it more deeply. For example, if you are very active in your family's company, then you can propose to go abroad to study for an MBA or something. Isn't that possible? Maybe your father will be so happy that he will cry. Song Rui's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mind became more active. He followed Xiao Ruofei's words and said, yes. If I really study abroad for 2 years and get an MBA, then maybe I will have the ability to support myself. I can stay abroad and not come back. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sweat. In the end, this guy still hasn't given up on the idea of escaping. He is really persistent, Xiao Ruofei said, I'm just giving an example to provide an idea. In fact, there are many benefits to pretending to be a good boy. You can slowly experience it later. Good. Ruofei, this is indeed a good idea. Thank you. Song Rui said happily. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder and said, we are good brothers. Let's go, dinner should be ready. Let's go down and eat. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he said in his heart, Master Song, Governor Song, Mrs. Song, don't blame me for teaching your young master bad things. My original intention was to persuade him to be good, but he misunderstood. I hope that if this guy is exposed, he won't say that I instigated him. The two of them went down the mountain and returned to the villa. Yi Linyun and Peng Hao had already prepared dinner, and everyone sat around the table to eat. Xiao Ruofei also took out a bottle of Zui Ba Xian white wine, the kind that added flower petal solution. The wine was so fragrant that even Mrs. Song couldn't help but drink a small cup. Song Rui was full of praise, saying that the white wine was simply amazing. He had never drunk such a mellow white wine in his life. In contrast, Mrs. Song gave a thumbs up to the taste of the Taoyuan vegetables and the space's grass and fish. She said that it was delicious. What hadn't this pampered official eaten before? However, she was still conquered by the taste of the Taoyuan vegetables and ate an extra bowl of rice than usual. After eating and drinking, Mrs. Song left with Song Rui. Before leaving, Xiao Ruofei didn't forget to go upstairs and get 5 portions of Yuji ointment for Mrs. Song. When Mrs. Song saw the Yuji ointment, her attitude towards Xiao Ruofei became even more amiable. She warmly invited Xiao Ruofei to Shannan province as a guest. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said that he would definitely go if he had the chance. After sending Mrs. Song and Song Rui off, Xiao Ruofei prepared to go upstairs to his room. End of chapter 363. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.